Year 39 of Konoha. A bright sunny day with clear skies. Inside a spacious classroom at the Ninja Academy, a Chunin instructor is proctoring a practical test. As the previous student finishes, he glances down at his roster. Next, Uchiha Masaru. A boy with short black hair rises at the sound of his name, walks calmly to the podium, and weaves hand signs with lightning-fast precision. Boar dog, bird the clone jutsu. Poof. A cloud of white smoke erupts, revealing a second figure beside Masaru, his appearance and demeanor nearly identical to the original. Wow. Murmurs of admiration ripple through the classroom, not only for the flawless clone jutsu, but also because of Masaru's striking good looks, some of the best in the class. 100 points. Well done. The Chunin instructor examines the clone carefully, then nods approvingly at Masaru, recording the score in his book. A perfect success with no visible flaws, and from a student who had only enrolled a year ago. If not for fear of making the boy arrogant, the instructor would have praised him as a genius. The prestigious Uchiha clan lives up to its name. This year's prize money is secured. Masaru-kun, so cool. He got a perfect score as expected of Masaru-kun. Ignoring the chorus of adoring voices, Masaru returns to his seat. Masaru is first again this time. Seated beside him was a black-haired, red-eyed girl. As he returned, she turned to him, her bright, spirited eyes blinking a smile, filling her slightly chubby-cheeked face. The clone jutsu isn't that difficult. With a bit more practice, Kurenai will be able to do it too. Masaru sat down, offering encouragement to the girl beside him. I only got 90 this time. There's still a lot for me to improve. Kurenai said, a little troubled. Kurenai Yuhi, a future jonin of Konoha, is currently Masaru's deskmate. Even now it was clear she would grow into a great beauty. Masaru's gaze lingered on Kurenai, involuntarily recalling her future stunning appearance. Snapping back to reality, he noticed Kurenai was blushing. He averted his gaze and tried to change the subject casually. It's fine, you're already doing great. Masaru-kun humph. The girl pretended to be angry, turning her head away shyly. Masaru smiled at this, looking around the classroom. The future mentor of Konohamaru Ebisu, the disciple of Orochimaru Anko Mitarashi, and the interrogation chief Marino Ibiki, the 4th Hokage's guard squad members Reito Namishi and Gunma Shiranui, among others. Oh, and there's the son of the 3rd Hokage, Asuma Sarutobi, still glaring at me. The familiar faces of his former favorites reminded Masaru that this was not a dream. He had truly traveled through time. He had been transported into the world of Naruto. His initial reaction upon realizing this fact was utter despair. This isn't a joke. Although it was fun as an anime, this is an extremely dangerous world where one could lose their life at any moment. However, a small comfort was that he had been reborn as a member of the Uchiha clan. Until Itachi's massacre, staying within the clan was relatively safe, and he wouldn't have to go to war at such a young age. As everyone knows, the Uchiha clan has high standards for appearance, and Masaru is no exception. As a transmigrator, he fit a certain trope. A handsome transmigrator usually has a cheat ability. Thus, as Konoha's future heartthrob, Masaru, like many transmigrator predecessors, possessed a unique gift. His cheat was a special talent. His spiritual energy would automatically increase every day. Before traveling, he had been playing a new mobile game, and to boost his stats, he had spent 6 yuan on this S-tier talent. He hadn't even gotten to enjoy the thrill of spending money when he woke up in the Naruto world. After his first attempt at refining chakra, he was surprised to discover that he had brought this talent with him. Ever since he began his training, each day his spiritual energy grew slightly stronger than the day before. This increase in spiritual energy brought many benefits. At present, Masaru's memory had remarkably improved, allowing him to easily grasp all the theoretical knowledge taught at school. Moreover, his chakra reserves increased. Chakra is a mixture of spiritual and physical energy, and his growing spiritual energy contributed to this, giving him more chakra than the average person. What a waste. I should have recharged more. I should have just gone straight for a 648. Looking back now, Masaru couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He remembered the game store had many good items like SSS tier talents, a battle pass that could instantly reach level 90, and many other options. Unfortunately, he had been too rational at the time, mostly because he had no money, only spending 6 yuan as a taste. If he had spent more, he might already be on the moon having a chat with Kaguya. What a regret. What regret? What are you talking about, Masaru? Kurenai, who was beside him, leaned in, her big red eyes looking at him curiously. After a while, the girl's earlier shyness had just faded when she heard Masaru muttering to himself. Masaru-kun, I brought 2 portions of lunch today. Would you like to eat together later? Just as Masaru was thinking about how to answer Kurenai, another girl carrying a lunchbox walked over, her cheeks flushed as she spoke. The moment she spoke, it attracted the attention of other girls nearby. Kurenai, seated beside Masaru, also forgot her previous question, her gaze fixed directly on the newcomer. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and even the noise in the classroom noticeably diminished. A heavy smell of gunpowder hung in the air. Masaru could only manage a wry smile. Back when he watched the anime, he had fantasized about such scenarios many times, but now that he was actually experiencing it, it wasn't as pleasant as he had imagined. The main reason was the high mortality rate in the Naruto world. During the Warring States period, the average lifespan was less than 30, which led to an absurd level of precociousness. Children of 7 or 8 were already starting to pursue each other and fight over boyfriends, which astonished Masaru. Of course, it wasn't just the girls, the boys were equally precocious. The scene of girls flocking around Masaru drew envious and jealous glares from many of the boys in the class. Some were so enraged that they clenched their fists tightly. This bastard. Damn it, all the girls are gathered around him. I want to punch him. But he's top of the class, you can't beat him. Shut up. Asuma was among those grinding his teeth because the girl he liked, Kurenai, was currently vying for Masaharu's attention. Looking at the scene before him, Masaharu felt a headache coming on. His class was the elite class of the school, and many of his classmates would reach the level of Jonin in the future, becoming the backbone of Konoha. However, in terms of looks, the boys were quite average. Kakashi was handsome, but he had only just enrolled this year, a year below them. This left almost all the attention of the girls in the class focused on him. Being too popular is also a kind of trouble. Thank you, Kurenai, and I haven't eaten yet. 2 portions is perfect. Masaru turned to look at Kurenai, whose cheeks were puffed out, and an idea struck him. The girl with the lunchbox said, "While Masaru-kun is so mean." The girl ran away, covering her face with the lunchbox. The other girls who had been watching also dispersed after hearing his remark. Seeing this, Masaharu nodded with satisfaction. His previous gentle approach hadn't worked well, so this time he had cruelly and directly rejected her. He didn't like playing love games with a bunch of little girls, and it was best not to leave them with any false hope. Masaharu. Kurenai's face was crimson, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. She might have misunderstood his intention. A home is the most comfortable. After school, Zhenyang returned home and sighed. At noon, he had used Hong's name to dissuade the girls in his class, and the effect was indeed good. Only a few people came to bother him throughout the afternoon. But getting rid of a large group of ordinary followers came with an even more clingy one. Remembering how Hong insisted on sharing her lunch with him at noon, Zhenyang couldn't help but smile, not caring much. What he hated was being surrounded by many people, especially since they were just a bunch of kids. As for Hong, that was different. Thinking of the beautiful woman she would become, Zhenyang felt it was perfectly acceptable. Slowly nurture her, she'll grow up eventually. Zhenyang, come eat. A middle-aged man suddenly appeared downstairs, calling out to Zhenyang. The man was named Uchiha Chuan, Zhenyang's uncle, the only remaining family he had. In this world where 3 ninjas couldn't make up a pair of parents, Zhenyang was no exception. Since he could walk, his uncle Uchiha Chuan had raised and taken care of him. His own parents had died early in a mission outside the village. Okay, uncle. Zhenyang quickly responded and prepared to go downstairs. The house he lived in was one of the few things his parents left behind, right next to his uncle's house. The 2 brothers had bought them together so they could look after each other. Soon Zhenyang arrived at Uchiha Chuan's house, where the table was already filled with various delicious dishes, making his mouth water. Eat if you're hungry. How's school lately? Uchiha Chuan looked at Zhenyang's eager expression and smiled. Pretty good. I was first in the class again this test. Zhenyang replied with his mouth full of food, mumbling. Uchiha Chuan treated him like his own son and always cared about his grades. First again. Your father would be very happy to know. Uchiha Chuan was emotional. His older brother used to boast about raising a genius, but he never expected an accident to prevent him from seeing this day. Chuan, what are you talking about with Zhenyang? A woman walked into the dining room carrying a dish, curiosity in her voice. The woman was named Uchiha Yanghua, Uchiha Chuan's wife, Zhenyang's aunt. Zhenyang kept first place in the class test. I'm really happy. Amazing. In the future, we'll rely on Zhenyang to teach your little brother. Uchiha Yanghua's eyes curved, and she smiled gently. No problem. Praised by his aunt, Zhenyang naturally agreed without hesitation. A moment later, his eyes widened, and surprise rushed into his heart. Little brother. Yes, maybe a little sister. Uchiha Yanghua touched her belly, her expression exceptionally tender. It's about 2 months now. We've already thought of a name for the child. If it's a boy, the name will be Uchiha Shursui. If it's a girl. Zhenyang didn't hear the rest. He was already stunned. Uchiha Shursui. For a moment, Zhenyang's thoughts were chaotic. Wait, let me sort this out. In his memory, Uchiha Chuan and his cheap father were the children of Uchiha Kagami, but he hadn't paid attention to that fact before. That means I'm Shursui's cousin. Zhenyang. Uchiha Chuan waved his hand in front of him. Why are you frozen? What do you think, brother or sister? It's definitely a little brother. Zhenyang said firmly. Although in the anime, he didn't know who Shursui's parents were. After some calculation, only his uncle's family fit the requirement. After all, Uchiha Kagami had only 2 children and his parents had died early. It couldn't be that he gave birth to himself, right? Boom. 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 After dinner, Zhenyang returned home and began his training in the backyard. His small fists repeatedly struck the wooden post, producing a dull thud. The training post already had some indentation from his strikes. He was engaging in physical training. Zhenyang, like Yuhi Kurenai, was born in Konoha year 33, now only 6 years old. Even though his strong spiritual power gave him more chakra than his peers, due to his young age the advantage was limited. Also, excessive training would affect his future development, so Zhenyang was not in a hurry. At this stage, he mainly practiced taijutsu, and only knew the 3 basic jutsu and ninjutsu. And the fire style, Great Fireball technique, a disgrace to fire style. But this already put him ahead of the school curriculum. The reason was that the only ninjutsu taught at the Ninja Academy was the 3 basic jutsu. Other techniques were taught by the assigned instructor after graduation or exchanged for merits. It could be said that ninjutsu was monopolized. Tell me a joke. Even an ordinary civilian ninja can become strong through their own hard work. No one really believes such common propaganda, right? Not to mention others, even learning a C-rank jutsu requires waiting until after graduation, let alone B rank or A rank. If the instructor doesn't see your potential, they won't teach you such advanced techniques. But for ninjas born into large clans, common ninjutsu could be obtained by almost everyone from childhood. It just depended on whether you could learn it. Those with talent could even learn A-rank techniques directly. How can you compare? The finish line is in Rome, but others are born right at the door. If you're not a genius like Minato Namikaze, it's hard to surpass clan ninjas in a lifetime. Fortunately, his background was not bad. He was a member of the Uchiha clan, so he wouldn't face those difficulties. But he never expected to be Shirsue's older brother. After finishing today's training, thinking back to the scene at dinner, Zhenyang still felt a bit unreal. That was Uchiha Shirsue, who made a name for himself at a young age as Shirsue of the Body Flicker, a ruthless killer of mist ninjas. His Mangekyo ability was even more overpowered. The strongest Genjutsu Kodo Amatsukami could directly change people's thoughts. Its only flaw was that he was brainwashed by the so-called Will of Fire. Otherwise, if he used it on Hiruzen Sarutobi or Danzo Shimura, would there have been the Uchiha clan massacre? But since he had transmigrated, things were simple. With his experience of being tempered by red ideals, he could easily discipline his future cousin. Directly gain a Kaga-level sidekick. How wonderful. But that was still early. The most important thing now was to improve his strength, so he could establish a tall and mighty image in front of Shirsue later. My taijutsu is almost proficient enough. I can consider learning more ninjutsu. Zhenyang assessed his current situation. He had already mastered all the basic taijutsu moves. Now he just needed to wait for his body to develop. After all, he didn't plan to become a taijutsu specialist. His cheat ability was to enhance spiritual power, which also increased chakra. He was a member of the Uchiha clan. He wasn't stupid. He would definitely walk the path of ninjutsu and genjutsu. Since he had decided on his future development direction, he needed to plan carefully. Zhenyang stroked his chin and pondered. What should I learn first? Time flowed swiftly by. In the blink of an eye, the school's monthly examination course had arrived. The boys and girls stood scattered in a spacious corner of the school grounds, chatting merrily with their friends. After a tedious month cooped up in the classroom, this rare opportunity to be outdoors naturally filled everyone with excitement. After all, they were merely 6 or 7-year-old children. Compared to the monotonous lectures, the outdoor examination course was far more enjoyable. Before long, the Chunin instructor summoned everyone to gather. The examination procedure at the academy was straightforward, consisting of just 2 steps. First, the student's proficiency in throwing shinobi tools was assessed. Then came one-on-one sparring matches graded by the instructor based on performance. Relaxed throwing shinobi tools is simple. Beside him, Kurenai appeared somewhat nervous, so Zhenyang smiled and offered reassurance. Hearing this, Kurenai cast him a sidelong glare and complained, simple. I always miss the center by 1 or 2 throws. To be honest, she couldn't understand how Zhenyang, who spent his school days either daydreaming or sleeping, could still achieve such excellent grades. Perhaps this was what they meant by talent. Next, Uchiha Zhenyang. The two were chatting in a corner when the instructor's voice rang out. Good luck, Zhenyang. Kurenai's face lit up with a smile as she waved her arm in encouragement. Zhenyang nodded and walked toward the field. The sky was a clear azure and a gentle breeze swept by. As he stood before the target preparing to throw, his classmates gathered around. In one fluid motion, Zhenyang picked up several shuriken with both hands and hurled them forward. When everyone turned to look, each shuriken was embedded deep in the center of every target. At the sight, the scene fell into silence. Uchiha Zhenyang, full marks. The instructor's announcement shattered the quiet and the crowd erupted in excitement. Wow, Zhenyang-kun is so cool. As expected of the Uchiha, incredibly strong. The seamless display of shinobi tool throwing drew cheers from the girls and grumbles from the boys. That Uchiha Zhenyang again, stealing all the spotlight. How am I supposed to show off now? Right, we'll teach him a lesson in the sparring round. Exactly sure his throwing is impressive, but he's attracting all the girls. Are we going to end up as single dogs for all 6 years? We'll be laughed at back home. The freckled boy beside them sighed in genuine admiration. The other boys, their gazes toward him suddenly turned hostile. You're boosting his morale and deflating our own. It's just hitting the bullseye. I'll do the same later and not let him hog all the glory. Marino Ibiki retorted indignantly. He wasn't yet the famed interrogation expert. His youthful competitive spirit still burned fiercely. Ibiki's right, we support you. Just as the boys rallied together, a dissonant voice chimed in. I mean, is it possible that Zhenyang's popularity is mainly due to his looks? This was a critical blow, shattering their confidence. A minute later, the freckled boy was expelled from the group. Meanwhile, the instructor continued to call students forward for testing. As the elite class of the academy, many future jonin were present, so Zhenyang wasn't the only one to achieve full marks in the throwing test. However, the others didn't appear as effortless as he did, and with average looks, they didn't stir much attention. The rest performed at an above-average level. Soon the shinobi tool throwing assessment concluded, and it was time for the sparring segment. The boys cracked their knuckles, glancing at each other, completely forgetting their earlier threats. It was all just talk, no one actually intended to follow through right. While they did resent Zhenyang for always stealing the spotlight and capturing the girls' attention, there was no denying that the guy was genuinely formidable. No one in the class had ever managed to defeat him. And facing a guaranteed loss, especially with a crowd of girls watching who would willingly become the background, they had their pride to consider. Better to pick an easier opponent and put on a show, maybe even find romance. The instructor marked out simple zones on the field and addressed the little ones with a smile. Same rules as before, choose your own opponent, stay within the designated area. Who wants to go first? Everyone exchanged uncertain glances, preferring to hold back and observe first. Instructor, I challenge Uchiha Zhenyang. At that moment, a boy with a cigarette dangling from his lips raised his hand, causing an uproar among the crowd. So there really was a bold one willing to challenge. Good. The instructor nodded approvingly, relieved that someone had stepped up, otherwise he'd have had to pick names himself. But when he turned to look, his face immediately darkened. Asuma, how many times have I told you? No smoking. It turned out to be the class's chain smoker Asuma. At such a young age, and already smoking. Where did he learn that from? The Chunin instructor quickly shook his head. He couldn't dwell on that. Asuma, of course, couldn't care less about the reprimand. The instructor would at most scold him, given his special status. My father, the Hokage. Smoking was so cool. When challenging Uchiha Zhenyang, he had to face him in the most stylish manner possible to win back Kurenai. Yes, from the moment he first laid eyes on Kurenai, he had fallen for that black-haired, red-eyed girl. Unfortunately, she was always clinging to Zhenyang. That was the real reason for this challenge. He would defeat Uchiha Zhenyang fair and square, seizing the right to pursue Kurenai openly. Nodding with resolve, Asuma pumped himself up and then looked around. Where was Kurenai? It was then he noticed. Yui Kurenai was whispering to Uchiha Zhenyang, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. Damn it. Asuma's eyes widened, his anger meter maxing out. Hearing that someone had chosen him as their sparring opponent, Zhenyang was genuinely surprised. It had been a long time since anyone had actively challenged him. He looked up and saw. Wasn't that the third Hokage's good-for-nothing son? But what was with that expression? Had he done something to offend him? Seeing Asuma's fuming demeanor, Zhenyang was puzzled. Due to his popularity with the girls, he had little interaction with the boys in class, barely knowing their names. Unable to figure out where their conflict arose, Zhenyang stepped into the sparring zone. The two stood facing each other and formed the seal of confrontation. Asuma gripped a kunai, leaning slightly forward, his eyes locked on Zhenyang, clearly in battle-ready state. Not using chakra blades. Zhenyang noted his opponent hadn't brought out his signature weapons and pondered. Sarutobi Asuma had a pair of chakra blades custom-made by his father, but they probably weren't commissioned yet. As expected of the Hokage's son, he had clearly received specialized training. His performance was somewhat surprising, already bearing the marks of a shinobi. Come on. Zhenyang stood calmly, a slight smile on his lips. This shouldn't be a problem. Whoosh. The moment the words fell, Asuma immediately took action. Several shuriken whistled through the air, hurtling straight toward him. Zhenyang did not draw his kunai. Instead, he moved unhurriedly left and right, yet dodged every shuriken with perfect timing. Just then, Asuma's figure rushed forward. A kunai pressed toward Zhenyang, with fierce momentum, flipping left and right. Zhenyang met each strike, deflecting them all one after another. After a few seconds, a glint flashed in Asuma's eyes. He suddenly changed the trajectory of his kunai, bypassing Zhenyang's arms and thrusting toward his side. It was clearly too late to block. Success. Seeing this, Asuma's face instantly lit up with excitement. Just as he was about to pull back his strength, he suddenly froze. Damn it. The kunai passed effortlessly through Uchiha Zhenyang's body, and he felt no real resistance in his hand. Zhenyang's figure gradually dissipated. Clone technique. The next moment, Asuma heard a sound behind him. He spun around sharply, only to find Zhenyang's kick already inches from his face. Unable to dodge, he instinctively raised his arm to block. Thud. A tremendous force surged through him, and Asuma felt his body uncontrollably slide backward before crashing to the ground. How is this possible? Asuma stared at Zhenyang in shock. When did he use the clone technique? Gazing at Zhenyang's calm expression, he suddenly realized the vast gap between them. Ordinary moves were useless. It seemed he had to use that technique. Asuma's eyes narrowed with determination. Uchiha Zhenyang's strength was undeniable. Since he dared to challenge him, naturally, he had a trump card in hand. This was the secret technique the old man had personally taught him not long ago. Although the old man told him not to use it on others, Asuma's mind was now consumed with defeating Zhenyang. He completely forgot the warning. Standing up, Asuma discarded his kunai and began forming hand seals. As the most popular student in the class, Zhenyang's duel naturally drew a large audience. At that moment, Asuma's movements triggered exclamations from the onlookers. He's using a ninjutsu. Asuma has already learned a ninjutsu. For students of their age, being able to use a ninjutsu beyond the 3 basic techniques was extremely rare. After all, the prodigies of the same era, such as Kakashi Uchiha Shursue and Uchiha Itachi, had either just enrolled this year or hadn't even been born yet. Their batch consisted entirely of ordinary ninjas. The examiner also put down his roster and kept a close watch on the arena. The danger level of a combat involving ninjutsu was entirely different. For a profession as fragile as a ninja, even a single hit from a ninjutsu could lead to serious trouble. Now his heart was also tense. Although he was confident he could ensure both students' safety, these two had special identities. One was a member of the Uchiha clan, and the other was even more remarkable, the current Hokage's youngest son. If a teaching accident occurred, losing his bonus would be the least of his worries. He might even lose his job. Oh, so that's why you challenged me. Zhenyang watched Asuma forming seals with keen interest. Let me see. Those are the seals for the great fireball technique. using fire release in front of an Uchiha. Clapping his hands together, Zhenyang also began forming seals, and at a faster speed. Fire release, great fireball technique. At that moment, Asuma finally completed his seals and unleashed the ninjutsu he had practiced for weeks. A fireball hurtled toward Zhenyang. Fire release, grand fireball technique. Almost simultaneously, Zhenyang finished his seals, gathered chakra in his throat, and expelled a massive fireball. The two fireballs collided, radiating scorching heat in all directions. But Zhenyang's fireball was far larger, clearly dominating the clash. No way, how can this be? Asuma stood frozen, his face full of disbelief. The ninjutsu he had trained so hard for was still inferior to his opponent's. It shattered his spirit. Getting distracted in battle is not a good habit. The voice beside him snapped Asuma back to reality, but before he could fully react, a cold sensation touched his neck. During the ninjutsu clash, Zhenyang had dashed toward him. When he placed the kunai on Asuma's neck, it marked the end of the duel. I lost. Asuma conceded unwillingly. Though he hated to admit it, the facts were clear, he couldn't defeat him at this point. Seeing this, the teacher beside them breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing happened. Don't get cocky. I'll definitely. Despite losing this time, Asuma wasn't ready to give up, leaving a harsh threat. He would go back and beg the old man to teach him a few more powerful ninjutsu. He refused to believe he couldn't beat Uchiha Zhenyang. Final victory would surely be his. He was Konoha's ultimate insider. Previously, Asuma had thought this identity was a burden. But now it seemed not bad. At least it could help him pursue love. Zhenyang, are you tired? Have some water. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Kurenai jogging over, eagerly handing Zhenyang a water bottle. His words suddenly died in his throat. Damn it, he had already lost. For a moment, Asuma's face darkened. He forgot even the reconciliation seal and turned to leave. Thanks, Kurenai. Zhenyang took the water bottle, looking at the Kurenai before him and the retreating figure of Asuma. He seemed to understand why Asuma had challenged him. Was this for real? At such a young age, was she already becoming a femme fatale? Zhenyang, why are you staring at me? Kurenai's cheeks flushed, her expression uneasy. So many people were watching. And Zhenyang was still staring at her. You look really beautiful today, Kurenai. Seeing her like this, Zhenyang felt a mischievous urge. I'm going to my match. After a long pause, Kurenai finally chose to make an excuse and flee. Heh. A smirk curled at the corner of Zhenyang's mouth. Since he had transmigrated here, Kurenai could only be his. Following Asuma would lead nowhere. Asuma, you wouldn't want young Kurenai to live alone for the rest of her life, would you? After the first duel, the rest went smoothly. One by one, the little ones stepped up to fight. The winners grinned from ear to ear, knowing they wouldn't be scolded by their parents and could enjoy a few days of happiness. The losers wore long faces, silent, already planning how to win next time. Kurenai's opponent was a girl from the class. After a bout of close-quarters combat, Kurenai came out on top, securing the victory. However, she was still in a shy state. After the exam ended, she kept avoiding him, sprinting home as soon as class was dismissed. You'd think I was some kind of monster. Zhenyang shook his head, helplessly humming a tune as he walked home. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building, as the village's shadow, Hiruzen Sarutobi was still handling official duties. Recently, the ninja world situation had grown tense again, with the most obvious change being the surge in paperwork. After a long while, he finally finished the day's work. Now it's time for my daily patrol. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, Hiruzen Sarutobi wore a lecherous grin as he pulled out a crystal ball from the drawer. I heard the bathhouse has been renovated recently. Let's see how it turned out. Old man, teach me ninjutsu quickly. As evening approached, many ninjas had retired for the day, and the Hokage building was consequently rather quiet. However, this tranquil atmosphere was shattered by a loud, clamorous voice. Bang! Asuma shoved open the door to the Hokage's office, and before he could even voice his complaints, the sight of his old man immediately seized his attention. Old man, why are you bleeding? Oh, the weather's been rather dry lately. Oh, I'm suffering from some internal heat. Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped his nose while his left hand, concealed beneath the desk, slid the crystal ball into a drawer. The bathhouse today was quite moist. Having stowed away his tools of mischief, Hiruzen's expression instantly turned solemn, and he regarded Asuma with a suspicious gaze. What's gotten into you coming to the office today and actually wanting to learn ninjutsu? Had he taken the wrong medicine? His youngest son had always been a lazybones. He hadn't picked up any of his father's virtues, only learning to smoke and talk back. Even teaching a single jutsu required daily nagging. What was the matter today? And he'd nearly been caught in the act of his surveillance endeavors. Hiruzen grumbled, inwardly picking up his teacup. Oh, I fought someone today. Seeing his father's inquiry, Asuma disregarded the earlier incident and poured out his grievances, relating the day's events in detail to pave the way for his request for new jutsu. Asuma was not a man who gave up easily. You fought someone today and even used ninjutsu. As Asuma was rambling on, Hiruzen's words suddenly chilled his heart, leaving him frozen in place. Damn it. He'd forgotten about that. Hiruzen's hand holding the teacup paused, and he furrowed his brow. Remember what I told you. You must not use ninjutsu against others. What if you hurt someone? Good heavens, he'd thought his son had changed his ways, but it turned out he'd lost a fight to someone. If you teach me ninjutsu, but forbid me from using it, what's the point of learning? Asuma retorted stubbornly. I'm telling you not to use it against your classmates for now. You're my son, and your training will naturally surpass most of your peers, and it's easy to hurt others. Hiruzen explained with earnest gravity. Every coin has two sides. While enjoying superior training resources, one must also accept certain corresponding restraints. As the son of the Hokage, Asuma's actions represented more than just himself. The students in the elite class were either exceptionally talented or backed by major clans, forming a network of connections that would spread across Konoha. That was why Hiruzen restrained Asuma from using force recklessly and urged him to get along with his classmates. But seeing Asuma's defiant expression, Hiruzen knew he hadn't taken the words to heart. Go home first. I'll teach you ninjutsu when I get off work. Only after Asuma's stubborn figure disappeared from sight did he let out a helpless sigh. Kids were hard to raise, always going against their old man. A little setback wasn't so bad it might temper his rebellious spirit and help him settle down to train. Picking up his pipe, Hiruzen gazed pensively in a certain direction outside the window, then spoke. Compile a report on today's events at the Ninja Academy. Soon a masked ninja appeared in the empty office, placed the documents on the desk, and vanished without a trace. After scanning the documents before him, Hiruzen grasped the situation. Uchiha Zhenyang, 6 years old, capable of using C-rank ninjutsu. The students in the elite class had all been selected. He had naturally reviewed everyone's files. The descendant of Kagami. Hiruzen nodded in understanding. No wonder Asuma had lost. Uchiha Kagami was one of the few Uchiha who had earned the trust of Senju Tobarama. They had been fellow disciples under the second Hokage, comrades and brothers in arms. Unfortunately, he had sacrificed himself to cover their escape from Kumogakure. Kagami's grandson, a promising seedling indeed. Unaware that he had already caught the third Hokage's attention, Zhenyang returned home, had dinner at his uncle's house, and then began his daily training. In the backyard, Zhenyang's fingers flew, forming hand seals in rapid succession while he silently recited. Shadow clone technique. Poof! A cloud of smoke rose on the spot. When it cleared, Zhenyang looked at the clone beside him, which had the same handsome face, and couldn't suppress his smile. This jutsu was the fruit of his training over the past few days. If there was one ultimate auxiliary training technique in the ninja world, it was undoubtedly the shadow clone technique. Apart from taijutsu, all other aspects of training could be enhanced through this method. Having mastered the shadow clone technique, his training efficiency would unquestionably skyrocket. After all, the hallmark of the ninja world was speed. Everything except one particular matter had to be done quickly. If you weren't quick enough in your actions, you'd only be quick enough to be reincarnated. Especially with the third great ninja war only a few years away. If his memory served, the third great ninja war would erupt in the 42nd year of Konoha. This meant he had less than 3 years to develop. Under such circumstances, the speed of his training was directly linked to his survival rate. The strength he could achieve before the war broke out would determine whether he lived through it. I need to reach at least the level of a near Jonin. Thinking of the situation a few years hence, Zhenyang's smile gradually faded. During the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had at one point been indirectly at war with 4 major ninja villages, simultaneously forcing even academy students like him to graduate early and take the field, a testament to the dire shortage of personnel. Genin and Shunin would essentially be cannon fodder. Only those with strength at least at the elite Shunin level, or even near Jonin, stood a chance of protecting themselves. And this was contingent on the rise of the Yellow Flash Minato Namikaze. Otherwise, Konoha might not have survived. After a moment of lament, feeling the urgency of time, Zhenyang directed his clone to practice jutsu, preparing to start his own training. Since this was his first time using the shadow clone technique, he played it safe and refrained from creating multiple clones. After all, when a shadow clone is dispelled, its memories flood back to the user. Too many memories could turn one into an idiot. Seeing this drawback, Zhenyang couldn't help but grumble. In the anime, Naruto would casually have dozens or even hundreds of shadow clones dispelled. How thick must his nerves be to withstand that? Was this the power of the protagonist's halo? Watching the clone begin its training, Zhenyang took out a scroll to study. This scroll was a treasure. It was the ninjutsu scroll of his chief ancestor Uchiha Kagami, containing many high-level techniques he had mastered along with annotations and cultivation experience. Knowing that he was Shirsue's cousin, Zhenyang had immediately thought that Uchiha Kagami might have left behind a training scroll. After all, the Uchiha clan's genjutsu was among the best as Shirsue, at just over a decade old, had become the strongest in the clan, and he wasn't using self-created techniques. There had to be resources to support that. The clan made basic techniques available, but high-level techniques were strictly controlled. They required both talent and significant contributions to the clan to exchange. So one day after dinner, Zhenyang asked Uchiha Chuan. Sure enough, Uchiha Kagami had left behind a training scroll. After his death, the two brothers Uchiha Chuan had made a copy, so each of them had a scroll. Learning this, Zhenyang searched the house and soon found the training scroll. The next morning, as the alarm clock rang, Zhenyang, still in bed, suddenly began making hand seals. Shadow clone technique. You go to school for class, I'll train. After saying that, Zhenyang hugged the blanket and turned over. The clone. He let the clone go to class while I secretly train, and I'll directly outdo them all. By a small river in the forest behind the Hoying Rock, Zhenyang was using a branch to skewer fish and grilling them. In the past, he had no choice but to go to school. Now that he could have a clone substitute, naturally there was no need to sit in the classroom. After all, he had already mastered all the knowledge taught at school. Going there would only mean sitting and daydreaming. He might as well find a place to practice a couple of ninjutsu. Grandfather is truly worthy of being the second Hokage's disciple. The things he left behind are all good, but they're not easy to practice. Uncle has been busy recently, so I have to figure it out on my own. Oh well, let's eat first. So delicious. Shaking his head, Zhenyang sprinkled the seasoning he had brought and couldn't help swallowing. A foodie soul. Whatever happened, solve it after eating. Just as he was about to feast, his expression suddenly changed, and he sharply turned his head. Who's there? Come out, Edge. A surprised voice sounded, and a middle-aged man emerged from the forest behind him. The man's eyes were full of wonder. How old was this little kid to be able to detect him? Isn't this Gugia? At this moment, Zhenyang was also filled with surprise. The middle-aged man in front of him carried a pot and cooking utensils with his hair tied back. He was clearly the young Gugia. Coming back to his senses, Zhenyang maintained a calm exterior and pretended to ask curiously, Uncle, who are you? At this moment, he couldn't show that he recognized the other or it would arouse suspicion. This man was a ninja from the same era as his grandfather Uchiha Jing. My name is Gugia. What's your name, little one? A 5 or 6-year-old child, as long as not mischievous, is always adorable in the eyes of adults. Gugia was no exception, and he immediately smiled in response. My name is Uchiha Zhenyang. Zhenyang said his name with a naive expression. However, his eyes darting left and right seemed to reveal that this was not his true demeanor. Oh, a little kid from the Uchiha clan, so why are you here? Where are your parents? Gugia was a bit curious after hearing this, but he didn't ask why he wasn't in school or other such questions. In such a large clan, many children usually wouldn't be sent to school, but rather taught by the elders of the clan. The inherited training methods were naturally more suitable for their own clan members and could cultivate a sense of family honor. This situation was not uncommon in Mai. But he found it a bit strange to encounter a child here, although there was no great danger in this forest that was only from their perspective. There were beasts in the forest, and accidents could happen to a child. How careless were this little one's parents? I'm training here. My parents passed away long ago, and now my uncle Uchiha Chuan takes care of me. Zhenyang's expression first dimmed, then he perked up again and said with feigned ease. The series of facial expressions switched very naturally. The effect was also very significant. He could clearly feel that Gugia's gaze toward him had become much kinder. In the original story, Gugia had a strong will of fire and devoted his life to Mai. He was easygoing, kind, and very friendly to everyone in the village. After hearing Zhenyang's words, he couldn't help but sigh. Another pitiful child. However, the name Uchiha Chuan sounded somewhat familiar. It seemed it was Jing's child. After frowning and thinking for a while, Gugia suddenly asked, as if to confirm, who is your grandfather? Finally, Zhenyang was delighted inside, but his face showed a blank expression. My grandfather is Uchiha Jing. Uncle says grandfather was amazing and wants me to become a ninja like him. Sure enough. Confirming that this was the descendant of his old friend, Gugia looked at the little kid with kindness. Jing, who would have thought? Although you have passed, your descendants have inherited the will of fire. My name is Gugia. I am your grandfather's good friend. You can call me Grandpa Gugia. Are you really my grandfather's friend, Grandpa Gugia? Zhenyang put on a shocked expression to match the other while secretly laughing inside. That's right, his previous behavior was all intentional with the aim of casually letting Gugia know that he was the descendant of Uchiha Jing. Although Gugia was only a genin, his strength in the anime was that of a genuine jonin, not to mention that he was now in his middle age with his strength not yet declined and his leg not injured. He probably had the strength of an elite jonin. It happened that he was puzzled about some issues in the ninjutsu scrolls left by Uchiha Jing. Wasn't this a ready-made teacher? The elite jonin in the clan could only give lectures 2 or 3 times a month at the school, since everyone had missions to complete. But Gugia was different. His official ninja rank was only genin, so he had plenty of free time every day. If he could build a good relationship, wouldn't he always have someone to help him solve his doubts? Therefore, from the moment he saw the other, he had this idea. As for why he was confident, it was naturally because of his identity as Uchiha Jing's descendant. Gugia and Uchiha Jing were of similar age, both inheritors of the will of fire, and both had been taught by the second Hokage Senju Feijian, so they most likely knew each other and might even have been close friends. Judging from Gugia's reaction, his guess was correct. At this moment, Gugia also responded to Zhenyang's curiosity. Of course, back then, I went to the battlefield with your grandfather, and at that time. Really? Amazing. I see Grandpa Gugia have some fish. Originally, he wanted to prove to Zhenyang that he was telling the truth. But under Zhenyang's continuous flattery, Gugia got lost in the praise. Recalling past experiences, he took Zhenyang as a listener and talked endlessly about various anecdotes. Before they knew it, it was already evening. The setting sun had fallen to the horizon, and rays of afterglow poured down, covering the vast land with a layer of gold. Sorry, little Zhenyang. Gugia scratched his head apologetically. I got emotional and talked for so long. It's okay, Grandpa Gugia, what you said was very interesting. Listening to stories all afternoon, Zhenyang did not feel bored. As a powerhouse second only to the Kage level, Gugia's experiences were naturally very rich. It was easy to tell from the fact that he had once carried out missions with the third Hokage. Having a person of this level recounting his experiences was an eye-opener for him. How could he complain? Moreover, it had made them much more familiar with each other. He wished Gugia would talk more. It's getting late. Go back early. Come here tomorrow, and I'll teach you cultivation. Gugia smiled kindly. Polite and self-disciplined, the more he looked, the more he liked his friend's grandson. Okay, Grandpa Gugia, see you tomorrow. Seeing that it was indeed late, it was not suitable to stay any longer, or his uncle and aunt would worry. Zhenyang had to regretfully go home. Filled with anticipation for tomorrow, he excitedly pushed open the door of his uncle's house ready to eat dinner. Unexpectedly, he saw a person he hadn't expected to arrive. Moi. At the Uchiha Kawa residence. Zhenyang, you're back. As soon as he entered, his uncle Uchiha Kawa's caring voice reached him. Stepping into the living room besides his familiar uncle and aunt, there was an unexpected guest. Zhenyang was filled with confusion as he looked at the man with short black hair dressed in a deep blue robe. Uchiha Fugaku. Why would he come here? So this is Zhenyang. Yes, Zhenyang, come and greet the young clan leader. As Uchiha Fugaku spoke, Uchiha Kawa nodded calmly and beckoned Zhenyang over. Young clan leader Fugaku. Obediently moving to his uncle's side, Zhenyang greeted him politely. Not bad, another little genius has appeared in the clan. Uchiha Fugaku smiled, then turned to Uchiha Kawa. Then I'll take my leave now. Sorry for the intrusion. Only after Fugaku had disappeared did Zhenyang finally suppress his curiosity. Uncle, why did the young clan leader come to our house? Heard about your fight at school. You little rascal, you've been hiding things well, didn't even tell me. Uchiha Kawa patted Zhenyang's head and scolded him with a laugh. I just haven't had a chance to say it yet. Yester. Zhenyang quickly explained he had no intention of hiding it from his uncle. He had simply been too immersed in the joy of successfully mastering the shadow clone technique yesterday to remember this matter. Before he could finish, he saw his uncle toss something his way and instinctively reached out to catch it. A small booklet. I was just teasing you. The young clan leader heard about this and specially sent you this training manual. It contains the signature techniques of the Uchiha clan. Huh. He came all the way just to deliver ninjutsu. It sounded a bit unreal. Zhenyang looked at his uncle with suspicion. Being able to use a C-rank ninjutsu at 6 years old was indeed a sign of talent, but there were others in the Uchiha clan who could do the same. Why would the young clan leader personally deliver ninjutsu? Uchiha Kawa didn't say much, only brushed it off and urged him to go train again. Since his uncle wouldn't explain, Zhenyang had no choice but to leave and train. This morning he had enjoyed a rare lie-in, and the afternoon was spent listening to stories. In fact, he hadn't trained at all today. Cultivation required perseverance. It couldn't be neglected. Something's off. What does Fugaku want? After finishing his training, Zhenyang picked up the small booklet and pondered deeply. He had already read through its contents. It was exactly as his uncle had said. It contained a series of basic ninjutsu famous in the Uchiha clan, such as the Phoenix Sage Fire Technique, Dragon Fire Technique, and Manipulated Shuriken Technique. Truth be told, it was quite useful to him. The scroll left by Uchiha Kagami was specialized and in-depth without much detail on basic ninjutsu. The booklet Fugaku had sent was also filled with annotations, clearly the work of some elder in the clan, which would indeed make his training smoother. But the more this was the case, the more confused Zhenyang became. Because of his talent. If he were truly a 6-year-old child, he might have believed that. Yet within his young body resided an adult soul, so naturally, he wouldn't buy such an explanation. After all, Zhenyang's talent was indeed decent, but still some distance from being a top-tier genius. His cheat ability grew stronger over time. If he were Fugaku, he would rather spend this time building prestige within the clan, since in less than 2 years, he would become clan leader. Why would he have the leisure to personally care for an ordinary genius like him? Exactly. Suddenly Zhenyang felt he had grasped the key point, and his thoughts became clear. Uchiha Fugaku, as the young clan leader, was likely doing everything to better control the clan when he ascended to power. Looking at today's events from this perspective, everything became easy to explain. He had come for Uchiha Kawa. Back then, Uchiha Kagami was the clan's top combatant. The Uchiha were a clan that revered strength, and over time a group of loyal followers had naturally gathered around Kagami. After Uchiha Kagami and Zhenyang's father died one after another, the representative of their faction naturally became Uchiha Kawa. Moreover, his uncle, though seemingly amiable, was actually a 3-tomo jonin. The value of a 3-tomo Uchiha jonin was well understood. He was worth at least 2 or 3 ordinary jonin. If he could gain Uchiha Kawa's support, it would mean winning over all the clan members from Uchiha Kagami's faction, making it easier for Fugaku to gain widespread acceptance when he became clan leader. So sending him the training manual was merely a side gesture to win favor with Uchiha Kawa. Thinking this, Zhenyang felt much more at ease. Although he couldn't be sure his deduction was entirely correct, the general direction should be right. Previously, he had thought this gift from heaven was a trap, which made him uneasy. An unprovoked act of kindness usually meant someone was scheming against him. Now that he understood the other party's intentions, Zhenyang accepted the manual without hesitation. In the woods, Wanching Gujia was waiting on a clearing. Demonic illusion hell viewing technique. Zhenyang, hiding in a tree, quietly released the Genjutsu. While Gujia was in a daze, he quickly threw several shuriken, then charged forward with a kunai in hand. The Genjutsu was soon broken. Gujia's eyes instantly cleared, and he drew the sword from his back, swinging left and right to knock down the incoming shuriken. Then he engaged in close combat with the approaching Zhenyang. Clang, clang, clang. Zhenyang's kunai clashed with Gujia's long sword under the sunlight, producing metallic ringing sounds amid flying sparks. In a short time, they exchanged dozens of moves. Not until Zhenyang was clearly exhausted did Gujia seize a mistake, thrusting his sword straight at Zhenyang's chest and stopping there. Not bad. You lasted 1 minute longer than yesterday. Even after seeing this many times, Gujia couldn't hide his surprise. This little one was improving so fast. At first he could knock him down in a few moves, but now, when he used Genin-level strength, they could trade blows back and forth. Zhenyang, ignoring Gujia's praise, gasped for air. Training with real weapons was extremely draining on both stamina and concentration, especially for a child. Little Zhenyang, your Jinjutsu talent is very strong. You can focus on Jinjutsu first. Zhenyang, having recovered his breath, nodded in response. Indeed, thanks to his strong mental energy, the effects of his Jinjutsu were surprisingly good, and even Gujia needed a moment to break free. Moreover, Jinjutsu consumed less chakra than Ninjutsu, making it suitable for his young age. After all, a child couldn't have a large amount of chakra. He currently had only about a Genin's worth of chakra, not even reaching the power of a single Kakashi. Grandpa Gujia, I've rested enough. Let's go again. During this period, no unexpected events occurred, and Zhenyang lived a very regular life. Every day, he sent a clone to school, while he himself engaged in intense training. With watching Gujia as his sparring partner, he could ask questions whenever he got stuck. Each day was incredibly fulfilling, and he even grew a bit taller. It was worth mentioning that Gujia used chakra paper to determine Zhenyang's chakra nature. Like most Uchiha, Zhenyang had both lightning and fire natures. Thus, the fire release ninjutsu in the training manual suited him perfectly. In his spare time, he also learned a few Jinjutsu from Gujia. In the classroom, Zhenyang, why did you come to school today? Hong looked at the person lying beside her, extremely surprised. Isn't it because I'm afraid you'll be angry and then ignore me? No, I won't. Zhenyang looked at the girl who was struggling to explain and couldn't help reaching out to pinch her cheek. At this age, her face still had a bit of baby fat, very pleasant to pinch. The following situation was obvious. Hong, embarrassed and annoyed, slapped his hand away and turned her head to the other side. The feeling of cultivation was really good. Catching sight of Hong already burying her head like an ostrich, a smile appeared on Zhenyang's face. Now 2 months had passed since Fugaku gave him the training manual. During this time, he had been training with Mariboshi Kosuka, and his strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. First, with Kosuka's guidance and his own powerful mental energy, his proficiency in Jinjutsu had advanced by leaps and bounds. According to Kosuka, it was more than enough to deal with Genin, and could even have some effect on Chunin. Secondly, he had fully mastered the basic fire release ninjutsu from the training manual. Although his chakra reserves were insufficient to use all of them in one go, it broadened his arsenal of attacks. As a ninja, possessing sufficiently diverse methods is very important. Only then could he maintain a certain combat capability in various complex situations. Additionally, through frequent sparring with Kosuka, his combat skills had become proficient. Zhenyang's current strength was at the elite Genin stage. He could easily handle Genin, but was still slightly lacking against Chunin. At this pace, he should be able to gain enough strength to protect himself before the war came. Just as he was about to continue his efforts, Kosuka went on a mission. Although Mariboshi Kosuka's ninja rank was Genin, he was actually an elite Jonin, second only to Kage-level powerhouses. Konoha couldn't be so arrogant as to leave such a major combat force, and used especially at a time like this, when the shinobi world situation was tense. And Kosuka was a person who cared deeply about the village. He simply refused to accept the position of Jonin due to past mistakes. When the village needed him, he would still step forward. Therefore, during this period, Zhenyang was left to his own devices. Before leaving, Kosuka also told him to relax appropriately to avoid affecting his physical development. Given the above reasons, Zhenyang decided to come to school for now. After all, he still had a little cabbage in school that needed careful cultivation. If he wasn't careful, and someone secretly dug it up, he would be too devastated for tears. Previously, Zhenyang actually came to school for 1 or 2 days a week. First, because his body couldn't withstand high-intensity training every day. Second, naturally, it was his cultivation plan. He couldn't let a clone develop feelings for him, could he? Although it was his own clone, Zhenyang still felt a bit uncomfortable. Pure love warrior forever. Plus, Yui Kurenai brought him a bento every day, and the clone didn't need to eat, so Zhenyang told her one day. Having interacted for so long, Zhenyang was very clear about Hong's personality and wasn't worried about his secret being exposed. When Hong learned this news, she was a little unhappy at first. She had finally become Zhenyang's deskmate this semester, and now he wasn't coming to school. But after accepting the reality, Hong actually liked Zhenyang even more. Compared to the boys in school who would boast about trivial matters, Zhenyang's mature behavior was undoubtedly more attractive. Plus, Zhenyang Kuin had only told her the truth. In short, after a series of actions, Zhenyang's personal charm in her eyes had reached the top. Almost reached the top. Sigh. Such days are really nice. With the sound of the bell marking the end of class, the many little ones confined to their seats could no longer restrain themselves and started playing around. Zhenyang also rarely immersed himself in the carefree, stress-free school time. In fact, what he longed for most was such a carefree life. Unfortunately, in this world, it was completely impossible. Looking at the entire history of Hokage, there was no period of long-term peace. To live such a life, one had to become strong enough to be unaffected. Zhenyang leaned back in his chair to stretch his body, then patted the person still pretending to be an ostrich. Hong, I'm so hungry, I'm starving. Ta. Seeing Zhenyang making such a funny face, Hong couldn't help laughing, and her previous shyness was forgotten. She quickly took out her own bento, a pink bento box, very girlish. Are there meatballs today? They look so appetizing. In the bento box, 3 colored dango were arranged clearly. The delicate, smooth, glutinous rice balls looked appetizing at first glance. Hong, you actually secretly bought 3 colored dango. Just as he had eaten 2 dango, Zhenyang heard a girl's voice from behind. Turning around, a little girl in brown clothes came into view. Anko, why are you here? Hong was also startled and asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Mitarashi Anko's face lit up with a smug smile. I'm a 3-colored dango expert. As long as there are dango nearby, I can easily smell them. As she spoke, she looked at Hong with a reproachful expression. You didn't even tell me about buying dango. You're a fair-weather friend. So impressive. Zhenyang looked at the girl in surprise, not expecting her to have such an ability. Is this the power of a foodie? And alright, next time I buy them, I'll take you with me, okay? Seeing Anko getting more and more outrageous, Hong embarrassedly quickly reached out to cover her mouth, then leaned close to her ear and whispered a few words. Then Zhenyang witnessed a very magical scene. After Hong released her hand, Anko actually became very calm. Is this the friendship between girls? So amazing. Zhenyang, this is my good friend Anko, Hong said, holding Anko's hand. Hello Zhenyang, I'm Mitarashi Anko, nice to meet you. Anko made her self-introduction, but her eyes were fixed on the dango in the bento box. Hello. Looking at the familiar face, Zhenyang pretended to be a stranger to avoid arousing their suspicion. Ridiculous. Such a little girl, she would actually eat herself into a ball later, unimaginable. Anko suddenly became a little shy, mustered her courage, and said, can I have a few dango? Hong, ignoring Hong's tugging from behind, Anko looked at Zhenyang with a serious expression. Don't be fooled by her silly appearance, she was actually very clever. Anko knew that talking to Hong would be useless. Uchiha Zhenyang was the key. Please. Seeing Anko's pitiful look, Zhenyang couldn't help but smile. With such a shameless attitude for food, it seemed plausible that she would become that fat in the future. Sure, go ahead. Zhenyang pushed the bento box in front of him toward her. He had just been teasing Hong. He wasn't actually hungry and had already eaten a few. Giving them to Anko was fine. Hearing this, Anko's eyes lit up and immediately began eating the dango. But Hong didn't know that. She just glared fiercely at Anko. However, Anko completely ignored her gaze, put on a whatever look, and quickly stuffed dango into her mouth. Whatever, eating dango is the most important. Wow, it's so delicious. Worth dying for. In no time, Anko cleaned out all the dango in the bento box, leaned back on the stool, patted her belly, and looked thoroughly satisfied. Why did the sky darken? Ko. Anko instinctively looked up, and Hong was looking down at her, uttering her name in a low voice, her face expressionless. Seeing this, Anko felt guilty and put on a flattering smile. Hong, what's wrong? Still angry at Hongdo. It's rare to see Hong look so serious, quite cute. There's a kind of adorable contrast of a little adult. But it's about time to coax her. He had the mindset of raising a future wife. He couldn't let her stay sulking. No, it's just that Hongdo ate all the meatballs. Hong said indignantly. Haha, it seems she really likes meatballs. Zhenyang thought of Hongdo's behavior just now and couldn't help laughing again. When eating meatballs, she had a look of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, and after eating she started acting pitiful. You're still laughing? Hearing the laughter, Hong's little face puffed up. So annoying. Hongdo actually ate all the meatballs I brought for Zhenyang-kun. I had prepared them with great effort. If it weren't for Zhenyang being in front of me, I wouldn't act rude otherwise. It's fine since Hongdo finished them. It shows that Hong prepared them well, otherwise how could she eat so fast? Just as he thought that, Zhenyang's voice suddenly sounded, and at the same time his hand pinched her cheek. It seems she's not angry anymore. For a moment Hong felt herself instantly calm down, and even a hint of happiness. What was that about? Raising plan 1. Staring at Hong's blushing face, Zhenyang knew she was appeased. Little girls are indeed easy to coax. Hongdo was a good friend Hong had met at school. Since Zhenyang often went off to cultivate, it was nice to have a lively friend like Hongdo to accompany Hong. Zhenyang, look, why are there so many people over there? Suddenly Hong tilted her head and looked over, pointing in a direction. Oh. Zhenyang's gaze followed where Hong was pointing, and his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Unconsciously, they had walked together to the open space in front of the teaching building. And the place Hong pointed to was the school's training ground where their previous assessment had taken place. But today there were even more people. A rough glance from here estimated at least 100 people gathered there. Not only were there many people, but their positions were also scattered, not like they were training. It looked more like they were watching a spectacle. Let's go take a look. Zhenyang, now curious, pulled Hong along and walked over. Such a scene was rare in the school. He just enrolled this year and is already preparing to graduate. He's only 5 years old. That's too exaggerated. What do you know? Kakashi is the child of Lord White Fang. It would be strange if he were like us. So he's Lord White Fang's child with such high talent. Isn't he likely to become a second Lord White Fang? Approaching the crowd and listening to the discussions around, Zhenyang finally understood the details. So it was that Kakashi was going to graduate early. Calculating the time, it was indeed around this period. At 5 years old, he entered the Ninja Academy, and in the same year he applied for early graduation, directly making a name for himself in Konoha. In the following years, it was entirely the time for Kakashi to display his talent. 5 years old Jinin. 6 years old Chunin. 12 years old Jonin. Zhenyang tried hard to recall the plot. Fortunately, before his reincarnation, he had rewatched Naruto several times out of boredom, otherwise he would be completely in the dark now. Kakashi was a bit younger than Asuma, and the others, meaning he was 1 grade lower. He had just enrolled a few months ago. According to the plot, Kakashi graduated at age 5, which happened to be in Konoha year 39. He graduated from the Ninja Academy in less than a year and became a Chunin at 6 years old. His outstanding talent made him famous in Konoha. In the eyes of many, Kakashi was the next generation Konoha's White Fang. Sometimes he even wondered what it would be like if Kakashi hadn't transplanted Obito's Sharingan. If one is not a member of the Uchiha clan, one cannot deactivate the Sharingan. Transplanting the Sharingan at such a young age was quite a burden for Kakashi, as could be seen from the fact that he was still an elite jonin in his 20s. Over a decade, if he had trained his own family's sword techniques normally, he would probably have become a Kage-level powerhouse long ago. After all, this guy's talent was truly extraordinary. Setting aside Kekkei Genkai, the only one who could rival Kakashi was probably his future teacher, Minato Namikaze. That's fine too. With Kakashi as a shining example ahead, Uchiha Zhenyang appeared much more ordinary in comparison. Although Zhenyang consistently ranked first in his class and was very proficient in the 3 basic techniques and the use of ninja tools, the gap in strength he displayed compared to other students was not so exaggerated. In the Ninja Academy, he always followed a step-by-step learning pace, at most considered an ordinary genius without revealing any astonishing talent. However, if truly compared, Zhenyang's current strength was naturally no worse than Kakashi's. He even believed he could easily defeat Kakashi, his junior. But his plan was to lie low until graduation. The reason was simple: he had to cheat. The stronger his spiritual power, the stronger his genjutsu. Even if he did nothing and slacked off at school, every day his strength would steadily increase. There was no need to graduate early. Isn't it better to develop steadily? Besides, the danger of early graduation now was not small. If it were peacetime, genin would generally only carry out simple tasks like dealing with bandits and rarely receive missions involving ninja. But the current ninja world situation was turbulent, especially since he clearly knew that a great war would break out in the future. At such a time, even genin might receive dangerous missions. A reed in water can only drift with the current. A ship can sail according to its own will. Entrusting his life and fortune to luck was not Zhenyang's habit, especially when he had the conditions to make a decision. Of course, there was another important reason: his current surname, Uchiha. It was absurd, really. In other ninja villages, when a genius attracted attention, they would be protected like a treasure to prevent assassination by other villages. But in Konoha, it was completely different. Displaying talent would attract the attention of your own village, and the scapegoat King Danzo would target you immediately. In the anime, that old man Danzo's rude organization had no shortage of talented people. Ninja from various clans were recruited, brainwashed, and turned into emotionless pawns. With such a person hanging over his head, Zhenyang would not actively stand out until he had sufficient strength. He remembered that under Danzo's bandages in his right eye was a Sharingan. Assessment began. At that moment, a voice pulled Zhenyang back to reality. His gaze fell on the center, where a silver-haired boy stood in the field carrying a short sword of several tens of centimeters on his back. Seeing this, Zhenyang stopped thinking about those matters and focused on the upcoming battle. There were some differences between early graduation and normal graduation. Because the early graduation assessment was to fight against a veteran genin, they had to hold out for a certain amount of time. This method was undoubtedly more difficult than normal graduation. This assessment method required not only the strength of a genin, but also some combat experience. Zhenyang was somewhat curious about it. After all, this was witnessing the battle of Hatake Kakashi, the 50-50. They moved in. Accompanied by Hong's exclamation, the boy on the field drew his short sword and charged forward. The very instant Kakashi vanished from his spot, several glints of light flickered abruptly in midair. With sharp whistles rending the air, several shuriken flew with deadly precision toward Mikawa Kazuki, sealing off every possible angle of escape. Mikawa Kazuki was precisely the genin undergoing this early graduation examination. Closing in on me. I won't let you succeed that easily. Seeing Kakashi's movement, Mikawa Kazuki grinned, his fingers already weaving through hand signs. After all, his opponent was the son of the White Fang. With such a reputation, he wouldn't dare engage in close combat. Wind-style great breakthrough. As the final boar seal was completed, a violent gale burst forth from his mouth, howling as it surged forward. Clang! Clang! Struck by the gust, the shuriken in midair instantly lost their momentum and clattered helplessly to the ground. It also halted Kakashi's advance. Golden Binding Technique. Immediately after, Mikawa Kazuki unleashed his second jutsu. Golden Binding Technique, a D-rank jutsu. Its effect was to immobilize the target in place. This should wrap things up. Kids should stay in school. Having frozen Kakashi, he hurled a kunai, without the slightest hesitation, awaiting the referee's verdict. Whenever an attack reached lethal potential, the referee would step in to intervene and declare the outcome. This rule ensured they could unleash their full strength. Of course, deliberate malicious harm was excluded. Such acts would incur punishment. Noticing the referee's lack of response, Mikawa Kazuki immediately sensed something amiss. Looking again, the kunai pierced through Kakashi's neck, which then burst into a puff of smoke. It was a shadow clone after all. When had he? Truly, ninjas with a legacy were different. He had long coveted the shadow clone technique himself, but it was a B-rank jutsu, far beyond the reach of an ordinary genin. Damn rich bastard. Cursing inwardly with fury, yet sensing the movement behind him, Mikawa Kazuki's hands moved with no less speed. After all, if he performed too poorly as an examiner, he'd become a laughingstock. And if anyone questioned him for deliberately going easy, it would tarnish both his reputation and Kakashi's, a complete lose-lose. Behind him, Kakashi swung his short blade with a fierce arc. Mikawa Kazuki's body was cleaved cleanly in two, splitting apart. only to reveal a sliced log in his place. Oh, substitution technique. With a keen glance, Kakashi immediately grew wary, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly the earth beneath his feet split open and a hand shot out to seize him. Earth-style headhunter technique. Caught off guard, Kakashi felt his right leg seized, about to be dragged underground. He instantly twisted his short blade. Hatake sword, art white frost. A flash of the blade, a blinding white glimmer. Most onlookers failed to see what had transpired. Hatake Kakashi wins. Before anyone could even react, the referee's voice rang out. What a... It's over just like that. Wasn't Kakashi at a disadvantage? How did he win so suddenly? The surrounding spectators erupted in clamor, buzzing with discussion. How had he won? Zhenyang, did you catch what happened? Kurenai, who hadn't seen it, clearly either tugged at Zhenyang's hand. Kakashi's final strike was enough to gravely wound the examiner, so the referee stepped in to stop it and declared the result. Zhenyang gazed at the arena, explaining what had just unfolded. Hearing this, Kurenai nodded. At that moment, the scene on the field became clearly visible. Just as Zhenyang had said, the referee had caught Kakashi's blade-wielding hand, and beneath him Mikawa Kazuki wore a look of stark terror. Had no one intervened, he felt he'd have been a hair's breadth from death. So this was the son of the White Fang. Then how formidable must the White Fang himself be? Witnessing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into even greater cheers. Seeing this, Kurenai tilted her head, her curious wide eyes fixed on the young man beside her, a smile curling at her lips. Exactly as he had predicted. Zhenyang's strength. How intriguing it is. The news of Kakashi's successful graduation spread like a bird on wings, swiftly reaching every corner of Konoha. Naturally, the first to receive the news was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the Hokage's office building, Hiruzen was diligently attending to various affairs. A masked ninja suddenly materialized within the office. Lord Hokage Hatake Kakashi has passed the examination. At the time, the news traveled so swiftly that by the moment Kakashi claimed victory, word had already reached this office. After listening carefully to the Umbu's detailed report of every aspect of the event, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and waved a hand. Well done. You may go. The masked ninja gave a slight bow and vanished from the office in an instant. Kakashi, Tsukumo's son. With his knuckles tapping against the desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head in thought. Bang. Before long, the office door was abruptly thrown open. Hiruzen frowned at the sound, until he saw who it was, and his expression eased. Danzo, what brings you here? As he spoke, Hiruzen picked up a document and continued reading. As the village's Kage, he held the greatest authority, and correspondingly bore the heaviest workload. With all manner of power consolidated in his hands, the matters demanding his attention were naturally numerous. So becoming Hokage wasn't as idyllic as one might imagine, glorious certainly. But the endless stream of affairs, great and small, could consume nearly all his time, let alone unexpected crises like the Nine-Tails rampage, which would keep him shackled to the office day and night, working without respite. Hiruzen, the other villages have been stirring with covert movements lately. Route is understaffed. I request permission to expand its ranks. As old comrades of many years. The moment Danzo opened his mouth, Hiruzen already knew his aim. He looked up at his old friend and comrade in arms and rejected the proposal outright. Route's current manpower is sufficient for now. The major clans already harbor considerable discontent. Drop this matter. So what? Route's growth brings obvious benefits to the village. As long as it serves the village's interests, what do their objections matter? Danzo remained utterly indifferent. He was doing this for Konoha's sake after all. And with Hiruzen bearing the brunt of opposition, these clans could gripe all they wanted without touching him. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, saying no more, and returned to the day's paperwork. It was a rare period when Asuma could focus on his training, so Hiruzen made an effort to clock out on time each day, eager to head home early and teach his son. After all, when he grew old, it would fall to Asuma to uphold the Sarutobi clan. As for Danzo's request, there was no way he would approve it. He might be indecisive by nature, but he wasn't foolish. He knew exactly how many operatives Route currently possessed. Allowing Danzo to expand unchecked would encroach upon his own authority. Route had been established as a blade aimed at enemies, not as a dagger to be turned against himself. When Hiruzen began ignoring him, Danzo knew this visit would likely yield nothing, and only then did he reveal his true objective. Then hand Hatake Kakashi over to me. Route will forge him into a sharp blade for Konoha. When a room is too dark and one proposes opening a window, most will object. But if one first demands to tear off the roof, people will readily agree to the window. Though he had never read Lu Xun's works, Danzo was indeed operating on that very principle. Danzo was wicked, but far from stupid. He understood well that even with his relationship with Hiruzen, Route had reached its ceiling in size. At this point, the only path to greater strength lay in quality, recruiting prodigies. And Kakashi, who had just risen to prominence, was precisely the ideal choice. Danzo, the Hokage's advisor, leaned on his cane and stood before the desk, urging Hiruzen. Sarutobi. Since you still haven't decided how to handle Kakashi Hiruzen, why not entrust him to me? With such talent, Route is the most suitable place for him. Hiruzen. Sarutobi, pipe in mouth, shot him a deep glance. Do you intend to mold Tsukumo's child into an emotionless tool? Danzo replied expressionlessly, Kakashi's talent has every chance to become a second Tsukumo. I can fully unleash his potential, which would benefit the village the most. Bang. Hiruzen. Sarutobi slammed the table, stood up, and stared directly at his old friend. This is impossible. Kakashi cannot join Root. If Tsukumo knew, what do you think he would feel? Danzo had been growing too bold lately. Though his strength had begun to wane, Hiruzen was not yet old. At least for now, he was still the shinobi hero who shook the ninja world. Seeing Hiruzen reject him so resolutely, Danzo's expression turned ugly. Hiruzen, you've changed. It wasn't like this before. Oh no, that wasn't it. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo stormed toward the door, leaving a harsh remark. Remember, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally fired back without backing down. At the academy, Kakashi was still unaware that Danzo had set his sights on him. After passing the graduation exam, a crowd gathered around him to celebrate. Kakashi, I knew I couldn't be wrong about you. Idiot. Kyuso. You. Kakashi-kun, amazing. This is youth. I must work harder too. Add 100 push-ups today. Watching the group from afar, Zhenyang also smiled. Apart from Rin Nohara, who was little more than a tool, the others would become key supporting characters. Kakashi, who could face anyone with a 50-50 win rate. Obito Uchiha, whose darkness multiplied his strength manifold. And Guy, who nearly kicked his way to the series finale. They were all still 5-year-old children, looking naive and amusing. Let's go, Kurenai, time to head back. Having satisfied his curiosity, Zhenyang prepared to return to the classroom. Class was about to start. As for Kakashi and the others, Zhenyang had only happened upon them today and had no intention of striking up a friendship. It would seem too deliberate at this point. Besides, he didn't need anything from them. Better to spend this time training. Strengthening oneself was the foundation. They were all from the same village. There would be opportunities to interact later. Alright, class begins. Turn to page 142 of your textbook. This afternoon we'll cover the techniques of throwing ninja tools and the relationship between the motion of a shuriken during flight and its initial force. In the classroom, the Chunin teacher tirelessly scribbled on the blackboard, trying to instill the dry knowledge into the students' minds. However, judging by the drowsy scene in the classroom, the effect was less than ideal. Zhenyang. While the teacher was writing on the board, Kurenai extended her fair hand and poked the slouching figure beside her. Zhenyang glanced at the teacher on the platform, then curiously looked at the girl beside him. Kurenai was not like him, a lazybones who dozed off in class every day, as she was always serious and attentive. What was wrong with her today? Had she been infected by his lethargy? As if reading his thoughts, Kurenai shot him a glare, then peeked at the teacher to ensure he was still writing before whispering, "The day after tomorrow is a holiday. How about a barbecue in the wild? I'll bring the seasoning and you do the grilling." So that was it. As a foodie from the great celestial empire, Zhenyang had learned decent barbecue skills during his work-study days in school. Since he had this skill, he wouldn't shortchange himself in this world. After training, he would often reward himself with a small barbecue. After taking Kurenai, once the girl had become addicted. Whenever she had free time, she would pester Zhenyang for it. Fine, pay attention to the lecture. Zhenyang agreed. Since he planned to train in the woods over the weekend, Kurenai could come along, and he would help improve her strength. After all, with Gu Jie's guidance, his illusionary arts were among the best for his age. His own little cabbage. He had to nurture her well. Time passed quickly when one was asleep. When Kurenai shook Zhenyang awake, school was already over. In the evening, Zhenyang strolled alone through the streets, ambling home. Two figures in green tights caught his attention. They were far too conspicuous. Dad, my 100 push-ups plan failed. It's okay, Guy. As long as you face yourself, you can become stronger. Dad. Mike Guy first froze, then tears welled up. This is youth, ah. The two men, one big and one small, shouted encouragement, and then hugged each other tightly, weeping. Zhenyang was dumbfounded. Didn't they feel embarrassed? They were social anxiety fuel. Come on, let's eat. After dinner, we'll run 50 laps around the track as extra training for the missed push-ups. Youth means burning. Okay, Dad. As Mike Guy led Mike Guy a few steps, his expression suddenly changed. I think I forgot to bring money. Zhenyang, who had been about to leave, paused, thought for a moment, and walked toward them. I'll treat you. Uchiha, Zhenyang, what are you doing here? Before Mike Guy could speak, Mike Guy blurted out. Guy, you know him. Only then did Mike Guy react, asking his son. No, I just know of him. Zhenyang, though not the most outstanding genius in the academy before Kakashi rose to fame, was quite well known due to his strikingly handsome features. After an explanation, Mike Guy understood that his son and the boy were not friends. Zhenyang, thank you, but we'll just go home and eat. Mike Guy declined Zhenyang's offer. The boy was just a child, not even friends with Guy, so he felt embarrassed to let him spend money. It's fine, sir. Actually, I'm curious about your taijutsu and would like to learn more about it. Oh. At this, Mike Guy became excited. Finally, someone recognized his ninja way, even if it was just a child. Guy, did you hear that? Yeah, Dad, we've been acknowledged. This is youth. The two who had just parted embraced again, sobbing. Zhenyang, witnessing this scene once more, still found them incredibly eccentric. But Zhenyang actually had a good impression of Mike Guy and his son. Although this bizarre father-son duo drew strange looks wherever they went with their disregard for appearances, he felt no urge to mock them. Truth be told, Mike Guy and his son were true examples of civilian ninja rising against the odds, honing their bodies for decades to gain immense power. Zhenyang knew he couldn't replicate their training methods, but he held them in high regard. Such people should not be ridiculed. Brother shouted 2 more large bowls of char siu ramen. Zhenyang grandly called out to the owner, looking at the piled bowls on the table and the unsatisfied expressions of Mike Guy and his son. Okay, little Zhenyang, coming right up. Indeed, the place they were at was the future famous Yao Ramen. However, now Yao Ramen was still a roadside stall, just opened not long ago. The owner Xiaoda was also a young man. Zhenyang, you've spent too much. Even Might Dai felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. He was already full by his usual appetite, but now it wasn't enough. It's mainly because the ramen here is too delicious. I'll come more often in the future. It's fine, Uncle Dai. Eating a lot shows that your taijutsu training is going well. Eat more, and I hope you can teach me in the future. Eat a lot. Zhenyang didn't mind at all, letting them eat freely. Although he was only 6 years old, his little treasury was very substantial. His parents in this world were both strong. His father was a jonin, and his mother was a chunin. Apart from the house, they left him a substantial inheritance, enough for him to live worry-free until adulthood. Moreover, as the child of a jonin from the Uchiha clan, Zhenyang could receive a monthly pension from the clan, providing him with a living allowance. That's right, little Zhenyang is rich, no need to worry. At this moment, Xiaoda came out with 2 bowls of ramen, helping Zhenyang ease the mental burden of the two. After all, Zhenyang was his loyal customer, having frequently eaten here since the opening, and they had become good friends. Naturally, he had to say a few words in support. Then we won't hold back. Pressing his palms together, Dai stopped hesitating and called out to the eager Kai to start battling the ramen in front of them. Since it was said he couldn't refuse anymore, he would later wholeheartedly pass on his insights to Zhenyang. To those who recognized him, Dai was always willing to teach everything he knew. In fact, people like Dai had very simple thoughts. Once they regarded you as a friend, they would hold nothing back. Seeing Dai willing to accept his goodwill, Zhenyang knew that his favorability had risen. He chose to do this on a whim, because he remembered that Kai's childhood conditions seemed poor. Might Dai, due to having almost no talent for ninjutsu, could not become a chunin and could only take on low-level missions. Moreover, training in taijutsu was very demanding, and the meager rewards for missions were far from enough for the normal training of 2 people, which would certainly harm their bodies. It wasn't until later, when Might Dai kicked to death several ninja swordsmen, that Kai's life improved. Under such conditions, Kai could still almost kick out a grand finale. So Zhenyang was eager to see what Kai could achieve if he had good training conditions from childhood. Having transmigrated into a world he knew well, understanding the plot development was secondary. The greatest advantage was actually having a clear understanding of each character's personality and techniques. On this basis, it was easy to distinguish which were friends, which were enemies or villains, and he wouldn't encounter backstabbing. Without a doubt, both Dai and Kai were worth befriending, both in character and strength. The next morning, Zhenyang and Hong went to school together. Originally, they had planned to go home together yesterday, but unexpectedly Zhenyang was off duty. After watching Kakashi's assessment, he personally came to pick up his little darling in the afternoon. So Zhenyang was left alone. Hong, I met 2 interesting people yesterday. Oh, Hong looked at Zhenyang, a hint of curiosity and wariness in her eyes. Did Zhenyang meet interesting people? It couldn't be a girl, could it? Zhenyang, what a coincidence. You also take this road to school. Before he could speak, someone suddenly appeared behind them, walking alongside them. But it looked strange. He was actually walking on his hands. It was Mike Kai. Zhenyang couldn't help but chuckle. The very person just mentioned appeared. Right, otherwise how would we have met you yesterday? With one hand on the ground, Kai scratched his head. That did seem to be the case. Seeing Kai like this, Zhenyang asked curiously, did you start training so early? After breakfast, of course, I have to walk to school on my hands to digest and adjust my state. That's what youth is all about. At this, Kai stopped his handstand, stood up, and gave a thumbs up, revealing a set of clean white front teeth. Are you sure doing a handstand after eating helps digestion? I'm afraid it might come out the same way it went in. Forget it, this world isn't too scientific anyway. Shaking his head, Zhenyang muttered to himself in speechless amusement. He pointed and introduced to Hong, this is Mike Kai, the one I was just telling you about. And his father is an even more formidable taijutsu ninja. Hearing this, Kai rarely showed a bashful expression, and his heart was filled with emotion. He hadn't expected Zhenyang to have such a high opinion of his father. Although Kai usually didn't seem affected by others' strange looks, deep down, he still longed for someone to acknowledge him. Originally, only Kakashi was willing to be his friend. Now it seemed he had gained another new friend. Kai, nice to meet you. I'm Shiri Hong. You. Hello, I'm Mike Kai. After witnessing the exchange between the two, Hong introduced herself gracefully. He really is an interesting person. Although I can't see anything special, if he has Zhenyang's recognition, he must be strong. Is Zhenyang introducing his friends to me? Her mind racing with thoughts, Hong stole a glance at Zhenyang, her cheeks slightly blushing. Soon Zhenyang and the others arrived near the school. It was not yet time for morning classes, and there were still a few students walking toward the gate. At this moment, a group of youths gathered nearby caught their attention. They were surrounding someone and talking. Aren't these people from our class? Observing, Hong felt curious. What are these guys doing here instead of going to class? Are they from our class? This left Zhenyang confused. Then why did they seem so unfamiliar? Had he seen these people before? You don't recognize them, do you? Hong looked at his slightly strange expression, her eyes teasing. That's what you get for sleeping all day. You don't even recognize your classmates. How could that be? Fine, I really don't recognize them. Zhenyang wanted to argue, but under Hong's disbelieving gaze, he had to admit the truth. After more than a year of school, he still didn't know everyone in his class. Doesn't that just show how dedicated I am to training? Otherwise, with my memory, I could easily remember a few people. After a little self-consolation, Zhenyang was about to move past this awkward matter. However, these classmates seemed off. Glancing over, Zhenyang saw the scene clearly. Monster, you're a monster. Hug it out of here, we don't want you around. You stop coming to school. Several youths of varying heights were gathered around a little girl jeering at her. The little girl in the middle looked very nervous, her face pale, as she unconsciously fidgeted with the hem of her clothes. At this moment Hong also noticed the girl among them and hesitated. Isn't that Anma Shiyun? Anma Shiyun. The surname Anma sounded quite familiar. Wasn't this the family of Anma Yun? She's also a classmate of ours, but quite introverted, often alone. Why is she surrounded by so many people today? Seeing Zhenyang's bewildered expression, Hong had to explain the girl's identity. She might be in trouble. Those boys are calling her a monster. As his mental strength grew, Zhenyang's perception sharpened, hinting at a potential path toward becoming a perception-type shinobi. Thus, even from a distance, he could hear those boys' words. Huh, how could Shiyun be a monster? She. Hong was startled, reaching out to tug Zhenyang's sleeve, yet hesitating. She wanted Zhenyang to help, but feared dragging him into trouble. Noticing her conflict, Zhenyang gave a reassuring smile and stepped forward. Since he had encountered this situation, and it involved a classmate, he didn't mind intervening. However, seeing Hong consider things from his perspective did please him. As he drew near, the boys noticed his approach. Yuzibo Zhenyang, you want a medal? Kamamura Ichiro, the ringleader, said with a hostile expression. He knew this person well, and even felt a twinge of jealousy. It was because of him that they had barely spoken to any female classmates for over a year. They always flocked around Zhenyang after class. What, wasn't that enough? Now he wanted to play the hero, saving the damsel. You only know how to bully girls. Cowardice. Zhenyang wouldn't show any kindness to such people, immediately taunting them. You don't understand. She's a monster. Kamamura Ichiro hurriedly defended himself. Anma Shiyun could control their movements. What else could that be but a monster? All I see is a bunch of you ganging up on a female classmate. Pathetic. The children, unaccustomed to such mockery, flushed red and glared at Zhenyang. You bastard. Think you're invincible, eh? Pound him. After all, they were all students in the elite class. Everyone could use ninjutsu. Zhenyang might be strong, but there were 4 of them, and he only had 2 helpers, one of whom was a junior. How dare he be so arrogant? They exchanged glances, nodded, and charged at him in unison. This time the advantage was theirs. How could they lose with such a favorable position? 10 seconds later, the boys were groveling with their heads pressed against the ground. I was wrong, brother Zhenyang, please let me go. Yes, big brother, forgive us. What hurts so much? Daddy, I'm sorry. The 3 boys turned to stare at Kamamura Ichiro in shock. Even the one crying forgot to wipe his nose. Seriously, did they have to compete, even in this? Never thought he'd be that kind of person. Their astonished gazes made Kamamura's face burn with irritation. What did these little brats know? Didn't they understand the art of bending with the wind? This was the secret my older brother once used to dominate the ninja academy. Who would have thought Yuzibo Zhenyang didn't even need help? He toyed with the 4 of them like it was nothing. No one could withstand that. The fight ended so quickly that Hong and Kai had just arrived when they heard Kamamura's words and couldn't help but burst out laughing. What a riot. Get lost, you're in the way. Zhenyang glanced at Kamamura and removed his foot from the boy's head. This kid could change his face fast. Just moments ago he was arrogant and domineering. That's why Zhenyang chose to step on him. But then he instantly switched to perfect submission. He had potential. Hearing that, the boys felt as if pardons, scrambled to their feet and dashed toward the school. Only when Zhenyang was out of sight did they stop, panting in fright. Ichiro, you were such a wimp back there. How could you give in like that? After catching his breath, one of the boys began to criticize Kamamura. It was utterly embarrassing. And by saying that, wouldn't it make our apology seem insincere? Nonsense. If not for me, would you have been let go so easily? That was a strategic retreat. And you, kid, didn't you claim to have mastered the great fireball technique? All you spat out was a bit of saliva. If only you had actually used a jutsu like you always boast, we wouldn't have ended up so badly. Kamamura couldn't stand being doubted by his comrades. Couldn't they see it was a temporary expedient? Since we couldn't win, what else could we do but beg for mercy? Then what now? We can't just take a beating for nothing, can we? The boy was left speechless, then finally spoke. Without waiting, Kamamura had already devised a plan. Teacher Yuzibo Zhenyang hit us. Thank you, Zhenyang. Anma Shiyun, helped up by Hong, stammered her thanks. If no one had intervened, she wouldn't have known what to do. Zhenyang looked at her. She had orange hair, just like the future Anma Yun, and was quite cute. Helping a classmate is only right. Why did they call you a monster? This intrigued Zhenyang. At his question, Anma Shiyun's face paled slightly. They're right. I am a monster. She buried her head and sobbed. Hey Shiyun, don't cry. Hong quickly patted her back to comfort her. Through her sobbing explanation, Zhenyang, Hong, and Kai finally understood what had happened. A couple of days ago, a strange change had occurred in Anma Shiyun. Her consciousness would occasionally drift into an unfamiliar space, and she couldn't control it. Moreover, the incident would affect her surroundings. Kamamura Ichiro and the others had discovered this phenomenon in the past few days. Young and ignorant, they feared such unknown power, and being mischievous by nature, today's incident occurred. Big sister Hong, I'm so scared. Anma Shiyun leaned against Hong like a kitten, trembling. Hong didn't know what to do, and after thinking in vain, turned her gaze to Zhenyang. Zhenyang probably has a way. Seeing Hong's pleading look, Zhenyang understood her thoughts. This girl treats me like a master key, thinking I can solve everything. He grumbled inwardly, but actually felt quite pleased. Wasn't this proof that his nurturing plan was succeeding? For the sake of maintaining his image in Hong's eyes, Zhenyang began to think seriously. Anma Shiyun, The strange changes that could cause harm. Most likely she had awakened her Kekkei Genkai. The Onma clan was once a distinguished family in Konoha renowned for matching the Yuzhibo clan in Jinjutsu. Their strength came from their Kekkei Genkai related to Jinjutsu, the five senses manipulation. Through Jinjutsu, they could manipulate the five senses of others, trapping them in a Jinjutsu space. The most terrifying aspect was that injuries sustained in the Jinjutsu would manifest in the real world. This meant that dying in the Jinjutsu would result in actual death. Combined with the elusive nature of Jinjutsu, it was truly horrific. Logically, such a terrifying ability would be feared by many. But in truth, few people remembered the Onma clan's specialty nowadays because the inheritance of this Kekkei Genkai was unstable. Unlike the Byakugan or Sharingan, the awakening rate of the five senses manipulation was pitifully low. Frequent gaps in inheritance led to the Onma clan's gradual decline into an insignificant family. You mean? My abnormality is due to awakening a Kekkei Genkai. Onma Shion stopped sobbing, her big watery eyes blinking as she stared straight at Zhenyang. As a member of the Onma clan, don't you know? Zhenyang looked at the little girl before him in astonishment. Although the Onma clan had been keeping a low profile in recent times, surely even their own people would not be completely unaware. If that were the case, he felt the Onma clan was not far from crumbling apart. Five senses manipulation was once the very foundation upon which their clan had built its livelihood. I know Mom and Dad tell me about it all the time. Under the gaze of everyone present, Onma Shion answered with certainty. As the daughter of the Onma clan head, she had long been flooded with knowledge about bloodline limits. Of course she knew. Then why are you still afraid? This truly caught Zhenyang off guard. What on earth was going on? Whenever I get scared, I forget all about it. Speaking of this, Onma Shion also seemed to feel embarrassed, her little face turning crimson, a stark contrast to her deathly pale appearance from before. This answer left all three of them dumbfounded, their expressions quickly turning peculiar. The little girl looked quite adorable, but why did she seem so dim-witted? Then why didn't you tell your family? I was thinking of figuring it out first, then telling my family. Onma Shion tried desperately to salvage her image, but it seemed every effort only made things worse. Good heavens. Both dull and dense. Could a person with this personality become a ninja? Let's go, it's time for school. Having wasted so much time on this commotion, class was about to begin, and Zhenyang called out to everyone. Within 2 minutes, the three of them walked into the classroom. Kai was a younger student and had separated from them after entering the school. Zhenyang, the teacher wants you to come to the office. All right. Upon hearing this, Zhenyang already knew what had happened. In the teacher's office. Teacher, it was Uchiha Zhenyang who hit us. Nonsense. Clearly you were bullying Shion, and Zhenyang-kun acted out of righteousness. Hong completely shed her obedient demeanor around Zhenyang and argued vehemently. Uchiha Zhenyang. Onma Shion. Upon hearing these two names, the Chunin teacher's head began to ache. These two students were no ordinary children, of both were descendants of prominent ninja clans in Konoha. Matters involving children from major clans were always troublesome. Handle them poorly, and you'd find yourself in hot water. All of you shut up. The Chunin teacher glared at Kamimura, Ichiro, and the others. Although they had painted a vivid picture when filing their complaints, the teacher knew better than anyone which students were most unruly. The root cause of this incident was undoubtedly these brats. Even if Zhenyang and the others were at fault, these kids wouldn't escape blame. Anyway, that's how it is. Hong took the initiative to summarize the events from a bystander's perspective. Yes, that's exactly how it happened. Beside her, Onma Shion kept nodding her little head in agreement, confirming the truth from the victim's standpoint. I see. The Chunin teacher looked between them with a troubled expression, then finally said, fighting at school is no small matter. Kamimura, Ichiro, remember to have your parents come tomorrow. Why don't they need to bring their parents? The rowdy kids protested indignantly. Having parents summoned was nothing short of a disaster for them. You started this whole thing, and then had the nerve to come running to me first. Do you take me for a fool? At these words, Kamimura, Ichiro, and the others immediately shrank their necks and fell silent. Having intimidated the troublesome kids, the Chunin teacher breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, under normal circumstances, Zhenyang, as one of the fighters, would also need to have his parents summoned, but he ultimately let that thought go. Zhenyang had not been the aggressor. Moreover, he was a guaranteed point for the teacher's annual performance evaluation, so his heart naturally leaned toward favoring him. Besides, if the Uchiha Zhenyang's parents were actually called in, who would end up being scolded was anyone's guess. He was merely a civilian Chunin. What if Jonin showed up? The Uchiha clan was not known for being easy to deal with. Sister Hong-ai. Watching the three of them bicker heatedly, Zhenyang lay bored on his desk. After learning the full story, the teacher had let them return to the classroom. Then at Hong's request, after Zhenyang had a friendly discussion with a boy in the seat behind him, he persuaded the boy to swap seats with Onma Shion. During this time, Hongdo also wanted to move over. In the end, things had turned into the current situation. One had to admit the friendships between girls were truly remarkable. In just a single morning, they had already started calling each other sister. To be honest, after meeting Onma Shion, Zhenyang discovered that five senses manipulation was a perfect match for his golden finger. Unfortunately, five senses manipulation was a bloodline limit and could not be acquired through study. After finishing the day's classes, Zhenyang displayed an unusual sense of urgency, hurrying straight home. After his spiritual energy had increased today, his body had undergone some changes. Only after carefully confirming that no one was around did he walk to the mirror, no longer suppressing the strangeness in his eyes. In the mirror, Zhenyang's eyes began to transform. The black pupils slowly shifted to red, and a tomo emerged within them. The Sharingan. Seeing his own eyes, Zhenyang could not help but tremble, his mouth unconsciously opening wide. Then an uncontrollable wave of euphoria surged to his heart. Enhancing spiritual energy could actually help awaken the Sharingan. This was truly an unexpected blessing. Haha, calm down, calm down. After a long while, Zhenyang could barely compose himself, though he could not suppress the smile on his lips. A one-tomo Sharingan at the age of 6. If this news were leaked, others would hardly believe it. The Sharingan required experiencing a certain level of emotional trauma to awaken. Uchiha clan members inherently possessed immense love. Once an Uchiha lost that love, special chakra would surge within the brain and reflect onto the optic nerves, causing the eyes to transform. Commonly known as awakening. Recalling memories about the Sharingan, Zhenyang fell into deep thought. This was the normal awakening process. But his own awakening had not been triggered by any particular trauma. The only change was the steadily increasing spiritual energy. If that were the case, did the emotional trauma simply raise the spiritual energy of Uchiha clan members? And when it reached a certain threshold, would special chakra surge forth to aid the awakening? Based on his own awakening process, Zhenyang had formed some hypotheses. But with only a single result, he could not confirm the accuracy of these guesses. However, he felt his conjectures were likely not far off. As long as he waited patiently and observed what happened when the two-tomo Sharingan awakened, he could probably draw conclusions. Unfortunately, in his past life, Zhenyang had not been anything like a scientist. He was merely an ordinary person. After transmigrating into the Naruto world, he had discovered that his knowledge perfectly integrated with the local lifestyle. Otherwise, he might have been able to test it in advance. Now, if he wanted to conduct tests, he would have to seek out the great scientist of the Naruto world, Orochimaru. But regardless of whether the other party would actually help. In this era, he also did not dare to seek out Orochimaru. Having experienced the deaths of his disciples and comrades during the Second Shinobi War, the current Orochimaru was likely already conducting human experiments. Approaching him now would most likely result in a meat bun hitting a dog, never to return. Not going. Updates daily at 4 in the afternoon. Please support. Forget it, better to play it safe. The speed at which my eyes have opened is already beyond imagination. As his mind wandered, Zhenyang ultimately decided to stay low-key. He would work hard in secret and then astonish everyone. Now it's time to see the power of the top-tier Kekkei Gunkai, the Sharingan. The red eyes he had fantasized about countless times while watching the anime were now in his own sockets. How could he not thoroughly experience this? He had long known the functions of the Sharingan by heart. Its primary ability at the single tomo stage was the Eye of Insight. The wielder of the Sharingan could perceive high-speed moving objects and accurately predict the opponent's movements, including their taijutsu forms and hand signs for ninjutsu. It could also see through considerable levels of genjutsu and perceive the chakra pathway system, though slightly less effectively than the Byakugan. This was without a doubt an extremely powerful ability. The next morning, after waking up and washing up, Zhenyang headed towards the forest behind the Hokage rock. Today was a holiday. He had promised Kurenai a couple of days ago that they would go on a barbecue in the wilderness. Since he was only responsible for the grilling, he didn't bring anything else and went empty-handed. On the way, he also picked up Guy, who was about to start his training. He had to admit, although Guy had no talent in ninjutsu or genjutsu, his taijutsu talent was simply extraordinary. Zhenyang was a year older than Guy, yet he didn't dare to train at high intensity every day, needing to rest from time to time. But Guy, at such a young age with a diet that wasn't quite sufficient, how was he able to train every day and still look so energetic? Honestly, after truly experiencing it, Zhenyang realized just how great an impact pushing one's body beyond its limits could have. So he brought Guy along as well to improve his diet, to prevent the kid from breaking himself down. He even suspected that the reason Guy wouldn't have children later was due to damage sustained during his childhood. Soon the two arrived in the forest. Zhenyang, is this your usual training ground? Guy curiously looked around at the scenery. The ground looked spacious, and there were many marks from kunai and shuriken on the surrounding trees, indicating someone trained here regularly. There was also a small stream nearby. What do you think? Pretty good spot I picked, right? Zhenyang felt quite proud of this, as it was the perfect training ground he had painstakingly found. Can I come here to train too? Guy was indeed tempted. This was truly a great place. Of course you can come anytime. Wah, thank you so much, Zhenyang. I will definitely burn my youth to the fullest. As soon as Zhenyang finished speaking, he saw a green figure rush over and hug him. He wasn't into guys. In the distance, Kurenai, Anko, and Kiyun walked over, chatting and laughing. However, they arrived just in time to witness this scene. Kurenai sighed. So her rival wasn't a girl after all. 2 minutes later. Kurenai, would you believe me if I said this was all a misunderstanding? Looking at the two of them suspiciously, Kurenai finally nodded. Seeing this, Zhenyang knew she probably didn't believe him, and he felt utterly miserable. The girls in the world of Naruto were surprisingly knowledgeable about such matters. Zhenyang, do you like boys? Recalling Kurenai's words from earlier, he felt the epitome of social death at that moment. And another problem was, Kiyun and Anko were here too. This resulted in all three girls staring at him with strange looks. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. What on earth was going through their minds? You've ruined my life. Glancing at Guy, who was still gleefully admiring the training ground, Zhenyang complained furiously in his mind. He never expected that he, a man of unwavering integrity, would be misunderstood like this. Since everyone is here, let's start with the preparations. Zhenyang directed them to work, trying to divert their attention. Guy, go catch some wild rabbits, wild chickens, and the like. Karina, you guys go gather some firewood nearby for the fire, no problem. After assigning the task, Zhenyang found a cool spot to rest, preparing to start grilling the meat later. After today, he could resume his training. He was used to exercising regularly, so only completing basic training these past few days honestly felt a bit strange to him. He needed to improve his strength quickly so he could truly test the Sharingan's capabilities. Since awakening it yesterday, he had spent considerable time studying it. When using the Sharingan, his dynamic vision would significantly improve, making moving objects appear slower, which greatly enhanced his combat abilities. However, he probably wouldn't have the chance to use this Sharingan until after graduation. It wasn't time to reveal it yet. I'm back. Before long, Kurama Kiyun returned with a bundle of firewood, placed it on the ground, and walked over to rest beside Zhenyang. Zhenyang-kun, I believe you. After sitting in silence for a moment, Kurama Kiyun suddenly said, "Oh." Hearing this, Zhenyang looked at the girl beside him. Kurama Kiyun had a sincere look on her face, seemingly not just trying to comfort him. Zhenyang felt his mood lift considerably. So there were still normal girls out there. That little girl Karina learning such things day in and day out, she really needed some proper guidance. Noticing Zhenyang's gaze fixed on her, Kurama Kiyun suddenly felt restless, a faint blush spreading across her fair cheeks. Staring at her like that was so rude. But if it was Zhenyang-kun looking at her, it wasn't entirely unacceptable. You've got a better handle on your Kekkei Genkai now, right? Vaguely sensing a gaze directed at him, Zhenyang asked with confidence. It's better. I should be able to fully control it in a while. As she spoke, Kurama Kiyun looked at Zhenyang gratefully. After Zhenyang told her that her change was due to awakening a Kekkei Genkai, she went home yesterday and told her parents. After tests, they confirmed it was indeed the initial signs of awakening the five senses manipulation, which excited Kiyun's parents immensely. After such a long time, the Kurama clan finally had another Kekkei Genkai awakener. Not long after the Kurama clan joined Konoha, no one in the clan could awaken the five senses manipulation anymore, leading to the clan's gradual decline. Although they managed to maintain their current state with various secret techniques passed down in the clan, they saw no opportunity to grow strong again. So Kiyun's awakening was indeed a pleasant surprise. Train hard and try to master this ability as soon as possible. The power of five senses manipulation is very strong. Bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground drew the attention of the two who were talking. Looking up, they saw that Guy had returned. He had brought back 2 wild chickens and 3 wild rabbits tied together and thrown on the ground. Zhenyang, is this enough? If not, I can go get more. It's enough. Come and rest for a bit first. Kurenai and the others should be back soon. All 5 of them were just kids. Even with Guy's bigger appetite, this was more than enough. Now it was time for him to do his part. Walking over to the stream, Zhenyang took out a kunai, cleaned it to use as a tool, and began to process the prey. After he finished, Kurenai and the others also returned, and they skillfully started the fire and began grilling. 2 minutes later, the aroma of meat filled the forest. Gulp! The other 4 couldn't help but swallow their saliva, staring longingly at the sizzling meat. So fragrant. This is the taste of youth. Holding a chicken leg, Guy ate and praised enthusiastically. If Guy was invoking youth, it showed just how delicious the barbecue was to him. The other 3 were a bit more reserved, but their delighted expressions as they ate made their feelings clear. You could always trust the taste level of a foodie from the great land of China. Zhenyang smiled with a hint of pride. However, it seemed like the food wasn't going to be enough. Originally estimated to have more than 1 per person, but in no time only 2 roasted rabbits were left. If he didn't act now, there would be none left. Leave some for me. Realizing this, Zhenyang quickly joined the fray. In the end, the chickens and rabbits were all devoured along with 3 grilled fish before the 5 of them were finally full. They leaned against the base of a large tree, patting their bellies in satisfaction. Zhenyang, you always seem to be dozing off in class, yet your strength is so formidable. How do you train? The barbecue brought everyone closer together. Seizing the moment of casual chat, Hongdo voiced the question that had been deeply buried in her heart. This topic evidently captured everyone's attention. The few who were chatting stopped in unison and turned to look. You really want to know? Several heads nodded frantically. If they truly knew, it would probably discourage them. Glancing at the curious few, Zhenyang pondered for a moment, then looked into the distance and made a move with his hands. Bang! 2 identical Zhenyangs appeared before them. What a... Among those present, aside from Might, Guy Kurama Shiun was a scion of a major clan, and Hongdo's father was a trusted subordinate of Orochimaru, both of considerable status and strength. Thus they were all familiar with this technique, a standard ninjutsu among Konoha's elite. Precisely because of this, they could not suppress their astonishment. The B-rank technique, shadow clone technique. Zhenyang was only 6 years old. How could this be possible? Yet the undeniable fact before them left Hongdo and the others after recovering from shock and disbelief with a whirlwind of complex emotions. Though they knew Zhenyang was the strongest in the class, they had not yet learned any ninjutsu, while their classmate had already mastered a B-rank technique. The stark contrast was so immense it felt surreal and unreal. The gap suddenly widened so much. Given their personalities, jealousy or resentment did not arise, but a sense of loss and frustration was inevitable. After all, they were all the same age. At this moment, among the three who had not been informed earlier, only Kai retained his fighting spirit. He had already placed Zhenyang on the same level as Kakashi, a target to surpass in the future. Another goal added. My youth is burning brightly. Might Guy raised his fist, his eyes blazing with determination. Beside him, Kurenai tugged at Zhenyang's arm, a smile spreading across her face. She was the first to know. I usually have my clone attend class while I train here. Before everyone could calm down, Zhenyang added another remark. You mean the whole sleeping in class act was fake? Hondo's face was a mask of disbelief, then she glared at him indignantly. Why work hard when you can't match someone who sleeps? Might as well relax and treat myself to a skewer of dango. And now she was told it was all a lie. Her mind went blank. She never expected this seemingly honest guy to secretly outpace them. When did you learn this technique? Hondo thought for a moment and asked tentatively. Not long ago, around the time of the last assessment, before the previous one. The last before the previous. That meant over a month ago. Damn, a sudden unease crept into their hearts. Learning the time when Zhenyang had mastered the shadow clone technique, the group could no longer sit still. The grilled meat they had just eaten no longer tasted as delicious. Why did they feel they had lost out? Seeing their expressions, Zhenyang knew his purpose was achieved. Revealing this information to everyone was a decision he had made after careful deliberation. Based on his understanding of Kurenai and the others' personalities, he was not worried about his strength being exposed. Showing his power before them would give them a sense of urgency. In short, to make everyone strive harder. The reason was simple: if things followed the original plot, most of them would survive the third Great Ninja War. But now with Zhenyang's presence, the outcome might differ. Because of their interactions, each person's life trajectory had been altered to some extent. Zhenyang was like a small butterfly, who he could not gauge the extent of his influence, or whether Kurenai and the others would survive the third war. Those present were either his friends or Kurenai's, and Zhenyang naturally did not want to see any of them die during a future mission. And he was currently unable to protect so many people. Therefore, the best approach was to apply some pressure, allowing them to surpass their counterparts in the original timeline. Their families had the resources. If they were willing to learn, becoming stronger would be effortless. As for Kai, Zhenyang would provide financial support to help him and his father train better. Clan leader Miss Shiyun and her friends are near the Hokage Rock. In the Kurama clan's main residence, a somewhat young man was reporting to the middle-aged man seated at the center. Judging by the vest he wore, he was clearly a Chunin. Kurama Takehara, the seated Kurama clan leader, listened to his subordinates' words with great interest. After a moment of contemplation, he gave instructions. And no need to interfere. You two only need to ensure Shiyun's safety. He had dispatched 2 Chunin from the clan to watch in the shadows, not to monitor his daughter. It was only when Kurama Shiyun mentioned being bullied yesterday that he realized his daughter seemed a bit naive. Without some oversight, she might easily be taken advantage of. As the only precious daughter, Kurama Takehara cherished her deeply, never allowing her to suffer any grievances. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so simple-minded, not even knowing to inform the family when something happened. But he couldn't help it. Every time he saw his little cotton-padded jacket's delicate demeanor, he couldn't bring himself to toughen her up. He had finally resolved to train Kurama Shiyun, but after she awakened the 5 senses manipulation, her status skyrocketed, making her the apple of the entire Kurama clan's eye. The clan elders all doted on her, leaving him to let nature take its course. Sigh. At least now Shiyun had friends to accompany her, which would aid her growth. Kurama Takehara tapped the table, pondering his daughter's affairs, when he noticed Kurama and had not left yet. Anything else? Clan leader, just now. I think someone noticed us, that Uchiha Zhenyang. After a moment's hesitation, Kurama and voiced his suspicion. During the barbecue, Uchiha Zhenyang had looked in their direction several times, making him suspect he had been detected. Are you sure it wasn't a coincidence? No, he only looked exactly where we were. Oh, hearing this, Kurama Takehara was somewhat surprised. Because of Shiyun's incident last night, he had specifically looked into Zhenyang and the others. According to the data, they were just students who had enrolled in the Ninja Academy a little over a year ago. How could they detect an elite Chunin like him? That shouldn't be possible. It's fine. No need to worry about this. There's no need to deliberately conceal from him. After a moment's thought, Kurama Takehara made his decision. Handling it this way would show they had no ill intent, only protecting Kurama Shiyun. Given Uchiha Zhenyang's age, choosing to hide his strength was likely on the clan's orders. Unlike Kakashi, who displayed his talent, Zhenyang buried it deep. What was the Uchiha clan planning? Meanwhile, unaware of the Kurama clan leader's speculation, after Zhenyang used the shadow clone technique, the others clearly felt anxious. After the meal, they hurried home, the purpose obvious. Having sparked an internal competition, Zhenyang was quite satisfied. Taking advantage of the limited influence his butterfly effect had so far, he motivated them to train diligently. This way he could maximize the chances of their survival in the third war. My strength is still too weak. There was no helping it. The time he had to develop was too short. A few years were clearly insufficient to dominate the ninja world. As for the Kurama clan, Zhenyang narrowed his eyes. Without a doubt, he had detected the 2 Chunin sent by Kurama Takehara to protect Shiyun. However, since they made no hostile moves, Zhenyang ignored them and understood. It was only natural to protect a ninja who had awakened the 5 senses manipulation. At most, when he performed the shadow clone technique, he used a subtle genjutsu on the 2 to conceal the matter. With his current mental power, directly controlling two Chunin was difficult, but casting an illusion that affected their sight and hearing was more than enough. Moreover, the Kurama clan might be of help to him in the future. The Five Senses Manipulation. The Five Senses Manipulation. A month later, Leaf Whirlwind. Two figures, one blue and one green, intertwined, their continuous kicks clashing with dull thuds. 2 minutes later, few as expected of you, Zhenyang. Your taijutsu is now on par with mine. In the familiar training ground, Guy panted heavily, but the shock in his eyes was undeniable. He had never been talented in ninjutsu, but he was confident in his taijutsu. Yet in just 1 month, Zhenyang's taijutsu had improved by leaps and bounds. From being suppressed at first, their fights were now evenly matched, a terrifying rate of growth. Now in his eyes, Zhenyang was a rival with the same taijutsu talent. However, Guy's personality was not one to be discouraged. Instead, he grew more excited. Just thinking about it gets my blood boiling, feeling my youth burning completely. It's because I have the advantage of age. In a few years you'll be stronger than me. Provided I don't cheat, Zhenyang silently added in his mind. But for now it was true. He could hold his own against Guy, mainly because taijutsu is closely linked to physical fitness, relying on overwhelming force to overcome technique. Without sufficient speed and power, taijutsu is like floating duckweed with no roots. Before the body fully develops, taijutsu users are weaker than ninjutsu users, as ninjutsu allows one to quickly gain combat ability. This is a matter of training direction, not individual talent. Coupled with his extraordinary spiritual energy, even without the Sharingan's copying ability, Zhenyang could quickly master various techniques. Being a year older than Guy, he could barely achieve a 50-50 split. It would be 2 years later when Guy began to grow that the latter would truly shine. Once physical fitness catches up, taijutsu users' strength rapidly increases. Moreover, Guy would inherit Dai's secret technique, the 8 Gates. The 8 Gates demands extremely high physical conditioning, requiring constant body training. Even if mastered, one must withstand the side effects to unleash its power. Such harsh conditions could only be met by the father-son duo of Guy and Dai. So this boy in the comical green jumpsuit would gradually bloom with his own colors in the near future, eventually becoming the King Guy that Zhenyang remembered. Well done, Zhenyang, you've roughly mastered the strong fist style. At this moment, Might Dai, who had been watching from the side, approached and looked at Zhenyang with admiration. What high talent! Mariboshi Kosuka was still out on some mission and hadn't returned, leaving Zhenyang without direction for his subsequent training, which slowed his progress in Genjutsu. Therefore this month, he mainly studied taijutsu under Might Dai. In the Naruto world, there is no method to train spiritual energy, so each person's chakra volume only increases significantly during growth and development, stabilizing after adulthood. Thus, the first test of a ninja's talent is chakra volume, as chakra is the fundamental prerequisite for performing ninjutsu. Except for geniuses like Guy. Take the normal genius Kakashi, whose chakra volume is often used as a measuring unit, but that's due to the Sharingan's drain. For non-Uchiha, the Sharingan cannot be deactivated, constantly consuming chakra. In the Naruto 4th databook, Kakashi's chakra stat is 6 higher than Itachi's, showing he has no small amount of chakra. Moreover, he could hold lightning cutter and chat with Obito for a long time. Does that seem like someone lacking chakra? But Zhenyang is an exception. His spiritual energy grows every day, meaning his mental energy also keeps increasing. This means that as long as his physical energy keeps up, his chakra could even become chakra kilo, or even chakra ton. Of course, reaching chakra ton would require terrifying physical energy, and he never dreamed of achieving such a level. Zhenyang didn't want much, just reaching the level of chakra kilo in the future would suffice. To achieve that goal, he naturally had to improve his physical condition. After receiving guidance from Kosuka, Zhenyang realized the benefits of having a mentor. An experienced senior can help you easily bypass many detours in training, far surpassing the effects of solitary practice. With this experience, Zhenyang certainly wouldn't go back to figuring things out alone. Since Kosuka hadn't returned, and he didn't want to revert to his old training style, he needed to find another senior for guidance. With this in mind, Zhenyang pondered and found a suitable target. Might Dai. Although Dai was a genin, it was only due to his lack of ninjutsu talent that he couldn't advance, but his actual strength was far from weak. Through years of training, Dai had mastered the 8 Gates technique. In his normal state, his strength might be at Chunin level, but once he opened the 8 Gates, he could instantly unleash tremendous power. According to the normal course of events, a few years later, to protect Guy's team, he would sacrifice his own life, directly defeating the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, killing 4 and driving 3 to flee. The swordsmen were a squad of 7 elite jonin from the hidden mist village, capable of conquering a small nation in a single night. This shows how formidable Might Dai was. Such a level was more than enough to guide the current Zhenyang. Moreover, the thought of the 8 Gates technique stirred some eagerness in Zhenyang's heart. Although it had harsh physical requirements and caused damage after use, the technique was truly powerful. In this Naruto world nicknamed Legend of the Eyes and Bloodline Ninjas, Guy, an ordinary ninja without any bloodline limit or connection to the Otsutsuki, could almost kick the 6 paths level Madara to death with the 8 Gates. For that alone, anyone would be interested. Even if one couldn't open all 8 Gates, who wouldn't want to try? Zhenyang smiled and said thoughtfully, Uncle Dai, I've been training in taijutsu recently, but I feel my progress is slowing down. What should I do about this? Oh, Guy glanced curiously. You feel it too? As someone specializing in taijutsu, Guy had a keen sense of this. His current method was to keep training until he broke through the limit. But hearing Zhenyang mention it, he also turned to look at his father. At this, Might Dai's eyes were full of amazement, and he spoke with deep emotion. Is this what a genius is? Sensing the shackles in such a short time. This can't be achieved through training alone. Shackles? Guy couldn't help but ask. This question had been troubling him for a while. Did his father have a solution? In response, Might Dai replied straightforwardly. The human body has various shackles such as age, hidden injuries, and talent. When training reaches a certain level, you can feel the shackles' presence, and progress gradually slows down. This statement surprised both of them. No teacher at the academy had explained it this way. It must be Dai's own experience from his own exploration. Then, Uncle Dai, do you have a solution? Of course. Might Dai gave a thumbs up and said confidently, I possess a secret technique called the 8 gates that can resolve this situation. I was planning to teach it to you two later. The 8 gates. Zhenyang pretended to be puzzled as he looked at Might Dai. Dai, without any intention of concealing it, simply smiled and began to explain. It is a secret technique that removes the body's restrictions on chakra, releasing the excess energy. Everyone's body has 8 gates that suppress their own chakra. Upon unlocking these gates, one can instantly gain power, several times stronger than usual. Dai scratched his head a little sheepishly. During this time, Kai and I have received so much care. This secret technique might not be enough to repay it, but consider it a token of gratitude. Before, Might Dai could only take on tasks like being a laborer for employers or finding lost cats. Missions with higher rewards such as escorting or eliminating bandits required a team for a genin to accept. Because he could not use any ninjutsu, many regarded Might Dai as a burden and were unwilling to team up with him. The meager earnings barely sustained the lives of father and son. Moreover, their daily training made ends meet even tighter. After meeting Zhenyang, their lives improved far beyond what they had known before. Zhenyang, using the pretext of teaching him taijutsu, gave Dai a large sum of money to improve their daily lives. But Might Dai understood in his heart that this was merely an excuse. Even as a genin, he knew that as a member of the Uchiha clan, Zhenyang would not lack taijutsu inheritance. After all, the Uchiha were strong not only in the Sharingan, but also in fire-style swordsmanship, shuriken jutsu, and a series of other techniques. In the current ninja world, with normal combat power, mastering any one of these arts would bring a certain fame. Such was the foundation of the prestigious Uchiha clan. Why would he come to learn from him? Yet this money was something Dai could not refuse. He had endured all these years himself, and hardship was nothing new. But the problem was that Kai was only 5 years old. Having practiced taijutsu for decades, Dai was well aware of how much the conditions in early childhood affected a ninja specializing in taijutsu. Poverty for academics, wealth for martial arts. This was a common truth in many places. Behind the practice of taijutsu lay a series of issues: whether nutrition could keep up, whether equipment was sufficient, and so on. If these were lacking, the price was a depletion of one's potential. As a father, Dai naturally did not want his son to follow the same path, especially when there was a choice. If he ended up like that, his future ceiling would be visibly shortened by a large margin. If not for the physical depletion caused by poverty and the various hidden injuries from haphazard training, his strength might have been several times greater than it was now. Therefore, this money from Zhenyang was very important to him. Of course, given Dai's character, he would not accept favors for nothing. Teaching the 8 gates to Zhenyang was the solution he had pondered over. Given his actual situation, earning money to repay was clearly unrealistic. The only thing of relatively greater value in his hands was this secret technique. Dad, you know such a powerful secret technique. Hearing Dai's words, Might Kai was extremely astonished. All this time he had never known that his father possessed a secret technique. And from the description, this so-called 8 gates seemed even more formidable than the advanced ninjutsu introduced by the teachers at school. Amazing. Of course, Might Dai said with great pride. This is the only ultimate technique I have cultivated after burning my youth for so many years. Uncle Dai, this. Isn't it too precious? The secret technique of the 8 gates was presented to Zhenyang with astonishing simplicity, leaving him momentarily hesitant. Although he had initially approached the father and son duo with the intention of learning the 8 gates, over time Zhenyang had forged a deep friendship with them. Dai and Kai were both very pure individuals, and his purpose-driven association now made him feel somewhat guilty. Precious. In my eyes, it cannot compare to the help you have given us. Moreover, this secret technique has remained obscure in my hands for decades. You and Kai have far greater talent than I do. I leave the task of spreading its glory to you. Don't refuse or we'll feel awkward using your money. Dai, unlike his usual self, spoke earnestly at length. Finally, he added a special remark. This. Very well. When it came to this point, Zhenyang had no room to refuse. Otherwise, it would seem like pitying them. No one likes charity, especially not someone as strong-willed and self-reliant as Might Dai. Refusing would have pushed the friend away. Seeing Zhenyang accept his offer, Dai finally broke into a smile. In truth, even if Zhenyang had approached him with ulterior motives, he would still have given him the 8 gates. He had never considered keeping it secret. In other words, Dai had always wanted to pass down the 8 gates. As he said, for a secret technique he had practiced for 20 years, his primary thought was how to demonstrate its true power. That would also prove that his years of effort had not been in vain. But he was merely a genin who only knew taijutsu, and aside from his own son, Kai, no one was willing to learn. It was like someone trying to teach you the secret to wealth, promising that you would become rich only to look up and see a beggar. Would you believe him? Dai now faced this very problem. Unable to even release a single ninjutsu, he was regarded as no different from an ordinary person in the eyes of other ninja. The 8 Gates only gained fame during the Third Great Ninja War, when Might Dai fought the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to save Kai. Before that, very few knew of this technique, and even among those who did, it was considered quite useless. It was not until after Dai's death that Konoha truly valued the 8 Gates and classified it as a forbidden technique. So as long as someone was recognized, he did not mind passing it on. Not to mention that Zhenyang had helped them greatly, allowing Kai to have favorable conditions. Come, I will tell you the key points of training the 8 Gates. Summoning Zhenyang, Dai poured out his insights, explaining the crucial points of the training process in one go, making it easy for Zhenyang to understand how to cultivate this secret technique. Hey, Kai tugged at Dai, looking at his father with eager eyes. Dad, what about me? He couldn't be left out, he had to learn it too, or else Zhenyang would surpass him. Kai, facing his son, Dai returned to his fiery persona, patting Kai's shoulder vigorously. Your training is still far from enough. Come on, run 100 laps first, and I'll teach you when we get back. With that, Might Dai pulled Kai along, and as they walked, they began to run. Every so often he would let out a loud shout, gradually disappearing into the distance amid the astonished gazes of those around. Zhenyang raised his hand about to speak, but seeing the figures vanish from sight, he shook his head helplessly. He knew the true value of the 8 Gates and understood that he had gotten the better end of the deal. Forget it. Since I have the 8 Gates now, I can't just leave it unlearned. I do feel a bit guilty. I'll just have to repay them more in the future. Upon returning home, Zhenyang organized the training methods of the 8 Gates based on the insights Might Dai had shared earlier. Traditionally, techniques were passed down among ninja through scrolls which students would take home to practice after their teacher explained the essentials. Thus, when Dai imparted the knowledge verbally, Zhenyang was taken aback. But after listening to the full explanation, he understood the reason. The core of training in the 8 Gates was to condition the body to unlock the 8 internal gates. Apart from learning the method to open the gates, the initial phase was mostly adaptive exercise to prepare the body for the unlock. There was nothing else to it. It was remarkably straightforward. Reflecting on it, Guy never underwent any exceptionally complex training in the original story. He simply repeated basic drills to forge his body. In the Naruto world, jutsu ranks indicate learning difficulty rather than sheer power, and the 8 Gates is rated as an A-rank technique. Given its immense power, it was arguably the easiest top-tier secret technique to master. However, its unique trait was that its effectiveness depended entirely on the user's physical condition. Depending on the user's physical strength, the resulting power could differ vastly. For instance, Dai could only kick the 7 ninja swordsmen to death, while Guy almost kicked Madara Uchiha to death. Therefore, mastering the 8 Gates methods alone wasn't sufficient. There were no shortcuts. The only way to improve was through relentless, dedicated training. I can start with weight training. This was the benefit of having a guide. The path ahead was already charted. All one had to do was follow it. According to Dai's experience, early training could incorporate weights to accelerate progress. By constantly training under the added burden, one would feel a significant boost in physical ability upon removing them. This was the same method Guy later used to train Rock Lee, and it seemed quite effective. But I have to consider my current age. Given his situation, Zhenyang could use weights, but the load had to be carefully controlled. Zhenyang searched his home and found some old worn-out weights likely used by his parents for training in the past. They were usable, but when he lifted them, he found they were all quite heavy. They would be suitable for later training, but not for his current starting stage. That wasn't a problem though. In the ninja village, as long as you had money, you could buy any ninja equipment, and weights were no exception. Clearly, Zhenyang was not short on funds. After spending generously, he became a VIP at a nearby ninja tool shop and had a custom set of weights made overnight. The main issue was that very few people his age used weights, so the shop didn't have any suitable for him. The next day, he received his custom weights. Similar to Lee's, they were leg weights, but significantly lighter in comparison. After all, he hadn't started developing yet, and couldn't risk too much weight. If he used weights as heavy as Lee's, which could crack the ground, he was afraid he'd end up a dwarf shorter than Kurenai. It's bearable. With the weights strapped to his legs, walking became noticeably more difficult, and his movement slowed considerably. But it wasn't too heavy, so a couple of days of adjustment should get him used to it. With the training method in hand and the equipment ready, Zhenyang headed to his usual training spot. After he started his intense training regime, his usual spot had become busier. Whenever they had days off, Kurenai and the others would come to train alongside him. Recently, they were also learning the shadow clone technique to join Zhenyang's intensive training group. Once they mastered it, the place would be lively, even on regular days. Soon the sky darkened. Huff puff. Zhenyang sat on a relatively flat rock to rest his leg weights, already removed and set aside. His clothes were soaked through with sweat front and back, as if he had just been pulled from the water. This was his umpteenth rest this afternoon. Though the fatigue had mostly faded, he still felt reluctant to get up. He hadn't realized it before, but this basic physical training was far more grueling than learning jutsu. There was no way to speed through it with talent. It required steady step-by-step progress. That's it for today. I'll come back tomorrow. Feeling his arms starting to tremble, Zhenyang decided to call it a day. He stood up, packed his things, and prepared to head home for a good night's sleep. Haste makes waste. Training must be approached gradually. As for the time, it was now the winter of Konoha year 39. Nightfall came early in this season. By the time he gathered his belongings and started for home, a faint moonlight had already spread across the land. The forest under the silver glow looked picturesque. Just then Zhenyang suddenly froze, stopped, and expanded his senses. Dodai-sama, Konoha, third Hokage, appears. Kakashi. Thanks to his powerful mental perception, Zhenyang could faintly hear voices coming from a distance. It was already night. For Zhenyang, who trained here often and knew the area, while hearing someone at this hour was unusual. In all this time, he'd never encountered anyone this late. Combined with the familiar names he'd just overheard, this probably wasn't something good. He carefully set down his weights, his mind racing. Dodai-sama. That name. He seemed to have some recollection of it. It seemed that the third Raikage right-hand man was named Dodai, a jonin of the Cloud Village with the lava release Kekkei Genkai. If that was the case, was this person a spy from Cloud? If it really was a spy, this was serious. Zhenyang frowned, his expression growing stern. He picked up his training gear and slowly backed away, not wanting to encounter this suspected spy. A ninja who could directly contact the Raikage trusted aide would definitely be powerful, at least a chunin, possibly even stronger. Uncertain of the unknown person's true strength, Zhenyang had no intention of taking risks. With his golden finger, he knew that given enough time, he could grow powerful. He didn't want to die young by accident. That would be a bad deal. Oh wait. At his age, it would be called premature death. A lifespan is conventionally 100 years, so at 12, that's one folding. He was only halfway there. The best course of action now was to leave this place and figure out a way to notify the village to handle the matter. There was no need for a kid like him to fight. This place was no longer safe. He'd have to find a new training ground. Creak, creak. The person was moving, and from the sound of it, heading directly in his direction. I need to leave quickly or I'll run into them. Realizing this, Zhenyang quickened his pace toward the village. The footsteps in the distance were steady, suggesting they hadn't noticed him. But then just as he started to relax, the footsteps suddenly became urgent. The next moment, several glints of silver light flashed abruptly in the night, flying precisely toward his position. Damn! At this moment, Zhenyang finally realized he had been deceived. Careless, he had failed to dodge. He immediately drew a kunai and gripped it tightly, then deftly deflected the shurikens hurtling toward him. Meanwhile, he leaped several times through the forest, finding a position that allowed both offense and defense, then turned to look toward where the shurikens had come from. A figure slowly emerged from the woods. Under the moonlight, the details of the silhouette came into Zhenyang's view. It was a middle-aged man with an ordinary face, no forehead protector, dressed in a long robe, appearing like a merchant. Had it not been for the earlier commotion, Zhenyang might have taken him for an ordinary person, albeit a rather robust one. Yet the fact that the man could detect his presence belied his seemingly ordinary appearance. This thought made Zhenyang's heart sink. Clearly the man was an elite ninja from Cloud Hidden Village. Oh, just a brat. You're out of luck. Matsuda Rin looked over his eyes, revealing a coldness that belied his appearance. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and then he charged at Zhenyang, his kunai aimed directly at the throat. As Zhenyang had guessed, Matsuda Rin was a chunin from Cloud Hidden Village, selected for his exceptional sensory abilities to serve as a spy infiltrating Konoha. After arriving in Konoha through the village's arranged channels, he settled down as a merchant, continuously supplying Cloud Hidden Village with intelligence on Konoha. The report he had just sent was about the recent prodigy Kakashi. Detailed information. He should have transmitted it earlier, but Konoha's surveillance had tightened, and only today did he find an opportunity. After reporting, he scanned the vicinity as usual, but unexpectedly sensed Zhenyang's presence. Startled, he began to contemplate how to handle interrogation. If it had been a Konoha jonin so close, he wouldn't even have been able to commit suicide. But after careful sensing, Matsuda Rin discovered that only Zhenyang was present, and his chakra fluctuation was not strong. Seemingly not someone sent to deal with him, but a passerby who had stumbled upon him. In an instant, he made a decision. Kill this man. He couldn't be sure if the boy had overheard his secret. To ensure his identity wasn't compromised, he had to eliminate all uncertainties. And he had to act quickly. This place was behind the Hokage Rock. Any commotion or prolonged standoff could attract Konoha ninjas. He had no desire to experience the torture of Konoha's interrogation department. But with such a weak chakra fluctuation, the boy was at most a genin. Even a sensory-type ninja like himself could easily handle it. Clang. Impossible. Matsuda Rin's eyes widened as he saw a boy no taller than his waist blocking his attack. Shouldn't you be spewing some threats and revealing your plan in a situation like this? Watching the Cloud Ninja who sought to kill him with a single strike, without any conversation, Zhenyang couldn't help but complain, mentally raising his hand to parry the attack. Indeed, how could anyone be that foolish? Anime really misleads people. Good thing I was prepared. Under the night sky, their figures clashed, the sound of weapons colliding echoing continuously, exchanging dozens of moves in a short time. Bang! After one blow, Zhenyang finally separated from Matsuda Rin. So strong. He shook his numb arm, preparing to change his fighting style. He had been caught off guard and forced into close combat. Only by taking a wound on his arm did he manage to create distance. From the exchange, he roughly gauged the spy's strength, about that of an ordinary chunin. Otherwise, he would be covered in wounds by now. This is manageable. Zhenyang grinned, a ferocious glint flashing in his eyes. He saw clearly that the enemy wanted a quick resolution. He's treating me like a pushover. Ironically, I want to end this quickly too. Looking at the strangely smiling boy, Matsuda Rin felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. After the exchange, his initial ease was gone, replaced by a grave expression. The boy was not as easy to deal with as imagined. In fact, he was rather troublesome. At least with taijutsu alone, he couldn't guarantee finishing the boy before Konoha ninjas arrived. But to match a chunin. A glint flashed in Matsuda Rin's eyes. Although he specialized in sensing, he was still a chunin. What did this mean? This boy was a Konoha prodigy. Since he couldn't continue gathering intelligence, he might as well go all out, kill the boy, and escape. Such a feat would be a major achievement, ensuring good treatment back in the village and preventing a future enemy. With this thought, Matsuda Rin acted decisively, sheathing his kunai and forming hand signs rapidly. Lightning release, earth walk. Illusion fox mind technique. Before the lightning on the ground surged toward him, Zhenyang was only a fraction slower in casting an illusion. Catching only a glimpse of a pair of crimson eyes, the scene before Matsuda Rin transformed drastically, and he found himself trapped in an illusion. Sharingan. He finally lost his composure, screaming in shock, realizing the source of his unease. It was a long-standing rumor in the ninja world, if you encounter an Uchiha alone, it's best to avoid a one-on-one fight, for those red eyes would ensnare you in an inescapable illusion. Release. Break free. Matsuda Rin tried to disrupt his own chakra flow, but the result only deepened his despair. This was the perversity of the Uchiha. Illusions cast through the Sharingan could only be undone by someone else disrupting the chakra flow, otherwise one would remain trapped in the illusion. Outside, Zhenyang leaped back to avoid the earthwalk, then threw several shurikens, while continuing to weave hand signs. Shuriken shadow clone technique. The shurikens flying toward Matsuda Rin seemed to be guided, tracing strange arcs in the air. Still in a daze, he was oblivious as the shurikens closed in. Thud, thud, thud. How can this illusion be broken? The sound of shurikens piercing flesh was accompanied by the Cloud Ninja's scream, jolting him out of the illusion. But then he could barely even make a sound. Zhenyang threw a kunai to pin his right hand, then stomped on his shoulder, grabbed the other arm, and yanked it off with brutal force, disregarding the snapping of bones, dislocating the arm. His right foot swung like a whip, striking the man's temple. The middle-aged man's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, his eyes filled with disbelief. His lips muttered a few inaudible words before falling silent. Confirming the enemy's death, Zhenyang's expression relaxed. He twisted his face, touched his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. "Sigh, that hurts. You sneak attack. Didn't your mother tell you not to bully kids?" With that, he kicked the body a few more times in frustration. Since his arrival in the world of Naruto, this was the first time Zhenyang had been injured in battle, which stirred his ferocity. Looking at the corpse on the ground, gruesome and indescribable. In truth, he could have resolved the matter with ninjutsu, but his pride got the better of him, and since the opponent had no ability to resist, he simply took the opportunity to practice some taijutsu moves. Gazing at the Cloud Shinobi's body twisted in unnatural angles, he felt neither the embarrassment of retching nor any surge of excitement. His mood was unexpectedly calm. Perhaps it was because he had long anticipated the savagery of the shinobi world, or perhaps because he now carried the blood of the Uchiha clan. Either way, Zhenyang showed little reaction to the scene. If that was the case, it could be considered a gain. Knowing that his strength could steadily improve, Zhenyang's greatest worry had been facing life-or-death battles. Because compared to the years spent in the shinobi world, more than 2 decades of peaceful life in his past life weighed heavily on his mind. He couldn't be certain whether he would remain unaffected amidst the perils of combat. But now it seemed there was no need to worry. He had only wanted to quietly train to the level of a chunin and strive to survive the Third Great Ninja War, yet someone had to disrupt this orderly life. "If you had just pretended not to see me, wouldn't that have been a happy ending for all? Now at the cost of your life, you've made me realize I can adapt to killing. I'll rest in peace. I'll take care of the aftermath for you. It's about time, or I should leave." Figuring that someone from the village would soon arrive, Zhenyang offered a silent eulogy to the unknown Cloud Shinobi. Then he quickly stepped forward to loot whatever the man had left behind. Might as well go all the way. Since this Cloud Shinobi had already given his life, surely he wouldn't mind parting with a few more possessions. In no time, Zhenyang stripped the body of all valuables and tossed them into his own bag. Fire release, great fireball technique. As a token of gratitude for the help the man had unwittingly provided, Zhenyang arranged a full cremation and disposal service, ensuring that Konoha's shinobi would never discover the spy's identity, keeping his secret forever. Wind release, great breakthrough. After confirming that both the combat traces and the corpse had been reduced to ash, Zhenyang thoughtfully added the extra service of scattering the remains. Not even Konoha's shinobi, let alone the victim himself if he came back to life, would recognize where he had died. With everything taken care of, Zhenyang grabbed his belongings, leaped onto a tree branch, coated his feet in chakra, and sped off into the distance. Just a few minutes after Zhenyang left, whoosh, whoosh, several shinobi suddenly appeared in the area wearing various masks. They were Konoha's Umbu, a special force under the third Hokage. We're too late. Observing the charred surroundings and the waves of heat still emanating from the air, their experienced minds quickly concluded that their mission would likely end in vain. "Check it out." The leader pondered for a moment, then turned to a member behind him. The designated shinobi stepped forward, leaped to the center of the scene, crouched down, and touched the ground with his hand. Chakra spread outward like ripples. Soon he stood up and reported his findings. From the analysis of the scene, one of the combatants was a Chunin. The other only used low-level ninjutsu during the cleanup phase, making it impossible to determine their rank. The leader nodded. Given that the battle was finished before we could arrive, the other party must have been stronger. But they chose to destroy the evidence. The outcome is likely grim. The Umbu exchanged glances, a flicker of understanding passing between them, then their expressions hardened. Indeed, if a Konoha shinobi had won, there would have been no need for such measures. This situation implied that if it were a Konoha shinobi, they had most likely met with misfortune. Things did not look promising. As members of the Umbu, their primary duties in peacetime were to protect the Hokage and prevent foreign enemies from infiltrating Konoha. Allowing a spy from another village to enter the village was already a dereliction of duty. Now that enemy had fought inside the village and escaped, it was a direct slap in the face. Search the surrounding area for traces. Check if any Chunin or Genin from the village are missing. Also compile a report and submit it to the Hokage. Understood. With the consensus reached, the Umbu scattered in all directions to carry out their assigned tasks. The Umbu, officially known as the Assassination and Tactical Special Forces, were composed of elite shinobi selected from the village. Their efficiency went without saying. Within just one night, various pieces of information were gathered and compiled into a report. The next morning, as soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the Hokage building from home, he learned of the previous night's events. 2 suspected foreign shinobi engaged in combat behind the Hokage rock. The battle ended before your arrival, and they disposed of the scene and fled. Looking over the documents in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat surprised. According to the report, the one killed was a Chunin. He knew the Umbu's capabilities well. For them to finish the fight so quickly, the opponent either relied on a single sneak attack or was at least an elite Chunin. Why would foreign shinobi fight each other inside Konoha? He felt there was something strange about this, and a sense of anger welled up within him. For foreign shinobi to battle inside the village was no small matter in the current relatively peaceful times. As the foremost shinobi village, Konoha could not tolerate such an affront. If the matter weren't handled properly, Konoha's reputation would suffer. Considering the potential repercussions, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned in thought. Although the incident occurred in a secluded corner, the movements of a large group of Umbu the previous day had not been deliberately concealed. The rats lurking in the village were very well informed. So conduct a sweep of the village and eliminate those we've identified. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and issued the order. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu beside him acknowledged and vanished instantly. Troubled times indeed. Staring out the window in silence for a long moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and began to smoke. The fugitive had disappeared like a fish into the sea. The Umbu had failed to catch him even after a whole night, and the chances of finding him would only diminish. Therefore, he had to resort to another method to achieve a deterrent effect. Sweep the village clean of spies. Unfortunately, this would require considerable effort once again. Sending spies to other shinobi villages was a common practice among all major villages. Konoha was no exception. Only by knowing the enemy's moves could one respond in time. And truth be told, large villages were actually easier to infiltrate than small ones. Of course, this applied only to the leakage of ordinary information. Safeguards for classified intelligence remained the best. Because the 5 great shinobi villages were vast with diverse industries, massive population flows, and a mix of people, making infiltration relatively easy. Thus, it was impossible to completely eradicate spies. As a result, the Umbu had changed their strategy. Once a foreign spy was identified, they would not rush to eliminate them, but instead keep them under surveillance and occasionally feed them false information. But with this incident, there was no other choice. Compared to such matters, the village's prestige was far more important. The 4 surrounding great shinobi villages might look like docile rabbits, but if Konoha showed any sign of weakness, they would instantly turn into ravenous wolves. Fortunately, in recent years, Konoha had produced a steady stream of powerful shinobi, keeping their ambitions in check. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood improved slightly. September 3rd, clear weather. Today, Konoha continues its purge of foreign spies. Many have been caught, but I know nothing of the companions who came with me. Alas, our false identities are all concealed from one another, and we have no means of contact, so I cannot learn of their fates. Optimistically, this is a good sign. At least there is no risk of being exposed by others. The Wind Shadow truly had great foresight. I wonder how long this purge will last. I hope it ends soon, as this life is truly unbearable. Diary entry day 534 of my infiltration in Konoha. Tianwei looked with satisfaction at the notes in his diary, then performed a minor ninjutsu to bury his greatest secret underground. He tidied his attire and turned his gaze toward the window. The streets were bustling with people flowing like a river. What a wonderful life this is. This living environment was exactly the dream he had always harbored. During the Second Great Ninja War, Konoha's White Fang and the 3 ninja emerged as shining new stars renowned across the ninja world. Combined with the older generation of powerhouses, Konoha was universally acknowledged as the strongest hidden village. As a result, the number of ninja commissions received increased dramatically, and the village grew ever more prosperous. In the eyes of most villagers, Konoha had seemed to be this harmonious and joyful ever since the end of the Second War. But beneath the surface, it was far from peaceful. Tianwei felt this truth acutely. As a spy dispatched by the Hidden Sand Village to Konoha, he had been living in constant fear these days. It was common knowledge that the Hidden Sand Village was barren. There was no helping it. The village was built in the middle of a desert, making it impossible to develop many other industries. When one thinks of the later 4th Kazekage, who personally worked as a laborer and used his bloodline limit to refine gold for funds, it becomes clear just how impoverished they were. One must admit that the differences between ninja villages were enormous. In the ninja world, the Fire Country, located at the center, was the most prosperous. Its unique position as a crossroads connecting north and south, along with its fertile and abundant land, attracted a great number of talents and resources. Konoha, situated in the Fire Country, was the greatest beneficiary. This was the very capital that allowed Konoha to fight against multiple villages at once. Therefore, the Hidden Sand Village was fiercely envious of Konoha, seizing every opportunity to bite off a piece and constantly sending operatives to gather intelligence. As one of the countless batches of ninja dispatched to Konoha, Jitionwei had been specially summoned by the 3rd Kazekage before departure. The Kazekage spoke earnestly for a long time. He spoke of how the hope of conquering Konoha rested on their shoulders, how they were heroes of the Sand Village, and how they should immediately notify the village upon discovering any anomaly in Konoha. Then they would be the village's meritorious contributors. After such a stirring speech, they were all fired with passion, eager to rush to Konoha. Upon arriving in Konoha, Jitionwei lived diligently, striving to play the role of an ordinary immigrant. Apart from occasionally transmitting intelligence, his daily life was fairly leisurely. Sometimes at night, he would even visit certain izakayas for entertainment. One must admit the feeling of living on this land was incredibly smooth. However, this peaceful existence changed a few days ago. As far as he knew, a spy from another village had acted outrageously, instigating a major fight in Konoha, which infuriated the village's high-ranking officials. At that moment, he was utterly stunned. He even wanted to see how Konoha would handle the situation, to be a happy spectator and relieve the tedium of his undercover life. But to his surprise, the very next day, Konoha caught the culprit and then began to purge the rest of them. This left Jitionwei dumbfounded. Could the melon being eaten actually be himself? Which village's brute? Do they even understand what infiltration means? He muttered a few complaints, then pushed his cart out the door. The strict crackdown caused prices to skyrocket, leaving him short of money so that he could no longer visit the young ladies every day. Without his warmth, he wondered if their thinly clad forms would feel the cold. Jition going out so early today. Jition so diligent. Your future wife will be lucky. Walking along the street, the neighbors all greeted him amiably, clearly holding a good impression of the young man. He responded politely to each one, while inwardly feeling a touch of pride. Blending in with the crowd was the key to not being discovered. Look closely, and this was what true infiltration looked like. He set out the rice dumplings he was selling today, then sat idly by his cart looking around. At the same time, he hoped Konoha's operation would end soon. To be honest, he was quite confident in his disguise. Ever since entering Konoha, he had never revealed any ability, living exactly like an ordinary person. As his diary demonstrated, day 299, set up stall, drink tea at izakaya. Day 300, set up stall, drink tea at izakaya. Today the young lady had an impressively generous bosom. She could actually cover it all. Absurd. Day 301, Jitionwei, how can you sink so low? You can't go on like this. Have you forgotten your goal? Tomorrow go gather intelligence. You are the hope of the village. Day 302, drink tea at izakaya. Found that same young lady from the day before yesterday. I feel as though I'm sinking into this. Day 501, drink tea at izakaya. Today my lower back aches. I never imagined that my kind-hearted assistance to those young ladies would be repaid with harm. Bah, this is a place of decadence. I shall never come again. Day 502, drink tea at izakaya. This unadorned daily life gave Jitionwei confidence. Not to mention anything else, but among the spies he had definitely transmitted the least intelligence. The last time was half a year ago. If he were caught now, would that even be reasonable? He was not slacking off. This was deeper infiltration into Konoha. Once those arrogant spies were all captured, that would be when he could truly play his part. Yes, exactly. Hong, look, they sell dumplings over there. Let's buy a few skewers. After his self-affirmation, Jitionwei habitually put on a bright smile, ready to serve customers. Sigh, another dull and tedious day. In the Hokage's office, Yuanfei Risen tapped his fingers on the desk, listening to the report from his capable subordinate before him. Hokage-sama, over this period we have thoroughly scanned the village. Apart from the names on the list, all the others have been apprehended. Oh, this piqued his curiosity. He opened the documents on the desk, and the name, Jitionwei, was the first to catch his eye. Is this person difficult to handle directly? Sometimes if a ninja's power was too great, it would cause damage to the surroundings and panic among the residents. Such cases occasionally occurred. Delaying the operation to maintain stability was understandable. No, it's not that. Beneath the mask, the Umbu ninja's expression was strange. This person is a special case. Since we began surveillance, he has never transmitted any intelligence outward. Then how was he discovered? This piqued Yuanfei Risen's curiosity. Could there be a genius in the Umbu again? The reason for confirming his identity is that as an ordinary person, the Umbu ninja piled up a series of rigorous deductions, which quickly dispelled Yuanfei Risen's desire to probe further. He waved his hand. In that case, handle it as you see fit. Yes, Hokage-sama. Only after leaving the Hokage building did the Umbu ninja let out a sigh of relief, a flicker of joy in his eyes. He had managed to bluff his way through. In truth, it was not as complicated as he had claimed. The discovery of Jianwei was thanks to one of his friends. Just 2 days ago he had gone to an izakaya to exchange pleasantries with his friend. During a moment of leisure after their entertainment, the friend complained that a certain dumpling seller had recently been asking her to do some strange moves, and came every single day. This piqued his curiosity. Every day? How could his body be so strong? And he was an ordinary person spending all his money on tea. He went to the man's home to investigate, and immediately noticed something amiss. With his skill it was easy to retrieve a thick diary from the soil that seemed slightly out of place. After reading it he had to admit he had learned something new. So this was how it could be done. Oomph. In his own backyard, Zhenyang stood under the eaves watching the drizzling rain, casually tossing a shuriken. The movement was effortless, yet struck the center of the wooden post placed in the yard with pinpoint accuracy. It's hard to find a suitable training ground. After throwing the remaining few, Zhenyang sat idly by the door and murmured to himself. The house was convenient, but many ninjutsu were not suitable for open training now. Recently, whenever he left the clan compound, he occasionally sensed several covert gazes fixed upon him. If he guessed correctly, they were from Danzo's route. Although he knew that old man had long coveted the Sharingan, he never expected such blatant surveillance of the Uchiha clan. Given his own strength, he could sense it, so the clan must have long been aware of this behavior. Truly, it was fitting for someone who could manipulate Konoha into appeasing the Cloud Shinobi. To be honest, Zhenyang sometimes wondered what kind of mush filled the heads of Konoha's higher-ups. Even he could make better decisions than them. With the Uchiha being such a tsundere clan, all you needed to do was treat them well and become friends, and you'd have a highly reliable comrade on the battlefield. Moreover, with Itachi and Shursue's hearts leaning toward Konoha, it would be easy to control 3 pairs of Mangekyo, giving them overwhelming power over other villages, and then nothing would go wrong. With so many strong figures guarding the village, if Obito dared to cause trouble in Konoha, he would be courting death. Without the burden of a large number of Konoha ninjas, Minato Namikaze could teach this unworthy disciple a lesson. Was it really that difficult? They had to resort to confrontation. It was no wonder the Uchiha were pushed to the opposite side of Konoha, even contemplating a coup. As a clan that co-founded Konoha with the Senju, what they got in return was exclusion from the village's high ranks, eventually being assigned an unpopular duty. The Konoha Military Police. On the surface it was responsible for village security, but in reality it was akin to a city management role, gradually accumulating conflicts between the villagers and the Uchiha clan. That wasn't enough, a Danzo wanted it completely destroyed. Similar situations would only worsen, culminating in the night of the Uchiha massacre. Zhenyang felt that a quote from a great man was apt: peace is achieved through struggle, not through compromise. Back then the Uchiha had 3 pairs of Mangekyo, a winning hand from the start, yet 2 of them were brainwashed, leading to the clan's annihilation. It was simply absurd, but this time he would not allow such a thing to happen. Having lived in the clan for so many years and enjoyed the benefits of being an Uchiha, Zhenyang could not bring himself to be ungrateful. The solution was simple: prevent those 2 naive boys from being brainwashed. They were too young and overthinkers. Plainly, they had too much idle time. Forget it, thinking about it just makes me angry. First I need to survive the 3rd Shinobi World War. If he didn't survive it, the rest would be meaningless. He would have to wait until Konoha finished this operation. Yes, Zhenyang was also waiting. With his keen perception, he had naturally noticed the recent anomalies in Konoha. Though the streets still bustled with activity, the number of ninjas he could sense each day had sharply increased, clearly not as peaceful as it appeared. As for this situation, Zhenyang had anticipated it since he dealt with that Cloud Shinobi. Now with numerous ninjas constantly patrolling the village, it was hard to find an inconspicuous spot. Thus Zhenyang had been training in taijutsu, and a new jutsu he had acquired at home, planning to go out and search for a place later. He didn't want to attract Hiruzen Sarutobi's attention. That guy spent his days peeping through his crystal ball, and being noticed would be truly troublesome. He would definitely expose that old pervert later. And those Cloud Shinobi, never doing anything good, always scheming. First they kidnapped Kushina, then they targeted Hinata Hyuga. And now they were after him. If not for this incident, he would still be training in peace, quietly developing. Fortunately that Shunin had a good find on him, or else this time would have been a total loss. That night he had seized a pile of loot from the enemy. Among them were kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and various odds and ends, along with the jutsu scroll. He didn't care much about the kunai and explosive tags. There were plenty at home. But that jutsu was somewhat unexpected. It was the very jutsu he had been practicing lately. Chakra activation technique. This was the foundational technique of Kumobikyu's Nintai Jutsu. By using chakra to activate the body, it enhanced physical abilities. After several tests, the effect was excellent. Truly a technique developed by Cloud Shinobi, specializing in Nintai Jutsu. It could be said that this was the most suitable jutsu for Zhenyang at the moment. With the activation technique, the time to open the 8 gates would undoubtedly be shortened significantly. Time to go out. Glancing at the sky and estimating the time, Zhenyang walked toward the door. It was the weekly holiday, and he had called together Kurenai and the others to tell them about the training ground. He himself wasn't afraid of the village's spies or informants. Jonin were the elite ninjas of the village core forces that participated in high-level decisions. No major village would be lavish enough to send Jonin for such tasks. As for Chunin, Zhenyang was fully capable of escaping unharmed or even killing them in return. But if Kurenai and the others encountered some who hadn't been rooted out, it would be troublesome. Soon he arrived in front of a barbecue restaurant. In the anime, Konoha's most famous foods were Ichiraku ramen and barbecue. After tasting them, he had to admit there was a reason. They were indeed delicious. Entering the shop, he saw the others already seated. Zhenyang, over here. Kurenai's voice rang out at the right moment as she waved. Here, a rice ball. As soon as he sat down, Kurenai handed him a skewer of dumplings. Kurenai, that's mine. Before Zhenyang could eat, he saw Anko's resentful gaze. But after Kurenai shot her a glare, Anko's expression immediately softened, and she buried her head in the barbecue, gnawing ferociously, as if venting. Seeing this, Zhenyang couldn't help but chuckle. Anko was never one to stay docile. She would even argue with him sometimes, yet she was completely under Kurenai's thumb. Was this a case of one thing subduing another? He shifted his gaze. Guy was devouring his meal with gusto, and Kurama Cheyenne sat quietly, though her eyes kept drifting toward him. Cheyenne, how's your control over the Kekei Genkai lately? Sensing the girl's shyness, Zhenyang took the initiative to ask. Very good. Father said that in 2 years I'll be able to fully master the manipulation of the 5 senses. At the question, Kurama Cheyenne's eyes brightened noticeably, and her voice became lively as she spoke. Zhenyang listened as an audience, occasionally responding. He patiently heard Cheyenne describe her situation. Keep up the good work, you might need to help me in the future. I will help, Zhenyang-kun. Kurama Cheyenne was naturally introverted, so Zhenyang never hesitated to offer words of encouragement. Since they had become friends, he naturally wanted to help Cheyenne. If she was introverted, he would build her self-confidence, allowing her to become an excellent ninja as well. After the meal, he chatted alone with Kurenai for a while before preparing to head home. He had already told the others not to wander around recently, and that they couldn't go to the training ground. Given his standing in the group, Zhenyang believed they wouldn't act on curiosity and do anything foolish. He strode quickly toward home, thinking about how he still had enough time for another training session. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, turning to look behind him, an irrepressible joy surging in his heart. There stood a figure on a tree, a kind smile on the face. Grandpa Gujia. Zhenyang, come out and eat. In the early morning, still groggy from sleep, Zhenyang heard his aunt Uchiha Yoka's voice mingled with a bit of noise. A bit more awake, he picked up the clothes by the bedside and put them on before walking out of the bedroom, where he saw 2 figures, one large and one small. And no need to be so elaborate. Seeing this, Zhenyang felt a bit helpless. After arranging the breakfast she had brought on the table, Uchiha Yoka turned around with a smile and reached out to tap his forehead. That won't do. Today is the day little Zhenyang officially becomes a ninja. Chuan has been busy lately and specifically told me about it. Once she started, Yoka kept chattering with reminders. Alright. Seeing this, Zhenyang wisely shut his mouth and savored this care. Although his parents had passed away early, Uchiha Kawa and his wife perfectly filled that role, always caring for him and treating him like their own son. Though nagging, this feeling was unexpectedly nice. Big brother is going to be a ninja. At that moment, the little one grabbed a forehead protector and rushed toward him, his short legs running fast, bumping into a chair on the way and stumbling into his arms. Shursue, be careful. Lifting the little one, Zhenyang first gave a lesson, then pinched his chubby cheek. That's right, this child was the son of Uchiha Kawa and Uchiha Yoka, Uchiha Shursue. After the battle with the Cloud Ninja, Zhenyang's life returned to calm with nothing else happening. He trained with Might Dai or with Kogetsu after he returned to the village and occasionally gathered their small group for activities. When his busy uncle had free time, Zhenyang would also consult his grandfather's manual. The elders in the family practiced the same foundation, so their guidance was always incisive, greatly deepening his understanding of ninjutsu. Unknowingly, over 2 years had passed in a flash, and the short time at the Ninja Academy was about to end. During these 2 years, many things happened in the ninja world, but basically none of them caused waves in Zhenyang's life. There were only 2 significant events. First, the birth of Uchiha Shursue. This meant Zhenyang had gained another family member. And in the future, he would also become a capable assistant. He never expected that the famous Shursue of the Shunshin seemed a bit silly as a child. Looking at the little one in his arms, shaking the ninja forehead protector, Zhenyang fell into thought. The difference in demeanor was quite large. He would buy a camera in a couple of days to capture this. Hehe. Imagining Shursue's expression when he saw the photos, Zhenyang narrowed his eyes and chuckled. If a child isn't played with, then it's meaningless. The second matter was relatively serious. White Fang of Konoha, Hataki Tsukumo, had committed suicide recently. When the news came out, it caused a huge shock. Hataki Tsukumo, a Kaga-level powerhouse who shook the ninja world and made all major villages tremble, had ended up like this. This was the decision of Konoha's higher-ups. When Zhenyang first heard the news, he could only sigh deeply, and then he realized how close the time was to the outbreak of war. It was not far off. He remembered that in the same year of White Fang's suicide, the third Kazekage would also go missing, and then the Tsunagakure would declare war on Konoha, raising the curtain of the third great ninja war. What's wrong? Is our little genius worried about something? A teasing voice pulled Zhenyang back to reality. His aunt had a mocking expression on her face. Unlike other children, Zhenyang had always been very mature and hardly needed any supervision. Especially after Shursue was born, Uchiha Kawa and his wife realized how easy Zhenyang was to raise. Therefore, they treated Zhenyang like an adult, letting him make his own decisions. Easy to raise indeed, but it was rare to see Zhenyang in trouble, which made the couple feel a lack of accomplishment. So when Uchiha Yoka saw Zhenyang frowning, her first reaction was actually happiness. Then she looked like she wanted to see some fun. Speechless, Zhenyang glanced at his aunt and began to focus on his meal. Uncle and aunt were good in every way, but whenever he made a fool of himself or encountered a problem he couldn't solve, they would laugh even more happily than the other. If it weren't for their usual care being undeniable, he would have thought someone had possessed them. Not knowing what was in their minds, Zhenyang wolfed down breakfast and then began to pack his gear. Ninja tool pouch storage scroll short sword. Oh, and the ninja forehead protector. Taking the forehead protector that Shirsue's little chubby hands had tried to hand him, he tied it on his forehead ready to go out. Today was the graduation ceremony and the team assignment. And I'm off. Shirsue, see you in the evening. Okay, be careful. After greeting Uchiha Yoka, who was holding Shirsue, Zhenyang walked toward the ninja academy. Soon he arrived at the main gate of the school. Since learning the shadow clone technique, Zhenyang had never personally come to the school again. To avoid accidents, the clone's activity range had been limited to the vicinity of the classroom. So now he actually felt a bit unfamiliar here. This graduation ceremony was very special, probably the largest in years. Because they were not graduating normally, but early. Not only their class, but all students aged 8 and above would attend the graduation ceremony and become ninjas ahead of time. Why the village made this decision was presumably because they foresaw some things. They would train them for a while, first preparing for what was to come. The training ground, unlike the empty scene in his memory, was now filled with people arranged like a phalanx waiting for the Hokage to come on stage and give the graduation speech. Danzo must have come to this. They are the hope of the village. Looking at the vast crowd below, all still half-grown, Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing in the teaching building, hesitated. Hiruzen, this is not the time to hesitate. The third Kazekage went missing a few days ago, and Tsunade here clearly suspects us. Now that Chiyo and Ebizo are in power, this war is inevitable. Facing his friend's deliberate ignorance, Danzo coldly stated the fact. After all he had been through the ups and downs of the ninja world for decades, he saw this very clearly. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law had both died at the hands of Konoha, but she would not miss any opportunity to take revenge on Konoha. And the last time Suna had also lost to Konoha. With family hatred and national enmity plus the need to divert internal conflicts caused by the Kazekage's disappearance, if he were in her shoes, he would also initiate war. A war was unavoidable. Moreover, Root has detected intelligence that Awagakure and Kumogakure have been making frequent small moves. Everything is for the sake of Konoha. Looking at his old friend's expression, Danzo added another sentence to shatter the other's illusions. With decades of friendship, one frown was enough for him to know what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. No doubt he was being soft-hearted. Having been Hokage for so many years, how could he not see the current situation? Indeed, it was a mistake for Tobarama-sensei to pass the Hokage position to the monkey. Danzo was the one most suited to be Hokage. Sigh, everything for the sake of Konoha. Muttering this phrase as if to comfort himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen adjusted his attire and walked downstairs. Good morning, students. I am the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha is not merely an organization to me. Every year it nurtures and births numerous ninja, who then fight and die to protect what they cherish. The people of this village, even if not bound by blood, are my most important family. That is why the shadow of the fire will illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout. Wherever leaves dance, fire will burn. On the elevated platform before the training ground, a middle-aged man clad in a red Hokage robe and wearing a Hokage hat was speaking eloquently. This was the first time Zhenyang had seen Hiruzen Sarutobi in person since his transmigration. Unlike the benevolent old man, he would become the 50-year-old Hiruzen, still retained the oppressive aura of one who had long held a high position. Though often mockingly called the strongest fire shadow, it was undeniable that Hiruzen Sarutobi, proficient in all 5 elemental natures and known as the Professor of Ninja, was a formidable powerhouse. In his prime, he had been hailed as the strongest ninja of the era. Even now past his peak, he remained a top-tier powerhouse in the ninja world. Yet his words were no different from the future. Every sentence revolved around Konoha, the will of fire, and similar terms, igniting the spirits of the students below and filling them with fervor. But upon closer inspection, one could discern that his speech, though lengthy, contained no substance, only grand hollow words. The students fresh from the academy and lacking worldly experience were easily swayed. After listening for a moment, Zhenyang shook his head. The prelude to the Third Great Ninja War marked the final glorious era of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Despite his immense strength, his personality was not entirely suited for the role of Hokage. He was always overly lenient with others, often leading to mistakes. For now he could barely suppress his subordinates, keeping them from harboring rebellious thoughts. But as his power waned in the future, he would become prone to compromise, indulging Danzo in many transgressions. After letting out a couple of symbolic cheers with the crowd to prove he wasn't an outsider, Zhenyang stopped paying attention to the string of official platitudes on the stage. Instead, he discreetly observed the vast number of ninja around him. Since the graduation ceremony was immediately followed by the team assignment ceremony, the jonin assigned to tasks had gathered nearby, along with some idle onlookers, making the crowd especially large. Glancing to the side, he spotted 3 conspicuous figures standing lazily. A white-haired lecherous man kept sneaking glances at the blonde woman beside him. Humph. He had always despised sneaky gazes like that. To be a man, one must be straightforward. Following the man's gaze, Zhenyang's pupils suddenly dilated. He had misjudged the man. It wasn't that his own will was weak, it was the enemy's. Overwhelming assets. Quickly averting his eyes, he glanced past the last cold-faced man. They were none other than Konoha's most renowned Sanin Jiraiya, the gallant princess, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, the cold-blooded. Among Konoha's ninja of the same generation, the only one who could suppress the three was the deceased, White Fang Sakomo Hitaki. The village widely believed that the future fourth Hokage would emerge from among these three. Looking further back, a yellow-haired man behind Jiraiya was scratching his head and smiling sheepishly at a red-haired woman, likely Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. There were also Shinku Yuhi and Noichi Yamanaka, and many other jonin whose names he couldn't recall. The scene was truly impressive. Konoha's reputation for producing geniuses was no exaggeration. Every age group had representative figures, completely avoiding the generational gaps seen in other villages. After his observation, Zhenyang's gaze inexplicably drifted back to the same spot. But this time he wasn't so lucky. Before he could reach her waist, a hand reached up, followed by a sharp pain. "Zhenyang, what are you looking at?" Hiss. Drawing a sharp breath, he turned to see a girl smiling dangerously before him. Zhenyang could only scratch his head and chuckle sheepishly. "Kurenai, weren't you listening to the Hokage's speech?" With her hands behind her back, Kurenai Yuhi wore a scrutinizing expression. "The Hokage's speech was too boring. I turned around and saw you in action." Cabbage raised crookedly. Seeing Kurenai start to act mischievous, Zhenyang sighed inwardly. To prevent Kurenai and the others from being brainwashed into loyal Hokage supporters, he had begun guiding them early on. He had revealed many dark deeds committed by Konoha's higher-ups while instilling the idea that the village belonged not to the upper echelons, but to all its residents. The lofty image Hiruzen Sarutobi had built came crashing down in their minds. As a result, they now viewed all of the Hokage's words with skepticism, no longer blindly trusting. This shift in mindset was good. At least they wouldn't be sold out and still help count the money. But who would have thought it would backfire on him? "Kurenai, let me explain. Let me." Before he could finish, a hand covered his mouth. "Does Zhenyang-kun like women like Tsunade-sama?" Seeing no sign of anger on Kurenai's face, Zhenyang instinctively nodded. Such a grand scale. Any man would love it. Suddenly realizing he had made a grave mistake, Zhenyang frantically shook his head. "So Zhenyang-kun likes that type." Kurenai carefully observed the distant blonde beauty, then looked down at herself, recalling a secret technique she had found among her mother's belongings. "I'll start training tomorrow. Orochimaru, I heard you recently took on a disciple. Don't tell me it's because my beloved student got to you, ha." Unfazed by being punched by Tsunade for peeping, Jiraiya turned and draped his arm around his comrade, mocking him. "Idiot." With just 2 words, Jiraiya's smile froze instantly. "You bastard." Completely ignoring the noisy fellow's words, Orochimaru recalled the scene from a few days ago, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "I will raise Anko well." That was his final promise to his former right hand. It seems Orochimaru has found a good disciple. Noticing the change in Orochimaru's expression, Tsunade also showed a rare smile, happy for her comrade. Ever since Nawaki and Dan's deaths, it wasn't only she who had been downcast. Orochimaru had become even more reclusive, spending most of his time in the basement out of sight. Having a disciple to keep him company was good, at least to prevent him from stewing in his own gloom. "Dan, I'll take care of Shizen. Once things settle down, I'll leave Konoha with her." Seeing his companions all unusually quiet, Jiraiya stopped. For a moment, the 3 ninja renowned throughout the ninja world each fell into silence, lost in their own thoughts. After a long wait, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally concluded his drawn-out speech, and the entire venue erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Zhenyang joined in the sincere applause, hoping to be dismissed soon and move on to the next stage. Compared to such speeches, he was far more interested in the jonin instructor and teammates he would be assigned. Though he had some guesses, he still held a sense of anticipation until the results were revealed. "All right, everyone, please return to your classrooms. Your jonin instructors will be arriving shortly." After Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped down, the school's leadership immediately took the stage to announce the team assignment procedure. "Zhenyang, who do you think our teacher will be?" In the classroom, Zhenyang looked at Hong, who was holding his hand with a tense expression, and couldn't help but smile. "What's the matter? Since when did Hong get so nervous?" Despite her obedient demeanor before him, Yuhi Hong was quite different outside. She exuded the aura of a future heroine. Among the 3 of them, she was undoubtedly the big sister. "You're still laughing?" Seeing Zhenyang teasing her at such a moment, Hong squeezed his hand in dissatisfaction, huffing angrily. "Aren't you worried about the team assignment? Anyway, they're all jonin. Besides, your strength is not weak now, the difference isn't big." Zhenyang couldn't help but want to tease her. It was rare to see Hong like this, quite adorable. The instructors for the elite class were personally appointed by the Hokage, and were all jonin, as per tradition. Because the students in the elite class were either exceptionally talented disciples of prominent ninja clans or descendants of powerful ninjas. Keeping this group in hand meant controlling the future power of Mai. Such matters as the shadow of the village naturally had to be firmly grasped. What if we're not assigned together? Then maybe we should ask Lord Jinhong for help. While continuing to tease, Zhenyang understood in his heart. After all, with his 2 years of training, Hong's strength had already reached the level of a genin, far surpassing her original counterpart. Why would she be worried about the team assignment? So it was this concern. Indeed, he had some idea in his mind and hadn't seriously thought about it, but Hong was completely unaware. Seeing the girl's troubled expression, Zhenyang finally spoke unhurriedly. "Don't worry, we'll be in the same group." "Oh, Hong looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. This was decided by the Hokage. How could Zhenyang influence the outcome? Having grown considerably, Hong was no longer as naive as before. Thus, she understood the difficulty behind this matter, especially for Zhenyang, who was a member of the Uchiha clan. For any other ninja clan there might be some possibility, but for the Uchiha, it was no secret among those who knew the decisions of the high-ranking officials that the Uchiha were not well liked in the village. Although many people didn't actually have ill feelings toward the Uchiha. After all, anyone who had been on the battlefield knew how comfortable it was to have a Uchiha member on the team. The general direction from above was clear, at least on the surface, one had to follow the leadership's lead. This was what her father Yui Zhenhong had told her. After learning that the Ninja Academy would graduate early, Yui Zhenhong explained many things about the ninja world to his daughter both inside and outside the village to avoid any mishaps due to information gaps. Just wait a moment. Zhenyang said, no more, soothing her to sit and wait. Asama Huibishu, come with me. Soon after, a ninja suddenly appeared in the classroom and took away Asama Huibishu and a girl. 2 boys and 1 girl. The classic Mai-style team composition. As if coordinated, people came in one after another. Senai Yubixi, come with me. Bingzu Leidong Feiju Qingting, come with me. Each time not a whole team was taken, as sometimes only 1 or 2. Perhaps multiple graduations were combined to form more reasonable teams. The jonin came frequently and the students in the classroom dwindled rapidly. Until only the 2 of them remained. Hong could no longer hold back her doubts and was about to ask, I hope I'm not too late, old man. Just then a voice came from outside the door, interrupting her. A ninja carrying a large pot walked in slowly. I chatted a bit longer with Risen. You must have waited a while. Gujia's casual words, like everyday chat, contained information that stirred a storm in Hong's heart. Risen. Could it be? She clearly remembered that the current Hokage's name was Yuanfei Risen. Grandpa Gujia, thank you. Although he had been informed in advance, seeing the same kind smile, as always, Zhenyang was still moved. This was their team's instructor, Wanqing Gujia. As for how this situation came about, it all started earlier. You mean you want to be the instructor for Uchiha Zhenyang? In the Hokage's office, Yuanfei Risen's tone was full of surprise. This old friend had always lived on the outskirts of the village. It was unexpected that he would bring such a surprising news when he finally came to visit. I encountered Zhenyang training a long time ago. He is a very outstanding child, and besides he is a descendant of Jing. Facing the question, Wanqing Gujia stated his reason calmly. Being old and shrewd, Yuanfei Risen immediately caught the deeper meaning in his words. This meant that Gujia valued the child himself more than the identity he represented. That was quite interesting. Squinting his eyes, Yuanfei Risen began to recall the information about Uchiha Zhenyang in his memory. He still had some impression of the person who had defeated his own son. Since entering the Ninja Academy, he had always been the top student in the elite class. Indeed, he was quite outstanding, but was that enough to earn the recognition of this old friend? You think so highly of this child? With many recent troubles, Yuanfei Risen didn't think much and asked directly. Of course, this was because it was Wanqing Gujia. If it were anyone else, he would have to think it over carefully. If there were people who loved the village, Yuanfei Risen could name a multitude. But if asked who loved the village most purely in his mind, it was Gujia. Even he himself had once harbored greed for the position of Hokage, let alone the current elders. Based on his trust in Gujia, he was ready to hear his opinion. He has the potential to become the next Uchiha Jing. At this simple sentence, Yuanfei Risen's pupils contracted sharply as he looked at his friend in astonishment. The implications of these words were immense. The scene fell into silence for a moment. Jing. After a long while, Yuanfei Risen took out the team assignment sheet from his drawer and crossed out the name of Uchiha Zhenyang from a team. What else do you need me to do? Put Uchiha Zhenyang, Yuhi Hong, and Maite Kai in the same team. Alright, but as the instructor, your identity needs to change to avoid criticism from others in the village. Okay. The conversation between them became extremely concise. Just 2 minutes later, Yuanfei Risen was back to handling official business. Recently, the Sand Ninja had been restless with various reports coming from the border. The burden on his shoulders had become much heavier. Every day was a busy life. As for the matter of Uchiha Zhenyang, he chose to let it go completely this time. And his old friend who had refused to be promoted for decades had chosen to become a jonin for this. That was enough to set his mind at ease. It's fine, an old man like me can't stay a genin forever. In the classroom, Gukai watched the half-grown boy before him with satisfaction. The boy had grown a lot over the past 2 years, now reaching Gukai's chest. With that expression, someone might think something happened to me. Put it away, we haven't finished picking up the students yet. Patting Zhenyang on the shoulder, Gukai walked out. Thinking of another one who might still be confused, Zhenyang couldn't help but smile. He followed behind with Kurenai, who was impressed though not fully understanding in tow. At that moment, looking at the empty surroundings, even the ever-optimistic Mike Guy sensed something was wrong. What was going on? Where was the instructor? Had he been forgotten? A few minutes later, staring at the bitterly resentful guy sitting beside him, Zhenyang struggled to hold back his laughter. Haha, but in the end he couldn't hold it in. The thought of Guy making such a face was just too hilarious. The moment the sound escaped, Guy's face darkened. That Zhenyang making him wait nervously in the classroom after their chat. And now he was laughing. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat him, he'd make sure he got what he deserved. Conveniently forgetting that he had never been able to beat Zhenyang before, Guy consoled himself. From a corner of the rooftop, Gukai watched their banter with a pleased smile, as if seeing his younger self. so full of energy. For him, the most wonderful thing was undoubtedly watching the younger generation of ninjas in the village gradually grow up. The young are the hope of the future. As an elder, he would protect them and inspire them to become the pillars bearing the future. Where leaves dance, fire burns evermore. The flame will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. The spirit unique to Konoha was fully embodied in Gukai. This was the true will of fire. The purest, most selfless will of fire. Nice to meet you. I'm your supervising Jonin Mariboshi Gukai. I specialize in water-release Genjutsu and Kenjutsu. I enjoy watching Konoha thrive and dislike those who harm the village. After a while, Gukai gathered the three and had them introduce themselves. Since he was the instructor, they had to go through the formalities. Understanding the specifics of his team members was essential to avoid problems during future missions. Zhenyang, Kurenai, and Guy exchanged glances, hesitating slightly. Was this self-introduction really necessary? As close friends, they already knew each other well. Zhenyang, you go first. Introduce yourself. Seeing through their thoughts, Gukai directly pointed at Zhenyang. You little ones know each other, but this old man only knows one of you. Although Gukai knew that Kurenai, Yuhi, and Might Guy were Zhenyang's friends, he only knew their names. Zhenyang quickly caught on thought for a moment and began. My name is Uchiha Zhenyang. I'll be 10 in 2 months. I'm best at Genjutsu and Taijutsu. I like grilled meat and Ichiraku ramen, and Kurenai. The earlier part was perfectly normal, but the last sentence made Kurenai's face turn bright red. Gukai looked at them with a teasing smile. Ought to be young. What are you saying? Caught in everyone's gaze, Kurenai instinctively tried to defend herself, but her voice trailed off into near silence. Hello, Gukai-sensei. I'm Kurenai Yuhi, same age as Zhenyang. I'm good at Genjutsu, hate cake, and love octopus with wasabi. And Zhenyang. Muttering, Kurenai spoke to Gukai. They were all familiar with each other, so this part was mainly for the instructor to get to know them. Though her face reddened again, Kurenai chose an introduction similar to Zhenyang's. Kurenai, is it? A lovely child. Now it's Guy's turn. Zhenyang clearly saw that after Kurenai finished, Gukai's smile became even more genial. Guy's introduction was much simpler, summed up in just 2 words: youth. Very fitting for him. The rest of the day after team assignment was usually used for everyone to get to know each other. But since the team, from the teacher down to the teammates, had deep bonds with Zhenyang, this step was completed unusually quickly. Then that's all for today. Everyone go home and rest well. Tomorrow we'll start missions. Soon Gukai gave his first instruction as their teacher. Zhenyang, Kurenai, and Guy each returned home. Full of anticipation for the life of a ninja, the night passed in a flash. Early the next morning, their newly formed team gathered at the entrance of Konoha's mission center. Since they weren't the Hokage's orphans or the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, they naturally didn't have the privilege of receiving missions directly from the Hokage's office. They had to go through the proper channels. After excitedly walking in and browsing the missions, Kurenai's face was clearly filled with disappointment. The reason? Freshly graduated Ninja Academy students could only start with low-risk D-rank missions to build teamwork. Things like catching cats, picking up trash, cleaning public toilets. Seeing these tasks, the vision in her heart shattered instantly. Who posted these missions? Making a ninja clean toilets. Are you kidding me? All the above missions posted by the Hokage building. Well, never mind then. The glamorous image of leaping across rooftops and fighting 1 against 10 vanished, leaving only a trainee, Jinin like a salted fish, Kurenai Yuhi. Aren't you disappointed? Seeing Kurenai's doubt, Zhenyang couldn't help but laugh. He had expected this, so he was more accepting. After all, even the luxurious Team 7 had to do D-rank missions for several days straight. This step couldn't be skipped. As for Guy, he was even more used to it. Might Dewey had done these missions daily, and Guy sometimes helped speed things up. After comforting Kurenai, Zhenyang finally chose a mission to help a villager plant crops. Compared to the labor-intensive tasks, he preferred this. At least he could learn how to place seeds. According to the mission description, there was a river nearby, perfect for some grilled fish after exercise. The rest of the day passed like that, more tedious than training certainly. But once he actually learned the knowledge of planting, it had its own charm. As the saying goes, if you can't fight it, just lie back and enjoy it. No wait, accept it gracefully. Like now? Zhenyang, come on. Let's see who can plant more. The loser has to make dinner. Kurenai was cheerfully messing around in the paddy fields with seedlings. She had been upset earlier, but after hearing the villagers' thanks, she turned into this. Zhenyang smiled back and stepped into the field again. 2 hours later, he sat by the river waiting for dinner. He had planned to cook himself, but a certain girl who was both bad at it and eager to play. He was happy to take it easy. The following days were monotonous. As usual, the 3-person team had been doing D-rank missions for a week. Until today, they were finally informed by the mission center supervisor that they had passed the ninja's adjustment period and could now accept higher-ranked C-rank missions. This news undoubtedly delighted the trio. After doing such menial tasks for so long, even Zhenyang, who had been mentally prepared, couldn't help but feel bored. Flipping through a few pages of the available missions, one task caught his eye. Drive away the wild beasts north of the village. Unlike the risk-free D-rank missions, C-rank missions come with the possibility of injury, and driving away ferocious beasts is one of the simpler ones. Considering that he still had 2 teammates who had never been in actual combat, Zhenyang ultimately chose to play it safe. He had summarized 3 factors for selecting missions to judge their merits. First, prioritize missions near the village because war would break out soon if the mission location is too far. Unexpected incidents might occur with unpredictable consequences, so it's best to avoid that. Second, the enemies involved in the mission should preferably be wild beasts or rogue ninja, so that there won't be a situation where beating the small one brings out the big one, causing a tangled mess. Third, the enemy's strength should be appropriate, allowing the team to gain training. In simple terms, it means low workload close to home and training value. Of course, there are trade-offs. Missions that meet the above conditions offer lower rewards compared to other C-rank missions, such as being a merchant escort or escorting confidential documents to the daimyo's mansion. But Zhenyang and his teammates were not short of money. Kai had his help, and Hong herself was a little rich girl. That was very comfortable. They could fully choose missions according to their preference. Therefore, this mission perfectly met all of Zhenyang's conditions. Handing the mission sheet to the two, Zhenyang pointed at the description and asked, "How about this mission? If you think it's suitable, I'll take it." After a brief look at the description, Hong responded first, "No problem, Zhenyang, you decide." Kai followed suit, "Me too." After claiming the mission and registering with the staff, Zhenyang and his team didn't delay and immediately headed to the mission location. Actually, doing D-rank missions wasn't without benefit. At least their movements became much more agile. Because for some tasks, if you don't act quickly, it's hilarious, you simply can't finish them. After a week, everyone became quick with some genuine ninja demeanor. Soon they arrived at the destination. Here the plains bordered the forest. Upon asking the mission issuer, they learned that this entire area was someone else's land rented from the village used for raising livestock. Tisk tisk, rich people. Recently, wild beasts have been coming from the other side of the forest to attack the livestock. The mission requirement is to drive them out of the enclosure and protect the livestock from attack, which would complete the mission. In fact, this type of beast is not easy to deal with because they have tasted the benefits and are very likely to return even after being driven away. The optimal way is to capture or kill them. However, the issuer saw that they were all children and knew they were fresh graduates from the academy, so he only mentioned it in passing and didn't hold much hope. Just drive them out first to relieve the immediate urgency and let other ninja-sama help clean them up next time. Not that his thinking is unreasonable, mainly because the beasts in the Naruto world are somewhat different. Like the beasts in the Forest of Death during the Chunin exam, they are slightly larger in size and stronger. If a person stands next to them, they look like a post-dinner snack. That's precisely why this can be a C-rank mission, otherwise the reward and contribution points would be too easy to obtain. Even if they wanted to, the Hokage wouldn't allow it. Completing a mission gives not only the reward itself, but also corresponding contribution points. In Konoha, contribution points are no less important than money, and even more so. First, contribution points can be used to exchange for ninjutsu. This is the only legitimate way to obtain ninjutsu in the village other than being taught by others. Second, it affects the promotion of ninja. A ninja's strength does not have obvious levels. They are mainly divided by rank into Jonin, Chunin, and Genin. Each rank enjoys different treatment. When one's strength is sufficient, they can apply for promotion to the village. After verification that the contribution points meet the requirements, they can complete the promotion through an exam. Contribution points can be seen as the ninja's actual experience. The higher the value, the more experience they have, and the easier it is to pass the promotion. Therefore, the mission center cannot make mistakes in this regard. Let's split up and search. It will be more efficient. Stay safe. Since the beast was hiding in the forest, and its exact location was unknown, and Zhenyang and his two teammates didn't want to wait idly, they each set off to explore in different directions. Their strength was enough to handle the beast, so they had the capital to do so. Before leaving, Zhenyang created a clone to stay at the base guarding against the possibility of the mission failing due to a sneak attack. Not long after entering the forest, Zhenyang, with his powerful perception ability, found one of the targets of this trip, a giant tiger about 2 or 3 meters tall. In front of it, Zhenyang looked like a small toy. The tiger hadn't noticed his arrival, yet it was resting under the sun with half-closed eyes, looking extremely leisurely. At its feet were some remnants with strips of meat. Seeing the giant tiger, Zhenyang's first thought was, "I need to ask for more money when I get back." Ordinary beasts, though large, are not this big. This exceeds the scope of this mission. It's an unexpected surprise. This kind of beast already has value as a summoning beast, so the mission difficulty, naturally, needs to be raised a notch. Summoning beasts are very popular in Konoha because the famous Sannin all have unique summoning beasts that have become renowned on the battlefield. Moreover, the summoning technique is very easy to learn and can quickly form combat power, leading to a shortage of summoning beasts in the market. Such a big fellow can fetch a considerable price. Looks like I can't kill it. Zhenyang immediately changed his initial idea and carefully observed the big creature. Although he had money sitting idle would eventually drain it also, this was a good chance to replenish his little treasury. Perhaps his constant scrutiny was detected by the tiger. It opened its eyes, saw Zhenyang, immediately flipped up, and stood glaring angrily. Roar! Immediately following, Zhenyang felt the sky darken a bit. The tiger had already pounced. Your big head must be dizzy from sleep. Dodging the tiger's pounce by sidestepping, Zhenyang instantly appeared on a tree. Earth release, earth tremor technique. As chakra was consumed, the ground beneath the tiger began to change to a pillar of earth emerged from below, striking precisely at its soft belly. Woo! Accompanied by a mournful cry, Zhenyang seemed to see tears squeezed out of its eyes. Although Zhenyang's chakra was not of the earth nature, making the technique slightly weaker, it was still terrifying for the tiger. This level of power is just right enough to hurt this guy. Watching the tiger's reaction, Zhenyang began to move his hands again. Multiple earth tremor technique. The tiger, flung back by the ninja art, crashed heavily onto the ground, flattening a large patch of underbrush. Roar. Shaking its dazed head, the tiger rose to its feet, fixing its gaze on Zhenyang with a wary intensity, emitting low, guttural growls. The ground began to tremble once more, far more violently than before, sharpening its vigilance. This time Zhenyang's release of the ninja art was not swift. Because he had no intention of killing this peculiar tiger, he needed to control his chakra output. Otherwise, every loss would be counted in silver notes. He had already come to regard this massive creature as his spoils of war. Moi. Before the ninja art could be unleashed, the tiger, which had moments ago exuded dominance, flattened its front paws and lowered its head, resembling a docile ginger cat. Watching the colossal cat adopt a posture of submission, Zhenyang couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow seemed quite imposing, yet turned out to be a cowardly tiger. This was fine, saving him the trouble. Zhenyang ceased chakra input, and the ground instantly calmed. Sensing the change in its surroundings, the ginger cat let out an obvious sigh of relief, its body relaxing. Given Zhenyang's keen observation, he naturally took note of its transformation, pausing for a moment. This creature, had it sensed danger just now? If this was any indication, it seemed more surprising than he had imagined. Some wild animals could occasionally learn to use chakra, greatly enhancing their physique and qualifying them to become summoning beasts. But Zhenyang had never heard of a creature as large as this one being able to perceive chakra fluctuations without any training. This was generally a capability exclusive to the summoning beasts of the 3 great sacred lands. Whimper. The ginger cat scurried to Zhenyang's front, lowered its head, and rubbed against him, wearing an expression of ingratiation. Thus Zhenyang could fully confirm his suspicions. This creature possessed remarkable intelligence. A corner of his mouth lifted, and he said with a smile, "Interesting." He reached out and stroked the creature's head, then with a thought leaped directly onto the crown of its head and stood. "I'll call you Dawang." Dawang, head that way. He casually bestowed a sloppy name upon the ginger cat, then directed it toward the direction from which they had come. Since the creature had chosen submission, Zhenyang naturally began to make use of it. It must be said Dawang's performance exceeded Zhenyang's expectations. Along the way, he issued various commands, and the creature effortlessly understood and executed them. Such a clever tiger would be ashamed to sell outright. But the problem was that he already had a summoning beast. The Uchiha clan typically chose to sign summoning contracts with the Nico clan, led by the cat lady. Although the Nico clan had little combat prowess, the weapons and tools they crafted were of excellent quality, and they possessed unique information channels. Overall, they were more beneficial to the Uchiha clan. With the Sharingan in existence, almost all summoning beasts appeared fragile in their eyes. Thus the Uchiha did not seek powerful summoning beasts, instead opting for auxiliary ones like the Nico clan. As a member of the Uchiha, Zhenyang was no exception, having signed a summoning contract early on. Though Dawang was impressive, he had no desire to acquire another summoning beast. A combat-type summoning beast would be brought down by a single glance from the Uchiha. If I recall, Kurenai doesn't have a summoning beast. Recalling the original plot, he indeed remembered no scene where Yuhi Kurenai used the summoning technique, nor did her family possess such a tradition. This tiger's potential was evidently high. With careful nurturing, it would surely become formidable in time. Since Kurenai lacked a summoning beast, if she was willing, signing a contract with Dawang would be an excellent choice. As for Guy, he already had a turtle for stepping on, so Zhenyang didn't consider him. Having decided on the creature's fate, Zhenyang urged it to hasten its pace. Soon they returned to their starting point, waiting for the other two to return, perhaps due to the earlier battle's commotion being quite significant. Before long, Kurenai and Guy hurried back from 2 different directions. "Zhenyang, how did things go on your end?" Before Kurenai could finish, she froze, staring intently at the massive figure beneath Zhenyang. "This fellow is likely the main culprit behind the livestock attacks. I've now subdued him." Zhenyang jumped down to explain, and the ginger cat promptly laid down beside him, confirming the truth of his words. "How did things go in your areas?" After a brief exchange, Kurenai and Guy were left amused and exasperated. They had each encountered several beasts, each believing they would be the one to clear the most. But they never expected Zhenyang to subdue such a massive tiger. There was simply no comparison. "Zhenyang, next time I'll surpass you." My passionate youth has ignited completely. Ignoring Guy's exuberant outburst, Zhenyang turned directly to the girl beside him. "Kurenai, I recall you don't have a summoning beast. How about contracting this creature?" After carefully examining the docile ginger cat, Kurenai's face broke into a radiant smile, and she agreed without a moment's hesitation. "All right. Without even a second thought, you silly girl. If it's not like you'd ever harm me." Hearing her playful tone, Zhenyang patted her head. "Then hurry up and sign the contract. You can keep it behind my house for now. Having it become a summoning beast and then return would save the trouble of parading such a huge creature through the streets, drawing unwanted attention." Behind Zhenyang's house was a forest belonging to the Uchiha clan. Because most clan members had contracted with Nico cats, the area was quite open, perfect for Dawang to roam, and it could be kept there without fear of others capturing it. Signing a summoning contract was very simple. Soon the 3 were back in the village, accompanied by the client's expressions of gratitude. Such remarkable youngsters. Watching the 3 small figures, the client couldn't help but marvel. He had thought it would be a blessing if they could merely drive away the beasts, never expecting they could handle such a massive creature. Recalling the giant tiger he had seen, he couldn't suppress a shudder, and new thoughts began to stir. Should he send his grandson to the daimyo's palace to learn ninjutsu? Not expecting him to reach such heights, but at least to protect the family's legacy in the future. He happened to be on good terms with an official. Perhaps the daimyo's guardian ninja could teach a few techniques. Unaware of the client's complex thoughts, Zhenyang and the others had already arrived at the mission center. Handing over the notification endorsed by the client to the staff, they received their mission rewards. A C-rank mission typically paid between 3,000 and 1,000 Rio. Their mission originally paid only 4,000 Rio, but the reward was increased to 1,000 Rio after encountering the ginger cat. Of course, the extra amount was not covered by the mission center, but added by the client. The notification was proof of the client's willingness to raise the reward. After the village took its cut of 5,000 Rio, the three ultimately received 9,500 Rio in banknotes. We're rich. Seeing this sum, all three were visibly excited. Considering that a D-rank mission usually earned only a few thousand Rio a day, this was a veritable fortune. Compared to before, it was far more satisfying. The reward had multiplied several times. We've made a nice little profit today. How about some grilled meat? Zhenyang suggested a treat. Agreed. 2. In a dense forest 30 li north of the Mai village. As he ran, Zhenyang noticed the anxious look on Hong's face. He drew closer and comforted her. Don't be too nervous. They're just a few rogue ninjas who only dare to attack civilians. Their strength is not great. As long as we perform normally, we can handle them completely. Hong nodded, raising her arm. I'm not afraid of them. Sensing that she was still a bit tense, but better than before, Zhenyang said no more. It was common to be nervous when facing killing for the first time. Once you've experienced it, you'll be fine. To be honest, his own reaction back then was the abnormal one. Before long, they arrived at an eerily quiet village. Sensing the thick scent of blood in the air, Zhenyang's heart sank. Too late. As soon as they entered the village, it was a mess. Bodies lay scattered everywhere in disarray, and faint sounds of weeping could be heard. Reaching out to take Hong's hand, which had turned noticeably pale, Zhenyang walked toward the sound. We are ninjas from Mai. Please tell us, what did the attackers look like? Zhenyang found a few remaining women and children hiding in a hole and asked. Dead, all dead. The surviving woman was expressionless, staring blankly at the forehead protector on Zhenyang's head. Only then did a flicker of awareness return, and her tone finally changed slightly. I don't know. I only know they killed everyone and left heading in that direction. She pointed a finger, and as she spoke, her eyes begged for help. Don't worry, we will avenge you. Thank you. Zhenyang first calmed them down, then looked in the direction she had pointed and said coldly. Chase. Hong and Kai, already indignant, nodded firmly. These rogue ninjas had gone too far. Slaughtering helpless civilians was a despicable act. For a ninja, tracking was one of the most fundamental lessons. Every qualified ninja was an expert at tracking. Being from Mai, which boasted the highest quality ninjas, Zhenyang and his team naturally excelled in this area compared to the rogue ninjas. It didn't take long for them to find the traces left behind. A few minutes later, the three landed before a small stream. Checking the footprints by the stream, Zhenyang looked up and said, the rogue ninjas are probably 3 to 5 in number, which matches the mission details. Their footsteps look chaotic, as if they are in a hurry. After reaching this conclusion, Zhenyang couldn't help but frown. He had taken this mission precisely because it seemed simple, but judging by the situation, these rogue ninjas were most likely defectors from some ninja village rather than ordinary rabble. How could they run into such a low probability event? It wasn't strange that rogue ninjas had complex backgrounds. But near their own village, encountering defectors from other villages disguised as rogue ninjas who might also be on the run from pursuers. All these factors combined made Zhenyang feel that this was no less troublesome than encountering another special big orange cat. Was he the protagonist with everything gravitating toward him? Zhenyang shook off the messy thoughts. Whatever. Since they had encountered it, there was nothing more to say. He would definitely send those bastards to hell. He just hated trouble, but he wasn't incapable of solving it. Seeing that Zhenyang had stopped moving, Kai grew impatient and asked, Zhenyang, what's wrong? Chase, or they'll get away. Zhenyang shook his head and pointed at a nearby tree. Don't rush. Look at that tree's branches. With a body flicker, Kai appeared on the branch, crouched down to observe. He noticed that the branches were slightly misaligned, and recalling Zhenyang's words, he suddenly understood. This was caused by high-speed movement. Is someone else looking for them too? The traces on the tree and by the stream clearly belonged to different groups, which made one wonder. We took this mission so the village won't send anyone else. That means there are other ninjas after them. I suspect these rogue ninjas are defectors. Zhenyang shared his deduction with the two. Based on the discovered traces and the identity of the rogue ninjas, it was clearly not a random guess. The unexpected situation left Kai somewhat bewildered. Then, what should we do now? Involving other ninja villages escalated the severity of the matter several levels, and they had to be cautious. Just proceed as usual. Don't worry, I'm here. Zhenyang confidently reassured them. A few months ago, he had already achieved the goal he had set for himself. A few defectors, he could handle them. They continued forward for a stretch, but had to stop again because a group of ninjas were engaged in a fierce battle ahead. Sensing the arrival of strangers, the combatants halted and split into two groups, eyeing them warily. By then, Zhenyang and his team could see the situation clearly. Both sides had equal numbers. One side was composed of 4 masked ninjas whose attire identified them as members of the Sharingan village special assassination squad. The other side was 4 people of varied appearances, 3 men and 1 woman. Judging by their disheveled state, it was obvious they had been at a disadvantage. The hostility between them was palpable. Had Zhenyang and his team not arrived unexpectedly, they would have fought to the death. My ninjas, we are the Umbu of Sharingan village currently eliminating defectors. Please leave. The leader, seeing that they were only 3 children, first breathed a sigh of relief, then spoke with a slightly threatening tone. This place was too close to my, so it was better to be cautious. After dealing with these people then. Little brother, don't trust them. After we're dead, they'll come for you. How about we join forces against them? One of the other side suddenly spoke up. The 4 of them clearly couldn't defeat the 4 Umbu, and even though the 3 newcomers seemed insignificant, they had to try to win them over. Seeing Hong and Kai looking to him for guidance, Zhenyang gave a slight smile. From the hatred in one Umbu's eyes earlier, he could tell that they might indeed do such a thing. The enmity between Sharingan village and my village had been forged since the last Great War. Whenever they met, fighting almost always broke out. But the defectors' warning was not out of kindness. If they helped defeat the Umbu, the defectors would then turn their weapons on them. This was merely a temporary expedient born of disadvantage. Moreover, these people had committed those atrocities earlier. 2 Genin, 4 Chunin, and 2 special Jonin. His gaze swept over each one, assessing the overall strength of both groups. He spoke. Hong, leave the 2 Genin to you and Kai. I'll handle the rest. Everyone was still waiting for the boy's response, but they never expected to hear such an arrogant declaration. One of the Sharingan Umbu couldn't contain his anger. Do you want to die, brat? He had never seen such an insolent kid. Hearing this, Hong and Kai didn't hesitate and directly engaged the only 2 Genin among the defectors. This action naturally enraged all the ninjas present, and they attacked the trio. However, wary of the enemy nearby, they held back and didn't go all out. They merely threw some ninja tools and used low-level jutsu. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Facing a barrage of attacks, Zhenyang's fingers moved swiftly, and a vast sea of flame erupted from his mouth, turning the area ahead into an inferno, completely nullifying the sand ninja's assault. Is this a joke? A fire jutsu of this level? How could this be a child? As he frantically retreated to dodge the scorching wave of flames, the Umbu, who had spoken earlier, muttered to himself in a low voice. Though the others remained silent, their expressions betrayed the same doubt. Was this truly a jutsu a child could unleash? If so, they must have been living in vain. Then could what he said earlier be true? At that moment, someone suddenly asked. Given the situation, even if this guy couldn't annihilate them all, at least those he targeted would have no escape. Realizing this, everyone's faces turned pale. They immediately scattered in all directions, preparing to flee. Realizing the problem now seems a bit late. Jinjutsu Shiranui. Except for the 2 Genin who were engaged, everyone else suddenly saw Zhenyang's figure in their eyes, then froze in place. Seeing this scene, Zhenyang was not at all surprised. He had not wasted his years at the Ninja Academy. After a few seconds, the faces of those trapped in the illusion showed expressions of pain and fear. Shiranui. It was a visual Jinjutsu activated by the Sharingan, causing the opponent to feel as if their body was burning in the illusion. They were now trapped in the flames of the illusion. The scene was too bizarre. The remaining 2 Genin were shocked that the situation had changed so quickly. Zhenyang turned his head to look. Taking advantage of the moment they were stunned, Hong and Kai had already charged forward. Due to their age, their chakra reserves were surely inferior to the opponents. Thus, they immediately engaged in close combat, giving the enemy no chance to cast jutsu. For a time, Kanai clashed fists and feet met. Though they were Genin, the 2 rogue ninja from the Sand Village clearly had considerable combat experience, their moves fierce and deadly, brimming with killing intent. But as time passed, they were horrified to realize that something was off. Since the battle entered its climax, the strength of these 2 had been steadily improving. From being able to suppress the enemy initially, they had now fallen into a disadvantage. It felt like being used as a whetstone. However, there was no way to counter it now. They couldn't win, so they had to rely on their captain. Fire release Phoenix, Sage Flower Nail Crimson. Zhenyang formed the hand seals for the Phoenix Sage Fire technique, attaching flames to shuriken. The flying shuriken, like scattered phoenix flowers, rained down on the figures on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out continuously, the ground trembling incessantly. How is this possible? When the smoke cleared, the 2 rogue ninja were dumbfounded. Those hit were charred with shuriken lodged in vital spots, clearly not long for this world. Their captain, who had led them all this way, and the Umbu who had been relentlessly pursuing them, had died so easily at the hands of a child. It was too easy. Looking at Zhenyang's calm and indifferent expression as he stood on the tree, the rogue ninjas' weapons slackened, and they stood dejectedly. How could they fight? With the others dead, they saw no possibility of victory. Hong Kai finished them off. With their morale so low, they were no longer useful as whetstones. Better to dispose of them quickly and return to collect the reward. Wait, don't kill us. I know a secret. Not expecting to be sentenced to death without a word, one of them panicked, his expression shifting, and finally spoke out. Oh, let's hear it. Sensing that these 2 might still have some value to exploit, Zhenyang gestured for them to stop. You have to promise to let us go first. Do you have the right to bargain? If you don't talk, someone else will. Not following the plot the rogue ninja had in mind, Zhenyang said coldly. Hearing this, the rogue ninja turned to see the complicated expression on his companion's face, a bitter smile on his lips. The third Kazekage has disappeared. The words were a bombshell. Continue. Not surprised. What a strange person. The rogue ninja cursed inwardly as he looked at Zhenyang's still calm expression, but outwardly, he quickened his narration. Soon Zhenyang understood the whole story. Some time ago, the highest authority of the Sand Village, the third Kazekage, had disappeared without reason. Initially, other high-ranking officials chose to conceal it to maintain stability. But as the Kazekage failed to show up for a long time, someone noticed something was off. And since the Kazekage still hadn't returned, and there was no news, it was almost as good as death. The news that a village's Kage might have been assassinated caused a stir, leading to internal strife and power struggles within the village. The reason these men became rogue ninja was that their faction's leader was caught in the power struggle and killed along with all their loyal subordinates. In the end, only a few of them escaped. That's all we know. Can we go now? Seeing the three remain silent, the rogue ninja cautiously probed. Zhenyang snapped back to reality, looking at him with a faint smile. Tell me, what does it feel like to be utterly helpless? You're breaking your word. I never agreed to your terms. Hearing this, the two turned pale, immediately leaping back to flee. Yamazaki Taku was one of the genin. He dared not look back, only running forward with his head down. That child was a demon. Strangely, Zhenyang and the others did not pursue him. But he had no time to think about the reason, frantically escaping while he could. His figure darted through the forest. Only when he had drained his last bit of strength did he have to find a hidden tree hollow to rest. It was then he realized his companion had somehow gotten separated. Forget it, I'll worry about myself first. In this situation, even escaping was uncertain, so he couldn't afford to think about others. Everyone had to fend for themselves. Go everyone, kill this village destroyer. Before he could catch his breath, he was shocked to find a group of villagers armed with weapons surrounding him. He had been discovered. Impossible. How could ordinary people find him? Something felt off. But before he could think, the group charged at him. You weaklings dare to attack me. If he couldn't beat that creepy kid, could he not beat a bunch of ordinary people? Clang. Drawing two kunai, he clashed them together, bent his knees, and leaped toward a tree. Though exhausted, if he could gain the high ground, these people would be easy targets. A bunch of reckless fools. A smirk curled on his lips as he imagined the slaughter to come. What's happening? The fantasy shattered instantly. His body remained where it was. Yamazaki Taku's smirk slowly faded. He couldn't even jump onto a tree. A thought struck him, and he quickly tried to manipulate his chakra. As expected, he could not sense any chakra at all, and his body was reduced to that of an ordinary person. Kill him. The villagers were now upon him, and Yamazaki Taku's eyes were filled with despair. Aya! Listening to the relentless screams of the two rogue ninja before him, Zhenyang finally felt a measure of satisfaction. Jinjutsu Hell Viewing Technique. This illusion manifests each individual's deepest fears, making them perceive the visions as absolute reality. In other words, the greater the terror within the target's heart, the more devastating the technique's impact, forcing the opponent to witness their most dreaded images and delivering a psychological blow. Even before they fled, the pair had already fallen into the illusion Zhenyang had constructed, turning the massacre they had inflicted upon the village back upon themselves. He made them experience the despair of the villagers they had slaughtered. Then Kurenai and Guy escorted them out of this world. With that, this mission was brought to a successful close. How are you feeling? Noticing Kurenai's troubled expression, Zhenyang patted her back and asked. I'm fine. Kurenai shook her head, her face pale. Taking a life for the first time had left her unsettled. She hesitated before asking, should we report the possible death of the third Kazekage to the village? Ruffling her hair, Zhenyang said meaningfully, remember how Guy-sensei was called to a meeting today? Kurenai nodded, then suddenly understood. You mean the village already knows? Of course. If Konoha didn't know information that even we genin are aware of, then this village wouldn't deserve to exist. As the foremost of the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha's intelligence capabilities were not to be underestimated. If Zhenyang guessed correctly, the Jonin meeting held this morning was likely the village's way of circulating this information. Guy's promotion to Jonin and attendance at the meeting was precisely why only the 3 of them had undertaken this mission. Of course, there were reasons they could be trusted to take on missions alone. The threshold for becoming a Jonin was too high and their numbers too scarce for large-scale mobilization. Hence, during the last war, Konoha created the specialized rank of Special Jonin. This rank singled out shinobi who reached Jonin-level proficiency in specific fields such as secret techniques, Kekkei Gunkai, or mastery of certain jutsu. These ninja capable of clearly overpowering ordinary chunin, yet not quite reaching full Jonin status, were grouped together. This facilitated easier personnel deployment during wartime. Since then, the rank of Special Jonin had been retained. Zhenyang's current combat ability in his normal state was at this level. While he still lagged behind true Jonin in other aspects, his illusionary arts were unmatched, even surpassing genuine Jonin. And this didn't even account for his Kekkei Gunkai, the Sharingan. Over more than 2 years, Zhenyang's Sharingan had evolved to a formidable 3-tomo. With the power of the 3-tomo Sharingan, his strength would skyrocket. Even Mariboshi Guy in his current state wouldn't dare take Zhenyang lightly when he was fully unleashed. However, since he couldn't easily reveal this power in public, it wasn't counted as part of his standard combat capacity. A 10-year-old possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan would inevitably be captured for research if discovered, making this Zhenyang's most deeply guarded secret. Aside from the few people he interacted with daily, anyone else who knew the truth had already met their end. Considering his future plans, only his uncle and aunt within the clan shared this secret. His strength was more than sufficient for any C-rank mission. Combined with Kurenai and Guy being top-tier Genin, their experience with life-and-death combat this time was sure to bring further growth. This was why Guy felt comfortable letting them go alone. Their team's strength was anything but normal. Still, things are likely to get turbulent soon. We'll need to be more cautious when choosing future missions. Reflecting silently on the mission's events, Zhenyang led the other two back to the village. After collecting their reward, the trio settled into a barbecue restaurant. A month had passed since their first C-rank mission. With better pay and everyone's fondness for grilled meat, they made it a tradition to feast at the barbecue place after every mission. Zhenyang, are you really sure we shouldn't report the encounter with the Sunagakure assassination squad? Guy hesitated but finally asked. Despite the third Hokage's issues, the threat of Sunin ninja infiltrating the Land of Fire was substantial. No need. The village is aware. Perhaps we'll hear some special news from Gaijiji in a bit. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. As Zhenyang's words faded, a figure appeared beside their table. Looks like today's mission went well, kids. It was Mariboshi Guy. As he sat down, he casually picked up a piece of grilled meat with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. Seems like you all moved pretty fast without me supervising. Gaijiji, have you considered that you rarely actually join us for missions? Seeing Guy finally after he'd been absent all day, Kurenai began to tease him. Because of Zhenyang's nickname for him, they had all taken to calling him Gaijiji instead of Sensei, making the bond feel more familiar. Wasn't it because the Hokage-sama summoned me today? Guy chuckled in his own defense. Since meeting Kurenai, this old man felt he had become younger. In the past, he wouldn't have had such a cheerful mindset. But what about all the other times when Gaijiji wasn't around? That follow-up question left Guy with no easy excuse. Of course, Kurenai wasn't one to make unreasonable demands. Over the past month, she had learned much from Guy, and there was a purpose behind her words today. Kurenai never got to meet her own grandfather. Could you, Gaijiji, spend more time with us from now on? That was her true intention. Guy's kind and gentle nature easily won over the children's affection. Clearly, Kurenai had come to regard Guy as an elder during their time together. Her words caught Guy off guard, but he quickly responded with a warm, gentle look. All right, from now on I'll accompany you on all missions. Indeed, because of Zhenyang's capabilities, Guy didn't need to expend much energy on the team's overall functioning. But he had overlooked the feelings of the other two. Not everyone was as mature as Zhenyang at such a young age. If he was going to be their teacher, he owed each of them his responsibility. Though that wasn't his initial intention. Guy's choice to become Zhenyang's instructor was actually linked to the suicide of the White Fang. As a ninja of the same generation as the Hokage, Guy had watched Hatake Tsukumo rise from obscurity to become Konoha's White Fang. They had even sparred once. It was precisely because of this that Guy had begun to pay close attention to him. But to Guy's utter shock, this extraordinary junior had died because of the village's gossip. To him, it was clear what those rumors signified. The missions entrusted to the White Fang were almost always tied to village secrets shrouded in absolute confidentiality. How could the villagers have known anything about them? Besides which, ninja could guarantee success on every single mission throughout their career. Mariboshi Guy certainly couldn't, and he doubted Hiruzen Sarutobi could either. Yet the White Fang had died precisely because of it. Clearly, certain individuals within the village had sought to bring him down. Perhaps they hadn't intended to kill him. After all, finding someone who could decisively defeat the White Fang in the current shinobi world would be nearly impossible. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that Konoha's leadership was already beginning to rot. And that was enough. Boom. Rizanai suggested taking the initiative to strike and nip the danger in the bud, but you refused. Tuanzang slammed the table, forcefully venting his discontent. Still not appeased, he glared at the documents on the table and roared. Now that the Sand Shinobi have taken the initiative to attack and turn the Land of Fire into a battlefield, are you satisfied with this outcome? In the office, the Hokage's advisor, the Elder Council, and other high-ranking officials of the Leaf Village gathered, with constant disputes arising. All of this stemmed from a major incident that had occurred. Yesterday, a messenger from the southwestern border arrived with news. The Sand Shinobi village had assembled a large force of ninja, crossed the Land of Rivers, eliminated the border outposts, and was heading straight for the Leaf Village. This move represented a formal declaration of war by the Sand Shinobi against the Leaf. Risen, don't forget that they have recovered their strength over the years. With our Leaf Village occupying the fertile land of the Land of Fire, we will inevitably attract the covetous eyes of other villages. Hesitation and indecision will only leave us passive and vulnerable. At this moment, Yuanfei Risen's expression was extremely grim. Was the Sand Shinobi really going to start a shinobi world war? As a veteran of the Second Great Ninja War, he was acutely aware that war meant bloodshed and cruelty, which would be a severe blow to the village's development. Therefore, he had been trying to avoid this situation, but the problem was that before he knew it, the enemy had already reached their doorstep. In truth, he still dreaded the outbreak of a larger-scale conflict. Because once war began, the situation would no longer be entirely under his control. However, early in the morning, Tuanzang and several others had unanimously demanded that this news be disclosed to the village's jonin. There was no way around it. War between the two villages was inevitable. There's no point in discussing this now. Let's first figure out how to act. Seeing Tuanzang's furious expression, Yuanfei Risen said helplessly. He knew that his decision appeared weak, but the impact of a war on the village at this point was unpredictable. Was he really wrong? Considering the time it took for the message to arrive, the Sand Shinobi should have already breached most of the border defenses. Therefore, I recommend dispatching troops immediately to intercept the Sand Shinobi within the Land of Fire and prevent the conflict from spreading. Additionally, we should reinforce other defense lines to prevent other villages from taking advantage and launching a sneak attack. Sensing the tension between the two, Zhuanqin Xiaochun, a member of the Elder Council, was the first to propose a suggestion. I agree. Shuahoman, Yin, also a member of the Elder Council, voiced his support. Seeing that both had expressed their opinions, Tuanzang reluctantly agreed. In his view, if they were to fight, it should be in the Land of Wind, taking the opportunity to destroy the meager greenery and resources they had, leaving the Sand Shinobi village unable to recover for decades. What was the point of fighting on their own turf? But now that things had come to this, they had to drive the Sand Shinobi out of the Land of Fire first. Seeing that they had reached a consensus, Yuanfei Risen took a deep drag of his cigarette and issued the final orders. Then let's do it this way. Minion, immediately spread the news and prepare the villagers psychologically for the coming war. At the same time, assemble the ninja forces for a counterattack. Tuanzang, the task of gathering intelligence on the Sand Shinobi in advance is assigned to the root organization. Ensure that we have a clear understanding before the troops arrive. Xiaochun, notify the clan heads of the major ninja families in the village to come to the Hokage's office for a meeting. They are also a formidable force on the battlefield. After matters had become irreparable, Yuanfei Risen finally became resolute. Order after order flowed from his mouth, arranging every matter large and small. Soon the people in the office left one after another. If we had acted earlier, the current situation would not have arisen. Recalling the events before and after, Tuanzang gradually came to realize that Yuanfei Risen was not fit to be the Hokage. When the third Kazekage disappeared, he had warned that the Sand Shinobi would definitely start a war and that they should prepare early and strike first. But the other party remained silent and hesitant, always passively accepting changes in the situation. This sign infuriated Tuanzang. The Leaf Village was the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages, possessing the richest land and the most outstanding ninja, yet under Yuanfei Risen it appeared weak and vulnerable. In the past, even if he was indecisive, there was a limit. But now this bottomless attitude was unacceptable to Tuanzang. Before things happened, he was always unwilling to make any decisions. Risen, you have grown old. Facing Tuanzang's accusation, Yuanfei Risen remained silent for a long time before saying, the current Leaf Village cannot withstand too much turmoil. The younger generation has not yet matured. White Fang had died, Tsunade had developed hemophobia, and the strength of ninja from his generation had begun to decline. The Leaf Village was no longer as powerful as it appeared on the surface. Although it was still the top village on the surface, it did not have an overwhelming advantage over the other villages. The reason they were feared was due to their long-standing image of strength. Once the war started and the Leaf Village's problems were exposed, several other villages might join forces to attack. The Leaf Village did not have enough personnel to fight on multiple fronts. This was precisely the issue that Yuanfei Risen was worried about. Only when Shu Min and the others grew up would the situation improve. That was the reason he was reluctant to go to war. If you don't make those people hurt, they won't be afraid. The situation in the village was clear to Tuanzang, a master of intelligence, but his thoughts were entirely different. Compared to Yuanfei Risen's thinking, he preferred to inflict heavy damage on the invading village, even if it cost them dearly. Strike once to avoid 100 strikes. In his view, he wanted to tell the other 4 villages, if you dare to invade, you'd better think carefully about the consequences. If the Leaf Village declines, they won't have it easy either. At worst, everyone loses. Both men's ideas were essentially for the good of the village, but they were at opposite extremes. Isn't Gujia willing to be a jonin? If we're short on manpower, why are you still letting him teach students? Listening to Tuanzang's incessant complaints, Yuanfei Risen finally couldn't help but frown. Little brother, that's enough. Why are you holding on to this? Being constantly criticized would make anyone lose their temper, no matter how good their disposition. If Shuomao hadn't died, there wouldn't be so many problems. Chimu Shuomao, known as White Fang, had earned his fame by trampling the Sand Shinobi, making him a nightmare in their eyes. If he were still alive, the Sand Shinobi might not have dared to start a war. But bringing up this topic was undoubtedly a veiled accusation against Tuanzang. Risen, given Chimu Shuomao's situation at the time, could I have spread the news without your permission? As a man who always had to be strong, Tuanzang naturally did not back down and immediately retorted with sarcasm. Both were privy to that incident, so there was no need for pretense. Back then, White Fang's reputation was so great that almost everyone in the Leaf Village believed he would be the next Hokage. Although Chimu Shuomao was a member of the Hokage faction and Yuanfei Risen's right-hand man, the constant whispers about his succession were hard to ignore. Therefore, when Tuanzang sought to undermine White Fang's reputation for the sake of the Hokage position, Yuanfei Risen did not intervene, hoping to use it to suppress him. After all, he was still in the seat. But what they never expected, whether due to the immense psychological pressure of long-term high-difficulty missions, or because the Chimu clan originally descended from a samurai lineage, White Fang actually committed suicide. Without the slightest warning, White Fang was dead. This was a significant loss for Konoha, which could no longer boast its former glory. Upon hearing the news, the masterminds behind the scenes Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo were taken aback. After decades as politicians, they never imagined White Fang would choose such an extreme path over mere slander. Their original intention was only to tarnish his reputation, not to end his life. After all, as the strongest of Konoha's younger generation, they still needed his top-tier combat power to protect the village. Yet their scheme backfired, leading to this unforeseen outcome. At the barbecue restaurant, Zhenyang and his three companions had not even finished their meal when a sudden commotion erupted in the streets. Konoha is at war with Sunigakure. None of those present were ordinary folk. A mere ear cocked their way revealed what the villagers were buzzing about. Kosuke's face betrayed his astonishment. How had the village moved so swiftly? Just hours ago they had informed the Jounin, and now the news was public. When had Hiruzen become so decisive? I was just about to tell you that war might break out soon, but I didn't expect it to happen this fast, Kosuke explained to the surprised group. After the incident with White Fang, he had little faith in the higher-ups. Moreover, the shinobi world was turbulent, and accidents were all too likely. That was why he had chosen to become a supervising Jounin, intending to personally protect Zhenyang and prevent any harm to the young lad he regarded as his own descendant. Initially, having witnessed Zhenyang's true strength, Kosuke felt his precautions were superfluous. But now he was immensely grateful for his decision. In times of war, even the powerful could stumble, and having an experienced mentor like him proved invaluable. I need to see the Hokage now. You three finish your meal and head straight home. Don't wander off, it's dangerous out there. With those words of caution, Kosuke dashed out of the barbecue restaurant toward the Hokage's office. With the decision for war made, the Hokage would surely rally them immediately to finalize battle plans. Jounin held decision-making authority in a ninja village. Watching Kosuke's retreating figure and noticing the occasional shinobi darting across rooftops, Konoha seemed steeped in the very aura of conflict. What do we do now? Kurenai, overhearing the constant chatter about the war, felt a flutter of panic. Moments ago they were happily enjoying barbecue, and now war had broken out. They called war a meat grinder. She could hardly imagine its true horrors. Don't worry. It's just been declared, it won't affect our daily lives much yet, Zhenyang said, not overly concerned about the current situation. After all, as the top ninja village, dealing with a lackluster Sunigakure was hardly a challenge. The real difficulties would arise when other villages joined the fray. At the war's outset, Konoha wouldn't send freshly graduated genin to the front lines. Genin with barely any mission experience would be mere fodder, easily slaughtered. Unless the village was on the brink of collapse, no one would suggest sending them into battle. The death of the new generation would create a gap in the village's strength, a fatal blow for any ninja village. Over the next 2 weeks, Zhenyang watched successive ninja squads depart the village. Sunigakure, true to its reputation as one of the weaker, great villages, suffered defeats early on, with good news reaching the village. Led by one of the Sannin Orochimaru, the Konoha forces clashed head-on with the Suna troops and emerged victorious, thwarting their advance toward the heart of the Land of Fire and pushing them back to the border. Currently, the two sides were locked in a stalemate along the Land of Fire's border, but judging by the current momentum, it wouldn't be long before Sunigakure was driven out. It wasn't that Sunigakure was utterly inept. Holding a spot among the 5 great villages demanded a certain level of strength. Their weakness was only relative. Their misfortune lay in facing first the terrifying White Fang of Konoha, and then the unorthodox medical ninja Tsunade. The Suna, shinobi living amidst the desert sands, specialized in poisons and puppet techniques, both of which posed significant threats to other villages. However, these two specialties were severely countered by Konoha. After White Fang's death, Tsunade became the most detested figure in Sunigakure. Any poison they deployed was swiftly deciphered by Tsunade, who would promptly develop an antidote, effectively crippling one of their main arsenals. Moreover, their puppet technique proved useless against her monstrous strength. A single punch could shatter a puppet, rendering the art entirely ineffective. Had it not been for Tsunade's hemophobia, keeping her off the battlefield, Suna would have been defeated even sooner. As for Zhenyang and his companion's life, indeed remained largely unchanged as he had predicted. At most, they gained access to additional missions involving surveillance of suspicious activities within the village. Their routine was unvaried, rigorous daily training to enhance their abilities, and every couple of days they'd team up for a mission to bolster their finances and exchange accumulated contribution points for ninjutsu that were otherwise inaccessible. He never entertained the idea of saving points for forbidden techniques. With a mindset of taking whatever he could, he was ready to grab every opportunity. The village offered lower-level jutsu indiscriminately, but advanced ones were largely out of his reach. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Zhenyang was well aware of the reality. Minato Namikaze could exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique, but the equivalent points would only fetch him an A-rank jutsu at best. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans had long endured unequal treatment in the village. The Hyuga kept a low profile, while the Uchiha refused to yield. Only after a few years, once his future plan came to fruition, would the current situation improve. With the onset of war, Konoha's Chunin exams, originally scheduled for a month later, were hastily conducted a week earlier. Eavesdropping on the participants' conversations, Zhenyang gathered that this Chunin exam was significantly easier than previous ones. The number of successful candidates had hit an all-time high, yet he had sat out the exam. There was no such thing as a free lunch. The lower standards were not without reason. The relaxed requirements were a direct response to the dwindling numbers of Chunin and Genin due to the war. They needed reinforcements. Passing the exam almost inevitably meant being sent to the battlefield. Even with reduced standards, those who passed were experienced Genin, leaving fresh graduates unaffected. Konoha's decision to advance the exam by a month was specifically to avoid including the newly graduated students. If the exam hadn't been moved, some talented ninja could have improved significantly over 2 months and potentially passed this time around. This approach was clearly a bid to recruit cannon fodder, so Zhenyang had no intention of naively volunteering. Were the pretty girls of Konoha not attractive enough? Or maybe the barbecue next door no longer smelled appealing. The Chunin exam was taken in teams, and while Zhenyang wasn't too worried about his own safety, he knew he couldn't protect both teammates on the battlefield. Moreover, going to war to earn merits brought little benefit, just a few low-level jutsu, as a token reward. It was exactly the kind of thing Konoha's higher-ups would pull. Such a move was all loss and no gain. Any sensible person knew which choice to make. In the 43rd year of Konoha September, the village hidden in the sand citing the assassination of the third Kazekage formally declared war on Konoha. The most renowned puppeteer and poison master of the era Chiyo led a large contingent of shinobi across the land of rivers heading straight for Konoha. Konoha dispatched Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, to lead the ninja forces accompanied by Tsunade to thwart their advance and drive them back to the border of the Land of Fire. 2 months later, as the Sand Shinobi began to show signs of weakness and seemed unable to sustain their offensive, the previously neutral Cloud Shinobi suddenly attacked Konoha's northeastern border, declaring war on Konoha. Almost simultaneously, as if by prior agreement, the Rock Shinobi also launched an assault on Konoha. The situation instantly shifted into a war between Konoha and the 3 great shinobi villages. In response, Konoha hastily dispatched Jiraiya and Danzo, who had remained in the village, to lead forces against the Cloud and Rock Shinobi respectively. However, the actual situation was grim. Fighting on 3 fronts placed immense pressure on Konoha, which had initially held the upper hand. Apart from the necessary defensive, Shinobi Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched almost every available ninja. He even had to withdraw some forces from the sand battlefield just to barely hold off the attacks on the other 2 fronts. This resulted in Konoha having no advantage on any of the 3 battlefields, and even falling behind. Hiruzen, we cannot continue like this. We will be bled dry. Watching the reports from the front lines, Mitokado Hamura finally spoke up. As the head of the village's logistics, he was acutely aware of the pressure the village faced. Since the Cloud and Rock Shinobi joined the fray, the Sand Shinobi had regained their momentum, fighting back and forth with Orochimaru. Clearly, the Sand Village must have had contact with the Cloud and Rock villages before the war, or at least sounded them out, otherwise Chiyo would not have dared to start a war. The 2 great villages could not have launched their attacks at such a critical moment simultaneously. Tap. Sarutobi Hiruzen held his pipe in silence, his face reflecting helplessness. The worst fear had come to pass. Although they had prepared before the war by keeping Jiraiya in reserve to guard against sneak attacks from other villages, facing 3 great villages at once was still a stretch for Konoha. Not only were there fewer Chunin and Genin than the enemy, but even the number of high-level combatants, which had always been abundant, was now insufficient. On the Cloud battlefield, the 3rd Raikage led his forces with the future 4th Raikage and Killer Bee forming the AB combo. Jiraiya could barely hold on. This was only possible because Minato Namikaze had reached Kaga-level power and mastered the forbidden technique, the Flying Thunder God technique. In fact, Minato and Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, could hold the upper hand against the yet-to-reach full-potential AB combo. But their opponent was the 3rd Raikage, known as the strongest spear and the strongest shield. This was a man who could fight 10,000 Rock Shinobi for 3 days and 3 nights, and even engage in close combat with the 8 Tails. He was arguably the strongest shinobi of the time, and even Jiraiya had to avoid his full force. The rock battlefield on the surface had no particularly overwhelming powerhouses aside from the 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki, but the situation there was equally tense. Danzo, also a disciple of the 2nd Hokage, had lost the position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen only due to courage and ideology in the past. In his early years, he undoubtedly possessed Kaga-level strength, for if he lacked power, Tobarama Senju would never have considered him as a candidate for Hokage. But now nearing 50 and long absent from battle, his strength was far inferior to Inoki's. Coupled with the limited number of shinobi under his command, his front was under the most pressure among the 3. However, Konoha had no more personnel to send for relief. The only remaining Kaga-level fighter, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could not leave, as doing so would invite chaos within the village. If only Tsukumo were here. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with no one left to deploy, felt deep regret. If the White Fang had not died, Konoha would have had an extra top-tier Kaga-level powerhouse, making this war far easier. Before Minato gained fame, the White Fang was the most formidable anti-personnel weapon in the ninja world, an assassination type shinobi skilled in one-hit kills. His strength was top-tier, and those he targeted rarely escaped death. This was why the White Fang had become a nightmare for many. Now, with 2 fronts at a disadvantage and one at a stalemate, Sarutobi Hiruzen could think of only one solution. Hamura issued the order all shinobi except newly enrolled academy students are to be sent to the sand battlefield. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure seemed to stoop. The only plan left was to throw lives at the problem. There was no other choice. If things continued as they were, as Mitokado Hamura had said, Konoha would indeed be bled dry. If it had been a fight to the death, Konoha would have lost long ago, for it was outmatched in every aspect by the combined forces of the three great villages. The current stalemate persisted only because the enemy did not want to push them into a corner. If Konoha was an aging lion, then the three great villages were three hungry wolves. They wanted to kill the lion, but none wished to be the one to suffer its dying counterattack. Thus the situation had become a slow boil. Therefore, if Konoha did not wish to die a slow death, it had to gamble everything. Strike quickly to eliminate one opponent while it still had the strength to fight back, then swiftly turn to salvage the situation. Though this might result in heavy casualties among the next generation of Konoha shinobi, there was no longer time to worry about that. In times of crisis, news spread quickly, and soon the village learned of this decision. Zhenyang, be careful on the battlefield. Don't be reckless. In the Uchiha Kawaii household, his aunt Uchiha Hanabira said with a worried expression. With the war raging, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had been deployed to the eastern front to guard against a sudden attack from the hidden mist village. Konoha was already struggling against three great villages and could not withstand the pressure of another village. Thus the burden on these clans was considerable. Uchiha Kawaii had long since left for the border, and now Uchiha Zhenyang was being sent to the battlefield as well. Don't worry yet. I still have to teach Shursui ninjutsu later. I won't let anything happen easily. After checking his belongings, Zhenyang smiled reassuringly. 10 minutes later, in front of a building in the village, Jingo Mariboshi, wearing the jonin vest that signified his rank, stood calmly at the front of the crowd. The atmosphere was tense. Apart from the jonin beside him and a few chunin, the rest were all genin, silently making their final preparations and confirming that they had not forgotten any of their supplies. Jingo sighed inwardly as he looked at the young faces, some confused, some fearful. Apart from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was now the strongest shinobi in Konoha, and thus had been placed in charge of the reinforcements to the sand battlefield. As the leader of this support unit, he was well aware that most of these children would likely fall on the battlefield. Seeing that everyone below was essentially ready, Jingo set aside his emotions and waved his hand. Move out. The land of fire. At the border, Orochimaru, leading hundreds of ninja, was resting in a mountain forest. The scene before them had turned into ruins, with some areas still burning and countless corpses scattered around. Obviously a fierce battle had just taken place. Lord Orochimaru, the reinforcements from the village have arrived at the camp. A slightly weary-looking ninja stepped forward, quickly reporting the latest intelligence. Oh. Orochimaru felt a hint of doubt, his snake-like eyes gleaming with an inscrutable light. He cast a rough glance over the forest, then gave the order in a hoarse voice. Clean the battlefield, prepare to return to camp. Ever since the Cloud and Rock Ninja joined the fray, the forces Konoha had deployed on the Sand Ninja front had been reduced. Such situations were common. Basically a small skirmish every 3 days and a major battle every 5. Although they could still defeat the enemy, due to the lack of reinforcements they dared not advance further, otherwise an ambush would be extremely dangerous. Yes. The nearby ninja received the order and rose to enter the forest, collecting the corpses and extinguishing the burning flames. After clearing everything, the unit quickly returned. Senior Kosuke, is this the teacher's plan? Back at the camp, Orochimaru immediately met with the commander of the reinforcements, Kosuke Mariboshi. Seeing that the unit consisted entirely of genin, he understood where the reinforcements came from. Yes, this is the only way for now. Looking at this junior who had already become capable of handling matters on his own, Kosuke felt a trace of relief amidst his helplessness. The village was in a predicament of lacking available personnel. Forced by circumstances, Kosuke even had to send his 3 disciples to the battlefield. It must be known that in the original agreement with Hiruzen Sarutobi, his duty was only to train Uchiha Zhenyang, and he was not responsible for other matters. If it were truly possible to cultivate another ninja like Uchiha Kagami, coupled with the identity of Uchiha Zhenyang as a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, it would be entirely possible to win the Uchiha clan over to the Hokage's faction. Why was the village so wary and suspicious of the Uchiha clan? Ultimately, it was because of the immense power brought by the Sharingan. As long as one could awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan, it meant becoming a Jonin with certainty, and a powerful one at that. Although not every member could awaken the Byakugan, like the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha's probability of awakening was still considerable, resulting in a large number of Jonin. Moreover, having been raised and trained by the clan from childhood, their sense of belonging to the village was naturally not very high. Therefore, upon hearing Kosuke's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi chose to give him strong support. If the Uchiha clan could be won over, the benefits to the village would undoubtedly be enormous. This was also the reason why Kosuke Mariboshi, as an elite Jonin, had only now joined the war. If the village's high-end combat power had not all been deployed to the front lines, he would not have been sent up. Inside the tent, Orochimaru stood before a stone platform, staring at the spread-out map with a contemplative expression. As the supreme commander of the Sand Ninja front, since orders had come down from above, the first thing he did was assess the unit's strength. Kindness does not command troops. This is a truth. On the ever-changing battlefield, there is no time for lament. In fact, carefully calculating, the reinforcements were not as weak as imagined. With 1 elite Jonin leading 1 Jonin and 5 Chunin following along with several hundred Genin, it was already a force not to be underestimated. Moreover, this batch of students included several elite classes from the past few years, and they had graduated for several months. Perhaps there would be some surprises. After pondering for a moment, Orochimaru pointed to a spot on the map and said, "Senior Kosuke, what do you think of this place?" Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kosuke looked at the various markings on the map, showing a thoughtful expression. Judging by the current situation, the Sand Ninja only need to conduct harassing attacks to keep our forces tied up here, unable to escape. This position is their inevitable retreat route. Are you thinking of ambushing them? As a ninja who had experienced both the first and second Great Ninja Wars, Kosuke's rich experience allowed him to see through the enemy's intentions at a glance. Orochimaru was not surprised. A glint flickered in his eyes, and he chuckled softly. Didn't the teacher instruct us to achieve results as quickly as possible? Currently, the Sand Ninja are unaware of the arrival of reinforcements. This is a good opportunity. As he spoke, Orochimaru summoned a small snake and left the tent. Soon 2 ninja arrived. One was from the Hyuga clan, the other from the Inuzuka clan, both skilled jonin in perception and reconnaissance. Hyuga, Kinzuya, Inuzuka, yo, each of you lead your squad along these 2 routes. By tomorrow, thoroughly scout them, and thereafter follow Senior Kosuke's orders completely. Orochimaru drew 2 lines on the map and instructed the 2. If you encounter any lone Sand Ninja, just avoid them. Do not act rashly and alert the enemy. Yes. The 2 jonin responded respectfully. For this commander, who was renowned and had led the unit to numerous victories over the Sand Ninja, even though they held the same rank of jonin, they still harbored respect. After issuing these orders, Orochimaru turned to Kosuke again. Senior Kosuke, I entrust the operation tomorrow to you. Just hold back the main force of the Sand Ninja, and then we will encircle them and crush them directly. Kosuke naturally agreed, and he discussed the details with Orochimaru for a long time. The next day, Zhenyang, who had just arrived a day earlier, and the others received their mission. Cripple the Sand Ninja. As Kosuke's disciple, he knew the intelligence a bit more clearly. Truly worthy of Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, he had keenly seized this information gap. Zhenyang quietly marched at the rear of the main force, fully anticipating that a bloody battle was about to unfold. A group of genin ahead gathered together, chattering incessantly. Their faces showed nervousness, but not much worry. As the new generation of ninja, they had long yearned to make a name for themselves in the ninja world and display their prowess. Most of them had seen blood, but they had not yet realized the cruelty of this world. The enemies they were about to face were completely different from those in their previous mission trials. After arriving at the target location and setting up an ambush, Zhenyang began to close his eyes and rest, putting himself in the best mental state. According to the usual pattern, the Sand Ninja would launch an attack after noon and begin retreating at sunset, unchanged for several days, clearly taking advantage of the fact that Konoha had no spare personnel. As time passed, the sun began to set without notice. Zhenyang, leaning against a tree, opened his eyes and stared in the direction of the Sand Ninja. It's coming. This simple sentence jolted the drowsy Kurenai and Guy beside him to alertness. They were too tense to sleep as carelessly as Zhenyang and had endured for hours. At that moment, Kosuke Mariboshi stood up, drawing the sword from his back. The enemy is coming. Everyone follow me out to engage the enemy. Under the twilight, the land of fire lay quiet and serene. Amidst the lush vegetation, clear mountain streams flowed down, nourishing this fertile land and sustaining the people who called it home. Even having witnessed this scenery multiple times, the Sand Ninja from the desert nation still marveled at it, followed by an undisguised longing for this land. The hidden sand village was far more barren than the other 4 great ninja villages. Due to their previous defeat, the support from the daimyo's government had gradually diminished, burdening the village with increasing hardships and severe internal conflicts. If they could seize a portion of the land of fire, the benefits to their village would be self-evident. Sister, this time Orochimaru seems to be provoked, actually chasing after us. In the forest, Ebizo accelerated, moving in tandem with Chiyo as they retreated toward the camp. The information in his words did not make Chiyo nervous. Instead, she curled her lips into a mocking smile. Orochimaru only has a handful of men with him. What can he do? Our people are waiting ahead to support us. If he dares to continue chasing, he'll face the consequences. Hiruzen Sarutobi, this Hokage, is truly foolish enough. Chiyo once had a happy family, but during the Second Great Ninja War, her son and daughter-in-law both died at the hands of the White Fang. From that moment, she had been consumed by the desire for revenge. However, the White Fang was powerful, and considering the village's situation, revenge seemed an elusive dream. Yet who would have thought that the White Fang would die from the rumors within his own village? When she first heard the news, she suspected she had misheard. Setting aside personal grudges, a shinobi like the White Fang would be highly valued, if not revered, in any other village. It could only be said that Konoha knew how to play its games. Control the pace, keep the pursuers at bay. Win this battle, and this land will be ours. After issuing the command, the leaping figures in the forest slowed down, 5 kilometers ahead of the Sand Ninja's retreat route. Hearing Kosuke's voice, the previously dazed crowd snapped to attention, grabbing their weapons and surging forward. Zhenyang read, and Guy lagged behind. Burning youth ready for a big fight. Guy flexed his wrists, looking extremely excited. Once we engage, things will become uncertain. You 2 stay close behind me and don't stray too far. Zhenyang turned around and said seriously to the 2. If they were too far away, he couldn't guarantee their safety. Especially on their first battlefield, they were prone to losing their heads and rushing into the enemy's midst without thinking. Since Zhenyang was the usual leader of the team and his rare serious expression made them take notice, they quickly nodded in agreement. When the three caught up with the main force, they could already see a large group of figures moving through the forest in the distance. Everyone form ranks according to your specialty in ninjutsu and attack the sand ninja. Kosuke knew that most of the ninjas under his command were genin, and if they got any closer they would definitely be detected. So he decided to strike first and catch the sand ninja off guard. Hearing his words, the many ninjas behind him began forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough technique. Earth style, earth flow wave. In an instant, various types of techniques, fire, water, wind, and more, were unleashed in a torrent of attacks. Shio and Ebizo, who were discussing battle plans, suddenly looked up, sensing a massive surge of chakra ahead. Their expressions changed drastically. Stop! Enemy attack! The words had barely left their mouths when a massive water dragon came hurtling towards them, followed by countless other attacks. Shio immediately deployed 3 puppets in a line, forming a huge shield. Puppet technique, mechanism, shield seal. Her younger brother Ebizo followed suit, releasing the same technique and placing it directly in front of the sand ninja force. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out in succession through the forest. Even though most sand ninja reacted in time, the wave of ninjutsu bombardment still caused significant casualties. The many fallen figures around her turned Chiyo's face ashen, glaring fiercely ahead. She couldn't understand it. Where had Konoha found extra manpower to dispatch? Did they have spare ninjas to ambush them instead of joining the battle earlier? As the smoke cleared before her, Chiyo finally saw the identity of the newcomers. Kosuke, Mariboshi. Seeing that the ninjutsu assault had been effective, Kosuke nodded, then narrowed his eyes. His entire demeanor shifted, becoming heavy and solemn. His sword was tilted upward with his thumb reflecting a cold, harsh light. What followed would be the true test for them. They had to hold out until Orochimaru caught up. Kill. Kosuke crouched slightly, then shot forward like a blur of darkness, reaching Chiyo in an instant. His glinting sword came crashing down toward her head. Crack. With a sound of shattering, the puppet shield that had been absorbing the brunt of the damage was declared useless. At the same time, the other 3 jonin also engaged, the strongest among the sand ninja. Blades flashed, and ninjutsu flew with few of the surrounding combatants daring to approach their clash. However, the disparity in high-level combatants was a fatal flaw. Zhenyang's side had only 1 elite jonin and 3 jonin. Initially, they managed to hold their own against the sand ninja through surprise, but as the enemy regained their composure, they began to lose ground. Sonoda Hideki, a jonin among the sand ninja, realized after seeing that the reinforcements were mostly genin that these were likely Konoha's last remaining ninjas. Therefore, as one of the surplus jonin, he didn't choose to help his comrades, but instead began slaughtering the Konoha genin. By killing these genin, Konoha would inevitably weaken in the future. After eliminating several genin around him and confirming that no stronger Konoha ninja was nearby, he felt a surge of smug satisfaction. With these little brats, it would be nothing but a slaughter. Who to start with? Oh, an Uchiha. Then I'll start with you. Scanning the battlefield, a genin wearing the fan emblem caught Sonoda Hideki's eye, instantly marking his target. When unsure who among these ninjas was the most talented, killing an Uchiha was always a safe bet. The Uchiha might be arrogant, but they certainly produced geniuses frequently. With a sinister grin, Sonoda Hideki thrust his blade directly at the young man's chest. A mere genin couldn't dodge his attack. Without any surprises, the long blade pierced the Uchiha genin's body without resistance. It was a truly satisfying and cathartic feeling. If I can't beat a grown powerhouse like Orochimaru, can I at least kill a mere genin? But why was this guy so calm? Just as Sonoda Hideki felt a pang of confusion, his heart suddenly tightened. The seemingly skewered genin appeared behind him, flashing a bright smile. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Hideki Sonoda had just noticed something amiss when Zhenyang's hand seals were already complete. A ferocious dragon of fire materialized, roaring as it lunged toward him. A B-rank ninjutsu. This guy. Dodging somewhat awkwardly, Hideki Sonoda watched the ninjutsu cause a violent explosion on the ground, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had almost been hit. With the power of this technique, it was enough to threaten the life of a jonin. If he had been struck, he would probably have been reduced to ashes on the spot. Realizing that the youth before him might not be easy to deal with, Hideki Sonoda dared not remain careless. His expression turned serious. He hadn't expected that a random pick would net him a big fish. Judging by the boy's appearance, he had likely just graduated from the academy. To be able to use a B-rank ninjutsu at such a young age was a genius, even in Konoha. Thinking of this, Hideki Sonoda's eyes gradually lit up. Killing a genius was far more rewarding than taking down dozens of genin. Although the opponent could use advanced techniques, the gap between shinobi was not merely about that. He didn't believe that he once serious couldn't handle a child. Let me show you the difference between a jonin and a genin. Just as Hideki Sonoda was about to act, a blur appeared before him, and Zhenyang's figure materialized in front of him. So fast. Being able to close in instantly made Hideki Sonoda sense a hint of danger. Then his suspicion was confirmed. Sharingan activate. Upon getting close to the jonin, Zhenyang activated his Sharingan immediately. Since the battle had begun, he had to go all out. Facing a genuine jonin, he would not continue to hide his strength. That would be seeking death. No, impossible, how could you? Hideki Sonoda looked up and saw Zhenyang's crimson eyes, with 3 tomos spinning incessantly. To be honest, he was stunned. How could this be? How old was this kid to have awakened the 3 tomo Sharingan? This guy was a monster. In a daze, he seemed to foresee a powerhouse who would suppress the entire ninja world emerging from Konoha in the future. Like White Fang. No, even more terrifying than White Fang in his youth. Immediately, Hideki Sonoda shouted out, intending to inform his comrades to surround and kill this boy. At the same time, he quickly shifted his gaze downward, avoiding those terrifying eyes to keep from falling under a Genjutsu unknowingly. But the boy's hand seals were also incredibly fast. Before he could finish speaking, Zhenyang's rapidly moving fingers were the last thing he saw. Genjutsu bubble. A Genjutsu that could be cast with just finger movements. The opponent trapped in the illusion would be unable to move freely, and would even see visions that shattered their will. Over the past 2 months, thanks to his ever-increasing mental energy, Zhenyang's combat power, without the Sharingan, was already close to that of a Jonin. Now with the Sharingan's boost, he directly plunged the Suna Jonin into an illusion. In the illusion, hundreds of long blades converged and then stabbed toward the immobilized Hideki Sonoda. In an instant, he was pierced by countless swords. In reality, Zhenyang simultaneously slashed his throat with a kunai. The Suna Jonin was dead. Zhenyang smiled, faintly deactivating his Sharingan and returning to normal. The smoke from the earlier ninjutsu explosion finally dissipated. That's right, the Great Fireball technique earlier was not meant to cause damage, but to conceal the Sharingan's use. To be honest, due to his golden finger and growth experience, he was currently more adept at Genjutsu and Taijutsu than Ninjutsu. Facing a powerful enemy, he naturally had to go all out. Even when Hideki Sonoda was slaughtering the villages, Jin and Zhenyang had already noticed and formulated a countermeasure. He hadn't expected the enemy to suddenly charge at him. That saved him the trouble. After all, his target was this Suna Jonin. Since he had stepped onto the battlefield, Zhenyang was prepared to reveal his strength. Apart from the truly unbelievable eyes, everything else could be shown. The team had too few Jonin. If only guys like Kosuke held the line, the casualties would be disastrous. All around him were his classmates, people he had interacted with to some extent. Zhenyang couldn't bear to watch them die. Of course, the most important reason was that his strength was sufficient. Even if he revealed it, people like Danzo would find it hard to target him. A Jonin held considerable status in the village. The disappearance of anyone would draw the village's attention. Zhenyang was not a silent person like White Fang. If anyone dared to target him, he would drag everyone into it. The village had already dared to murder Jonin from the Uchiha clan. Dealing with a civilian Jonin would be even easier in the future. Not to incite all Jonin, but at least to plant a thorn in their hearts, awareness of Konoha's high command. No matter how much Hiruzen Sarutobi indulged Danzo, he wouldn't dare let him oppose the entire Jonin Corps and the Uchiha simultaneously. Besides, this was wartime. No one would be foolish enough to lay hands on their own village's shinobi during such a period. As a transmigrator, Zhenyang was very clear that the Third Great Ninja War would last until the end of Konoha year 47, still several years away. By the time the war ended, who would be dealing with whom remained to be seen. Zhenyang, are you okay? After the smoke cleared, Kurenai, who had finished off her opponent, rushed over to check on Zhenyang, with Guy following closely. Although they knew Zhenyang was powerful, he was still up against a genuine Jonin, so they couldn't help but worry. I'm fine. He's dead. His strength had been rising rapidly, and Kurenai and Guy hadn't fallen behind too much. After honing their skills through missions, both had reached the level of Chunin. Otherwise, they wouldn't have defeated their opponents so quickly. Let's go support. A smile curled at the corner of Zhenyang's mouth. An extra Jonin and 2 Chunin. Hopefully this would surprise the Suna forces. Body flicker technique. Uchiha style sword dance flame. On one side of the battlefield, Inuzuka Yo, who had been scouting earlier, was locked in a fierce battle with the Suna Jonin. His peripheral vision caught sight of Uchiha Zhenyang's sudden appearance, but he had no time to defend. In the end, the Suna Jonin was slashed by the flaming blade. Fortunately, at the last moment, he twisted his body violently, avoiding the danger of being cut in two. But even so, he paid the price with an arm. Zhenyang moved again, appearing beside Inuzuka Yo. Let's go together. There's no time to waste. Looking at Uchiha Zhenyang, who only reached his chest, Inuzuka Yo was momentarily stunned, unable to speak. Wasn't this the disciple of Senior Kosuke? He knew Uchiha Zhenyang was a genius. Senior Kosuke often boasted about having taken on a good disciple. But the problem was, this was hardly just genius. A kid this age could cut down a Jonin. At his own age, he had been a genin. Zhenyang paid no attention to Inuzuka Yo's expression and charged straight ahead. After all, Kosuke's Konoha-style Willow was an S-rank forbidden technique. To learn this move, Zhenyang had put great effort into swordsmanship, mastering both Uchiha-style and Konoha-style techniques to perfection. Coupled with the body flicker technique he had learned from Uchiha Mirror, the combination was formidable. The Suna Jonin's eyes blurred and Zhenyang's blade was already swinging. By then, Inuzuka Yo had recovered and joined the assault. Already missing one arm and facing 2 opponents, the Suna Jonin soon died from a blade piercing his body. While Zhenyang was engaged in battle, Kurenai and Guy joined the fight alongside Inuzuka Yo's squad and successfully defeated their opponents. Having freed up a Jonin and a squad, the pressure on the battlefield eased considerably. Just as Zhenyang was about to press on, a commotion erupted from the center. White's secret technique, Chikamatsu's collection of 10 puppets. 10 puppets of various forms were arrayed around her, exuding an imposing aura. When the released puppets were damaged again, Chiyo finally unleashed her ultimate secret technique, Jinsung's 10-man squad. This was the masterpiece of the puppet master progenitor Min Zuowaiman, who mastered the essence of puppetry. These puppets, known as the 10-finger count, could be manipulated with 1 finger per puppet, renowned as a single unit worth 1,000. The puppets could also coordinate with each other, performing combined attacks and ninjutsu, making it a powerful S-rank puppet technique. Chiyo once captured a small city with Jinsung's 10-man squad, which was also her battle to fame. There was no way around it. Wanqing Gujia as a powerful ninja of the same era, the two of them were unlikely to determine a victor within a short time. But the current situation did not allow for prolonged combat. Once the Shiwan's forces caught up from behind, the Sha Run would inevitably suffer heavy losses. Her mood was already anxious, but who would have thought that a new variable would suddenly emerge? Chiyo's ability to become a pivotal figure among the Sha Ren relied not only on her formidable strength, but also on her keen perception of battlefield situations. When Zhenyang eliminated Yuan Tianningshu, she noticed the anomaly over there. A Muyi Jin incapable of rivaling a Jonin undoubtedly had a tremendous impact on the situation. Especially after 2 Jonin fell in quick succession, Chiyo could no longer hold back. If this continued, the gap in strength would gradually narrow, and they might be trapped here, unable to leave. Why? Why did geniuses always appear in Muyi? Fueled by anxiety and resentment, Chiyo resolutely unleashed her full power. Puppet technique guard. Puppet technique bind. She issued 2 commands in succession, and among them the ox-head puppet guarded Chiyo, blocking the assault. The blue-faced puppet extended 2 iron whips from its head to continuously lash at Gujia, while the horse-faced puppet released a cannonball. Gujia could still parry the iron whip attacks with his longsword, but faced with this massive cannonball, he could only evade its edge. He couldn't exactly slash it head-on. Seeing the opponent's actions, Chiyo quietly manipulated the chakra threads in her hand. Puppet technique strike. The female puppet of the 10-man squad charged out with twin blades, but its direction was not forward. Instead, it attacked toward Zhenyang's position. Chiyo, how dare you? Seeing this, Gujia realized he had been tricked, but at that moment he was in a state where his old strength was spent and new strength had yet to arise, so he could only watch helplessly as the puppet rushed straight toward Zhenyang. Die. Chiyo's face carried a hint of madness filled with murderous intent. To kill this emerging genius and then quickly withdraw from the battlefield. That was her current thought. Even if the opponent's strength had reached the level of a Jonin, how much strength could he have left after killing 2 Jonin? She didn't believe that 2 Jonin from her own village would be killed so easily. Now, at the very least, they would have inflicted some damage on the opponent. But this time she would be disappointed. Zhenyang was an exception. In the previous battles, he had only consumed some chakra and had not sustained any injuries. Thus his current state was still very intact. Sensing a sudden chill from one side, Zhenyang unhesitatingly used the body flicker technique to escape the battle and hide on a distant tree. Bang! Just as he completed his evasion, a rock behind his previous position was split in 2, raising a cloud of dust. Frowning, Zhenyang looked toward Chiyo in the distance. At first he thought she had released Jinsung's 10-man squad to deal with Gujia. Having spent several years together, Zhenyang had a clear understanding of Gujia's strength as an elder. Even if he couldn't defeat Chiyo, he wouldn't lose in a short time. After some deliberation, he decided to first help the besieged Muyi Jonin, mainly because the latter was already battered and clearly couldn't hold on much longer. But he never expected that Chiyo's target was actually him. That was utterly absurd. With a shift of thought, Zhenyang suddenly understood the probable reason. Most likely his earlier performance had been seen by her, and she wanted to kill him to silence him. Sigh. He had only just revealed his strength and was already targeted. Letting out a silent sigh, Zhenyang narrowed his eyes. One should return the favor. He was a polite person after all. He had to give back in kind. But now there was someone even angrier than him. Chiyo, you dare to be distracted while fighting me. Without a doubt, Gujia was enraged by this move. Tricked by Chiyo, and she had ambushed his own disciple. Even though he was usually gentle and calm, he couldn't help but let anger surge. I am a Jonin of Muyi. Although my skills are not refined, I am not to be casually ignored. In Chiyo's line of sight, Gujia held his long sword horizontally, and then began to shake it up and down in a strange manner, clearly abnormal. Although she had never trained in swordsmanship, she had encountered many strong swordsmen, but she had never seen such a scene. Muyi-style willow. Faintly, Chiyo heard a voice, and then an overwhelmingly terrifying aura of death surged like ocean waves. Under such pressure, she even felt she couldn't breathe. I'll die. Chiyo's face showed horror as this thought arose unbidden in her mind. Without any deliberation, she almost instinctively unleashed her strongest ninjutsu, frantically pouring in chakra. Puppet technique, 3 treasures suction. 3 puppets immediately formed a triangular formation, and the mechanisms, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, opened in sequence, generating a violent tornado that absorbed everything in front. Gujia was genuinely surprised by Chiyo's swift reaction. Muyi-style willow was an S-rank forbidden technique combining swordsmanship and jinjutsu requiring no hand seals, and was reputed as an unavoidable lightning attack. But he had never expected that the opponent could counterattack based on battle instinct. From Chiyo's expression, Gujia confirmed that she had not broken free from the jinjutsu. The only explanation was that Chiyo had sensed the danger before fully falling into the illusion. Watching the raging tornado, Uchiha reluctantly abandoned his attack. If he charged now, he would also suffer considerable damage, and the attack range included many Muyi ninjas. Everyone stop fighting, evade the tornado ahead, don't get sucked in. Water-style water formation wall. In an instant he moved to the front of the main force. Uchiha sheathed his longsword, quickly formed two hand seals, took a deep breath, and expelled a waterfall-like torrent that formed a massive wall to mitigate the suction. Although both were S-rank forbidden techniques, Chiyo's was a large-scale lethal ninjutsu. To minimize casualties and disregarding the need to hold her back, Uchiha immediately ordered the troops to switch to a defensive stance. If he allowed this technique to unfold, even if it severely wounded the Sharingan, the ninjas he brought would also suffer heavy losses. The current Muyi could not afford such losses. Between the two, Uchiha made his choice without any hesitation. Chiyo, having broken free from the illusion, was momentarily stunned by the sight before her, then a flicker of joy crossed her face. Everyone regroup. Prepare to retreat. With Kosuke opting for defense, the path ahead was clear. It was the perfect moment to leave. They couldn't delay any longer, or they would never make it out. Upon receiving Chiyo's command, the Sand Shinobi immediately disengaged from their battles with the Konoha ninja and rushed back toward the camp behind them. Trying to flee. It seems you're too late. Manda diver's net. The Sand Shinobi's brief relief was shattered by a hoarse voice, and their faces instantly turned grim. Having fought countless battles of all sizes, they knew exactly who that voice belonged to. Orochimaru. Damn, he's caught up to us. In that moment, regret flooded Chiyo's heart. The unexpected Konoha ambush had completely thrown her initial plan into disarray. Her earlier strategy of slowing down to lure pursuers had now become a double-edged sword. Retreating now would undoubtedly exact a heavy toll. Gazing at the horde of snakes rapidly surrounding them, Chiyo's expression shifted uneasily. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had just caught up, harbored few complex thoughts. He glanced toward Kosuke and the others and swiftly issued orders. First squad, second squad, go assist Kosuke-senpai in countering their jutsu. The rest of you follow me. With that, he charged forward, taking the lead. Even someone as composed as Orochimaru had accumulated a spark of irritation from the Sand Shinobi's prolonged provocative attacks, let alone the Konoha ninja behind him. They each eagerly sought out Sand Shinobi to engage in battle. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Zhenyang expelled a torrent of flame from his mouth, only relaxing when he saw the tornado vanish. As expected of an S-rank forbidden jutsu, its power was truly terrifying. After employing defensive techniques to ensure their villages, Shinobi weren't sucked in, Kosuke and the others resumed launching offensive jutsu. As a renowned veteran powerhouse, Chiyo's classic jutsu techniques had long been analyzed by the major shinobi villages. The jutsu Sampo Kyukai upon activation generates a violent tornado that draws the target into the center of the formation. Everything absorbed is completely compressed at the core before being expelled from the rear. The countermeasure, while simple to describe, involved unleashing a sufficiently powerful jutsu that couldn't be absorbed, destroying the center and causing the technique to cease. Easier said than done, however. It took the combined efforts of Zhenyang's group plus reinforcements sent by Orochimaru to finally overwhelm and break the technique. Seeing that the tornado had caused no real damage, Kosuke felt a wave of relief. Now it was time to deal with the Sand Shinobi, who were trapped and unable to escape. Without even needing Kosuke's command, the Konoha Shinobi spontaneously joined the assault to encircle the Sand forces. Under the siege, the Sand Shinobi held out for a while before completely collapsing. They fled through the only remaining gap, with Konoha ninja in hot pursuit refusing to let go. The chase lasted from dusk until late into the night, finally ceasing as dawn began to break. The Konoha pursuers returned and proceeded to clear the battlefield. The results were exceptionally fruitful. The Sand Shinobi forces had been crippled with perhaps only 20 or 30% of their original number remaining. Total annihilation was achievable, but in the end, Orochimaru chose not to. Instead, he ordered the troops to surround on three sides, leaving one escape route open for the Sand. While total annihilation would be ideal, cornering the enemy would only force them into a desperate fight to the death stance. Therefore, the best strategy was to offer them a path of survival. A fleeing enemy is far easier to handle than one fighting desperately. Though a small contingent of Sand Shinobi escaped, the impact was negligible. After this battle, the pressure on the Sand front virtually vanished. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Staring at his drastically diminished force, Chiyo slammed her fist against a tree trunk in fury. Having paid an exorbitant price, she fled with the remaining shinobi, filled with reluctance. After all, continuing to fight would mean death for all of them. Planning this attack on Konoha had consumed immense effort from the Sand. They had allied with the Cloud and Rock villages and secretly infiltrated the Land of Rivers as the vanguard of this war. Having paid such a heavy price, the Sand seemed to be getting their reward. Konoha, fighting alone against three great villages, could only barely resist. It was a sure win if they could just prolong the war. Then they would be able to claim this bountiful land. But all of that came crashing down in this single battle. Even if they somehow won, the village would need considerable time to recover to its pre-war state, let alone the fact that they might not even be able to defeat Konoha now. Brother, should we have started this war? Chiyo's brows drooped as if she had aged significantly in an instant. She was beginning to regret it. The village was already at a point of no return. Without war we would have absolutely no chance of recovery. Seeing his sister's bewildered expression, Ebizo couldn't help but console her. And it was true. The increasingly severe financial problems. The mysterious disappearance of a third Kazekage. These issues had become the root of conflict within Sunigakure. To prevent the conflict from erupting internally, it had to be directed outward. The village also urgently needed a new Kazekage, one who could command respect. Thus war was the best option. It could vent internal strife, and through military merit elevate a convincing Kage. They just hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Don't blame yourself too much. The village still needs us to hold it together. At the mention of the village, Chiyo rallied somewhat, her gaze deepening as she stared into the forest before her. Given their age, neither of them knew how many years they had left. Yet Sunigakure was now in a critical crisis with no shinobi in the village capable of shouldering the heavy responsibility. Let's contract the front lines. It's time for us to withdraw from this war. Chiyo let out a soft sigh and fell silent. Ebizo quietly looked off into the distance. For a moment he was lost in thought. It's over. Silently looking at the forest that had been reduced to a wasteland, Zhenyang let out a sigh of relief and rested against a rock. For a full 12 hours, that is half a day of continuous fighting or moving, and counting the time spent in ambush, the battle had lasted an entire day. His first time on the battlefield, and he had already engaged in such a prolonged operation. Even he felt the waves of weakness creeping through his body. Yet despite his immense fatigue, Zhenyang's eyes were bright, and his spirit was soaring. He had truly walked through the battlefield, clashing with jonin from other ninja villages, and killing them. At last he had achieved the goal he set at the beginning of his transmigration. He possessed the strength to survive in this cruel ninja world. With his current power and his status within the Uzibo clan, as long as he didn't court death, living comfortably would be no problem. The long-suppressed boulder in his heart finally vanished, and Zhenyang felt immensely light, as if his fatigue had eased considerably. Boom. Up. A familiar cry of surprise caught Zhenyang's attention, making him instinctively turn his head. Not far away, Shiri Hong sat collapsed against a tree, gasping for breath, her body trembling uncontrollably. She seemed to intend to walk over to him, but her earlier exertion had drained her strength completely. Hong, how do you feel? Seeing Zhenyang turn to her, Hong lifted her head, brushed aside the strands of hair stuck to her forehead by sweat, and flashed a brilliant smile. Watching the girl struggle to stand, Zhenyang propped himself up and walked over. This time I took out 1 shunin and 5 genin. From now on I won't be a burden to Zhenyang anymore. Hong spoke with a hint of pride, and one could sense her immense joy. My Hong is amazing. Even Zhenyang felt exhausted, so one could imagine how miserable Hong, whose strength was still inferior, must have been keeping up with the main force. At that he smiled and nodded to encourage her, inwardly marveling that it was no wonder Hong would later stand out among the Konoha ninja and become an elite jonin. Not only was she exceptionally persistent in daily training, but her determination and spirit in battle were truly extraordinary. In the anime, Hong's strength appeared weak because she moved in an elite circle, frequently associating with Kakashi Maite Kai and Isama, the son of the Hokage. Compared to those three, Hong was indeed weaker. But the problem is that most jonin of Konoha would also be weak before them. To be fair, Hong was not only beautiful, but also no slouch in combat. At least when she later faced Uzibo, she managed to break the Genjutsu and dodge his attacks, avoiding being instantly defeated by the Venyu, and even earned his praise. In contrast, a later mentally damaged Ishuin was brought down in a single exchange. In terms of missions, she had completed 14 S-rank missions, more than the Demon Zabuza and the Sand Ninja Maki. So Hong was not just a pretty vase. Moreover, with his help now, Hong's strength would surely surpass that in the original story. My Hong is amazing. What is Zhenyang Koan spouting? The words echoed in her mind, and Hong felt her face burn hot, momentarily stunned. Hong, come wash up. Only when she heard Zhenyang's repeated calls did she snap back to reality. Her face was already flushed from fatigue, so no one noticed anything unusual. Her vision shifted, and a pot of clean water appeared before her. Isn't this the pot they used for picnics? Seeing this scene and the storage scroll beside it, Hong was first stunned, then overjoyed. If she hadn't been unable to use water release and lacked chakra, she would have already used water to freshen up. Zhenyang, have you not run out of chakra yet? Then Hong noticed something off and asked in surprise. After half a day, he could still use jutsu. How much chakra did he have? On the battlefield, never exhaust all your chakra, or you'll have no strength to resist if something unexpected happens. Zhenyang imparted some wisdom to the girl before him. Although his current chakra reserves were indeed vast, somewhat more than an average jonin, he still couldn't withstand excessive expenditure. The reason he could still use jutsu now was that he tried to conserve chakra as much as possible during battle, mostly relying on taijutsu and jinjutsu, which consumed less. Although sometimes it wasn't as convenient as jutsu. For instance, when facing a group of chunin and jinin, Zhenyang still chose to deal with them patiently one by one. After all, he hadn't reached the point of being able to swagger around, so he had to always leave himself an escape route. Let me wash up too. Just as Zhenyang and Hong were talking, a green figure dashed over. It was Maite Kai. He scooped up some water, splashed it on his face, and after wiping away the sweat and dirt, he stood up straight. Cool water. I feel my youth returning. Kai shouted to the heavens, instantly drawing the attention of nearby ninja, who looked at the trio curiously. Seeing this, Zhenyang and Hong couldn't help covering their faces. That Kai. He was great in every way except his social anxiety sometimes made them feel embarrassed. Haha, these three little ones are quite impressive. They took out quite a few ninja just now. More geniuses from our Konoha. Most of the people resting nearby were ninja who had participated in the earlier operation, so they recognized Zhenyang's group. Everyone greeted them or offered a few words of praise, dispersing much of the solemn post-battle atmosphere. On the other side of the battlefield, Dashuin and Wanqing Gujie stood alone in a corner chatting casually. The smiles on their faces made it clear they were enjoying the conversation. A ninja hurried over to report the specific statistics of the battle to the two of them. Dashuin-sama, Gujie-sama, the battlefield has been cleared. In this battle we killed a total of 1341 Sunin ninja, including 13 Jonin and Shunin. Our own casualties are 756, with the unit led by Gujie-sama suffering over half of those losses, totaling 342. The statistics first brought joy to Dashuin and the other, then they turned solemn. I understand. After a moment, Dashuin nodded and said, the Sunin ninja have suffered heavy losses this time. They won't make any other moves in the short term. Either they'll hole up at the border or retreat. Send this news back to the village as soon as possible. Yes. The ninja acknowledged and quickly left. Before departing, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the three ninja horsing around in the distance, and when it passed over the young Yuzhibo among them, a hint of respect flashed in his eyes. As the ninja in charge of compiling battle statistics, he was well aware of how brilliant the others' achievements in this battle were. This was respect earned through strength. Orochimaru noticed the movements of his subordinates. After the shinobi in front of him withdrew, he turned to the silent middle-aged shinobi beside him and spoke in a hoarse voice. Senior Guy Jie, there's no need to be too sorrowful. Our losses this time are far fewer than anticipated. I know. It's just that seeing half of these young ones lose their lives in a single day, I couldn't hold back. You must be amused. Guy Jie responded with a bitter smile. Although there had been preparations before the operation, this plan of Orochimaru's was the best opportunity to inflict heavy damage on the Sand Shinobi. Once the Sand Shinobi learned that reinforcements from Konoha were on their way, the role his team could play would be minimal. But only after truly experiencing it did he realize it wasn't as easy to accept as imagined. These were the future of Konoha, yet half of them were lost in a single battle. I wouldn't dare. Senior, this is your love for the village. How could I, your junior, laugh? On the contrary, Senior has trained 3 excellent disciples, which has greatly reduced our losses. Orochimaru smiled, casting an approving gaze at Zhenyang and the others in the distance. The key to such a great victory in this battle was that Guy Jie and his team had successfully held off the Sand Shinobi without suffering too many casualties. Yes, a loss of over half was not only not high in their expectations, but even relatively low. To win the frontal battle against the Sand Shinobi without arousing their suspicion, Orochimaru could not provide Guy Jie with much assistance. The Jonin on his own side, who had battlefield experience, were each assigned to counter specific Sand Shinobi, but once they disappeared they would be detected. Thus Orochimaru could only transfer 2 Jonin responsible for reconnaissance to Guy Jie, leaving the rest of the troops to buy time with their lives. Although this was harsh on the ninjas who had only graduated a few months ago, there was truly no other way. If this operation were not carried out, the casualties would also be heavy later when they entered the frontal battlefield, that great millstone. Guy Jie understood this well and agreed to the proposal without hesitation. According to previous estimates, at most 2/10 of these ninjas would survive. Combining the movements of his subordinates earlier and the performance he observed later, Orochimaru easily reached a conclusion. Guy Jie's 3 disciples had played an enormous role. Indeed, as their teacher, I am proud of them. The usually modest Guy Jie happily accepted Orochimaru's praise. In truth, he had harbored some selfishness and did not tell Orochimaru the true strength of his disciples. Because after realizing the changes at the top of Konoha, Guy Jie began to treat them separately from the village, no longer placing much trust in them. With these factors, and given that the next generation of Konoha would likely suffer severe losses, it was necessary to preserve some talented juniors. And Zhenyang and his 2 companions were undoubtedly the cream of this generation. As their teacher who spent so much time with them, he was naturally well aware of their abilities. They were highly suitable candidates to revive the village in the future. If he told Orochimaru, the man might assign Zhenyang and the others even more dangerous missions, greatly increasing the risk. Both for personal and public reasons, this was not the outcome Guy Jie wanted to see. Yet unexpectedly, while he tried his best to hide it, Zhenyang and the others revealed themselves. This made Guy Jie both worried and delighted. He worried that his talented disciples would be targeted by other villages, making them even more dangerous on the battlefield. But he was delighted that he had not misjudged them. All 3 chose to step up when the village was in danger. However, he would have to keep a closer watch on the 3 little ones from now on. His old bones had no room for improvement. Raising these disciples well would be his repayment to the village. Senior Guy Jie, are you dissatisfied with your disciples? I'm actually quite skilled in training ninjas. I could help you take over. Watching the change in Guy Jie's expression, Orochimaru rarely made a joke. They were once comrades and companions of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the other was his most outstanding disciple. They had seen each other often in earlier years, and had a fairly good relationship. Dream on. You little brat already took in a little girl. Now you're eyeing my disciples. At this, Guy Jie immediately bristled with anger. I've already drawn up a whole bunch of training plans, and you want to poach from me. The world of Naruto was actually not that vast. Within just a day or two, the news that Konoha had ambushed and severely wounded the Sand Shinobi spread to all parties. Konoha Village. The Hokage building. Browsing through the message in his hand, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally had a smile on his face after a long time. Since Konoha went to war with the 3 great ninja villages, most of the news sent back had been bad. The occasional good news was only minor skirmishes that had little impact on the overall war situation. This was undoubtedly a headache for the Hokage. But this piece of news was like charcoal in winter for Konoha, allowing them to catch their breath and avoid being slowly frozen to death. A severe blow to over 1,000 Sand Shinobi. It seems the Sand Shinobi are practically out of this war. Hamura Midokado, standing beside him, couldn't help but smile as he saw the news. The death of over 1,000 ninjas was a serious blow to any ninja village. Konoha, with the richest resources and the largest territory, had only issued a little over 10,000 ninja identification numbers since its founding. Among them were those who had already passed away. Currently, the total number of ninjas in the entire Konoha village was about 5,000. Even with such a heavy loss, Konoha would likely need decades to recover. The impoverished Sand Shinobi village could support far fewer ninjas, so this battle would be enough to keep them down. In that case, the pressure on the Sand Shinobi front is no longer great. After observing for a few days, we can redeploy personnel. The situation on the IWA Shinobi front is already critical. Tell Danzo to hold on for 2 days. I'll send Orochimaru to reinforce him. Hearing Kohara Udatane's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally felt relieved. After all, the battle on the Sand Shinobi front had freed up a large number of personnel and a Kage-level powerhouse Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi had full confidence in his most accomplished disciple, as he had never disappointed him. But there's one more thing, Hiruzen. What do you think of Uchiha Zhenyang? Having decided the general plan, Hamura Midokado began to inquire about specific matters. According to the records, this genin named Uchiha Zhenyang, who had just graduated this year, achieved a magnificent record on the battlefield, single-handedly killing a Sand Shinobi Jonin, assisting in killing 2 Jonin and multiple Chunin and Genin. Considering he was only 10 years old, this was truly terrifying. Uchiha Zhenyang, huh? Hearing the name, Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. Tell Orochimaru. Regarding Uchiha Zhenyang. Bang. With a resounding explosion, the long rectangular table collapsed into splinters and wooden shards scattered through the war tent. What in the world are the Sand Shinobi doing? A few hundred newly graduated Leaf Genin, and they're already beaten. In the Cloud Shinobi's main camp, a burly man with light yellow hair, dark skin, and a lightning character tattooed on his right shoulder roared in fury. Judging by his features and his seat of honor at the head of the table, it was clear he was the 3rd Raikage, hailed as the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Below him stood a man with a strikingly similar appearance. This was the 3rd Raikage's son, the future 4th Raikage. Lord Raikage, please calm down. There's still a lot of intelligence on the table. Seeing the 3rd Raikage shatter the table with a single punch, Dodai quickly scrambled to gather the flurry of documents, sighing inwardly. Budget -1. Although the table wasn't particularly expensive, it couldn't withstand being destroyed once a day. Lord Raikage, will the Sand Shinobi's failure have any impact on us? At most, it's a minor inconvenience. We are determined this time. The fertile lands belong to the strong. Dodai's concerns were waved aside nonchalantly by the 3rd Raikage. Even if the sand lost, the Cloud and Stone Shinobi still held the advantage in strength. It was rare to see Konoha's power wane, so they had to seize this opportunity. The prodigies that continued to emerge from the Land of Fire filled him with longing for that land. Intelligence reports say that Uchiha Masaru, despite his youth, possesses strength comparable to a Jonin. Should we? Although Dodai didn't finish his sentence, everyone present understood his implication. Kidnapping and assassination were the Cloud Shinobi's traditional methods for dealing with prodigies. Despite their brutish appearance, they were all sly strategists behind the scenes. This suggestion gave the 3rd Raikage pause for thought, but he ultimately shook his head. No need. Konoha will be guarding their prodigies closely during this time. Opportunities will be scarce. Besides, prodigies need time to grow. Given the current situation, Konoha won't last long enough to see that day. Jonin might be formidable in others' eyes, but to him, they were nothing to worry about. Right? We can handle these guys without father needing to lift a finger. Isn't that right, B? Echoing his father's domineering declaration, the future 4th Raikage voiced his agreement. I still have power to spare my brilliant shines. Killer B, the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, is me. Yeah. Oh, a little brat, I can play with him. Strongly pressing forward. On the side, a shinobi carrying multiple swords chimed in with his peculiar rhythmic speech. The Cloud Shinobi showed no reaction, clearly accustomed to it. Yet no one doubted their words. The AB combo had already made a name for themselves in this war, defeating many of Konoha's shinobi. In the Cloud Village, which revered strength, power earned respect. Apart from the recent yellow flash, Minato Namikaze's the AB combo had yet to taste defeat on the battlefield. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Dodai devised an attack plan for tomorrow. Let's give those approaching Leaf Shinobi a surprise. At the Stone Shinobi battlefield, Inoki the 3rd Tsuchikage had also received news from the Sand battlefield. A crushing defeat. And Uchiha Masaharu. We must strike at Konoha, but we can't let the Cloud Shinobi dominate alone. Frowning as he considered the balance between the 3 villages, Inoki pulled a letter from his drawer. A letter from Konoha's root. At the Land of Fire's border, After concluding their battle with the Sand Shinobi, Konoha's forces did not depart immediately, as the Sand forces had only retreated from the Land of Fire and remained entrenched in the Land of Rivers outside the border. They maintained necessary patrols daily, awaiting further orders. Inside a tent in the camp, Masaharu looked at the visitor raising an item in his hand with surprise. Inuzuka Hiroshi-senpai, I've already been promoted to Chunin. Indeed, the person before him was Inuzuka Hiroshi the Jonin, who had previously helped them intercept the Sand Shinobi. Because of Masaharu's assistance, Inuzuka Hiroshi often came by for a chat after the battle. He found that despite Masaharu's youth, their conversations were quite engaging, and over the past couple of days the two had become friends. Masaharu initially thought Hiroshi was just visiting for small talk, or to exchange ideas on ninjutsu. But unexpectedly, Hiroshi tossed him a flak jacket and a list declaring his promotion to Chunin. Of course, why would I lie to you? This is a direct order from the third Hokage. That list contains introductions to some advanced ninjutsu. You can pick 2 as a reward for the battle. What do you think? I'm pretty awesome, right? I volunteered to bring it to you. Honestly, if you weren't so young and lacking in contribution points, becoming a special Jonin wouldn't have been out of the question. As he spoke, Inuzuka Hiroshi winked and patted his shoulder. Then I must thank Inuzuka-senpai. Hearing this, Masaharu recalled the relevant memories. Unlike peacetime, where promotion required rigorous examinations. During wartime, considering issues like personnel shortages, there wasn't much complex process. As long as you were strong enough and had significant military merit, you could apply directly to the Hokage for promotion. What was different was that Masaharu's performance had caught the village's attention. Before he could even apply, the Hokage had already unilaterally completed his promotion. Mission complete, I'll be heading off now. Remember to attend the meeting at the central camp this afternoon. His words barely finished, and Inuzuka Hiroshi had already vanished. Looking at the green flak jacket in his hands, Masaharu couldn't help but wonder. Was becoming a Chunin in a way a form of weakening himself? Everyone knew that in Konoha Genin were the strongest. After pondering for a moment without a conclusion, Masaharu shook off the thought and casually glanced at the ninjutsu list. Masaharu's eyes lit up. Was the sun rising from the west? 5-element seal. Palm Sage art. Multiple shadow clone technique. Darkness art. Summoning Rashomon. All were A-rank ninjutsu, and they were genuinely considered advanced techniques of Konoha. The ninjutsu listed on this scroll made him suspect that Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others had changed their ways. They were actually giving him an Uchiha these techniques. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Honestly, just palming off some B-rank ninjutsu as a formality was Masaharu's initial expectation. If even a single A-rank ninjutsu had been included, it would have meant the Konoha higher-ups had lost their minds. But now not only were they all A-rank, some were even from the Scroll of Seals. You'd think he was a spy embedded within the Uchiha clan. At this moment, to be honest, Masaharu was a bit bewildered. Masaharu, look who's here. You bastard, you've already become a Chunin. Just then 2 figures stepped into the tent. The 2 entering were none other than Shiri Hong and Hong Do. Suddenly, Hong Do's exclamation caused Hong to look over in confusion. Upon closer inspection, there was a Chunin vest beside Zhenyang. What was this? It hadn't been there when they left just moments ago. It was sent over by Senior Quan Zhong just now. In response to Hong's questioning gaze, Zhenyang explained with a smile. As expected of our little team's leader, let me see what the vest looks like. Hong Do clapped him heartily on the shoulder and took the Chunin vest to examine it, turning it over like a tomboy. Seeing his long-lost good friend Zhenyang's face also broke into a brilliant smile. As for why they had encountered Hong Do here, it went back to the beginning. Before graduation, their group of 5 had discussed their plans after leaving the academy. Hong Do had been taken as a disciple by Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninja, and kept by his side. Meanwhile, the other member, Ma Shiyun, due to her bloodline limit, was taken home by her parents for clan training. As the daughter of the current head of the Ma clan, she was already designated as the next clan leader. Yuan Fei Rijan naturally could not refuse her request. As a member of a ninja clan himself, he fully understood the importance they placed on inheritance. 2 of the 5 had their own arrangements. The remaining 3, Zhenyang and the others, formed a team. Tisk, your living conditions aren't bad. After losing interest in the Chunin vest, Hong Do began to look around the tent. Zhenyang and his team had performed excellently on the battlefield, so their treatment was much better. While their peers were still crammed into a single tent, Zhenyang's team had been assigned their own tent following the standard configuration for a Jonin-led squad. With fewer people and Hong, a girl in the group, the tent was arranged very elegantly. Are your living conditions as good as a disciple of the 3 ninja? The only thing I have over you is this Chunin title. Hearing Hong Do's feigned modesty, Zhenyang knew she was teasing him, so he immediately fired back. In times of trouble, they were friends who shared hardships. In everyday life, they were rivals. What's so great about that? Lord Orochimaru said, I've already reached Chunin level, just lacking a bit of battle merit. Hong Do naturally refused to concede. This smirking fellow had stolen her Hong away, her former close sister, now had her mind entirely on this guy. It's not just a little bit. See this list. A personal reward from the 3rd Hokage, you can choose any 2 techniques. Facing his good friend Zhenyang was rarely childish, proudly waving the scroll of ninjutsu. What's there to show off? My teacher gave me even better techniques. Hong Do snatched the list while sneering. But after glancing at it, the words died in her throat. Was she seeing things? She quickly rubbed her eyes and looked again. It hadn't changed. It was real. Setting down the list, Hong Do stared at Zhenyang with disbelief and said, "Are you the third Hokage's illegitimate son?" The words left Zhenyang momentarily stunned, then he couldn't help but laugh and scold. "You're the Hokage's illegitimate son." He had expected Hong Do to say something else, but her train of thought was so bizarre. Leaving the two longtime friends to frolic and play, Zhenyang carefully began selecting his techniques. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't rush, since they were willing to give he would take. After all, with his current strength, he didn't fear others plotting against him. His terrifying spiritual power combined with the Sharingan meant that only a handful in the village could overwhelm him when he exerted his full might. Moreover, he was still on the battlefield. If they truly delivered, it would be a huge gain. If it was a trick, he would lose nothing. 2 slots, what should he choose? After careful thought, Zhenyang realized it wasn't easy to decide, mainly because almost all of them were useful. The 5-element seal, a high-level sealing technique difficult for ordinary jonin to use, could seal demonic beasts, tailed beasts, and the like. The multiple shadow clone technique, which would later become Naruto's signature move, had an obviously powerful effect. After much deliberation, Zhenyang finally selected 2 techniques from the many A-rank ones. Jinjutsu, Bringer of Darkness technique. Summoning Rashomon. One was a supportive Jinjutsu, the other a defensive summoning technique. Although the other techniques tempted him, considering everything, these 2 were the most suitable for his current situation. The 5-element seal was good, but Zhenyang had no need for tailed beasts at the moment, and his Sharingan could achieve similar effects. Obito's Mangekyo could control the 9 tails. His enhanced 3-tomo Sharingan should be able to handle the 2 tails or 3 tails without issue. Moreover, his spiritual power had no upper limit. With enough time to accumulate, he would become an invincible late-game powerhouse. The multiple shadow clone technique was the ultimate training tool, but it placed an insane burden on the user. Zhenyang seriously suspected that Naruto either benefited from being Azura's reincarnation or had been brainwashed by Kotoa Mitsukami. The 2 techniques he chose had their own intricacies. Bringer of Darkness technique creates a pitch-black environment, depriving the opponent of sight. Only the caster and their allies can see within the darkness and launch attacks. This Jinjutsu induces visual hallucinations and steals all light. In a world shrouded by darkness like black silk, even the most powerful fighters are forced to reveal their positions. As a forbidden technique from the Scroll of Seals, its power was undeniable. It allowed him to locate the enemy while reducing their combat effectiveness, greatly benefiting Zhenyang. Secondly, Rashomon was also a formidable technique. It summoned a gate symbolizing death to defend against physical attacks. Orochimaru often used triple Rashomon to block powerful enemy techniques. With sufficient chakra, one could even summon the 5-fold Rashomon like the first Hokage, further enhancing its defensive capabilities. Sigh, he just didn't know if they would actually deliver the techniques. It would be a waste if all this effort came to nothing. After finishing these matters, Zhenyang took the 2 girls to the woods near the camp to hunt some game for lunch. The army had issued plenty of soldier pills as rations, but they were like compressed biscuits, hard to digest if eaten too much. Previously, during combat, they were acceptable. Now that the fighting had nearly ceased, Zhenyang naturally wanted to improve their meals. Soldier pills were nowhere near as nutritious as proper food, and they were still growing. Hong in particular needed proper nutrition. Otherwise, there would be nothing for him later. After easily winning over the 2 girls' stomachs with delicious food, Zhenyang headed toward the central tent. He hadn't forgotten Senior Kwanzhong's earlier words. But what kind of meeting was this? Could the Sand Ninja be planning another move? With such doubts swirling in his mind, Zhenyang lifted the tent flap and stepped inside. Inside the central main tent of the Mai camp, Dashiwan, the commander-in-chief, and Wanqing Gujia, leading the support forces along with dozens of others, all sat upright inside the tent. These dozens present were the main strength on the Sharingan battlefield. At this moment, no one spoke. Instead, they all perused the intelligence in their hands, awaiting the speech of Dashiwan, who sat in the main seat. "Am I late?" Entering the tent and seeing it almost full, Zhenyang couldn't help but be startled. So diligent. Wasn't it supposed to be in the afternoon? He had planned to arrive early for his first high-level meeting to make a good impression, yet he ended up being the latest. This is awkward. Little Zhenyang, it hasn't started, yet no need to worry. Lord Dashiwan's meetings usually start a bit early, you'll get used to it. Over the past few days, all the jonin present had learned of his reputation. Understanding the importance of the next generation of ninja, they held considerable goodwill toward Zhenyang, a meritorious figure, and so explained with smiles. Coming back to his senses, Zhenyang politely thanked those who had spoken, then walked over to Gujia, who was waving at him. After taking the seat specifically reserved for him, Zhenyang couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa Gujia, isn't this a jonin meeting? Why am I allowed to attend? Has something gone wrong? Are the Sharingan making moves again?" Glancing at the meeting that had not yet begun, Gujia smiled and helped clear his confusion. "On the battlefield, things aren't so rigid. Since you've demonstrated jonin-level strength, you can attend a meeting. As for the content, first take a look at this scroll." Hearing this, Zhenyang silently opened the scroll and examined it carefully. After reading through it, he suddenly understood. In short, the village had sent word that the Mai ninja on the Yanran battlefield were barely holding on, hoping they could quickly resolve the Sharingan battlefield, and then dispatch a portion of forces directly to support the Yanran battlefield. After Zhenyang finished reading the scroll, the main seat finally moved. Dashiwan narrowed his eyes, slightly scanning everyone present, and his hoarse voice rang out. "Everyone should have finished reading. According to intelligence, the forces on the Yanren battlefield are in dire straits. We need to go support them as soon as possible. He paused for a moment before continuing. What are your opinions? The Sharingan forces have yet to withdraw from the Chuanjigua. We cannot rule out the possibility they might make a last-ditch effort. We must leave enough personnel to guard this place to prevent them from going all out. Soon a Jonin offered his opinion, which received unanimous approval. Clearly De Shiwan's opinions referred to how to balance the situation, not letting support for other battlefields cause problems here. For safety, let's first deploy 40% of our ninja to support the Yanren battlefield while the rest guard this place. We can adjust later according to the Sharingan's actions. That's not good. If we send too few, not only will we fail to lift the siege, but we might also get bogged down ourselves. With the first person speaking up, various opinions followed, continuously analyzing all possible scenarios. De Shiwan sat at the head listening to the discussion with an impassive face, clearly unsatisfied with the current proposals. Zhenyang, what do you think? Seeing that no conclusion had been reached after a long while, Uchiha turned to the young man beside him. Having frequent contact with him, he knew that this lad was not as naive as he appeared. Rather, his judgment of the situation was very accurate. He had long ago mentioned that war would break out. Seeing the examining look in Uchiha's eyes, Zhenyang understood his intention. After a moment of thought, he spoke slowly. Actually, the pressure on the Sharingan battlefield can be somewhat lessened. This first sentence immediately piqued Uchiha's curiosity. The Sharingan have just suffered a major defeat. Their internal conflicts are probably about to burst. Haven't they not yet elected a new wind shadow? We can secretly instigate them, making them too busy to deal with us. Hearing this, Uchiha nodded. In recent years, the internal situation of the Sharingan had been poor, as was known in Mai. Moreover, with no wind shadow elected yet, there was indeed plenty of room for manipulation. Faced with the temptation of power, it was hard to say whether the Sharingan could stay united. Naturally, they would have no energy to cause trouble then. So you mean we can send most of our ninja to the Yanren battlefield? Edge. Just as Zhenyang was speaking confidently to Uchiha, a hoarse voice suddenly came from beside him, startling him. He turned to look. It was De Shiwan. Not only that, De Shiwan's action made everyone stop discussing and turn their gaze toward him. In an instant, Zhenyang became the center of attention. Go on, why did you stop? Although De Shiwan's expression was calm, Zhenyang felt he was smiling. He did that on purpose, right? Definitely on purpose. Fortunately, he wasn't socially anxious, or he couldn't have continued. Feeling everyone's curious gazes, Zhenyang organized his thoughts in his mind, mainly because his idea might be quite different. Actually, the number of ninjas sent to the Yanren battlefield doesn't matter much. What do you mean? As soon as he said that, someone voiced confusion, and Zhenyang looked at him approvingly. A good straight man. He was waiting for that line. Judging from the situation since the war began, the Yunren are undoubtedly the ones with the strongest offensive intent. The Yunren attacking Mai must pass through several small countries, a long journey. The greater distance means troop movements are difficult, and with supply lines stretched too long, the number of frontline ninja cannot be large, and once they suffer a setback, they'll lack reinforcements. In contrast, the Yanren have abundant supplies and over 10,000 ninja. Even though their individual strength is slightly lower due to militarized management, they are hard to defeat. Joining them would just prolong the war of attrition. Therefore, I believe the turning point of this war will be on the Yanren battlefield. Zhenyang's words stunned all the Jonin present, and then they fell into thought. The seemingly absurd idea, upon careful consideration, indeed had great feasibility. A good idea, but Zhenyang seems to have overlooked one issue. How should we handle the Yanren battlefield? A faint glint flashed into Shiwan's eyes as he pointed out Zhenyang's flaw, looking at him with interest. Interesting. Not only was he astonishingly talented, but he also possessed thinking ability far beyond his peers. Proud as he was, he had to admit that Zhenyang was indeed a genius. At least at his age, he himself had mostly shown strength. Zhenyang, let me see what other surprises you can give me. The Yanren side can definitely be held. Now that the Sharingan are finished and the Wu Ren are sealed off on their island, if we collapse, only the Yanren and Yunren will remain opposed. The Yimu won't watch my fall. Zhenyang's response was simple. Only one word. Gamble. In terms of strength, Mai was no match for the combined forces of the other two. Winning would certainly require taking some risks. A gamble. Upon hearing the word uttered by Da Shiwan, Zhenyang nodded. Facing a formidable enemy and hoping for a peaceful resolution. How could it be so easy? However, based on the storyline and his personal experience in the war-torn ninja world, Zhenyang had formulated deeper speculations. He was confident that Mai would emerge victorious in this bet. What was the root cause of the third great ninja war? From the storyline, where Mai was besieged on all sides, one could infer that it was likely due to the political and economic imbalance among the nations. Given the third Hokage's diplomatic inclination toward peace, Mai being ganged up on could only be attributed to its prominence, like a tall tree catching the wind, compounded by the death of White Fong, which invited the covetous eyes of other ninja villages. No single ninja village would dare to initiate such a war. Mai's strength was evident to all. Even with a slight decline, it was not a foe that one village could handle. There must have been instigators and abettors. Who were the instigators? Looking at the conditions of each village, the most likely candidates were the third Raikage Ai and Qiandai of Sharingan. Both Yunin and Yanin were relatively stable internally and did not need war to divert internal conflicts. Moreover, the third Tsuchika Janoki was a cunning old fox, so he could be ruled out. Qiandai's motives were driven by vengeance and her village's interests. As for the third Reikage, it was mostly about profit. At that time, Yunin village was exceptionally strong with the future fourth Reikage AI, and the eight-tails Jinchuriki killer bee along with the third Reikage himself, making it second only to mine strength. From the course of the war, it was evident that Yunin indeed exerted tremendous effort against my deploying their successors and Jinchuriki, all their elite forces, to the battlefield. Yunin village genuinely sought to overthrow Mai and become the premier ninja village. In contrast, Yunin was merely a passive participant. Their involvement in the war was likely only to weaken Mai's strength, for even if they succeeded in toppling Mai, they would be unable to resist Yunin's assault. For Yunin, the goal was simply to balance the power among the three major villages. Thus, whether it was Mai or Yunin, the difference was negligible. They would strike whoever was stronger. This explains why after severely damaging Mai on the battlefield, Yunin instead turned to ambush Yunin. Judging from the fourth Reikage's animosity toward Danzo during the later 5 Kage summit, it was likely that Danzo had secretly contacted Onoki, causing the latter to change his stance. After Yunin was attacked by Yunin, the third Reikage was forced to stay behind and died in battle. Yunin's personnel losses were minimal, but they lost their strongest Reikage. Yunin suffered heavy casualties, although they managed to exhaust the Reikage to death, they did not achieve the anticipated ambush results. Onoki's scheme backfired. He failed to achieve his desired outcome and had no choice but to retreat. Facing threats on two fronts, Yunin had to recall the AB duo from Mai to guard against Yunin. The war between Mai and Yunin thus ended, and Yunin dared not act rashly. With that, the four great nations ceased hostilities. As a former devotee of the Hokage, Zhenyang was well aware of these developments. The plan he proposed was the easiest path to victory. However, he could not speak outright, he could only offer a few hints. Zhenyang-kun, you have truly surprised me. The Shiwan was inherently brilliant, he simply had not thought of this before. With Zhenyang's explanation, he immediately grasped the crux of the matter. To be honest, such a plan suited his own inclinations. Defense. Old man, you have grown old. Imagining the possible scenarios, Shiwan lowered his eyes. After outlining the general strategy, Zhenyang once again kept a low profile. Talking was easy, but the concrete details of action required these professionals to handle. After all, he was still just a child who had just stepped onto the battlefield. Let's leave it at that for today. Everyone prepare yourselves. About 2 hours later, the meeting concluded with Shiwan's announcement. Zhenyang, have you chosen your ninjutsu? Walking through the camp, Uchiha, satisfied with his disciple's outstanding performance, inquired about another matter. Yes, I have. Zhenyang replied promptly, then looked up in surprise at the kindly elder before him. Uchiha, grandpa, you. Don't overthink it. Just pick the ninjutsu you like. The Hokage-sama will have it sent over. Hearing Uchiha's words, Zhenyang instantly understood the truth. No wonder he had been given these ninjutsu. Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Ever since he had known Uchiha, Zhenyang had felt the meaning of that saying. Time always flies. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Uchiha, grandpa, has there been any news from the village? At a daily training spot, Zhenyang saw Uchiha suddenly appear and knew that the peaceful days were about to end. Yes. After discussions in the village, Shiwan will lead the ninja away tomorrow, while I will remain as the overall commander to hold this position until the Sharingan retreat. However, Shiwan requested that your team accompany them. What do you think? Uchiha's opening words brought an unexpected piece of news. We are to leave this place. Zhenyang narrowed his eyes, pondering. Recalling Shiwan's intense gaze during the meeting, he knew that this scientist had taken an interest in him. But he was not flustered, for it meant his goal was achieved. Indeed, this was something Zhenyang had deliberately planned. His reason for standing out was to attract Shiwan's attention. Given Shiwan's personality, once he took an interest in someone, he would not be stingy. Zhenyang could obtain what he wanted from him. At this period, Shiwan would not harm his fellow villagers, making it a sure-win situation. However, things were somewhat different from what he had imagined. Uchiha, grandpa, was to be left here, so it seemed he would have to go alone. I'll go. Let Hong and the others stay here. Soon Zhenyang made his choice, a decision that went against his usual modus operandi. It was a well-considered decision he had made after reaching Jonin-level strength. Ever since arriving in the world of Hokage, Zhenyang had been striving to survive. Now that he possessed enough strength to protect himself, it was time to pursue other goals. For instance, to save the Uchiha clan and revitalize it. After the third great ninja war, the Uchiha clan would fall into the awkward position of being ostracized by the village, ultimately meeting a tragic end through genocide. Having grown up in the Uchiha clan in this life, Zhenyang could not accept this outcome. All his relatives were Uchiha members, and the clan's elders and peers had always treated him kindly. With bonds of family friendship and blood ties, Zhenyang naturally could not watch the clan decline. To save the future Uchiha, the first step was to gain sufficient influence within the clan. For Zhenyang, who knew the future developments, if he could command the Uchiha clan, he could easily forge a completely different destiny. So how to gain influence? This question might be complicated for other ninja, but for Zhenyang it required only one thing. To make a name for himself and enhance his reputation. The Uchiha clan shared a common trait. They acknowledged the strong. Simply put, if you could defeat them, they would listen, if not, no discussion. The battlefield was the fastest way to gain fame. If Zhenyang could achieve brilliant feats, it would be enough to convince his clansmen. With the support of those loyal to Uchiha Kageme's faction, it would be easy to gain influence. Thus Zhenyang was determined to tread the battlefield to display strength that would earn the respect of all Uchiha members. Only then could he implement his subsequent plans. At the border of the grass country, a group of several hundred people was moving through the forest. Lord Orochimaru, aren't we going to the Cloud Ninja battlefield? Having traveled all the way, Zhenyang finally couldn't hold back his question, turning to the pale-faced man ahead. At first he thought they were taking a detour for some reason, but something felt off. Now he could confirm they were heading straight for the grass country. Wait, hadn't Orochimaru agreed with his proposal? Then why were they still heading to the Rock Ninja battlefield? Could his performance at the meeting a few days ago have been an act? Orochimaru glanced at the young figure keeping pace with ease and let out a hoarse chuckle. Zhenyang-kun's advice was quite useful. Lord Sarutobi and the others have decided to follow that strategy. Then why? The village believes it's too risky to bet entirely on the Rock Ninja's actions. They've sent us to assist in defense while the main force heads to the Cloud Ninja battlefield. Before Zhenyang could finish, Orochimaru explained the reason as if foreseeing it. Indeed, hearing this, Zhenyang's expression stiffened, and he let out an awkward chuckle. Ahem, Lord Orochimaru, actually I think staying at the border is fine too. How about I go back now? I know the way and no need to trouble everyone. This had to be a setup. Hearing this, Orochimaru said with a sly smile. I specifically requested you to come, Zhenyang-kun, to discuss the defense strategy with you. Since you came up with that earlier proposal, surely you have ways to deal with the Rock Ninja as well. He had no clue. In his earlier proposal, Zhenyang had deliberately avoided mentioning the Rock Ninja battlefield because holding off their offensive would inevitably result in heavy losses. The Rock Ninja might not truly intend to overthrow Konoha, but at this stage they were very interested in wearing down Konoha's strength. After all, in this war, the Konoha defense force led by frontline commander Mikami Hayamaki had been reduced to just 4 survivors in their clash with the Rock Ninja army. Had Minato Namikaze not arrived in time, the defense force on the Rock Ninja front would have been completely wiped out. This showed just how dangerous the Rock Ninja battlefield was. And the key issue was, what could their small numbers possibly accomplish? Whether they were there or not, it made little difference. Zhenyang's ninja unit consisted of only about 200 people, most of them Chunin and Genin. As if reading the thoughts in Zhenyang's gaze, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and smiled. I'm heading to replace Lord Danzo as the overall commander of the Rock Ninja battlefield, so I'll have to entrust this unit to you and the other Jonin. Well, the truth was out. No wonder they were sent to the grass country. It was because Hiruzen Sarutobi was saving his old friend. For a moment, Zhenyang could picture the whole scenario. Danzo, come save me, I can't hold on much longer. Hiruzen Sarutobi, don't worry Danzo, I'll send my prized disciple to replace you right away. Danzo, but what about your disciple? Hiruzen Sarutobi, it's fine, you're the most important. Danzo, Hiruzen. As he imagined it, Zhenyang couldn't help but burst out laughing. The old friend's love-hate relationship was hilarious. Oh, it seems Zhenyang-kun is quite confident. Hearing the laughter, Orochimaru's hoarse voice came again. Coming back to his senses, Zhenyang's smile gradually faded. Right, what was so funny? He was just the poor fool dragged in to fill the position. The clown was himself. Sigh. Life was hard, and Zhenyang let out a sigh. Fortunately, he hadn't brought Kurenai and Guy along, otherwise he couldn't guarantee their safety. Earlier, thinking about how much they had gained on the battlefield, and considering their safety, Zhenyang had left them with Kosuke to settle down for a while. Now he realized it was a wise decision to refuse the girl's request. Thank goodness he was still young, otherwise he might not have been able to withstand her insistence. There was no way around it. They were already close to the camp, and Orochimaru clearly wouldn't let him leave. He had to accept reality. But making a name for himself on a disadvantageous battlefield would be a bit harder. Lord Orochimaru, do you know about Ein release? After accepting reality, the first thing Zhenyang thought of was to compensate his wounded pride. As an outstanding young ninja of the village and being dragged to the Rock Ninja battlefield as a laborer, Zhenyang declared he wouldn't leave without getting something in return. Ein release. Orochimaru mused for a moment before continuing. Generally, secret techniques based on Ein release are common. Ein release represents spiritual power, and its function is to create form from nothing. Thus, most techniques related to spirit fall under Ein release. For example, the Nara clan's secret technique that changes the shape of shadows through mental focus, and the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques. Why the sudden interest in Ein release, Zhenyang-kun? As expected, Orochimaru had some knowledge on the subject, which made Zhenyang's heart beat faster. You know, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan greatly enhances a ninja's abilities. With the war upon us, I want to increase my strength. I read in my clan elder's notes that the Sharingan seems related to Ein release. Facing the curious Orochimaru, Zhenyang calmly stated his premeditated reason. As a disciple of the Hokage, Orochimaru had naturally studied the Uchiha clan, so he had no suspicion. The Sharingan is indeed a fine thing. If Zhenyang-kun can awaken it, future battles will be easier. I have some related materials that might help you. According to the records, Uchiha Zhenyang was an illusion-type ninja. Armed with such an eye that greatly amplified illusions, his strength would skyrocket, greatly aiding the battlefield. Considering this, and the little scheme Zhenyang had used to draw attention, Orochimaru didn't hesitate and spat out a scroll. Orochimaru handed the damp scroll to Zhenyang, informing him of its contents. Inside is a notebook on Ein release and some illusion techniques. You should focus more on illusions as they are essentially a form of in-release. Zhenyang took the scroll, suppressing his discomfort. Such a large scroll. He couldn't believe the man had pulled it from his mouth. He had to admit it was an eye-opener. He was actually quite curious about Orochimaru's body. How could it store so many items? It was like Doraemon's pocket. And he never grabbed the wrong thing. Maybe he had learned proper sorting. But since he had just received a gift, he couldn't ask such questions directly, so he simply thanked him politely. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Hey, you're welcome. Hehe. Zhenyang, who had once been in the Zuin district, always felt a sense of discomfort whenever he encountered those two words. It was as if someone would leap out the very next moment to say, "Don't bother with polite nonsense." Shaking off the stray thoughts, Zhenyang slowed his pace and descended to the side of the formation, pulling out the documents Orochimaru had just handed him to review. As his spiritual sense grew to a certain threshold, he discovered a new function. If its previous purpose was to boost CPU performance, it had now evolved into upgrading a single-core processor into a multi-core one. In simple terms, he could now accomplish two things at once. And judging by this trend, he would eventually be able to handle multiple tasks simultaneously, truly becoming a master of time management. So that's how it works. As Zhenyang browsed the documents in his hands, flashes of understanding occasionally lit up his eyes. The reasons he had given Orochimaru earlier were mostly genuine. The only thing he had concealed was that he was not considering how to awaken the Sharingan. Rather, he was pondering how to unlock the ultimate power recorded by the Uchiha clan, the Mangekyo Sharingan. After 2 years of continuous improvement, the Sharingan had already confirmed one thing for Zhenyang. The enhancement of spiritual sense could perfectly substitute for the painful method of awakening through suffering. His awakening process was nothing like his clansmen's, where he would have to endure the death of a friend each time to level up. Instead, it came to him peacefully and comfortably as he was simply eating and drinking well when suddenly, a Tomo had appeared. The Sharingan had advanced. This meant Zhenyang could potentially reach the Mangekyo Sharingan entirely by lying low. Because during the transition from the Sharingan to the Mangekyo Sharingan, no external aid was required. The only difference was that the final step demanded a far more intense stimulus, usually achieved through the sacrifice of a family member or lover. But for Zhenyang, it simply meant waiting a little longer. His original plan had been to slack off every day and eventually transform into an overwhelmingly powerful being. However, it had been a considerable amount of time since he broke through to the 3-Tomo stage, and he had not felt the slightest change. At most, his ocular power had continued to strengthen due to the growth of his spiritual sense. Given this situation, Zhenyang could no longer continue his lazy lifestyle. In his plan, he ideally needed to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan before the war ended. In other words, he needed to achieve this breakthrough within the next 3 to 4 years. For the Uchiha clan to avoid destruction, the solution was simple. As long as Zhenyang protected Sasuke and Itachi, preventing those two brothers from being brainwashed by the third Hokage, the village would at most harbor suspicion, but would dare not move against them. But Zhenyang desired more than just that. He thought further ahead. For instance, enabling Uchiha clan members to enter the upper echelons, join the Umbu, or even become Hokage in the future. If he was going to make changes, he might as well do it thoroughly. As a beneficiary of the clan's privileges, the stronger the Uchiha clan became, the greater the advantages for him. However, to achieve this, the foremost obstacles were the current third Hokage Danzo and several members of the Elders' Council, the key figures of Konoha's upper echelons. How could he quickly rise into the upper ranks? Without a doubt, he needed to remove those individuals and eliminate the anti-Uchiha sentiments, and the positions would naturally become available. If the upper echelons held grievances against the Uchiha clan, then replace them with people who harbored no such prejudices, solving the problem at its root. Of course, this did not mean killing them. With his current strength, he was not yet capable of such things. Zhenyang's second plan was to help a Hokage who held no prejudice against the Uchiha clan ascend to power, thereby indirectly achieving his objectives. As for who would be the suitable candidate, in this regard his thoughts actually aligned perfectly with Uchiha Fugaku, who would soon become clan leader. The Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, who was already gaining recognition on the Cloud Ninja battlefield. From what Zhenyang understood, Minato was the most suitable Hokage for the Uchiha clan. First, Minato would later become close friends with Uchiha Fugaku, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, shared an exceptionally close bond with Uchiha Makoto, to the point of confiding in her even about the date of her childbirth, information that was considered state secrets. Once he became Hokage, the Uchiha clan would have a direct communication channel with the village, and with timely dialogue, many conflicts would naturally diminish. Given Minato Namikaze's personality, Zhenyang and the others could openly and honestly discuss the future development of the Uchiha clan with him. For instance, having Uchiha Sasuke lead a portion of the clan members on missions outside the village, while allowing members of other clans to join the Konoha Ninja police force to fill the vacancies left behind. Such suggestions, which would benefit the village and enhance its stability, Minato Namikaze would hardly refuse. Over time, the Uchiha clan would naturally gradually integrate into Konoha. Secondly, this process would be easy to accomplish. In fact, whether or not Zhenyang participated, the outcome would hardly differ. Because matters of relationship building and liaison were things Uchiha Fugaku would handle, and he would do them exceptionally well. Minato Namikaze becoming Hokage was already a foregone conclusion. His formidable personal charm would help him gather substantial support, and above all he had the backing of his teacher Jiraiya and his grandteacher the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. With his familiarity with the storyline, supporting Minato early on would allow him to easily accomplish his goals. For a laid-back person like himself, this was extremely favorable. The matter Zhenyang needed to worry about was the Ninetales attack. If Minato did not perish in that chaos, it would only take a few years for the Uchiha clan to achieve its expected objectives. The Ninetales attack, instigated by a darkened Obito, if left unchanged, would claim the lives of both Minato and Kushina. Likewise, it would plunge the Uchiha clan into dire straits. With Minato's death, the connection between the Uchiha clan and the village would be severed. Moreover, since the Ninetales had been controlled by the Sharingan, the Uchiha would bear the blame, rendering all their previous efforts futile. One could only say that Obito was truly an ungrateful wretch. After Rin died, the first people he harmed were not his enemies, but the teacher and mother figure who had guided him and the clan that had raised him. Zhenyang wanted to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan as soon as possible, precisely so that he could sabotage Obito's plans at that critical moment, preferably eliminating him. Such a person was a menace to the world, constantly tormenting his own allies. Large numbers of ninja movements detected ahead on the left. A Hyuga ninja at the very front of the formation, the veins beside his eyes bulging, immediately alerted all the ninja in a loud voice upon detecting the anomaly. Orochimaru beckoned, signaling the rear units to halt, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The Wagakure ninja traces. It seems certain individuals enjoy playing petty games. Once a ninja force reached a certain scale, concealing their movements became an enormously time-consuming endeavor. Furthermore, ninja traveled at tremendous speed, and apart from fleeing, there was no reason to waste time erasing their traces. Zhenyang and his party were heading toward Konoha's camp in the Land of Grass. Encountering a Wagakure ninja, they made their intentions perfectly clear. After a moment of thought, Orochimaru turned to the ninja who had spotted them. Roughly how many? Probably over 100. The Hyuga ninja examined the scene carefully before reporting. Oh, then prepare for battle. Gazing into the distance, a cold glint flashed across Orochimaru's eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a dense forest, over 100 IWA ninja gathered here, led by Ikeda Shiro, an elite jonin of the Hidden Rock Village. Lord Ikeda, we are currently 20 ri from the Konoha camp. Along the way, we have not spotted any Konoha ninja. Upon hearing the report from the sensory-type ninja beside him, Ikeda Shiro revealed a smile of no surprise. Excellent. Everyone rest here. When the main battlefield launches its assault, we will deliver a surprise to Konoha. As the words fell, the IWA ninja present scattered in all directions, some sitting down, others leaning against trees to rest. Ikeda Shiro, as their leader, stood atop a towering tree, gazing into the distance in deep thought. They were an elite detachment dispatched by the IWA ninja, tasked with launching a rear assault on the Konoha camp, while the main IWA forces attacked head-on, aiming to eliminate this frontline contingent. Then they would breach the defensive line and push into the Land of Fire. Boom. Just as Ikeda Shiro was repeatedly pondering the details ahead, a slight tremor rippled through the ground. Attention! Enemy attack! The sensory ninja, who had just closed his eyes, immediately let out a loud cry upon detecting the movement, attempting to warn his nearby comrades. However, the very instant the sound escaped his lips, a ninja radiating and chilling aura appeared in his peripheral vision, none other than Orochimaru, the one who had launched the attack. Evil snake arm burst. With no time to react, the sensory ninja could only watch helplessly as several giant snakes surged toward him. Before losing consciousness, he saw several nearby ninja also swallowed into the snake's belly. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately afterward, the giant snakes detonated one by one, sending an invisible shockwave radiating outward in all directions. Watch out, take cover behind us. Earth release, earth flow wall. Several powerful figures among the IWA ninjas snapped out of their daze and immediately released defensive jutsu to shield their comrades, preventing even greater casualties. But before they could catch their breath, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Something's underground. A panicked voice from an IWA ninja spread fear across everyone's faces. Watching the increasingly violent tremors, Zhenyang, standing at a height, let out a sinister chuckle. He then retrieved from his scroll a shuriken larger than himself. You were a precious treasure I purchased at great expense from Granny Cat. I hope you won't disappoint me. With that, his waist began to rotate, generating momentum as he hurled the colossal shuriken fiercely into the IWA ninja ranks. He then began forming hand seals at blinding speed. Ox dog dragon dog horse snake tiger. Shuriken shadow clone jutsu. Smoke erupted in the sky, and the original giant shuriken instantly multiplied into dozens, surging toward the IWA ninja like a dark cloud. Everyone dodge quickly. The thing underground is about to. An IWA ninja warned his nearby companions while leaping high into the air, but before he could finish his sentence, he felt the sky darken. Looking up, his expression froze. You've got to be kidding me. In the next instant, he was effortlessly torn apart by a single shuriken, his blood splattering the ground. The IWA ninja below witnessed this scene, their pupils constricting as they desperately dodged. However, except for a few swift ninja who escaped entirely, the remaining ninja had no counter to the assault from both above and below. In their desperation, they could only release jutsu to block the shuriken above. After all, what lurked underground remained unknown. But those massive projectiles above, if so much as grazed them, the injuries would be severe. A direct hit meant certain death. Most IWA ninja made the same choice. Walls of earth large and small rose one after another, blocking Zhenyang's jutsu, though none possessed the essence of soul carving. Orochimaru, you dare disturb this old man's sleep. This time I demand 100 sacrifices. At this moment, a massive purple python burst from underground, its colossal body kicking up enormous clouds of dust as it roared loudly. It was Orochimaru's summoned Beast Manda. Despite all his meticulous calculations, he never expected the sand ninja battlefield to suddenly collapse. And the worst part was that they happened to encounter the Konoha ninja, who had come to reinforce. It was as if misfortune had opened the door for more misfortune, a calamity upon calamity. Watching Ikeda Neru barely holding his own against Orochimaru in the distance, and the IWA ninja forces showing clear signs of defeat on the other side, Sho's expression grew increasingly grim. But the ninja before him was a jonin from the Akimichi clan, tough and resilient. After making an attempt, he realized he couldn't shake off his opponent in a short time, and could only watch the situation continue to deteriorate. You didn't expect to run into you guys right after arriving. Quite a coincidence, huh? The Akimichi jonin responded with a tone as if talking to a friend, a simple-minded smile still on his face. But the sarcasm and mockery in his words made Sho's face twitch. He was about to flare up, but forcibly suppressed his anger and quietly began transmitting chakra into the ground beneath his feet. As the wielder of the explosion-released bloodline limit, Sho could trigger explosions by controlling his chakra. With enough time, he could even turn the ground beneath him into a catalyst for detonation. Be smug then. Let you be arrogant a little longer. Determined to turn the tide, Sho began taunting his opponent incessantly. Though he didn't quite understand why the Akimichi jonin was playing along, the two of them engaged in a strangely synchronized banter. But driven by the urgency to change the IWA ninja's dire situation, he didn't dwell on it, and continued to accumulate chakra. After several dozen seconds, Sho finally revealed a cold, sinister smile, and said, "You Akimichi clan bastard, I have to admit you're strong. But unfortunately you're about to die here." He had a major grudge against this fat man. Not only could he fight, but he also had a sharp tongue. In just a short time, Sho had been silenced several times by his retorts. Now it was finally his time to shine. "I was waiting for my technique." "What were you waiting for?" "I was waiting for you to die." As if reading the expression on Sho's face, Akimichi Kangxing remained cheerful while simultaneously glancing to Sho's left. Huh. Startled, Sho sensed something wrong and instinctively looked to the left. Nothing there. Damn tricked. Explosion, release earth. Jinjutsu, unknown fire. Caught off guard by Akimichi Kangxing's feint, Sho couldn't even release his jutsu before falling into Zhenyang's jinjutsu and being beheaded in one stroke. Sho fell. Senior Kangxing, great acting. With the strike successful, Zhenyang gave him a thumbs up. After scanning the battlefield, Zhenyang had set his sights on this explosion release user. Sho, as a fellow jonin and ninja with a bloodline limit, was naturally more valuable. He had also prepared for potential difficulties. Since this was an explosion release user, if he had a self-destruct move like Daidala, dealing with him would be very troublesome. One could only say that he was a seasoned jonin. The outwardly simple Akimichi Kangxing immediately coordinated the moment he noticed Zhenyang's move. That seemingly instinctive move had fooled Sho, or else the kill wouldn't have been so easy. Haha, let's go help the others. The Konoha side directly freed up two jonin, making the already disadvantaged IWA ninja even more miserable, especially since these two were working together. 1, 2, 3. Sensing the continuous loss of IWA jonin, Ikeda Neru's heart was bleeding. Retreat. Abandon the mission. After paying the price of injury to create distance, Ikeda Neru gritted his teeth and gave the order. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and helplessness. Fighting to this extent, not only had their previous preparations gone to waste, but they had also suffered tremendous losses. If they continued, the only outcome would be total annihilation. Although the IWA ninja had a large number of lower and mid-level ninjas, due to policy their high-end combat power had always been scarce. Each death reduced their numbers, and they couldn't afford such losses. Without a moment's hesitation, Ikeda Neru took the opportunity to flee into the earth, escaping into the distance. There was no choice. Facing an enemy like Orochimaru, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could lead his men away while fighting him. Even escaping alone was uncertain. The only thing he could do now was to tell everyone to run if they could. As for how many would survive, it was entirely up to fate. Zhenyang-kun Kangxing-kun assist the unit in clearing the remaining ninjas. Seeing the two approach, Orochimaru gave the order and then followed the direction of Ikeda Neru's escape. An elite jonin. He couldn't let him get away. The IWA ninjas' morale was already low, and with their leader's command and actions, they had lost all will to fight, scattering in all directions to flee. Senior Kangxing, what do you think we should do? Faced with this situation, Zhenyang chose to be an executor. It was easy to command a few people, but in a situation where the enemy was fleeing in all directions, coordinating 100 people coherently was very difficult. At least he couldn't do it yet. Zhenyang was very clear about his own abilities. Growth always required a process. Before he had that capability, it was better to leave it to the professionals. Considering Zhenyang's age, Akimichi Kangxing nodded with a smile and calmly mobilized the ninja forces in batches to hunt down the fleeing enemies. From time to time, he turned to explain the tactics to Zhenyang. For hours later, the Konoha ninjas who had pursued the fleeing IWA ninjas killed them all and returned to the original spot to await orders. Bang! Another hour later, a familiar corpse was thrown before Zhenyang and the others. Then Orochimaru's figure slowly appeared, glanced around, and said, "Has everyone finished? Then let's resume the march. We need to reach the camp before dark." The ninjas had recovered some strength during this time, and upon hearing Orochimaru's order they set off again toward the camp. Zhenyang-kun never fails to surprise. Recalling the earlier battle, Orochimaru looked at Zhenyang beside him with keen eyes. In their previous encounter, the sand ninjas had already been focused on escaping, and the battlefield was chaotic, so it wasn't as impressive as what he saw today. In this small-scale battle, he had been observing Zhenyang's performance from the start. Throughout the entire observation, Zhenyang's strength far exceeded his expectations. Based on his earlier performance, he had thought Zhenyang was at most an ordinary jonin. But being able to instantly kill a jonin, even one that was distracted, meant that Zhenyang was already among the stronger jonin. When had he himself reached such a level? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, recalling the past. It seemed to be around the beginning of the Second Shinobi World War. He was already in his early 20s then, and it was only a few years later in his battle against Hanzo of the Salamander that he touched the threshold of Kage level and earned the title of Sanrin. He was curious. When Zhenyang had the aid of the Sharingan, when would he step into this realm? In Konoha village, a wartime routine meeting was being held in the Hokage building. Although the conflict on the Sunigakure front had been resolved, the atmosphere within the meeting remained somewhat oppressive. Compared to Sunigakure, which was plagued by internal strife and the assassination of its own Kazekage, the villages of Kumogakure and Awagakure posed a far greater threat to Konoha. After all, both Kumogakure and Awagakure enjoyed internal stability and had developed peacefully for years, making them far stronger than Sunigakure. The plan submitted by Orochimaru is excellent. Now our problem is how to gain an advantage on the Kumogakure battlefield and shake Awagakure's resolve, otherwise the Awagakure front will suffer heavy losses. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated in the center, spoke in a low voice. He had dealt with Itsuchika Jinoki before and knew the man was a cunning schemer who would never miss an opportunity to kick someone when they were down. Once Konoha and Kumogakure became locked in a stalemate, Hiruzen could say with certainty that the old fox would seize the chance to dispatch his forces and drain Konoha's strength. Though he agreed with the assessment in the intelligence report that Awagakure would not truly overthrow Konoha, standing in a different position meant seeing things from a different perspective. As the Hokage, Hiruzen had far more factors to consider. The urgent question he raised was not only to reduce casualties among Konoha's shinobi. Another reason was that while Awagakure might not overthrow Konoha, that did not mean they would not strike at it. Given the chance, they would gladly march right up to Konoha's doorstep, which would deal a severe blow to his prestige. During the tenures of the first two Hokage, such a situation had never occurred. If it truly happened, he would have no chance of remaining in the Hokage seat. Therefore, gaining an advantage on the Kumogakure battlefield and making Awagakure hesitate was of paramount importance. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no desire to see the reputation he had built over years as Hokage dissolve into smoke because of a single war. The reinforcements from the Sunigakure front should be arriving at the Kumogakure battlefield around now. As for the rest, it will depend on the actions of Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. Mitokado Hamura, who was in charge of logistics, could only sigh helplessly. As elders promoted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, they were bound together in fortune and misfortune most of the time. This time was no exception. The concerns that plagued Hiruzen also troubled them. But these men had also been on the battlefield. They understood that the situation in war changed in an instant, and rashly interfering with orders was a grave mistake. One misstep could affect the entire campaign. Even people in their high positions dared not take such a risk, nor could they bear the consequences. The rest remained silent. Seeing that his subordinates had no solutions, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in resignation. It seemed the only option now was to trust Jiraiya and the others. The only consolation was that Jiraiya's disciple, his own grand disciple Minato Namikaze, had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, the forbidden jutsu of Tobirama-sensei. This S-rank space-time ninjutsu, which even he, the professor of ninjutsu who had mastered all 5 elemental natures, could not learn, had a learning threshold as steep as a ravine, but behind that barrier lay its overwhelming power. Though Minato had only just grasped it, he was already making a name for himself on the Kumogakure battlefield. Once he grew more proficient, the situation should improve. Perhaps I should go to the front myself. After a long deliberation, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up, leaving the surrounding shinobi utterly astonished. The truth was there was no other choice. Konoha had already committed all its reserves to the front lines, and the few shinobi left could achieve little. The only one who could sway the war was a Kage-level powerhouse like himself. Absolutely not. Without your presence as the Hokage to deter them, the Kirigakure in the east and the Sunigakure, who have yet to withdraw, might get ideas. He's right. We've already expended enormous manpower and resources facing 3 great shinobi villages at once. If Kirigakure also joins the fray, the village will truly be in dire straits. Lord Hokage, please think twice. Coming to their senses, the people voiced their objections one after another. If Sarutobi Hiruzen as the village's Kage appeared at this time, the other villages would see it as a sign that Konoha was truly at its wit's end, and it would be hard to prevent them from acting on their ambitions. Especially Kirigakure, which had not yet entered the war. Kirigakure was located on the islands of the Land of Water, and its neighboring great shinobi villages were only Konoha and Kumogakure. Compared to the rugged mountain-ridden Land of Lightning, the vast plains and fertile lands of the Land of Fire were far more alluring. Therefore, it was necessary to guard against Kirigakure launching a sneak attack on Konoha from behind, while Kumogakure and Awagakure applied pressure. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not ignorant of these factors. His earlier impulse had to be suppressed, and in the end he sat back down. Silence fell over the meeting. Konoha had never been pushed to such a desperate point before. As everyone frowned in deep thought, a masked shinobi suddenly appeared in the meeting room, knelt on one knee before Sarutobi Hiruzen, and presented a scroll. Lord Hokage, urgent report from the Land of Grass. The Awagakure front. Hiruzen stopped his deliberations and turned his gaze to the a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Noticing the slight movement of the umbu's chin, a glimmer of joy flashed in Hiruzen's eyes, and he immediately spoke. An urgent report. Read it aloud. Yes. The umbu replied promptly, unrolled the scroll, glanced at it, and then began to read. Frontline report. The reinforcement unit led by Orochimaru arrived at the border of the Land of Grass and discovered an elite Iwagakure unit behind the camp. They took the initiative to pursue and engage, ultimately annihilating the enemy shinobi. The tally includes 1 elite jonin, 8 jonin, 82 chunin, and in the quiet meeting room the umbu's voice rang out clearly, easily heard by everyone. The grim atmosphere was somewhat dispelled and brows began to relax. Under the current circumstances of Konoha, news of a victory on the Awagakure front was an extremely welcome piece of intelligence, sure to boost morale among shinobi on all battlefields. 8 jonin and 1 elite jonin eliminated. Such a loss would make even Konoha wince, and that was not even counting the large number of chunin. This was a great victory. What about our casualties? Uchiha Koharu from the side could not help asking the question on everyone's mind. In this battle our reinforcement unit suffered 13 fatalities, mostly genin, 9 severely wounded and 32 lightly wounded. The umbu hesitated for a moment, then quickly found the relevant information. Hearing this, the joy on everyone's faces faded slightly. War inevitably brings casualties, there was no avoiding it. Yet compared to the enemies eliminated, these losses were almost negligible. How their own genin managed to die only slightly more than the enemy's jonin was a curious matter, and the exact details of the battle were extremely intriguing. The reporting shinobi understood this and spoke again. We had numerical superiority over the enemy, but since the enemy unit was mostly chunin, the actual combat strength was roughly equal. Therefore Lord Orochimaru chose to launch a surprise attack while they were resting. Within the conference room, everyone's eyes shimmered with curiosity, awaiting the continuation. Though the outcome was known, the two forces were nearly equal in strength. Even a preemptive strike could not have achieved such a crushing victory. What had truly transpired on the battlefield? Dashawan-sama initiated the assault, followed by Yuzhibo Zhenyang employing the A-rank ninjutsu, Shuriken shadow clone technique, in concert with Dashawan's summoning beast Wansha, inflicting heavy casualties on the Yenrin. Then Yuzhibo Zhenyang, leveraging a unique body flicker technique, slew numerous Yenrin Shunin, and subsequently collaborated with our Jonin to encircle and eliminate Yenrin Jonin. As the intelligence report faded, the conference room descended into an eerie stillness. Even Uenfei Risen, who had already verified the information, wore an expression that seemed to ask, "Do you realize what you're saying?" The leading shinobi was his disciple Dashawan, yet the entire intelligence report repeatedly highlighted the name Yuzhibo Zhenyang, who had played a pivotal role. After a moment of silence, Uenfei Risen reached out and took the scroll. Can this intelligence be guaranteed authentic? It wasn't that he was unwilling to believe, it was simply too astounding. Even a novel wouldn't dare to write such a tale. The scroll was personally delivered by Dashawan-sama via the summoning technique. The Umbu ninja said no more. Uenfei Risen drew a sharp breath. If that were the case, it should not be false. He was well acquainted with Dashawan's character. The other party always reported facts, honestly, never exaggerating or favoring anyone. That meant Yuzhibo Zhenyang had likely already attained strength close to that of an elite Jonin. But why was Yuzhibo Zhenyang accompanying Dashuan? Wasn't Uchiha responsible for his training? With that thought, Uenfei Risen unfurled the scroll to read. Yuzhibo Zhenyang accepted Dashawan's invitation and chose to join the support forces. This was Dashawan's description in the scroll. He has the potential to become the next Yuzhibo Jing. He suddenly recalled the words Uchiha had spoken during the graduation team assignment, and his gaze softened. Initially, he had trusted his old friend's judgment. Now it seemed Yuzhibo Zhenyang indeed possessed remarkable talent, even surpassing the former Jing. Daring to step forward when I faced difficulties. This trait was also strikingly similar to Jing. Though Uenfei Risen was unaware that Uchiha's words might have been misinterpreted, and that Zhenyang's true reason for joining the Yenrin battlefield was another purpose. Yet this did not hinder him from constructing an image of a Yuzhibo Jing plus in his mind, while a new thought began to stir within him. At that moment, the people in the conference room came to their senses and began discussing animatedly, the room suddenly growing clamorous. Everyone present had an impression of Yuzhibo Zhenyang. the genius who had emerged on the Sha battlefield earning great merit in the battle that severely crippled Sha. Now having just arrived at the Yanran battlefield, another triumphant report arrived, as if he were Mai's lucky star. After digesting the information, the next topic was to discuss rewards for those who had rendered meritorious service. Unable to directly intervene in the battlefield, the only thing they could do was boost the morale of the frontline troops. Immediate positive feedback was undoubtedly the best and most necessary encouragement. Naturally, the shinobi heading to the battlefield must be given sufficient benefits, otherwise who would risk their lives for nothing. Over time, resentment would fester, willingness to exert effort would wane, and the troops' combat effectiveness would decline. However, regarding how to reward Yuzhibo, Zhenyang the shinobi held differing opinions. Since most of those present belonged to the Hokage faction, their words were relatively direct. Some believed he should be rewarded with several high-level ninjutsu, as before, along with a promotion in rank. Another group argued that since Zhenyang had achieved such strength at the age of 10, no substantive rewards should be given lest it become difficult to suppress the Yuzhibo clan in the future. After all, resisting the Yuzhibo clan had become a habit among the current generation of higher-ups. Risen, what are your plans? Shuehu Minyan asked the person in the main seat watching the arguing crowd. The Hokage was the true decision-maker. If they let those people argue, this meeting would never end. Yuanfei Risen looked at the Umbu ninja below and said, "Convey my orders to Dashawan, promote Yuzhibo Zhenyang to special jonin directly under Dashawan's command during wartime with the authority to act independently." 2 battles achievements proved Zhenyang's sufficient strength. However, becoming a jonin required not only power but also the ability to lead a team command and make sound tactical judgments. Promotion to jonin would entail leading a squad. These qualities required time to mature. At his age, Zhenyang likely did not fully possess them yet. Furthermore, considering Zhenyang's protection, Yuanfei Risen believed it best to keep him with Dashawan, promoting him to jonin only after the war ended. As for rewards, Yuanfei Risen pondered for a moment before making up his mind. Additionally, allow Yuzhibo Zhenyang to choose one forbidden technique from the sealed book. Risen, have you thought this through? Upon hearing this, Shuehu Minyan became agitated. What was the sealed book? It was a forbidden tome guarded by successive Hokage containing most of the forbidden techniques from Mai's founding to the present, including the first Hokage's would release and the second Hokage's numerous secret arts. Those permitted to view the forbidden techniques in the sealed book were typically geniuses of the Hokage faction, even potential Hokage successors. And now it was to be given to a member of the Yuzhibo clan. Were it not for Yuanfei Risen's calm expression, he would have thought his old friend had lost his mind. How else could he utter such nonsense? The Yanran have suffered such heavy losses, Daimu's character will not let this rest. With the support forces joining the Yanran battlefield, at best we can maintain a stalemate in the short term. Given the current situation, this war is highly likely to become a protracted one. Yuanfei Risen had given this idea careful consideration. On the Yanran battlefield, the simplest way to gain an advantage was to stall. The Yanran supply lines were long, requiring many transport personnel and incurring heavy losses en route. As long as, like Zhenyang had suggested, they focused on the Yanran and prevented them from making any substantial progress. Given enough time, the Yanran themselves would be unable to endure. However, this plan conflicted somewhat with Yuanfei Risen's own thoughts, because the longer the delay, the more uncertain the situation on the Yanran side would become. Yet the emergence of Yuzhibo Zhenyang had given him a glimmer of hope. At the end of the day, as long as the Yanran did not break through, the losses remained controllable. Since the Yanran battlefield lacked personnel, they should cultivate a strong individual, just like Minato. In his eyes, Zhenyang, already modeled after Yuzhibo Jing, was the best choice at present. At the edge of the Mai camp in the Chao country, Zhenyang observed the cracked longsword in his hand side, helplessly retrieved a storage scroll, and stowed it away before heading toward the interior of the camp. This sword, originally purchased from the Ren Mao clan, had accompanied him for several years, yet after only a few battles on the battlefield, it was forced to retire. The cost of combat was too high. Stepping onto the battlefield, Zhenyang finally understood why ninjas, despite their mission rewards far exceeding the average living standard, were not as wealthy as one might imagine. High income was true, but the problem was that ninjas' spending power was equally formidable. A finely crafted weapon sold at a hefty price would develop issues after a period of use. For safety, sake, it had to be replaced, otherwise if it broke during battle, the loss would not be money, but one's life. Moreover, with kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and a host of other ninja tools, money flowed out like water. Not to mention chakra-infused weapons, which were veritable beasts that devoured wealth. I need a better weapon. Stowing away his first sword, Zhenyang began to ponder. When facing most ninjas, his offensive style was highly efficient, allowing him to eliminate large numbers in a short time. However, this also meant intense strain on his weapon, causing ordinary blades to deteriorate rapidly in his hands. To prevent future mishaps, he needed to find a weapon resilient enough to withstand chakra conduction. Forcibly channeling chakra into a weapon also caused wear and tear. Many of the Uchiha clan's sword techniques relied on this form, which was another reason Zhenyang's weapons were short-lived. Let me think. The Tai country is renowned for its ironware and may have fine weapons. There's also the Jiang country, which is quite good. But I can't leave now, I'll have to wait until the war ends. After a moment of thought, Zhenyang realized that the places known for forging weapons were all far away, and his current situation clearly did not permit departure. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the central command tent. Putting aside the matter for now, he stepped inside. As he entered, several jonin from the support units nodded amiably at him. Dashiwan sat in the main seat, while dozens of unfamiliar jonin occupied the other side. Dashiwan-sama, the reconnaissance squad from the Yen-Ren, has been completely eliminated. Well done, Zhenyang. After briefly reporting the mission, Zhenyang took a seat near Chiodao Kangsheng, and the others quietly listening to their discussion of the battle situation. 3 days had passed since their arrival. On the morning of the second day, Shiwan had already become the supreme commander of the Yen-Ren battlefield. As for the previous commander Tuan Song, he had left immediately after handing over various affairs, returning to the village. Zhenyang had not even had the chance to meet this hot shadow face-to-face, only catching a glimpse of his departing back. Taking the previous incident as a warning, Shiwan's first act upon assuming command was to dispatch ninjas to scout for any lurking Yen-Ren to avoid being ambushed. Over the next 2 days, although no similar situation was found, several reconnaissance squads of the Yen-Ren were eliminated. It was during today's battle that Zhenyang's longsword was damaged. Before long, the jonin finished their discussion and departed one by one. Zhenyang also rose to leave, intending to return and reflect further on the experiences of his predecessors. This had become his daily routine, training in the morning, joining a jonin squad for missions in the afternoon, attending jonin meetings in the evening, and then returning to ponder over everything. Jonin were forged through countless missions, accumulating an extraordinary wealth of experience in handling various situations, which greatly inspired him. Zhenyang felt as if he were rooted in fertile soil, continuously absorbing nutrients and visibly growing at an astonishing pace. But this time Shiwan beckoned him to stay. Puzzled, Zhenyang had to sit back down, though he had a guess in his mind. Could it be? Shiwan merely smiled without speaking. Then, after a moment, a small snake slithered out from his sleeve, looked around, and spat out a scroll. Good heavens, now I know where Shiwan learned to stow things in his stomach. Take a look. This is the village's commendation for you. Indeed, his ninjutsu had arrived. Thinking this, Zhenyang ignored the distasteful feeling of the damp scroll and opened it to browse its contents. However, the scroll did not contain a ninjutsu as he had expected, but a letter of appointment. It promoted Yuzebo Zhenyang to the rank of Special Jonin. Tisk, a 10-year-old Special Jonin. This has never been achieved in Mai's history. I grow more and more curious about Zhenyang. Clearly, Shiwan had long known the scroll's contents. Zhenyang had just glimpsed the words when he heard the hoarse voice beside him. Special Jonin had the authority to act independently. No longer having to tag along with someone else's squad was indeed good news. With his current strength, acting alone was more convenient. After all, his movement speed was high and the Yen-Ren had no speed-type ninjas, so he was basically invincible without worrying about teammates. But the problem was, this was not what he wanted to see. You flatter me, sir. It's just that wartime promotions are easier. Zhenyang responded perfunctorily, his eyes fixed on Shiwan. Snake-sama, where are my ninjutsu? As if reading his gaze, Shiwan chuckled and tossed a box over. Zhenyang quickly caught it. These are the ninjutsu you selected last time, along with a list of available techniques. However, this time you can only choose one. Also, ninjutsu must not be privately passed on. After mastering it, you should destroy the copy. Just opening the box to see 3 small books, Zhenyang heard Shiwan's words, but was not annoyed, or in fact, he was somewhat pleased. He had originally thought it was a pleasant surprise to get 2 ninjutsu from the higher-ups, never expecting to be able to choose one more. As for the confidentiality of ninjutsu, it was already a regulation. If people were allowed to teach them freely, everything would descend into chaos. A great deal. This way, he could also choose a 5-element seal to prepare for the future Ninetales incident, ensuring he could use a sealing technique in case of emergency. Quickly scanning the 2 ninjutsu scrolls, Zhenyang's heart brimmed with joy. The darkness technique was indeed a genjutsu worthy of the sealing scroll. Just from its exquisite chakra circulation method, one could tell it was an extremely powerful illusion. By learning and mastering this genjutsu, his proficiency in illusions would surely deepen greatly, enhancing his abilities as a ninja with formidable spiritual power. This was a massive win. The summoning technique Rashomon was also an excellent ninjutsu, especially filling the gap in his lack of defensive techniques. Safety 1. Zhenyang's chakra natures were lightning and fire, which meant he had no inherent defensive techniques. Using techniques of other natures would be ineffective. Thus, he had never wasted time learning earth-style wall or similar defensive techniques, though he had been tempted to carve a dog head on it. Without a means of defense, he had to rely on evasion. But not every situation allowed dodging. Now, when he was alone, it was fine, but if family or friends were behind him, he could not evade. Therefore, it was better to become a well-rounded ninja. The Rashomon Gate's defensive capability is extremely strong, and depending on the amount of chakra, one can choose the triple Rashomon or the 5 Rashomon. From another perspective, as the signature defensive jutsu of Orochimaru, the hardest to kill in Naruto, it demonstrates its effectiveness. If it weren't for the fact that Zhenyang's relationship with Orochimaru wasn't close enough, and that he needed Orochimaru's help in other areas, he would have wanted to obtain this jutsu from Orochimaru. This jutsu was not like other things that held a high position in Orochimaru's heart. Orochimaru is very generous to those he is interested in or close to. In the original story, Sasuke, who left with Orochimaru, grew rapidly under his guidance, learning many jutsu such as Lightning Blade, Curse Seal Transformation, and signing the contract with Ryuchi Cave and obtaining the legendary sword Kusanagi. But in the original story, Anko, his apprentice, and later Sasuke, never learned Rashomon, which speaks volumes. Suddenly Zhenyang sensed a flash of inspiration in his mind. Kusanagi, right? Isn't that the weapon he was looking for? And it was an extremely powerful weapon. As a legendary sword in the ninja world during the Konoha Crush plan, even the Monkey King summoned by Hiruzen Sarutobi dared not strike against it. Even if it's not truly as indestructible as legend says, it should still be one of the top-tier weapons in the ninja world. The key was that he knew exactly how to obtain the Kusanagi. As he thought, Zhenyang's gaze fell upon the ATM. Orochimaru, and he showed a bright smile. Orochimaru-sama, do you know of any good weapons in the ninja world? My fighting style wears down weapons too quickly. The Orochimaru before him was a collector of Kusanagi swords. In the anime, a total of 3 Kusanagi appeared, and 2 were in his possession. Hearing Zhenyang's words, Orochimaru immediately understood what was going on. He had seen the others' battles, and indeed, ordinary weapons couldn't withstand the strain. Our chakra weapons would be more practical. In the ninja world, the weapons forged by the Land of Iron and the Land of Craftsmen are good, but if we really talk about it, the Kusanagi is the best. Kusanagi. Zhenyang showed surprise, pretending to be puzzled, as if he had never heard the name before. Yes, the Kusanagi is a weapon handed down from ancient times. Only 3 remain today. It took me a long time to find one of them. However, I already have information on another one. It can absorb chakra for enchanting, which would be very suitable for Zhenyang-kun. Orochimaru didn't overthink and immediately explained. Collecting Kusanagi swords was just a hobby in his spare time. Since Zhenyang currently needed a weapon, he casually mentioned it. He had a good impression of this outstanding junior. Especially now, if Zhenyang were stronger, the battles would be easier, so he didn't mind offering a little assistance. As usual, he took a scroll from his mouth and handed it to Zhenyang, then said, the specific location and information are inside. It's near the Land of Grass. The current holder of the Kusanagi is not very strong, so Zhenyang-kun should be able to handle it easily. This was information he had gathered before the war broke out, but because he had been leading ninja against the Sand Ninja, he hadn't had time to deal with it. And here it comes. Zhenyang took the scroll, his face lighting up with joy. Then he heard Orochimaru's words and understood. It could absorb chakra, so it was likely the Kusanagi that Sasuke would later have. The 3 Kusanagi swords in Naruto each had their own characteristics, and later they were held by Orochimaru, Itachi, and Sasuke respectively. The sword in Orochimaru's possession had the traits of extreme sharpness and extendable length. It was because of being pierced by this sword that the 3rd Hokage could only seal away his hands. The one held by Uchiha Itachi was the most special, having no physical form. Enemies struck by this sword would be trapped in illusions forever, a sword capable of sealing everything. Orochimaru and Nagato both fell to this sword. As for Sasuke's sword, it could conduct chakra for enchantment. Chakra attacks cannot be blocked by ordinary blades, though only chakra attacks can counter them. Although it wasn't as flashy as the previous 2, relatively speaking, it was indeed the most suitable weapon for Zhenyang. Being able to conduct chakra was very important in Zhenyang's view, as it would be more powerful than forcibly attaching chakra to a weapon. It seems I need to make a trip when I have time. Little Sasuke, I'll take this weapon for you. He was now working for the future of the Uchiha clan. In other words, he was also helping Sasuke avoid becoming alone with his brother and parents by his side. A sword in exchange for a family reunion, and besides, Sasuke was originally a brother Khan, so he believed Sasuke would be willing. Once he got this sword, he could use his jutsu without restraint and become even stronger. Previously, to prevent weapons from being damaged, Zhenyang had held back many sword techniques, but with the Kusanagi, it would be different. This was a weapon that wouldn't be damaged even when Sasuke used Chidori Blade. Chidori Blade is a jutsu that injects a large amount of violent lightning-nature chakra into a weapon, increasing its sharpness and adding a paralysis effect. Its demands on the weapon are far higher than his brief chakra attachment. But speaking of which, at this point in time, hasn't Chidori not been developed yet? Zhenyang was now 10 years old and Kakashi was even a year younger. At this age, few could even use A-rank jutsu, let alone develop such a difficult technique. He remembered that Kakashi first used Chidori at the age of 12, and his teacher Minato had pointed out its weakness at that time. When attacking, one has to rush towards the opponent quickly, and because of the high speed, one might not see the enemy clearly and get countered. It requires the Sharingan to reach its full potential. This might also be a factor that led Obito to give his Sharingan to the injured Kakashi before his death. But for Zhenyang, this was not a problem at all. Kakashi could manage with one red eye, and Zhenyang had one more, so it would be even easier. This thought made Zhenyang ponder. Developing Chidori was indeed feasible. Coming to the Naruto world, if he didn't develop Chidori or Rasengan ahead of time, could he still call himself a transmigrator? But he had to admit there was some truth to it. Knowing the principles and feasibility of Chidori before developing it would make the operation much easier than creating a new jutsu from scratch. Moreover, the original story had already spawned a series of jutsu based on Chidori and Lightning Cutter. That meant having access to several jutsu ranging from B rank to S rank, all completely under his control. Jutsu obtained from the village could only be used by the person, but if he developed his own jutsu, others couldn't interfere. Anyway, he wasn't familiar with Kakashi. Developing it now would not only give him more lightning-style jutsu, but he could also use the fame of developing a high-rank jutsu to earn the admiration of Shursui and Itachi, the 2 kids. Then it would be even easier to mold them into what he wanted, a win-win situation. Zhenyang, aren't you going to choose any jutsu? Since he got the scroll, his eyes had been wandering, clearly lost in thought. Orochimaru, standing nearby, waited for a long time before finally asking. Oh, okay. Zhenyang, pulled back to reality, quickly responded, reflecting inwardly. He had been getting too carried away lately. He must not let his guard down outside from now on. He would copy the cautionary guide several times when he returned. Zhenyang had already planned his choice, so he opened the scroll familiarly, and then his pupils suddenly dilated, an incredulous expression on his face. Would release Tree World. The jutsu on the first page of the scroll made him instantly turn to look beside him. Orochimaru-sama, this. Seeing Zhenyang's rare loss of composure, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and was about to speak when a ninja suddenly appeared in the tent. Commander, a large number of IWA ninja are approaching our camp. The front lines have already engaged. The IWA ninja are attacking. Orochimaru's expression turned stern, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Notify all ninja to assemble outside, prepare to repel the enemy. As he spoke, he walked out, and Zhenyang quickly put away the jutsu scroll and followed. The time rewinds to this morning. At the IWA nin camp, the third Tsuchikage Inoki stood atop a chair behind his desk, glaring levelly at the shinobi before him with his beard bristling. Dead. A meticulously crafted plan exposed so easily. Over 100 elite shinobi, including all the jonin, are dead. Teat Tsuchikage-sama. Unable to contain his fury, Inoki's voice grew heavier with each word. The overwhelming pressure of a Kaga-level powerhouse surged forth, making even the elite IWA nin tremble, before him, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. The command of the Konoha battlefield has changed hands. The new commander is one of the Sannin, Orochimaru. If I'm not mistaken, Ikeda and his men must have run into him. Having sacrificed many reconnaissance shinobi over the past few days, the IWA nin had managed to gather considerable intelligence about Konoha. Ikeda was an elite jonin, and with the IWA nin's pressure on the front lines, even if they were discovered by Konoha shinobi, the enemy wouldn't have been able to dispatch many pursuers. At the very least, several jonin escaping would have been impossible for Konoha to stop entirely. A complete wipeout shouldn't have happened. For this to occur, the only possibility was that the poor fellow had the misfortune of crossing paths with the Kaga-level powerhouse Orochimaru, who had arrived as reinforcements. Useless Sunanin. Inoki let out a frustrated snort. Hearing this reasoning, he understood immediately. With that explanation, they could only chalk it up to bad luck. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi's 3 disciples had grown exceptionally powerful over the years. There was nothing to be done about running into one of them. He could only vent his anger on the Sunanin. If those bastards had only held out for a few more days, the situation on the IWA battlefield would have been completely different. By then, Konoha's northwestern gate would have been wide open, and the IWA nin could have easily marched straight into the Land of Fire. The difference between fighting on home turf and foreign soil was immense. First, the combat effectiveness of Konoha shinobi would diminish, as many people within the Land of Fire were sources of missions for Konoha Corps during peacetime, inevitably imposing certain restrictions. Second, fighting within the Land of Fire would inflict greater damage on Konoha itself. Losses to the nation would affect the support provided by the daimyo's government to the hidden village. The nation's losses were intrinsically tied to the daimyo's interests. When that time came, those short-sighted fools would most likely choose to cut back on their support for the village to make up for the shortfall. The example of Tsunagakure was vivid in memory. This aligned perfectly with the original intention of Iwa's war. They didn't want Konoha to become too strong. How could one sleep soundly beside a ravenous tiger or wolf? Having a powerful opponent nearby, even one that seemed amicable in the past, was a concern. The third Hokage was getting on in years. If Konoha were allowed to develop unchecked, who knew if the next Hokage might harbor ambitions of conquest? Inoki dared not take that gamble. Konoha occupied the fertile lands of the Land of Fire. If its leader also possessed a pioneering spirit, it would become a formidable adversary for Awakens. Therefore, he chose this opportunity to wear Konoha down. Once the war concluded, they would gain a long period of development. However, he also didn't want Konoha to completely collapse. Otherwise, the Cloud Nin would simply become the next Konoha, and the third Raikage had always been vastly ambitious, posing an even greater threat than Konoha. So the attrition against Konoha needed to be measured. It would be best to bring them down to the same level, maintaining a balance between the major powers. The only major hidden villages that Awakens had direct contact with were Konoha and Suna. Reaching such a standoff would be quite comfortable. The problem, however, was that they hadn't even managed to invade the Land of Fire yet. So what was there to speak of regarding weakening the enemy? I hesitated earlier. Inoki secretly regretted his decision. They had previously had a chance to breach Konoha's frontline camp, but a letter from Danzo had made him waver. The thoughts revealed in that letter had been extremely tempting to him, causing him to slow their offensive and miss the golden opportunity. After all, Orochimaru was different from Danzo. The former had impressive achievements over the years, and was in the prime of his life, making him far more troublesome to deal with than the latter. Further dwelling on it now is pointless. The important thing is, what should we do next? Seeing that Inoki remained silent for a long time, the burly shinobi beside him, wearing a red ninja hat, sporting a large nose and a stubble beard, couldn't help but ask. This was none other than Inoki's son Kitsuchi. Although it was puzzling how the 1.3-meter-tall Inoki had such a towering son, there was no doubt that Kitsuchi was a powerful shinobi. Specializing in earth release, he was Inoki's right-hand man. In the future Fourth Great Ninja War, he would even use the Mountain Earth technique to suppress the demonic statue of the Outer Path and the Tin Tails, albeit only briefly. However, the most talked about fact was that Kitsuchi had a slender tall daughter named Karatsuchi. It must be said the Inoki family's genetics were quite peculiar. Inoki looked up at his son. First he casually floated up to match Kitsuchi's height, then adopted a pensive expression, his body bobbing up and down in the air like a balloon. The annihilation of the elite forces is a significant loss for us, especially the complete loss of all our jonin. A counterattack is essential or Konoha might think we're pushovers. Launch a direct assault. Kitsuchi was somewhat surprised. This wasn't his father's usual style. Bam! Inoki whacked Kitsuchi on the head, sporting a look of utter disappointment. Ah, that familiar feeling was back. Don't be reckless. Use your head. Wouldn't a full-on assault just increase our losses? Konoha is fighting a two-front war. The moment we make a move it will put them on high alert. Tell our shinobi to fight smartly, just put on a show. Your meaning? The Cloud Nin. Hearing this, Kitsuchi's eyes lit up with a thoughtful gleam. Having served alongside Inoki for so long, he quickly caught on to his father's line of thinking. Ultimately their goal in this war was simple: to weaken their opponents and buy time for future development. Therefore a head-on clash was not the way. If they did that, Konoha would be weakened, but so would IWA. The relative power difference wouldn't change, and other villages would just pick up the scraps. In that case they might as well treat this defeat as an opportunity. They could feign an angry full-scale assault on Konoha. When they launched the attack, the pressure on Konoha would mount significantly. The Cloud Nin were fiercely ambitious about the Land of Fire. The longer they were stalled, the more pressure they felt. Seeing this opening, they would surely launch a full-force offensive. Once Cloud and Konoha clashed, wouldn't that weaken both villages? Iwa's losses would be minimal while Cloud and Konoha would suffer greatly. Relatively speaking, it would be as if IWA had grown stronger. Looking at it this way, their defeat had turned into an opportunity. Truly, father was formidable. Dispatch some shinobi to spread this intelligence across the Cloud battlefield, letting our dear allies learn of this news as soon as possible. Also relay the information that Orochimaru is leading a large force of elite shinobi to reinforce the Land of Grass. We need to ensure the Cloud Nin have no lingering worries and can confidently engage Konoha in battle. Inoki dictated the finer points of the operation. Kitsuchi was quite skilled in combat, bearing some resemblance to his father, but he was far behind when it came to tactical sharpness. Sometimes Inoki wondered if all the intelligence in the family gene pool had been diverted to his son's physical growth, which would explain why he was so tall. When they stood side by side on the ground, Inoki only reached his son's waist. It was quite embarrassing for a father. The defeat of the Sunigakure shinobi freed up a number of Konoha ninja. Although Konoha's overall strength still fell short, the gap had narrowed considerably, especially since Orochimaru had gone missing. A shadow-level powerhouse of unknown whereabouts combined with a contingent of elite ninja could produce devastating effects if they suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Therefore, during this period, the Kumogakure and IWA shinobi refrained from launching large-scale assaults precisely for fear of this scenario. Now that Orochimaru had appeared and eliminated an elite unit of theirs, it was enough to prove that the main force from the Sunigakure front had likely arrived in the grass country. Under these circumstances, even if the IWA shinobi could capture Konoha's frontline camp, they would pay a heavy price. It was not a sound strategy. Better to scheme against the Kumogakure shinobi. Inoki had his men spread only truthful information, so there was no fear of suspicion. The only difference was that the IWA shinobi planned to put on a show and watch from the sidelines as the Tigers fought. Considering the information gap caused by the distance between the two battlefields, by the time the Kumogakure shinobi discovered the true situation, they would likely already be locked in fierce combat with Konoha. War is one thing before it starts, but once it begins it cannot be stopped at will. The complex interplay of interests and hatred will drive it onward. If that came to pass, the IWA shinobi's goal would be achieved. Grass country. Konoha's frontline camp. All the Konoha ninja present wore expressions of extreme gravity. Gazing at the vast, endless ranks of IWA shinobi ahead, even Zhenyang couldn't help but swallow. Good heavens. This formation was a bit excessive. Having only experienced the Sunigakure front, Zhenyang was witnessing such a large-scale ninja engagement for the first time. It seemed the main force had been mobilized. This was going to be a tough battle. The Konoha ninja reached a consensus in that moment, their faces resolute as they drew their weapons, prepared to die on the battlefield. Send word back to the village immediately. The IWA shinobi are launching a full-scale offensive. Orochimaru issued the order to the intelligence personnel beside him, preparing the rear for what was to come. If the front line were to fall, they could retreat step by step, preventing a rout. If the IWA shinobi truly attacked with reckless abandon, he could not guarantee holding the line. As the commander, he had to consider every possibility. They had truly hurt the IWA shinobi. Licking his lips, a dangerous glint flashed in Orochimaru's pupils as his hoarse voice echoed in the ears of the Konoha ninja. Prepare for battle. Prioritize defense. If the IWA shinobi attack, use tools and long-range ninjutsu to wear them down. Avoid close combat as much as possible. Preserve your lives. Hearing Orochimaru's words, even Zhenyang, who had little combat experience, understood his intent. Facing the overwhelming numbers of IWA shinobi, Orochimaru clearly had no intention of holding this position at all costs. Once he sensed Inoki was ready to fight to the death, he would order a retreat. Kite the IWA shinobi with the cost of territory. Sacrifice land, and lose people lose both. This was the wisdom summed up by the greats. They didn't need to worry about the consequences of such actions. As long as they won, these moves were justified. The distance from Konoha was considerable, allowing for a classic otherworldly version of the defense of Konoha. Though the climate was not cold and the opponents were not ordinary, if they dragged the fight all the way to Konoha's gates, the IWA shinobi would have to pay an enormous price. When the decisive battle came, Konoha's pressure and casualties would be significantly reduced. Thinking this, Zhenyang felt much lighter. Orochimaru has Konoha run out of men. Sending a junior like you to face me. Above the IWA shinobi army, a small figure floated in the air, the Tsuchikage Inoki. Lord Sarutobi is an elder. Naturally, he is resting in the village now. At your age, Lord Inoki still on the battlefield. Could it be that the IWA shinobi have declined? Orochimaru did not back down from Inoki's provocation and retorted immediately. He spoke lightly, but his expression grew more serious, clearly aware of his opponent's strength. Inoki was the direct disciple of the first and second Tsuchikage and could wield dust release, a Kekii Toda surpassing bloodline limits. The atomic dismantling jutsu within it could annihilate anything it touched, making him immensely powerful. Moreover, Inoki's combat style was less affected by age than other ninja. When the five Kage fought Madara, he was nearly 80, yet still a key figure. Now nearly 20 years younger, his strength would be even greater. Sharp-tongued brat. Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The lack of successors touched a nerve for Inoki. The mid and lower tier IWA shinobi had remained stable, but they had few truly top-tier combatants. The two Jinchuriki were not perfect like those of Kumogakure, so they could not be sent into battle freely, and one of them was even at odds with him. Those he could field were only a handful of ninja, including his son Huang too. Earth-style rock pillar. A mass of rock pillars appeared around Inoki, then shot straight toward Orochimaru. Hidden shadow snake hands. Facing the attack, Orochimaru chuckled, and a swarm of giant snakes erupted from his right hand to intercept them. Their sudden clash seemed to act as a signal, and instantly all the ninja on both sides joined the battle. In the open ground between the IWA shinobi and Konoha, countless shuriken, senbon, and a variety of ninjutsu appeared. The frontline battle had erupted. Wind blades like sharp weapons raced across the battlefield, seeking to cut through everything in their path. Yet fiery dragons rose from the ground, roaring to devour them. Before the flames could wreak havoc, torrents of water descended, quenching the encroaching heat. The fusion of water and fire shrouded the battlefield in thick fog, obscuring vision, but it did not hinder the actions of either side. Soon pillars of rock burst from the earth, and the crackle of lightning echoed from Konoha's side. In the face of such overwhelming numbers, individuals seemed insignificant, unless they possessed the power of Uchiha Madara. At that moment, Zhenyang could only follow the main force, joining the barrage of ninjutsu. But something felt off. After releasing several rounds of jutsu, Zhenyang looked at the enemy with confusion, then turned to his comrades. His fellow soldiers, though somewhat disheveled and dirty, bore few wounds. Apart from a few unlucky ones accidentally hit, there were hardly any casualties. Finally, he understood why. They were just playing at being Kakuzu, weren't they? I fought the first Hokage, throwing shuriken from 800 miles away. It looked fierce, but they were all hurling jutsu from a distance with negligible losses on either side. And Zhenyang looked up at Inoki. That old man had been using only earth style from start to finish. Hadn't he used dust release yet? That didn't make sense. All this fanfare, the atmosphere perfectly set, and they just fire a blank. Though the situation was favorable, at least it seemed the IWA shinobi weren't there for a fight to the death. This bizarre behavior left him puzzled. Could it be that the IWA shinobi were plotting something? Before long, the ninjas of Konoha gradually discovered this issue, exchanging bewildered glances with their comrades, their minds clouded with confusion. What were the IWAnin up to? Retreat. At that moment, a shout echoed from the distant ranks of the IWAnin army. In unison, the IWAnin, who had been relentlessly unleashing ninjutsu, ceased their actions and began an orderly withdrawal. This series of maneuvers confirmed the suspicions of the Konoha ninjas. The IWAnin were not fighting recklessly. They had come prepared, for such flawless coordination could not be achieved by chance. Lord Orochimaru, this. As Orochimaru returned from his clash with Inoki, a jonin finally couldn't resist voicing his query, primarily because the IWAnin's actions were so peculiar and baffling. Orochimaru himself wore a look of doubt, gazing into the distance in contemplation. During the battle, he had sensed something amiss. Facing Inoki had not been as overwhelming as expected, as if the opponent were merely going through the motions, not even employing his famed dust release. Return to camp. For the next few days, keep a close watch on the IWAnin's movements. When the reconnaissance squads go out, be extra cautious to avoid falling into a trap. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru issued the order. Lacking sufficient information, he could not deduce the IWAnin's true intentions and could only wait to see their next move. It might be a deliberate ploy by the IWAnin, first lulling them into a false sense of security, then striking with full force when their vigilance waned. Although Orochimaru's intuition told him that the IWAnin likely had other objectives, he could not afford to ignore this possibility. Because of this sudden maneuver by the awaken, Konoha's defensive forces were instantly multiplied several-fold with numerous ninjas dispatched to monitor the awaken's activities. Back at the camp, Zhenyang finally had the chance to select his ninjutsu. As he took out the scroll catalog, his heartbeat quickened. He had initially thought he would only be choosing an A-rank technique, but he never expected to be allowed to pick from the scroll of seals. Had the higher-ups placed such great trust in him? Through his conversation with Orochimaru on the way back, he learned that it was the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi who had overruled all objections and insisted he be permitted to choose a forbidden technique. Zhenyang was astonished. He had only been on the battlefield for a short time. How could he already be eligible for a forbidden technique? For the first time, he doubted his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan, and a thought from Anko surfaced in his mind. Are you the third Hokage's illegitimate son? Given such treatment, it didn't seem entirely impossible. Of course, this was merely his initial shock. If he truly were an illegitimate child, the generational relationships would be utterly chaotic. Minato was a prodigy of common birth, a disciple of Jiraiya and the grand disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, a legitimate successor of the Hokage lineage. Even with all those positive buffs, he still needed to accumulate numerous missions before he could exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique. Though Zhenyang had displayed extraordinary talent and achieved significant military merits, he was still far from earning such techniques. Moreover, Zhenyang was a clan ninja, and worse, from the most disliked Uchiha clan, which only prolonged the distance infinitely. Yet now he could obtain a technique even more easily than Minato. There had to be something wrong. Could it be that the negative buffs were so strong they turned into positives? Before his transmigration as a worker repeatedly beaten down by society, Zhenyang had one virtue: self-awareness. He understood that even with Grandpa Kosuke as a guarantor, the third Hokage would not give him an S-rank forbidden technique for no reason, and not a designated one, but a free choice. If a stranger treats you well, without reason, there is likely an ulterior motive. Without understanding the reason, this technique would burn Zhenyang's hands. An A-rank technique was acceptable. Given his situation, it seemed fine, for Kosuke Maraboshi held considerable status in the Hokage faction. But a forbidden technique was a different matter entirely. How to put it? It felt like a last meal before execution. Eat well, then walk the plank. He wanted to live for decades more. His cabbage hadn't even grown yet, and dying young meant his wife would belong to someone else. What could be the reason? Holding the scroll, Zhenyang closed his eyes in contemplation. Under normal procedures, there should be no chance for such an exchange. Since an anomaly occurred, there must have been an unexpected event. And it was an event that Hiruzen Sarutobi was worried about, one that only he, or perhaps only he, could resolve. With this thought, Zhenyang's eyes filled with confusion. What problem could he solve in the Hokage's eyes? At best, he was a talented ninja with great future potential, capable of becoming a Kage-level powerhouse. A powerhouse. Thinking from Hiruzen Sarutobi's perspective, Zhenyang's mind suddenly flashed an image of Minato, and an absurd idea emerged. Could it be that the Hokage expected him to become the main force on the awaken battlefield? On second thought, though the conclusion seemed ridiculous, deeper reflection revealed it might make sense. The formidable AB duo on the cloud battlefield were only held back by Minato, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Otherwise, the situation there would not be as favorable. He and Minato had similarities in this regard. Zhenyang was only 10 years old, yet his strength already had a place among jonin. If given a year or two to develop along with a powerful forbidden technique, even if he couldn't reach Kage level, he could at least hold his ground for a moment. This would greatly aid the awaken battlefield, which was short on manpower. The Third Great Ninja War would continue until the end of Konoha year 47, still 4 years away. Even if the Konoha higher-ups didn't know the exact end date, they understood it would be a protracted war, giving him enough time to grow. Of course, the main reason was that after the war, Hiruzen Sarutobi would step down. The cause was that although Konoha was the victor, the village's gains were no different from a loss. As the winner, Konoha had to acknowledge the awaken's activities and forego reparations, sparking public outrage, even to the point where the Hokage had to resign and take responsibility. In short, he stepped down probably because of the compromise with the awaken. From the fact that after the fourth Hokage took office, Hiruzen still held on to power, and after Minato's death, he returned to the Hokage seat for over a decade, it was clear that he was still enamored with authority and had not let go of the position. With this reasoning, it made sense why he was given the opportunity to exchange for a technique. If he tried, there was a chance to retain the Hokage seat, but if things continued as they were, Hiruzen Sarutobi himself probably knew he would likely be forced out. When it came to his fundamental interests, not to mention that Zhenyang had Kosuke Maraboshi as a teacher and was somewhat trustworthy. In the face of the Hokage position, even a completely unrelated Uchiha clan member might have received the same treatment from Hiruzen Sarutobi. It was no coincidence that he and Danzo could become comrades. They often used the will of fire to serve their own purposes. They likely loved the village, but they always placed themselves above it. After figuring it out, Zhenyang relaxed. This way he didn't have to worry about any hidden schemes. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen was even eager for him to become stronger. Regarding this situation of being used, Zhenyang could only say bring it on, he could handle it. After all, he still had a pair of hidden 3-tomo Sharingan, and his chances of becoming a Kage-level powerhouse within 2 years were much greater than imagined. As for helping Sarutobi Hiruzen retain the position of Hokage, Zhenyang didn't actually mind. At least if he could assist in defending against the Iwanin, the village's casualties would be much lower, which was something he was willing to see. Konoha was good, it was only those corrupted by power that were rotten. With sufficient strength in hand, if the third Hokage was unwilling to retire gracefully, when the time came, then Zhenyang would help him do so. Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Flying Thunder God Technique. Impure World Reincarnation. Mutually Multiplying Explosive Tags. Zhenyang skipped the wood release techniques he couldn't use. The rest were all powerful forbidden techniques, most of which later shone brilliantly in the ninja world. Each name of the techniques stirred a deep longing within him. If he mastered them all, he might not be invincible, but at least only a handful of people could contend with him. Putting aside others, even the impure world reincarnation alone could cause a huge uproar, and if combined with the mutually multiplying explosive tags, it would be a finishing blow. Explosive tags are one of the most common ninja tools, a type of tool that preserves a ninja's fire release through special methods. The mutually multiplying explosive tags technique, on the other hand, uses a single tag to summon countless tags for targeted explosions at the same location. It was a technique created by the second Hokage Tobirama Senju to complement the impure world reincarnation. Because this technique has immense explosive power and a long duration, if released without precautions, even the user could be caught in the blast, which is why it was classified as a forbidden technique. The combination of the two techniques was akin to Conan using explosive tags to blow up a Beto, but with targeted explosions the power was even more astonishing, capable of shattering even Hashirama's sage, Art Myojin Gate. It truly embodied the saying, money makes the world go round. As for the other techniques, there was naturally no need to elaborate. However, this time Zhenyang did not dwell on them like before. He didn't linger on these techniques, but instead searched for the one he had already decided upon. Spirit Transformation Technique. It was an S-rank soul forbidden technique that allowed one to separate spirit from body, transform into a spiritual form, traverse distances regardless of distance, kill enemies, control their bodies, and enter the spiritual world of others. Furthermore, the spiritual form could sense the souls it had previously possessed. No matter how far the distance or whether the user knew the target's location beforehand, they could reach the target's body after transforming into a spirit. Depending on the situation and the user's will, many things could be accomplished, such as conveying information confirming life or death, or even providing chakra to the target. It could be called an extremely powerful and eerie technique, and it was a perfect match for Zhenyang's abilities. The previous user Kato Dan had used this technique to take the lives of countless ninja in several battles. In the world of Naruto, ninjas had very little understanding of the soul. The few soul-related techniques were all obscure and difficult advanced techniques. The only relatively simple one was the soul separation technique seen in the story. Moreover, they all involved using the soul with no techniques for training the soul or spiritual power. Therefore, no matter how strong one's spiritual power was, there was a limit. But Zhenyang happened to be the sole exception. He could grow without bounds. Not to mention the Uchiha were descendants of Indra, inheriting the spiritual power of the Six Paths Sage, so their innate spiritual power was stronger than ordinary people. Therefore, the power that the spirit transformation technique could unleash in his hands would be unimaginably formidable. If Kato Dan still faced some resistance when using his spiritual form to kill enemies, then, when Zhenyang used it, it would be a crushing situation, destroying the enemy's defenses with devastating force. Later, he could also develop a spiritual sword combined with swordsmanship to become the strongest swordsman. The sword cuts the flesh, the mind cuts the soul. Attacks targeting the soul were several levels stronger than physical damage. The most obvious change was that Zhenyang would become the nightmare of any ninja skilled in life-saving secret techniques. Strong physical recovery, many life-saving techniques. Unkillable. All of these would become useless before Zhenyang. With one slash of the sword, the soul would be annihilated. Any immortal body was a joke in front of him unless they could block his attack on the spiritual level. But in this domain, Zhenyang could confidently say that given enough time, he could even kill the Six Paths Sage, let alone just ordinary ninja. Moreover, there was another important reason: the spirit transformation technique might be the key to unlocking his Mangekyo Sharingan. After reading the IN release materials provided by Orochimaru, Zhenyang gained a deeper understanding of this power. IN release represented the power of spirit capable of creating form from nothingness. The long history of various phenomena undoubtedly indicated that IN release was a high-level application of spiritual power. Moreover, after practicing a few simple accompanying techniques, he sensed a slight change in his Sharingan, which had remained unchanged for a long time. This discovery undoubtedly filled Zhenyang with immense joy. After several subsequent attempts, he found the reason behind it. Normal Uchiha clan members awakened their Sharingan through stimulation. To use a game analogy, one could regard spiritual power growth as leveling up and the fluctuations caused by strong emotions as using skills, thereby achieving success in the level which was awakening the Sharingan. In contrast, Zhenyang's method of awakening was entirely reliant on spiritual power growth, i.e., continuously leveling up until he could clear the level with basic attacks, and then the Sharingan would evolve. In this way, to raise the Sharingan, the spiritual power he required would be higher than that of other Uchiha members, which also resolved some of his doubts. Logically, with his adult soul and several years of spiritual power growth, even if he couldn't awaken the Mangekyo, he should at least feel some progress as before. Yet after reaching the 3-tomo level, it was like a clay ox sinking into the sea without a ripple. The reason was likely this: the distance from 3-tomo to Mangekyo was obviously far greater than the cumulative spiritual power needed from initial awakening to 3-tomo. If he continued to improve using the old method, it would clearly take a long time. However, Zhenyang both wanted to awaken his eyes early and did not wish to gain power by sacrificing loved ones. Thus, improving his proficiency in Yin release became crucial. Even the simple techniques given by Orochimaru, which increased his Yin release mastery, could cause changes in his Sharingan. When practicing more powerful Yin release techniques produce even more obvious effects. From that moment, the secret technique of spirit transformation appeared in Zhenyang's mind. However, his original plan was to try to awaken the Mangekyo first. If that failed, he would wait for Minato to become Hokage, and then find an opportunity to obtain this technique. Because in his heart he had never imagined being able to obtain it from these Konoha higher-ups. But since Zhenyang had obtained it, many things would become much simpler. Lord Orochimaru, the Iwnin, have attacked again. As the ninja were discussing various war-related matters in the command, Tintin Intelligence Ninja suddenly appeared. Upon hearing the report, the Jonin exchanged glances. While wariness still lingered on their faces, they were not as anxious as they had been just days prior. They had already pieced together the enemy's general strategy. Doton's scheme was hardly brilliant. It relied primarily on a timing advantage. On the first day, the meager intelligence gathered had simply been insufficient for the Konoha ninja to grasp the full picture. But after 2 days of similar tactics combined with the intelligence flowing back from the village, the Iwnin's true intentions became clear. According to the reports, the Kumonin had learned through their intelligence network that IWA had lost a unit containing several Jonin and an elite Jonin, which had triggered their rage and mobilization. They launched an attack against the Konoha forces in the Cloud sector, aiming to push into the Land of Fire. The fact that Cloud could receive news of this within 2 days was highly suspicious. It would take more than 2 days just to travel from the battlefield to Cloud unless a speed-type ninja was involved. But such ninja were typically used as blades on the battlefield. Why would anyone send them as reconnaissance? Considering Iwa's bizarre behavior, their true motive was obvious. They were trying to lure Cloud into attacking. Only someone like Doton, who had controlled the Hidden Rock Village for decades, could execute such a scheme, one that initially deceived even someone as experienced as Orochimaru. The strategy was so audacious that despite suffering massive losses, they would use it as an opportunity to betray their ally. Could a rational person really do such a thing? But for Konoha, this was actually good news. The pressure would ease considerably, and after this incident, mutual suspicion would grow between IWA and Cloud, making it unlikely they'd ever coordinate another joint attack. Everything proceeds as planned. If IWA wants to continue this charade, we'll play along and keep Cloud in the dark for as long as possible. Orochimaru rose from his seat at the center of the tent and issued his orders, then led the Jonin toward the front lines. Although they saw through Iwa's scheme, Konoha had no intention of exposing them. Instead, they helped intercept messages and eliminate Cloud's reconnaissance ninja. This was an open conspiracy. Doton never expected to deceive Konoha. Facing each other on the battlefield, Konoha would only be delayed in realizing the truth. But the situation he created suited Konoha perfectly. Doton wanted them to fight each other while IWA watched from the sidelines, and Konoha understood that war with Cloud was inevitable. As long as the hidden Cloud held its jealous gaze, they would keep making small moves. With IWA preparing to sit back and watch, Konoha could focus all their efforts on Cloud. Sitting atop the fertile Land of Fire, Konoha would recover far faster than any other village, so there was no fear of others taking advantage. Shared interests led both IWA and Konoha to secretly conceal the truth from Cloud. Neither side truly wanted to fight, which is why the entire battlefield became a theatrical spectacle. Massive displays of force, yet almost no casualties on either side. A few miles from the battlefield, hidden within a dense forest, several dark-skinned ninja lay in wait, carefully listening to the sounds of combat. "Captain, shouldn't we check closer to the battlefield?" One of the younger ninja, his face still youthful, asked. "Uchiha, the most important thing for an intelligence ninja is to ensure your own survival. If you can't report back, all the intelligence in the world means nothing. The last guy didn't listen to me, so." Captain Tomanjiro spoke with grave seriousness as he instructed the rookie, who had only joined the team a few days ago, casting a meaningful glance at him. "Is that really how it is?" The young ninja blinked, confusion crossing his features. He was fairly certain the ninja manual stated something different. As the top graduate from the most recent intelligence class, he had memorized the regulations regarding intelligence ninja and squad operations with precision. For instance, an intelligence squad maintained a fixed number of members, only replenishing when someone died or retired. Wait. If that was true, then the previous senior, besides the commotion on the battlefield, couldn't possibly be Konoha and IWA putting on a show for us. It's enough to confirm our earlier intelligence, don't you agree? Hearing his captain's question and remembering why he'd been assigned to this squad, the young ninja nodded instinctively. At least this one was reasonable. Tomanjiro's expression softened with satisfaction. The last recruit had been reckless, got himself killed, and nearly compromised the entire operation. You couldn't just wander near a battlefield with 2 Kage-level fighters and a gathering of Jonin. Even stray chakra could be deadly. He'd done his duty, and the fighting was real. Retreat. Mission complete. At his command, the ninja turned and headed back the way they came. They never noticed the Konoha ninja watching silently from a nearby position. Captain, this was the last scouting team we found. Cloud is being cautious. 3 squads eliminated, 2 returned to report, plus the IWA presence there. Surely they'll believe it now. With that, the figures perched in the trees vanished. At the front lines, after practicing hand seals together all afternoon, both sides ninja stopped in unison and retreated to their camps. IWA won't make any real moves in the near term. Orochimaru observed the continuous reports from the village and his ninja's reconnaissance of the surrounding area, a faint smile crossing his face. That old man Doton will likely wait to see how things unfold between us and Cloud before deciding his next move. Shinyo studied the map spread across the table, a note of resignation in his voice. That's for the best. If the 2 great villages had allied and attacked simultaneously, the pressure on us would have been unbearable. And if the Mist Ninja had broken their agreement, as well, the village would have been in grave danger. Indeed. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, mockery evident on his face. But that scenario won't happen. Trust between villages is too fragile to sustain. Doton is only concerned with preserving Iwa's strength. Once Cloud realizes what's happening, they won't launch another full-scale offensive so easily. It's precisely because the 4 great villages cannot trust each other and unite their forces that we've been able to maintain control of the richest resources for so long. Konoha's strength lay in this very dynamic. Despite fighting wars against all 4 villages across 3 major conflicts, they never faced a united front, as each village always held reserves to guard against potential betrayal from the others. By the way, Shinyodano, during this period you should search for the Kusanagi sword. Go now? Is there no problem here? The current situation still made Zhenyang hesitate. Go ahead. Now is the best time to obtain the Kusanagi blade. During the outbreak of war, most rogue ninjas without villages will choose to avoid the battlefields. Once things truly calm down, the Kusanagi blade won't be so easy to find. Besides, given Zhenyang-kun's current fighting style, a good weapon would greatly enhance his strength. These words instantly awakened Zhenyang. Indeed, the location was in the grass country. Once the battlefield quieted down, the rogue ninjas would choose to leave and avoid the war. According to the information provided by Orochimaru, the Kusanagi blade was currently in the hands of a group of rogue ninjas. It seemed he could not afford to delay any longer. Given Zhenyang's situation, his previous fighting style was undoubtedly the most suitable for prolonged high-intensity battles on the battlefield. Although his chakra growth had allowed his ninjutsu proficiency to catch up, it had not yet reached the level needed to sustain such extended periods. Obtaining the Kusanagi blade would greatly enhance his abilities. Then take this to keep in touch. With your strength, Zhenyang-kun, I don't think I need to remind you about safety. Orochimaru smiled, pulled a small snake from his sleeve, and handed it over. Taking the snake that could transmit messages, Zhenyang nodded to Orochimaru, and then his figure vanished from the spot. Leaving the camp, he headed north at great speed. The location recorded in the scroll was a small city called Fengchuan in the northern part of the grass country. Such small cities often harbored trading posts where rogue ninjas and renegade ninjas gathered to make a living as bounty hunters. A few days ago, a mysterious ninja of formidable strength had arrived in Fengchuan City, carrying a weapon case on his back, which inevitably sparked curiosity and prying eyes. It was through many channels that Orochimaru accidentally learned the weapon on this man was the Kusanagi blade. 2 days later, Zhenyang arrived at Fengchuan City. Though the place was small, the streets were bustling with people, giving it a lively and vibrant atmosphere. By then, Zhenyang had already changed his attire, removing his ninja headband and vest, and donning ordinary clothes with a long sword at his side. The fact that merchants needed to hire ninja escorts for transporting goods showed that this world was quite chaotic, with bandits and rogue ninjas everywhere, making travel dangerous. Although Zhenyang appeared slightly shorter than an adult, the fierce aura bred from multiple battles clearly made him seem unapproachable. Thus he encountered no trouble along the way and arrived safely. Gazing at the scene before him, Zhenyang slowly walked into the small city. News traveled fast in a small place. Within minutes, someone stared at the street with a flicker of doubt in their eyes, then quickly vanished into the crowd. Zhenyang watched the disappearing figure, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, then turned and followed. Boss, a strange person has arrived. The figure only slowed down upon reaching a residential area in a corner of the city, entering one of the houses. Oh. The burly man, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them to look at his subordinate, then spoke in a deep voice after a moment of thought. What's strange about him? He looks about 11 or 12, no headband or anything, but I feel he's one of us. Hearing this, the burly man frowned. One of us meant a ninja. A ninja so young appearing here alone was undoubtedly highly unreasonable. To dare such a thing meant he must have some backing. Among these rogue ninjas, many were renegades who had fled from various ninja villages for various reasons. They chose to hole up here because they all had troubles of one sort or another and dared not show their faces in the ninja world. They had to clarify the man's intention, whether he was just passing through or targeting someone specific. As a ninja who had defected from Iwagakure years ago, the burly man's expression grew serious. The reason he had survived so long and built a considerable influence here boiled down to 2 words: caution. The consequences of clashing with a ninja of unknown depth were unpredictable. If the commotion drew attention and news leaked out, he would face relentless pursuit from Iwagakure, and his years of hard work would be destroyed, possibly even costing him his life. Such things were to be avoided as much as possible. What does he look like? Notify the others to keep an eye on his movements. Got it, boss. He looks. The subordinate who had been with him for years knew this was not to be taken lightly, and quickly described the impression in his mind. No need for such trouble. I'm right here. As the two were talking, a voice suddenly came from behind, making the burly man's pupils contract. He spun around to find a black-haired youth standing not far away. Clearly he had followed the subordinate's trail. Sorry, little brother. My men don't know their manners and like to pry. Are you passing through or looking for someone? I have some connections in this small territory. I can offer some help as compensation. The burly man was momentarily stunned, then quickly recovered, speaking with a friendly expression as he offered an apology. This scene instead made Zhenyang's expression odd. Interesting. No wonder he could become the leader of a faction. There's reason behind it. After discovering he had been spied on, Zhenyang had an idea. According to the intelligence, the man with the Kusanagi blade had appeared at a certain location in Fengshuan City, but as time passed his exact whereabouts might have changed. Rather than searching one by one, asking the local snake was undoubtedly a better approach. However, contrary to his expectation of needing to display some strength, the other party was extremely friendly, leaving him no room to show off. Indeed, few fools survive in the ninja world. There was a man carrying a weapon case before. Where is he now? Under these circumstances, Zhenyang asked directly. He was not here to cause trouble. The burly man immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thought for a moment, and then said, that guy from a while ago. He often passes by a road in the north during the afternoon. If you want that weapon, you just need to defeat him. That guy is a martial arts fanatic. As soon as he heard Zhenyang's question, he understood the intention. Although that unknown weapon was indeed good, the man's weapon was not easy to take, or it wouldn't have remained in his hands for so long. Okay, thank you. Take care, you're welcome. The friendly conversation between them would have seemed like two friends bidding farewell to an outsider. After obtaining the information, Zhenyang went to the road and began to rest with his eyes closed. There was still some time before afternoon. After waiting for a while, a tall man with a prominent scar beside his eye appeared at the intersection. Seeing Zhenyang, he raised an eyebrow. Are you here to challenge me? Defeat me, and it's yours. The man wielding the Kusanagi sword stated bluntly, drawing the weapon from his waist. You're not using the sword on your back. Seeing the man's odd action, Zhenyang was puzzled. Logically, he had come to steal the man's possession, yet the man wasn't even using his full strength. A samurai's strength doesn't rely on his weapon. I won't take advantage of you. Samurai. Hearing this, Zhenyang finally understood the man's identity. No wonder he made such a choice. They always had a strange obsession with such matters. Samurai were another special profession in the world of Naruto. In fact, before the birth of ninja, humanity was primarily samurai until the Sage of Six Paths founded the ninja sect and taught the use of chakra, gradually replacing samurai as the mainstream. But that didn't mean samurai were weak. Even after all these years, samurai had not been completely eradicated by ninja, which proved their might. Samurai weren't ninja, but that didn't mean they couldn't use chakra at all. Their method of using chakra was simple. They typically used it to sharpen their weapons. Only more advanced samurai employed attacks similar to sword chi. They were somewhat like taijutsu specialists, such as guy focusing on close combat. Although they didn't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, they devoted themselves to swordsmanship, often surpassing many ninja in physical combat. The most representative figure was Mifune, the general of the Land of Iron, renowned as a legendary master of Aikido. His sword speed was so fast that ordinary ninja didn't even have a chance to form hand signs. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he fought against Sasuke, reanimated Hanzo, and Deidara, proving himself a samurai of Kage-level strength. Zhenyang hadn't expected his target to be a samurai. Watching the man's movements, he drew the long sword at his side, ready to test his own swordsmanship. It was his first encounter with a samurai, and he couldn't help feeling an itch to try, to see if their swordsmanship was as formidable as rumored. All his previous opponents had been ninja skilled in the sword. Foremost among them was Mariboshi Kosuka, whose Konoha-style swordsmanship was superb, and who had even created an S-rank sword technique. Then there was his uncle Uchiha son. Though Zhenyang had never seen him in a real fight, all his Uchiha-style swordsmanship had been taught by him. The more he mastered Uchiha-style swordsmanship, the more Zhenyang realized his uncle's strength, at least elite Jonin, and among the best, unlike the ordinary Uchiha Jonin level he appeared to be. Regardless, Zhenyang didn't think he would lose. Orochimaru had said there was no need to worry, so the man's strength couldn't surpass his own. He was a ninja. If his swordsmanship failed, he had other means. Ninja weren't bound by such spiritual restrictions, even as long as they achieved their goal. Sword technique, Aikido slash. Seeing Zhenyang ready, the samurai struck first his long sword, turning into a flash of white light as he charged. Aikido was similar to the draw and cut technique, relying on an incredibly swift slash that left opponents unable to react. But this level was acceptable to Zhenyang. He stomped his foot and vanished from his spot. Uchiha-style swift shadow sword. Almost simultaneously, his figure appeared behind the samurai, the descending blade shimmering with a hint of flame, then instantly expanding to cover the entire blade, turning it into a sword of fire. Feeling the wave of heat from behind, the samurai didn't panic. Instead, a spark of excitement flashed in his eyes, and his body trembled. This was the strongest opponent he had faced since arriving at Fengshuan City. This trip was worth it. Shifting his stance, he swung his sword with full force, barely managing to block the flame sword before it landed. Clang! With a metallic ring, the slash was blocked, much to Zhenyang's surprise, but the man's body was now covered in flames. He hadn't expected the man to directly take the flame sword. With a thought, he continued to swing his sword. Though he didn't know why the man fought so recklessly, continuing this way clearly favored him, so he pressed his advantage relentlessly. Clang, clang, clang. Zhenyang's flame sword clashed repeatedly against the samurai's chakra-coated blade, the sound of metal striking metal ringing out continuously. Within a short time, they exchanged dozens of moves. As the fight went on, Zhenyang's expression grew increasingly strange. The samurai had been burned to rags by the flames, his exposed skin blackened, yet he fought with even more vigor, excitement clear in his eyes. This guy definitely has some strange hobby. But after testing him, Zhenyang found that although the man was odd, his strength was indeed impressive. At least winning with pure swordsmanship would be difficult. Moreover, he noticed that his sword had begun to show faint cracks, and probably wouldn't last much longer. This was clearly abnormal. Even though it was soon to be replaced by the Kusanagi sword, this blade was still a quality product from the Nikomata clan, crafted after the earlier attack by the rock ninja. How could it fail to last even one battle? The only possibility was that the samurai in front of him was the problem, and the cause likely lay in the chakra-coated weapon. Perhaps because their use of chakra was limited to a few purposes, Zhenyang felt that the weapon enhanced by chakra had become extraordinarily sharp, far superior to his own sword. This was the difference between Zhenyang and the samurai. His swordsmanship mostly relied on chakra-based attacks to enhance power with little physical reinforcement. This was determined by the nature of ninja battles. Ninja had a wide variety of techniques, so close-quarters opportunities were far fewer for them compared to samurai. But samurai pursued the sharpness of their weapons, extreme sharpness, as the greatest boost to their combat ability, aiming to be unstoppable in battle. In that case, he couldn't let this drag on. It was time to try that perfected technique. With a thought, after another clash, Zhenyang decisively leaped backward, planting his sword in the ground. 8 gates, gate of opening, open. Since learning this technique, he had practiced it many times, but this was his first time using it in actual combat. As the gate of opening opened, a familiar sense of power surged through him. The first gate removed the brain's limiters, allowing 100 of physical ability, overloading the body's energy to boost strength and speed. Feeling the exhilarating sensation of complete control over his body, Zhenyang looked at the equally excited samurai and curled a smile. Round 2 begin. Swish. With a speed far surpassing the previous moment, the samurai barely had time to react, only managing to twist his body as a wound appeared on his side. If not for his instinctive dodge, this strike would have inflicted severe injury. Zhenyang's assault did not pause. After landing the hit, he immediately swung his longsword again. His suddenly increased speed and strength made each move extremely difficult to evade or defend against. Within just 2 or 3 seconds, the samurai bore multiple wounds, which combined with the previous burns showed he was already considerably injured. He could even become stronger. This is absolutely magnificent. If I can defeat him, I will surely gain recognition. The excitement on the samurai's face grew even more intense. For the first time, he voluntarily created distance and reinserted his long sword into its sheath. You are a formidable opponent. The next move is one I have not yet fully mastered, so please be careful. Remember, my name is Takehara. If you can withstand it, the Kusanagi sword is yours. I Sanden. Hearing this, Zhenyang looked up and saw a white flash appear before his eyes. Rest gate open. Life gate open. The crisis warning surging into his brain left Zhenyang no hesitation. He directly opened the third gate. Uchiha style Halo dance. With all 3 gates open, Zhenyang slashed 3 massive fire blades at incredible speed to counter his opponent's trump card. The power unleashed by this samurai named Takehara in his final move truly exceeded Zhenyang's expectations. Even a seasoned jonin would suffer severe injury if caught off guard. This guy is definitely not simple. Even that last move alone is not a technique an ordinary wandering samurai could perform. Could he be from the Land of Iron? The Land of Iron is the land of samurai, possessing the strongest warriors in the shinobi world. The opponent's strength made such speculation inevitable. Takehara moved with extreme speed, leaving only a blur to the naked eye, but faced with these giant fire blades, he had no choice but to evade. His earlier act of directly blocking the flaming sword could be explained as personal preference, but if he dared to approach this thing, Zhenyang would only say he was cutting in line to die. Against this form of attack, most samurai would have no choice but to dodge, and only a few powerful ones could generate sword chi to match it. You win. That was my strongest technique. After the final strike, failed, Takehara conceded defeat without hesitation and tossed the box from his back directly toward Zhenyang. In a duel between samurai and shinobi, the key is not to give the opponent any chance to catch their breath. Unless one uses unpredictable ninjutsu, a shinobi cannot beat a samurai. But once that fails, defeat is essentially sealed. If one's fastest technique cannot work, continuing to fight is meaningless. Opening the box, a long sword with a sheath came into Zhenyang's view. Its black and white color scheme, combined with the absence of the usual central ridge on the blade, gave it an exceptionally sleek and aesthetically pleasing appearance. It was exactly the same in appearance as in the original work. This was Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. Drawing the Kusanagi from its sheath, Zhenyang ran his hand along the edge, and a slight touch immediately drew a few drops of blood. Oddly, the blood on the blade rolled off without leaving a trace. Then he channeled his chakra into the blade, which covered it with remarkable ease and not a hint of resistance. A world of difference from what he had before. He casually swung a fire blade to the side, it exploded, and consumed a nearby sapling, leaving only ashes behind. It appeared that the Kusanagi sword could smoothly absorb chakra, and thanks to this trait, it even enhanced the power of ninjutsu. Truly worthy of its legendary status. From now on I don't have to worry about weapons anymore. Zhenyang inspected it with satisfaction, then removed his damaged longsword, and wore the Kusanagi at his side. Aren't you leaving? It was then that he noticed Takehara had not departed but stood waiting at a distance. You're letting me go? Aren't you afraid I'll spread the news about the Kusanagi sword? Takehara was clearly taken aback by these words. As a samurai, he knew full well the value of the Kusanagi sword. If it were exposed, he would face pursuit from the entire shinobi world, though he personally disdained such an act. Go. I came here for this sword, or why would I kill you needlessly? Zhenyang had made this decision after careful consideration. If the wielder of the Kusanagi had been a vicious criminal, he would not have hesitated to kill and rob, acquiring the weapon without any moral burden. But everything here had differed from his expectations. The local boss in the city had wisely provided him with relevant information, and the sword's owner was not fond of killing. Not only did he warn before attacking, but also the many details gathered in Fengchuan City showed that apart from killing, when facing malicious attempts to seize the sword, Takehara would spare those who accepted his duels after victory. He was clearly not a bad person. This dashed Zhenyang's thoughts of going all out. Seeing the opponent's good nature, he could not bring himself to kill him, which was why he had not activated his Sharingan, but instead used the 8 gates. Of course, another crucial reason was that given his current situation, he did not fear anyone coveting the Kusanagi sword. After obtaining it, he would return directly to the camp. During wartime, who would dare to come to the Konoha camp to steal a sword? And after the war ended, there was even less to worry about. By then, no one in the entire shinobi world could take a weapon from him. In 2 more years, Madara Uchiha, the only truly overpowered figure, would die. By then he would achieve Kage-level strength, and while not unrivaled across the world, he would at least come and go freely with no one able to stop him. In battles between shinobi, information holds a crucial position. When one's techniques are known, the combat power they can exert is greatly reduced. The immortal duo were exceptionally strong, yet they were killed by Shikamaru's tactics due to exposed information, a clear example. And Zhenyang happened to know a vast amount of intelligence enough to handle most powerful opponents with ease. Alright, after a failed duel I should have lost everything. Since you've chosen to spare me, I owe you a favor. If you ever need anything, you can find me in the capital of the Land of Iron. Hearing this, Takehara expressed gratitude before turning and leaving. As Zhenyang had predicted, this powerful samurai was from the Land of Iron, but the words he left behind struck him as somewhat absurd. He had taken the man's weapon, and instead the man owed him a favor. Good grief, even robbers would call him their ancestor. Samurai were indeed a strange profession. Following this duel's rules, could he later go to the Land of Iron and fleece them? Having obtained the Kusanagi sword, Zhenyang did not linger and immediately set off back to camp. This trip yielded more than just the Kusanagi sword. There was also the finally perfected 8 gates. The 8 gates was a forbidden technique Zhenyang had mastered early on, reaching the 3rd gate, but due to certain reasons he had never used it in actual combat before. For non-taijutsu type shinobi, using the 8 gates posed an extremely awkward problem. They could not use ninjutsu. After truly practicing this technique, Zhenyang finally understood why Kakashi, despite knowing the 8 gates, never used it in battle. Its principle is to acquire power by unlocking the channels that restrain chakra within the body. In the chakra's meridian system, there are 8 gates. The gate of opening, gate of rest, gate of life, and so on, that suppress and control the chakra. These 8 gates impose limits on the body's chakra reserves, but the 8 gates forcibly surpasses this restriction, unleashing power tens to hundreds of times greater than one's own. If a shinobi's chakra was a calm stream, opening the 8 gates transformed it into a raging river. With chakra volume suddenly multiplied, and wildly turbulent, precise chakra control became nearly impossible. Releasing ninjutsu requires a certain level of chakra control. Even though this technique could drastically boost chakra, the inability to conjure ninjutsu made it somewhat impractical. In the original story, Dai demonstrated the immense power of the 8 gates to save Guy and his team, after which it was classified as a forbidden technique. One would think such a powerful technique, even requiring years of rigorous training, would attract many, yet only a handful ever mastered it. That alone speaks volumes. Regular shinobi could easily exchange contribution points for a powerful ninjutsu to enhance their strength. But for pure taijutsu specialists, even accumulating enough contribution points proved arduous. Not everyone was like Guy, or at the very least his physical talent was in a league of its own. Any other person would have broken down under those grueling daily training regimens. Thus the 8 gates held a rather delicate position among forbidden techniques. It was like a piece of chicken, tasteless to eat, yet a pity to discard. Those qualified to learn it had no need, while those who desired it could never obtain it. Truly awkward. However, the village could not simply spread such a technique recklessly. Even Dai and Eternal Genin could contend with the 7 swordsmen of the mist. After opening the gates, someone stronger would be even more terrifying. Therefore, the Konoha higher-ups had to ensure absolute loyalty from anyone learning the 8 gates, lest they harbor other intentions and decisively kick their masters aside. A laughable, yet real threat. especially this generation of leadership who could not tolerate power beyond their control. Typical of those lacking competence, yet craving authority. However, the first time Zhenyang opened the gates, he noticed something peculiar. He might be able to control the chakra. As everyone knows, precise chakra control was a task for the sharp-minded, and Zhenyang happened to be quite clever. The benefits of his powerful mental energy became evident. He could now multitask with ease, unaffected by interference, let alone chakra control. Frankly, Zhenyang had never been troubled by such issues. A bit of practice made him exceptionally proficient, which was also why his strength grew rapidly. He was almost born with one less training subject than other shinobi, and that was the most time-consuming one. Additionally, the first gate, the gate of opening, could lift brain limitations, allowing one to fully unleash their physical potential. Unlike others, this might be the greatest treasure the 8 gates granted Zhenyang. His accumulating mental energy enhanced his thinking memory and other abilities, and opening the first gate lifted restrictions not just on physical power, but beyond. The gate of opening was like artificially overclocking Zhenyang's brain, a CPU turbo mode that greatly boosted all capabilities. In this state, his chakra control soared to new heights. Even as his strength grew and the chakra from opening the gates became more immense thanks to his golden finger, Zhenyang's mental energy grew at an unmatched pace. This meant that as long as his mental energy was powerful enough to control chakra in that overclocked state, Zhenyang could use ninjutsu and special sword techniques while the 8 gates were active. Through long-term accumulation, Zhenyang could finally use ninjutsu with the 3rd gate open, achieving nearly double the power compared to regular conditions. This became another trump card in Zhenyang's arsenal, contributing to his pursuit of caution. And barring unforeseen circumstances, it would serve as the foundation for his rapid growth ahead. In the overclocked state, not only did chakra control improve, but thinking ability also received a massive boost. Compared to this, the enhancement of raw power seemed almost trivial. With such conditions, he could develop certain ninjutsu in a short time and begin building his own ninjutsu system. While Zhenyang was away to obtain the Kusanagi sword, the Kumogakure front had stirred up a massive upheaval. Really, Iwa and Konoha are at war. Haha, that old man Inoki who never acts without profit finally got his due. After several reconnaissance teams returned with the same information, the 3rd Raikage could no longer contain his joy, laughing heartily inside his tent. Looking at the irregularly bent table and the documents once again flying through the air, the Cloud Shinobi advisor tried to speak, but ultimately let out a silent sigh. Alas, it was he who silently bore everything. He should have realized long ago that replacing wooden tables with iron ones would not prevent the damage. If the Raikage did not change this habit, any table would meet the same fate in his hands. Better to use a wooden long table. At least it looked more pleasing. Fortunately, good news brought him some consolation. The sudden full-scale war between Iwa and Konoha was indeed unexpected. Knowing Inoki's character, the 3rd Raikage dispatched 10 full reconnaissance squads to verify the information. If the news proved true, this would be an opportunity for Cloud. Until now, despite holding the upper hand on the battlefield, their actual progress had been limited. The 3rd Raikage was preoccupied with Jiraiya, who was in his early 30s, the prime of a shinobi's strength. In his youth, Jiraiya was impulsive and tactless, mediocre compared to his 2 teammates, and often the dead last. But Jiraiya carved his own path. After accidentally traveling to Mount Mayaboku, he met the Great Toad Sage and began training there. Through relentless effort, he mastered a series of formidable techniques, including senjutsu. Under these circumstances, even though the 3rd Raikage was difficult to injure, he had no spare energy to interfere with the battlefield. The future 4th Raikage and Killer Bee's AB combination, along with the other 2 tails, Jinchuriki Yujito, were also intercepted by Minato Namikaze and his wife from this era. From a certain perspective, Kushina Uzumaki was actually another kind of perfect Jinchuriki. Killer Bee of the 8 tails, Yujito of the 2 tails, and later Naruto. They relied on building good relationships with their tailed beasts. For minor fights, they could borrow chakra. For major battles, they could use the tailed beast cloak. And if all else failed, they could let the beast's full form emerge to take the front. But Kushina's type was the true ideal of a Jinchuriki for the ninja villages. As Naruto's mother and a pure-blooded member of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina had a master-servant relationship with the Nine Tails. Thanks to the overwhelmingly powerful sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, the Nine Tails could gain absolutely no advantage while inside Kushina. When Minato Namikaze came in to visit at night, Kushina could use chakra chains to twist the Nine Tails' head aside, refusing to let it watch their marital harmony. Even later, during childbirth and the weakened state after the tailed beast was extracted, she could still bind the Nine Tails with the adamantine sealing chains, achieving absolute suppression over it, leaving it no chance to cause chaos. Although she could not use the Nine Tails chakra mode, borrowing a portion of the Nine Tails power was no problem at all. She didn't even need the Nine Tails' consent. The strength of tailed beasts is not determined by the number of tails, but there is no doubt that the Nine Tails is the strongest among them, and its chakra may exceed that of all other tailed beasts combined. With the aid of the Nine Tails chakra and Kushina essentially being the mother of the tailed beast, the couple actually held the advantage against the 3 Cloud Ninja. This led to the Cloud Ninja gaining the upper hand primarily because Konoha was fighting on 2 fronts and lacked sufficient numbers of lower-ranked ninja. Nearly 10 Jonin-level combatants were killed in one go. No wonder Inoki has gone mad. Father, this is a good opportunity to invade the Land of Fire. With the motive being reasonable and the reports from Cloud Scouts the fourth Raikage, they couldn't help but propose. Yo, big brother can't beat the yellow flash, oh yeah. Hearing this, A immediately turned aside, exuding a terrifying aura, his eyes fixed sharply on the speaker. Faced with this, Killer B shrugged with an expressionless face, then waved his arms and spoke again. Oh yeah, big brother is blowing up, I'm so scared. Be you bastard, I've put up with you long enough. The bizarre gestures and words made A's face even darker. In an instant his body was covered in chakra, and his figure vanished, appearing directly before Killer B and sending him flying out of the tent with a collision. After a while, Killer B re-entered the tent. Yo, that hurts. Big brother is scary. B won't talk. Oomph. After venting the anger in A's eyes subsided somewhat, and he resumed contemplating the possibility of engaging Konoha. The surrounding Cloud Ninja were already used to it. What seemed absurd was actually the way the AB combination deepened their bond. The yellow flash. He was indeed a troublesome opponent. Ever since they learned the lightning release chakra mode, he had encountered only one other ninja who could match his speed, his own father. No, actually faster than him. But this time what will you do? A's gaze seemed to pierce through the tent, envisioning the anxious look on the yellow flash's face when he would be blocked later, and he couldn't help but smile. The Cloud Ninja acted swiftly. This was Konoha's weakest moment, and they naturally would not let it pass. After confirming the information, they launched an attack the very next day. The situation on the battlefield was very favorable. The attack on Konoha proved effective on the first day. The Konoha ninja, who usually fought head-on, chose to retreat, this time avoiding prolonged engagement. This behavior further convinced the Cloud Ninja that Konoha was under immense pressure and dared not act rashly. Consequently, the Cloud Ninja's offensive on the battlefield grew even fiercer. The third Raikage knew Inoki's nature. Once the other side calmed down, the fighting on the IWA front could stop at any time. They had to seize the opportunity to break through Konoha's defenses. Over several days, Konoha Ninja had retreated all the way to the border of the Land of Fire, the last line of defense before invading the Land of Fire. Gazing at the distant Konoha camp, the third Raikage's eyes gleamed with excitement and longing. Soon the Land of Fire would share its spoils with the Cloud Ninja. All ninja, listen up. Break through Konoha's defense line. With chakra amplification, the third Raikage's loud voice easily reached every Cloud Ninja. Then blue chakra enveloped his body, and he charged forward first. The consecutive victories and the commander's personal example undoubtedly raised the Cloud Ninja's morale to its peak. Following the third Raikage's lead, they launched an assault on the camp. This time Konoha did not choose to retreat again. This was within the third Raikage's expectations. Konoha could not stand by and watch them invade the Land of Fire. The final battle would surely be a fierce engagement. If they could inflict heavy damage on this, Konoha forced the path ahead would be smooth. Wild Lion's main technique. Just as the third Raikage was about to pierce through a Konoha ninja, a mass of white hair wrapped around him and blocked the attack. Raikage, your opponent is me. A white-haired man suddenly appeared with red eye shadow and a slight toad-like appearance, with a toad standing on each of his shoulders. It was Jiraiya, who had entered Sage mode. Seeing this, the third Raikage frowned, his expression turning serious as he stared at the man. In his normal state, he could overpower Jiraiya. His powerful lightning release armor had incredible damage resistance, and even wind release techniques, which countered lightning release, could hardly harm him. But this peculiar technique of Jiraiya's could make things difficult for him. In this state, Jiraiya's power was greatly enhanced, and there was a combined ninjutsu and jinjutsu that even he had to be cautious of. However, this technique could not be sustained for long. Why did the opponent activate it directly this time? The perceptive third Raikage vaguely sensed something amiss, but Jiraiya immediately attacked, forcing him to focus on the battle. Minato Namikaze, this time I will definitely kill you. Lightning release lariat. Meeting the opponent who had repeatedly frustrated him, A's surroundings erupted with violent chakra. His speed was incredible. In the blink of an eye, he was before Minato, his body covered in an armor crackling with lightning, arm raised, charging straight in. Flying Thunder God technique. A golden light flashed and Minato's figure vanished. The rock behind him was shattered by A's charge, sending debris scattering and dust flying. Wind released vacuum great sphere. The vanished Minato appeared behind A. Taking a deep breath, he expelled a massive wind release beam. Boom. The compressed beam struck its target and exploded again, shattering all the surrounding trees and leaving a crater where A had stood. However, Minato did not relax. Multiple encounters had taught him that such attacks could only inflict minor wounds on his opponent. This made him clearly recognize his current weakness, lacking a powerful ninjutsu. The Flying Thunder God technique is a space-time ninjutsu that allows instantaneous translocation through spatial manipulation, not physical high-speed movement. Therefore, Minato would not end up like A, who once plunged headfirst into a rock. Of course, his head wasn't that hard either. Consequently, while their speeds appeared comparable on the surface, Minato's greater flexibility repeatedly gave him the upper hand in their exchanges. However, he faced an awkward problem when confronting A. His attacks were like a gentle massage, barely inflicting any damage. The ground had become pockmarked under the onslaught of Minato's wind release, but when the dust settled, A stood there with only a few insignificant scratches, almost unaffected. Although A's lightning release chakra mode was not yet as powerful as his father's, it was already nearly immune to such attacks. This was quite awkward. Each time they clashed, it took half a day to merely graze the skin. Aside from the first encounter, when underestimating Minato's attack was injured while going after Kushina, Minato had never inflicted significant damage. The other two Cloud Jinchuriki were also thick-skinned and tough. Under normal circumstances they could still be harmed, but once they fully transformed into tailed beasts, Minato's output became negligible. In such a situation, Minato could only act as a tool for his wife, pinning down while she dealt with the two Jinchuriki. This undoubtedly steeled his resolve to develop a powerful jutsu later to compensate for his lack of offensive power. Just then he had an idea. The battle raged on. Jiraiya in Sage Mode was locked in a fierce struggle with the third Raikage, preventing him from diverting his attention to the rest of the battlefield. At the other end of the battlefield, two colossal figures had already appeared, the Eight Tails Gyuki and the Two Tails Matatabi. Their immense size dimmed the light above the battlefield enough to instill despair in any ninja who faced them. They were beings beyond human power. Yet these two fearsome-tailed beasts were now ensnared by several golden chains struggling to move. This was because Kushina was still under 20 years old. In a few years the two-tailed beasts would be completely immobilized. Nearby a yellow and a blue figure constantly intersected and separated, exchanging blows at a speed invisible to the naked eye. While the top-tier combatants were locked in fierce battle, the lower-ranked ninjas of Konoha and Cloud were also fully engaged in combat. The sounds of battle cries and explosions filled the air. Beside the camp lay a vast forest where dappled sunlight fell through the gaps in the lush foliage onto the ground, serene and peaceful. Yet within this dense forest, countless Konoha ninjas lay in ambush watching the distant battle. This Konoha unit was the reinforcement force that had rushed from the Suna battlefield. Since Sunagakure and Kimabakure were located to the southwest and northeast of Konoha, respectively, reaching the Cloud battlefield required crossing the entire Land of Fire. Coupled with resupplying and personnel changes in the village, they arrived about a week later than Zhenyang and the others, only reaching the battlefield 2 days ago. However, due to the sudden incident on the IWA battlefield, Jiraiya chose not to reveal them, instead having them lie in wait. Shikaka, when do we make our move? At the forefront of the reinforcement unit, a plump ninja with red hair asked the man with a lazy expression beside him. Hearing this, Nara Shikaku glanced at the approximate position of the Cloud forces and waved his hand casually. No rush. Let Jiraiya-sama and the others lure the Cloud ninja deeper, then we'll inflict greater casualties. That will make the subsequent battle easier. The three at the front were the 15th generation Ino Shikicho trio of Konoha, Narashika Manaka and Noichi, and Akimichi Choza. They were also the fathers of the future young generation, Shikamura Ino and Choji respectively. The Ino Shikicho formation is one of Konoha's aces. Each generation usually consists of the current or next clan heads of the three families. In battle, the Nara clan, with their shadow imitation technique and high intelligence, typically handles tactical planning and core control. The Yamanaka clan, skilled in perception and mental manipulation, handles sensing targets and linking the trio's thoughts. Finally, the Akimichi clan, with their immense destructive power, executes the attack. Each clan possesses rare secret techniques, and their combined strengths create a formidable force. After Orochimaru relayed the IWA ninjas' true intentions back to the village, Nara Shikaku, known as the genius strategist of Konoha, immediately analyzed the situation and proposed the plan to ambush the Cloud forces at the meeting. Considering this could be a major turning point in the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to send the Ino Shikicho trio, along with Shikaku serving as the overall commander of the reinforcement unit, to prevent any mishaps. Additionally, he discreetly pulled a portion of elite fighters from the two temporarily quiet battlefields and rushed them over, eventually merging with the reinforcement unit to form a powerful force. The earlier retreats were meant to deceive the Cloud ninja, making them let down their guard. With the Cloud already convinced that Konoha had no spare manpower, they were steadily lured deeper into the Land of Fire. By then, even if the Cloud ninja managed to escape the ambush, their recent victorious advance would become a nightmare. The long distance of retreat would allow Konoha to inflict heavy losses. If I calculate the time, Inazuka Yo and the others should have found the Cloud supply route. Shikaku silently estimated, then raised his arm. The eyes of the lurking Konoha ninjas instantly focused on him. The goal of this battle is to eliminate as much of the Cloud's effective strength as possible. Do not engage the third Raikage and the others. Move out. As the words fell, figures continuously darted out from the previously silent forest, a large number of ninjas heading straight for the battlefield ahead. At that moment in the Konoha camp, the Konoha ninjas aren't much, yet they occupy the most fertile land. Kamadajiro was a chunin from Kimogakure. He pulled his blade from the chest of a Konoha ninja, a contemptuous smirk on his face. In the ninja world, the strong rule. Such weak ninjas are unworthy of abundant resources. The Cloud should be the masters of this land. They have the strongest Raikage-sama and 2 perfect Jinchuriki. Taking Konoha is only a matter of time. Gazing with admiration at the burly man enveloped in blue chakra, Kamadajiro picked up his sword and advanced again. The Konoha ninjas were still retreating. This only reinforced his belief in his village's strength. He planned to kill more enemies in this war, hoping to be promoted directly to Tokubetsu Jonin after the battle. Promotions during wartime were much simpler than in peacetime. Craving higher status, Kamadajiro's eyes gleamed with desire as he targeted a Konoha ninja locked in combat. Whoosh! He burst forward, instantly appearing behind the Konoha ninja. His sword, crackling with lightning, swung down viciously. Seeing the despair in the enemy's eyes, a cruel grin spread across his face. Die, huh? When the blade was just a few centimeters away from his skin, Kamadajiro found himself unable to move, frozen in place. He looked down and saw a shadow stretching from his feet to a distant point, sending a chill through his heart. Shadow imitation technique. The very first second he saw this scene, the name of this technique flashed through Kamadajiro's mind. The signature technique of the Nara clan of Konohagakure, a clan that had existed since the Warring States period. The Ino Shikicho formation, formed by an alliance with two other clans, was well known throughout the ninja world. Even as a mere chunin, he was fully aware of the technique's effect. It bound the target, forcing them to mimic the user's movements. Being caught in the shadow imitation technique alone was not particularly threatening, as this secret art lacked lethal power. It required advanced techniques or cooperation with other ninja. What truly terrified him was the direction from which the shadow extended, the rear of the Cloud Ninja forces. Following the shadow back with his eyes, the first thing he saw was a man with two scars on his face, his hands forming a seal. The Nara clan ninja, who had him under control. Behind him stood a dense crowd of Leaf ninja. How is this possible? Where did the Leaf get reinforcements? The sight struck Kamadajiro with immense shock. He wanted to shout a warning to his comrades, but couldn't even make a sound. After controlling him, a shadow appeared under the feet of dozens of Cloud Ninja in the rear, connecting them all. Shadow stitching technique, Black Spider Lily. Nara Shikaku had been chosen as the overall commander not only for his sharp mind, but also for his considerable strength. Leave this to us. Lead the charge, Choza. Right? Akimichi Choza, who possessed the greatest destructive power among the Ino Shikicho trio, swiftly executed his secret technique. Expansion technique. Meat tank. His already massive body expanded further, turning into a small giant, then curled into a ball and rolled forward with many Leaf ninja following closely behind. Seeing the advancing ninja, Yamanaka Inoichi released the mind-body switch technique he had been using. You tricked us on purpose. Finally able to speak, Kamadajiro reacted and shouted an accusation, but the two men did not respond, continuing with their actions. Ninja art mind confusion dance. Shadow strangulation technique. Under the combined secret arts of Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi, the controlled enemies either slew each other or were choked by shadows within moments. All were dead or dying. Yamanaka Inoichi grabbed a dead Cloud Chunin, quickly read the memories of this battle, and then the two followed the main force ahead. Meanwhile, the Cloud Ninja fighting at the front finally sensed something wrong. They had been chasing the retreating Leaf ninja when suddenly a huge meatball appeared from behind, smashing their formation, followed by a barrage of ninjutsu. This combination attack left the Cloud Ninja stunned, questioning their existence as they stared at the sudden appearance of a large number of Leaf ninja from nowhere. The Leaf ninja who had been retreating now changed their stance, pressing forward to attack the Cloud Ninja. Caught between two Leaf forces, the Cloud Ninja were like meat filling in a dumpling. The situation shifted dramatically, and the Cloud Ninja found themselves in danger. Lava release protective barrier. Casualties among the Cloud Ninja began to skyrocket. Dodo quickly joined several Cloud Jonin to erect a defensive barrier, then moved closer to the third Reikage and the others. They couldn't keep fighting like this. Losses would be catastrophic. Seeing the scene before him, Dodo understood clearly they had been deceived by the Leaf. The enemy's retreat was merely a tactic to lure them deeper. Perhaps the Stone Ninja were involved too. They had to break out as quickly as possible, or the pincer formation would annihilate the Cloud forces. Lord Reikage retreat. It's an ambush. The sudden shout caught the third Reikage off guard, and he failed to dodge Jiraiya's fire release, leaving several scorch marks on his body. Even with the enhancement of Sage Chakra, his formidable defenses could not fully negate the attack. But the third Reikage had no time to mind these minor wounds. He leaped to a high vantage point, and the sight before him made his eyes widen in fury. It was only then he realized why Jiraiya had used Sage mode from the start. There was an ambush. They were usually the ones plotting, but this time they had been outsmarted. Without a second thought, the third Reikage chose to disengage from the battle. Continuing would only lead to annihilation. But Jiraiya would not let him leave so easily. He had entered Sage mode at the start precisely because he feared the time needed to gather Sage Chakra would prevent him from intercepting the strongest Reikage. Lord Fukasaku, Lord Shima, I leave it to you. Go all out, little Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded, gathering the remaining Sage Chakra in his body and spewing a massive amount of oil refined with chakra. Combined with fire release, it would burn with devastating power. Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin, perched on Jiraiya's shoulders, also used Sage Chakra to unleash wind and fire release, forming a combined Sage Art. Sage Art Gomen. The combination of three techniques produced immense destructive power capable of incinerating a wide area and theoretically consuming any physical substance. This was Jiraiya's most powerful attack. The terrifying technique that appeared in his path made the third Reikage feel the threat of death for the first time in a long while, forcing him to halt and evade. Meanwhile, the three A's were also trying to escape. The two Cloud Jinchuriki, having released their full-tailed beast forms, had observed the commotion below and informed but breaking away was no easy task. Kushina had used sealing techniques to restrain Killer Bee and the other, and they had to break free from those annoying chains. This task fell to In desperation, he ignored the persistent Minato beside him and charged straight toward Kushina's position. Actively defending was different from merely relying on the lightning release armor, and with Minato using wind release, which countered lightning, they suffered several wounds before successfully rescuing the two and fleeing into the distance. Kushin, are you hurt? Just a little chakra spent. Let's go meet up with the pervy sage. After carefully checking for any blood, Minato was relieved. He took Kushin's hand and vanished from the spot. Master, what's the situation? Using the prearranged flying thunder god technique, Shuemin appeared before Zilai Yi with Joshinai. The land ahead had been reduced to a scorched earth with devastation stretching far and wide, evidencing the ferocity of the earlier battle. Zilai Yi had already ended his sage mode and returned to his normal appearance, resting on the spot. The third Raikage sustained a minor injury. By now he must be nearing the main force of the Cloud Ninja. Shuemin, take us there quickly. We need to hold them back. Hearing this, Shuemin nodded, promptly grasping Zilai Yi's hand, and the three of them instantly teleported near the main combat forces. Since the deliberate retreat, Shuemin had placed flying thunder god marks at key points along the route, enabling rapid troop movement. Having him transport the high-level combatants of Konoha was a pre-planned part of the strategy. The main issue was that the third Raikage and his son among the Cloud Ninja were not only formidable in offense and defense, but also exceptionally fast. If they merely followed on foot by the time Zilai Yi and the others arrived, the Konoha Ninja would have suffered considerable casualties. Shuemin's ability was one of the reasons they had been able to hold out despite being outnumbered by the Cloud Ninja. As long as no large-scale battle erupted, they could always maintain an advantage in the number of high-level combatants. Damn it. The main force of Konoha never went to the Rock Ninja front. They were ambushing us here. Staring at the conspicuously large number of Konoha Ninja, the third Raikage's face was extremely grim. He had been deceived. This was completely inconsistent with the intelligence reports. If Orochimaru had taken most of the ninja to the Rock Ninja battlefield, then logically Konoha should not have had spare troops to deploy. That was precisely why they had launched their attack without any hesitation. Given the current situation, either Konoha had set a deliberate trap or they had colluded with the Rock Ninja to deceive them. Considering the difficulty for Konoha to achieve this alone, the latter possibility was far more likely. That old scoundrel Inoki. With a flicker of thought, the third Raikage deduced the general situation. However, the immediate concern was not revenge, but how to escape from here. All Cloud Ninja, follow me, break out. As the beloved leader of Kumogakure, the third Raikage's voice calmed the panicked Cloud Ninja, rekindling a spark of fighting spirit within them. That's right, the Raikage is the strongest ninja. But before they could rejoice for long, three figures suddenly appeared in front of the Konoha Ninja, dampening the newly revived morale. Conversely, the Konoha Ninja seemed to gain a new backbone. Raikage, do you take the land of fire for your own backyard, to come and go as you please? After days of battle, Zilai Yi had accumulated considerable frustration, and only now did he feel a sense of vindication, so his words were naturally sharp. This time you Konoha have won. But trying to swallow us whole might just choke you. Don't worry about us, old-timer. Worry about yourselves. As verbal exchanges escalated, Zilai Yi and the third Raikage clashed once more. The ninja on both sides quickly retreated, creating a clearing. This level of combat was beyond their involvement, and even the shockwaves would be devastating. This was precisely why Zilai Yi and the third Raikage had deliberately moved away from the main forces earlier, to avoid harming their own ninja. Lu Jiao, take command of the ninja. Leaving a word to his friend, Shuemin advanced with Joshinai to engage AI and the two Jinchuriki. The current generation of Ino-Shikacho trio were only 2 years older than Shuemin, making them contemporaries. Given that the three clans were always staunch supporters of the Hokage system, and Shuemin was the third Hokage's grand disciple, they had frequent interactions and a close personal bond. Nara Lugio gave Shuemin a reassuring look and took command of all Konoha Ninja. Hi-E, tell the Jonin to weaken the defense in the northeast direction. Don't block the Cloud Ninja's retreat too forcefully. Got it. With a flash of yellow hair and a red garment, Yamanaka Hai-Yi's hands moved immediately. Ninja Art Mind Transmission Technique. As an invisible ripple spread, every Konoha Jonin heard Yamanaka Hai-Yi's voice in their minds, and the entire ninja force began to move in an orderly fashion. Members of the Yamanaka clan excelled at controlling the minds of enemies, infiltrating and reading the memories of the dead, possessed powerful sensory abilities, and also had a unique capacity for transmitting information among allies. On the battlefield, a skilled Yamanaka clan ninja could play an enormous role, especially when accompanied by a strategist. Having succeeded the fourth Raikage as the commander of the allied shinobi forces during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Nara Lugio's strategic acumen and judgment were undoubtedly formidable. Compared to the Cloud Ninja, the Konoha Ninja operated with far greater efficiency. Every command from the rear was instantly transmitted to the Jonin, who could focus solely on executing orders without worrying about other issues. With this disparity, the already disadvantaged Cloud Ninja suffered far greater losses than Konoha, causing Two Dai's forehead to stream with cold sweat. A genius strategist. Truly lives up to the reputation. With both the third Raikage and his son tied down, the command of the Cloud Ninja force naturally fell to the man deeply trusted by the third Raikage. To earn the trust of the strongest in a village like Kumogakure, which prided itself on a martial culture, Two Dai's strength and wisdom were self-evident. Yet before this strategist renowned throughout the ninja world, he still felt a pressure as immense as a mountain. Two Dai saw through Lu Jio's intention to wear down the Cloud Ninja's strength, But after the ambush, they had no better countermeasure. Break out and be hunted during an endless retreat, suffering heavy losses before reaching camp. Or stand and fight to the death, inflicting considerable damage on Konoha, but at the cost of total annihilation. There were two escape routes: toward their own village or toward the Rock Ninja village. But Tudai could also see that this incident most likely involved the Rock Ninja, leaving them no choice but to follow the path laid out for them, retreating to their own camp. Though he knew they would likely encounter various obstacles along the way, there was no alternative. Attack to the northeast. If we break through successfully, the Raikage and the others can escape. Without hesitation, Tudai rallied the surrounded Cloud Ninja and charged forward in unison toward the target direction. His words filled the Cloud Ninja with shame. With their strength, the third Raikage and his elite could have easily escaped under any circumstances, yet they had been engaging the Konoha Ninja all along, showing no intention of retreating. Their purpose was clear. Realizing this, the Cloud Ninja's assault grew even more ferocious. If the Raikage were injured or even killed because of them, they would be the traitors of Kumogakure. That was an outcome none of the Cloud Ninja could accept. It was not without reason that the Cloud and Rock Shinobi had become hidden villages, second only to the Leaf. Among the 5 great hidden villages, only these 2 had the most stable internal structures. In Cloud, strength reigned supreme, and everyone submitted to the strong. In Rock, Inoki had long held the position of Tsuchikage without internal strife over power, allowing them to focus on developing their strength. The other 3 villages which had suffered internal conflicts experienced significant declines in their power. The Leaf needed no elaboration. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo were veritable political prodigies, systematically dismantling their own nuclear weapons, making concessions to Rock, and even compensating Cloud after they stole the Byakugan, thoroughly reducing the once mightiest village to a pathetic state. It was only by relying on the profound foundation laid by their predecessors that they barely managed to preserve their legacy, avoiding total annihilation. The other 2 great villages, however, were each more miserable than the last. The third Kazekage was assassinated by the grandson of his own village elder, triggering a power struggle. Later, a powerful Scorch Release user named Pakura was sacrificed by the fourth Kazekage as a pawn in great power politics and killed by the Mist Shinobi. The only formidable fighters the village could field aside from the fourth Kazekage himself were the elderly siblings Chiyo and her brother. As for the Mist, their misfortune was entirely undeserved. Around this time, Uchiha Madara had little life left, sustained only by the demonic statue of the Outer Path, and was desperately seeking a successor to execute the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. He discovered Obito, a naive Uchiha clansman, and after saving him began to brainwash and corrupt him. The result was that the Mist Village was first used by Madara to facilitate Obito's descent into darkness, and then the corrupted Obito controlled the fourth Mizukage, implementing the Blood Mist policy as revenge. They were purely unfortunate souls. The Cloud Shinobi's determination to break out was fierce, and the Leaf side deliberately let them escape. Before long, the Cloud Shinobi, at the cost of leaving a trail of corpses, broke through the Leaf's encirclement and fled into the distance. The third Raikage, and seeing this, ceased their entanglement with Jiraiya and the others, seeking an opportunity to disengage from the battlefield. "Shikaku, my boy, shall we proceed according to the plan?" Jiraiya panted heavily, looking at the strategist among the team. "Yes, Lord Jiraiya. We left plenty of surprises for the Cloud Shinobi along the way, which will surely slow them down. All you need to do is hold off their elite fighters." Nodding, Jiraiya immediately sat cross-legged to recover his strength. Fighting the third Raikage required constant vigilance of his opponent's movements, which was enormously draining on his energy. Fortunately, with Shikaku around, he didn't have to worry about the various issues of the entire unit. Otherwise, under such intense exertion, even a Kage-level powerhouse like him might not be able to endure. Seeing Jiraiya resting, Shikaku nodded to Minato, and the others then led the troops in pursuit. With Minato present, Jiraiya and Kushina could rest briefly on the spot, allowing them to better handle the third Raikage and the 2 Jinchuriki in the subsequent actions. As for he had been injured in both attempts to free the Jinchuriki from their bindings, so there was no worry that Minato would be overwhelmed by him. In the following days, their roles were reversed. The Cloud Shinobi, who had advanced all the way here, now became fugitives, fleeing endlessly across the vast expanse. Every time they were caught up to it was a harrowing experience. The Leaf never pushed them to the brink. Instead, they always left a path of escape, keeping their hope of survival alive. But this was precisely the psychological torment for the Cloud Shinobi. If there had been no hope at all, they might not have been so conflicted. They could have fought to the death with the Leaf. Yet, given a chance to live in that wavering state between life and death, not everyone could face death without fear. Only when they finally reached their original camp did the Leaf choose to let them go completely. Anoki, Jiraiya. Good, very good. This time Dodai had no mind to worry about the third Raikage destroying public property. He stood by with lowered eyes, uncertain how to soothe the others' emotions. Although under his strenuous leadership the majority of Cloud Shinobi had been preserved, the losses were still devastating. More importantly, after this battle, their ambition to conquer the Land of Fire had undoubtedly been shattered. It was equivalent to losing nearly half of the village's Shinobi without gaining any advantage. By using pursuit to wear them down, the Leaf's own losses were far fewer than Cloud's, further narrowing the gap between the two sides. "Lord Raikage, what should we do next?" After the other had vented his anger, Dodai asked. If they continued to attack, the high-end combat power of both sides was roughly equal, and the outcome would have to be decided by the lower-ranked shinobi. But after witnessing the strength of the Ino Shikachou formation, he was no longer as confident as before that Cloud would win. Even if they could defeat the enemy, the cost would be too heavy. The plan from back then didn't succeed, and now we've cultivated a formidable enemy for our opponent. The two perfect Jinchuriki were actually Cloud's greatest asset on the battlefield, which was why they had dared to challenge the Leaf. Once the Leaf fell with the two young Jinchuriki, they would have enough strength to defend their territory until the village grew stronger. But unexpectedly, the Leaf's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had easily neutralized their strongest war weapon, preventing Killer Bee and Yujito from playing their intended roles. We can't retreat now, or that old man Daimyo will cut off most of our funding. I recall he has a son who has come of age. Send a few ninjas to help. Having just suffered major losses, if the Daimyo's office reduced its support, Cloud would need an extremely long time to recover. This was clearly not something the Third Raikage wished to see. He accepted that this time he could not conquer the Leaf. He would simply gather strength again. After all, the Third Raikage had come to see clearly that under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, the Leaf would inevitably create trouble, and the situation had worsened in recent years. If he waited patiently, an opportunity would surely arise. Don't rush, they will hand us victory. That old man Inoki was already 60, and no exceptionally talented individuals had emerged in Rock Village, unlike Cloud, which was teeming with talent. Wait a few more years, and the ultimate victor would definitely be them. With this thought, the Third Raikage felt a little better. In the Leaf camp, Lord Jiraiya Minato, after this battle, the Cloud Shinobi shouldn't make any major moves for a long time. Well done. Taking the post-battle statistics from Shikaku, Jiraiya burst into laughter. The more wars he participated in, the more he grew to detest them. Especially his two closest teammates. Both had been traumatized by War 1, becoming increasingly withdrawn, the other developing hemophobia. Great Toad Sage, I believe I have found the child of prophecy you spoke of. Your disciple will bring about a great change in the shinobi world, ushering in unprecedented peace or destruction. Jiraiya recalled the prophecy from long ago, and the legendary eyes appeared in his mind. Once Nagato grew up, there should be no more war in this shinobi world. Zilai-sensei. Shuemin, this old pervert, is definitely up to no good. Let me handle it. Pulling Shuemin aside, Jixinai stepped forward, her whole body seemingly ablaze with fury, hands cupped around her mouth. Pervy. Sage. A wave of sound seemed to erupt around them, even causing the camp tent's curtain to flutter, slightly startling Zilai into stumbling back several steps and collapsing into a chair. Air. Shuemin, what were you saying just now? Before his eyes stood the fiery Jixinai, the smiling Shuemin rubbing his head, and the three members of the Ino Shikachou trio standing quietly nearby, pretending to see and hear nothing while secretly observing. Zilai's heart was filled with confusion. Faced with his disciple's wife, Zilai felt utterly helpless. Ever since he had been caught gathering material, once his image as a respected mentor had crumbled in her eyes, yet he could not refute it. He could only hope his own disciple would help him out of the situation. Zilai-sensei, I feel I lack a powerful jutsu that can perfectly complement the Flying Thunder God technique. So that's it. Hearing Shuemin's words, Zilai's expression turned contemplative. Over these days, he had come to understand that Shuemin's current problem was precisely the lack of an offensive technique to pair with the Flying Thunder God. For this disciple who excelled in both character and talent, Zilai naturally cared deeply. Especially since he had left Shuemin waiting for 3 years due to the Toad Sage's prophecy of the Child of Prophecy, he felt a great deal of guilt. He had seriously pondered the problem Shuemin faced. In truth, it was not easy to resolve. The Flying Thunder God technique could be used as long as a mark existed requiring no hand seals. The prerequisite for this forbidden technique was that the accompanying jutsu must be released quickly. Otherwise, after teleporting, if one had to stand still and form seals for several seconds, the advantage of the Flying Thunder God would be completely lost, and even an ordinary ninja could react in time. However, the vast majority of ninjutsu in the shinobi world could only excel in either power or speed. Jutsu with few hand seals lacked damage, while those with sufficient power had too long a startup. Unless it was a seal-less jutsu, one could achieve both. He happened to know that someone in Konoha possessed such a technique. Tsunadeheim's monstrous strength. Precise control of chakra, concentrating it in any part of the body, then unleashing a powerful burst of force that could easily shatter walls. Going further, one could extract a large amount of chakra with meticulous precision and rapidly combust it, achieving the power to break mountains and shatter rocks. But the style seemed a bit off, didn't it? Shuemin, do you have an idea? Pushing aside his thoughts, Zilai looked at his disciple. Shuemin had always been a man of his own opinions. He would not bring this up without reason. Though Tsunade's secret technique was good, it truly did not suit Shuemin. Unlike her, who was of the Senju clan and possessed such a strong physique, Shuemin was not built the same way. Since the Cloud Ninja won't attack easily for now, I plan to develop a seal-less jutsu to complement the Flying Thunder God. By the time they attack again, I'll have a countermeasure. I already have an idea. What if I concentrate chakra, then rotate and compress it? As Shuemin described, he demonstrated with his hands. A ball of chakra appeared in his palm, emitting a faint blue light, but it dissipated as soon as it began to spin. But there are still many problems to solve. Right now, it's just a concept in my mind. However, I've already named it Spiral Flash / Space Rotation Super Explosive Ball. Doesn't it sound really cool, eh? Air. Rasengan is it? Your idea is quite creative, but I don't know much about this area. Later I'll ask Orochi, or Dashuin. That guy's expertise in ninjutsu should provide some inspiration. Though reluctant to admit it, among the three of them Dashuin was the foremost in ninjutsu. He had a profound understanding of various elemental techniques, and was Hiruzen Sarutobi's most favored disciple. When it came to his disciple's development, Zillai was not about to be stubborn. This time he would just cave into that annoying Dashuin. Thank you, sensei. But the name of this jutsu is Spiral Flash / Space Rotation Super Explosive Ball. On this matter, Shuemin had a strange persistence. Seeing this, Zillai decided not to argue further. Geniuses always had peculiar hobbies. He could understand. Without further delay, he took out a scroll, first grandly boasting about the brilliant achievements of the past few days, then mentioned his disciple's plan to create a new jutsu, taunting Dashuin for not having such an excellent student. Finally, he called Shuemin over to record the problems encountered. Sensei, are you sure Dashuan-sama will reply after you say that? Reading the contents of the scroll, Shuemin grew worried about his jutsu development. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As teammates, they naturally had a way to communicate similar to the small summoning snakes that Zhenyang had used. Zillai chuckled, bit his finger to perform the summoning jutsu, and stuffed the massive communication scroll into the small snake's mouth. The grass country. 5 days later, Zhenyang returned to the camp. Upon meeting Dashuan, he immediately received the good news from the Cloud Ninja battlefield. Dashuan-sama this. Hearing the news, Zhenyang looked up in surprise. Although he had expected to cause some trouble for the Cloud Ninja, he never imagined the situation would turn out like this. After this battle, the disadvantage of the Leaf forces on the Cloud battlefield had vanished completely, allowing them to change their previous defensive strategy. Indeed, one should never underestimate anyone. Inoshikicho. Nara Shikaku. I should try to make contact. Murmuring the name of the plan's proposer, Zhenyang recalled relevant information. The Nara, Kimichi, and Yamanaka clans had made outstanding contributions to the peace and development of Konoha village and were supporters of the Hokage line. Since he intended to support Shuemin's rise to power, he would inevitably have dealings with these three clans. Building good relations would be beneficial, and with their help his own clan could integrate more easily into the village. The Rock Ninja probably won't make a move for a while. Perfect timing for you to familiarize yourself with the items that have arrived, Zhenyang-kun. Looking at Zhenyang's waist, Dashuin immediately recognized the Kusanagi sword, so he said nothing more and tossed a booklet over. With previous experience, Zhenyang knew it was likely the Spirit Transformation Technique manual. After confirming, he put it away. After his last experience, he now avoided reading ninjutsu manuals outside, lest his thoughts wander again. A cautious ninja pays attention to details. After reporting to Dashuan, expressing gratitude and informing him of his return, Zhenyang prepared to leave and begin studying the jutsu. Zhenyang-kun, please wait a moment. You mean Minato-sensei plans to develop a new jutsu? Indeed. Who would have thought that despite Jiraiya being a fool, his disciple is so brilliant? Creating a jutsu without hand signs is a fine idea. Is this something I should speak about? Listening to Orochimaru casually evaluating Jiraiya, Zhenyang quickly pretended not to hear, lest he be caught in the crossfire. For now the Sannin are still big shots, he couldn't afford to provoke them. However, it surprised him that Minato had not yet developed the Rasengan. Orochimaru-sama called me here to. Looking at the pale-faced man before him, Zhenyang roughly understood his intention. Zhenyang-kun, you've also had thoughts of creating your own jutsu recently. I'd like to hear your suggestions for this jutsu, called the Rasengan. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed as he looked at Zhenyang, filled with interest. He had already read the information recorded on Jiraiya's scroll. It was only difficult, but with time it could be solved. That was Orochimaru's confidence in himself. But it happened that Zhenyang returned at this very moment, making him change his mind and decide to hear the other's thoughts. He held great expectations for Uchiha Zhenyang. Initially, it was his outstanding performance on the Suna front that caught Orochimaru's attention to this genius of the Uchiha clan. Later, it was his immense strength and profound understanding of ninjutsu that made Orochimaru realize he had underestimated the boy. From these observations, it seemed to Orochimaru as if he were seeing another version of himself, one with even greater talent. Therefore, he did not hesitate to provide Zhenyang with all sorts of support. Though they were not master and disciple, Orochimaru acted like a teacher. Just as I thought. Zhenyang showed no surprise, wearing an expression of as expected. This all stemmed from his intention to develop the Chidori. The Chidori is an A-rank jutsu. Even though he knew the general principle, which reduced the difficulty considerably, it was still not something that could be accomplished overnight. Many of the intricate details were never shown in the anime, which became obstacles to his development of the Chidori. What could he do in such a situation? Immediately Zhenyang thought of Orochimaru. The man's profound mastery of ninjutsu could surely help him accelerate progress. Moreover, in the original story, Sasuke developed many derivative jutsu like Chidori Stream during the time he defected and followed Orochimaru. Although it was never explicitly stated that Orochimaru helped in the manga, when Naruto and the others found Sasuke at Orochimaru's base, they were all shocked by his growth. Compared to the other 11 rookie 9 of the same period, his progress was terrifying. Not to mention that from the Chunin exams onward, Jiraiya had become Naruto's teacher. If Sasuke could have increased his strength so rapidly on his own, there would have been no need to defect. Thus it was obvious who had helped him. It could only be the one whom Hiruzen Sarutobi had praised as a genius rarely seen in decades, the one most skilled at developing forbidden and other jutsu, Orochimaru. Having spent quite some time with him, Zhenyang discovered that the current Orochimaru had not yet reached the level he remembered from the story. At most he appeared rather gloomy, but he did not attack Konoha Shinobi. According to the timeline, it should be around the time Minato becomes the fourth Hokage that the change would occur. Given this situation, Zhenyang naturally would not waste the resources at hand, so he went directly to consult Orochimaru. Under his guidance, not only was the development of the Chidori progressing admirably, but he also gained ideas for subsequent derivative jutsu. Combined with his current overclock state, it wouldn't be long before the numerous jutsu, based on the Chidori, would come to fruition. Of course, the consequence of this was that Orochimaru's gaze on him grew increasingly fervent to the point where Zhenyang sometimes felt uncomfortable. However, Zhenyang was not too worried about this. First, with himself as an exception, whether Orochimaru would walk the original path remained uncertain. At the very least, he would make an effort for that goal, striving to keep the man in the village. Orochimaru's kindness to him was evident, providing materials, providing weapons. Regardless of his motives, Zhenyang had genuinely received these benefits. For this reason alone, Zhenyang would lend him a hand. Not to mention how terrifying Orochimaru, the #1 scientist of the shinobi world, could be. He had helped Danzo transplant Sharingan and implanted Hashirama cells into Yamato. He created mechanical Naruto and the Nine Tails as well as android technology. The most terrifying part is that all these works were created after his defection, meaning he achieved such feats entirely on his own. If the Cloud Village could develop a chakra cannon that supposedly could destroy the moon, then it would not be an exaggeration to say that Orochimaru, backed by Konoha, could use science to reshape the world. That shouldn't be too much to say, right? Moreover, even if he truly couldn't be stopped, someone like Zhenyang would later become Orochimaru's nemesis. After using living corpse reincarnation, the soul would reject the new body to varying degrees, greatly reducing Orochimaru's resistance to Genjutsu. But that was a story for later. Now, hearing Orochimaru's words, Zhenyang's thoughts began to stir. Rasengan. This was the right person to ask. As the jutsu that the protagonist used throughout the series, he not only knew how to develop it, but also how to master it quickly. Balloons and rubber balls. Naruto, with the interference of the Nine Tails chakra, had very weak chakra control, yet he still managed to learn it. For his father, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Previously, Zhenyang had no interaction with Minato Namikaze. He always assumed that even if Minato hadn't developed the Rasengan yet, he would be close to finishing it. But now it turned out that Minato had only just conceived the idea. Thinking more carefully, it made sense. For a shinobi who was a glass cannon, the only ones who could make Minato feel his attacks were lacking were the two human-tailed beasts of the Cloud Village. With this in mind, a plan formed in Zhenyang's mind. Originally, he had planned to use Uchiha Fugaku to establish a connection with Minato in the coming days. Given his status within the clan, that would not be difficult. But now was clearly a better opportunity. Although Zhenyang could develop the Rasengan himself, he lacked wind-release chakra and could only use the most basic version. To use its derived jutsu, he would need to spend a great deal of time studying wind nature transformation, which was far less beneficial than the Chidori series. Since it was useless to him, he might as well do someone a favor. Ninjutsu is extremely important to a shinobi, and connecting through exchanging jutsu is clearly an easier way to build a good relationship. I think one could first concentrate chakra in the hand, letting it flow in irregular directions. Once that is achieved, compress it further using shape transformation to form a chakra sphere the size of one's palm. That should be enough. Estimating the gradually astonished expression on Orochimaru's face, Zhenyang revealed only part of his thought process for developing the Rasengan before decisively falling silent and taking his leave. After all, the Rasengan once developed would be an A-rank jutsu. In the eyes of his counterpart, it was the first time he had seen such a concept. Unveiling all of it at once would be too alarming. To be able to conceive a high-level jutsu just from a few glances would make Zhenyang fear that Orochimaru might succumb to the urge to dissect him. Moreover, he had not forgotten his initial plan to build a good relationship with Minato Namikaze. How does one make friends? By engaging in frequent conversations. By revealing a portion first. Once the other party has pondered it thoroughly, he would naturally reach out again, and at that point the two could smoothly begin to exchange ideas. Compared to spilling everything at once, this approach not only puts the other party in one's debt, but also rapidly fosters friendship. With these foundations laid, when the time came to support the election of the Hokage, aligning with Minato, who harbored no prejudice against the Uchiha, and having a good relationship with Fugaku Uchiha, it would be much easier for Zhenyang to later help his clan bring about change. Returning to his own tent, Zhenyang sat cross-legged and laid out several manuals on the table. They were the 3 jutsu obtained from the war and some cultivation notes he had received from Orochimaru. With the victory on the Cloud Ninja battlefield, this war would mostly enter a prolonged strategic stalemate. The likelihood of large-scale battles erupting would greatly decrease, making it an ideal period for recuperation and maximizing strength improvement. Given that he intended to make good use of this time, gazing at the manuals, Zhenyang contemplated the direction of his future development. Under normal conditions, I already possess strength surpassing that of an average jonin. With all my abilities unleashed, dealing with an elite jonin is within my capability. The Sharingan, the 8 gates, and a few high-level jutsu not yet revealed. These were the sources of his confidence. Such strength already placed him among the high-end combatants in the Third Shinobi War. Apart from the Kaga-level powerhouses at the very top, Zhenyang could say he feared no enemy. Yet to play a sufficient role in the various events to come, frankly, it was still not enough. Although his chakra reserves at the age of 10 had reached the level of a jonin, which seemed substantial and surpassed most of the ninja world in reality, he could not even unleash a single Rasen Shuriken. This was also one reason he had not chosen the Rasengan. Given Naruto's chakra reserves, he could only release it 3 times when he first learned it, showing how demanding the Rasen Shuriken was in terms of chakra. How many Kakashi units would it take to unleash? Only someone like Naruto with a ton of chakra could handle it. The Nine Tails Rampage, which would occur less than a year after the war's end, required Kaga-level strength to participate. However, the gap between Jonin and Kage level normally required a long time to close. If Zhenyang wanted to reach Kage level strength as soon as possible, he would need to approach it from other angles. Compared to ordinary ninja, he was very clear about his advantages: the Sharingan and formidable spiritual power. If he could awaken the Mangekyo, his strength would take a leap, skyrocketing like a roller coaster. But that was not something one could awaken at will. It required reaching a certain threshold. Whether the spirit transformation technique could provide the help he imagined remained to be seen. First, practice the spirit transformation technique, understand it thoroughly, and then make the next move. Zhenyang quickly made up his mind, leaving only one manual on the table. No other reason the Mangekyo was indeed the most convenient and offered the greatest boost to strength. If he could awaken it, most of the problems currently troubling him would be readily solved. Moreover, ask any reincarnated Uchiha who wouldn't want to experience the joy of piloting a giant mecha. The sky had imperceptibly darkened and night began to shroud the Konoha camp. After several hours of reading the manual for the spirit transformation technique, Zhenyang finally finished reviewing it and could begin cultivation. Unlike other jutsu, the first step of the spirit transformation technique was already formidable spirit awakening. It had no concrete cultivation process, only a scant few pieces of experience to reference, relying almost entirely on one's innate talent to sense their own soul. A method that sounded utterly absurd, like a fairy tale to an ordinary ninja, completely baffling. But for Zhenyang it was quite simple. Having experienced reincarnation once and possessing strong spiritual power, he did not spend much time. As if by instinct, he completed the first and most crucial step. After years of life, Zhenyang had accepted that he had come to a peculiar world. Yet at this moment, a brand new perspective unfolded before his eyes. The camp at night seemed exceptionally tranquil. Since a forest lay nearby, faint chirping of insects could still be heard. But now he had no time to appreciate this beautiful scene, his gaze fixed on the patches of light bright and dim below. So this is the spirit transformation. How wondrous. He looked at everything with intense curiosity. Ordinary things from another perspective appeared entirely different. Above the Konoha camp, a spiritual form invisible to all floated in the sky. Zhenyang's soul had left his body. According to the manual, those clusters of light varying in brightness were the souls of others. If one were extinguished, it signified annihilation on the spiritual level, and the person would die at the same instant. An S-rank soul forbidden technique, truly deserving its reputation. But something seemed off. Whether due to the superposition of his past life soul, or the golden finger continually enhancing his spiritual power, Zhenyang's senses became extremely acute in this state. He could even faintly detect the emotional fluctuations of others. For instance, most of the light clusters below currently radiated joy and relaxation, with occasional flickers of tension or turmoil. As for the brightest cluster in the central tent, the emotions it contained were exceedingly complex. Surprise, curiosity, guilt, regret. Such a multitude of emotions appearing simultaneously made it impossible to imagine what that cold-hearted man, who had participated in countless wars, was silently enduring. The will that had never wavered on the surface seemed to be constantly tormented by certain matters. What a brilliant idea. Zhenyang Kuin's mind is truly intriguing. While marveling at Zhenyang's suggestion about the Rasengan, Orochimaru suddenly felt a sensation of being observed. His eyes narrowed immediately. Sensing no anomaly around him, he formed several unusual hand seals, and finally his brow furrowed deeply. Such a familiar feeling. A few seconds later, for the first time, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. This was Nawaki's spirit transformation technique. Unaware that Orochimaru had already sensed his actions, Zhenyang was still immersed in the novelty of using the spirit transformation technique for the first time. Upon completing the initial awakening, he was able to achieve a preliminary separation of his soul from his body. Following the subsequent cultivation steps, this secret technique could be reintroduced into the ninja world. After becoming familiar with the spirit transformation technique, Zhenyang's spiritual form instantly returned to his tent, gazing at his own physical body. He had not forgotten that the original purpose of acquiring the spirit transformation technique was to evolve the Sharingan. The Sharingan was the power inherited by Indra, and by observing it in a spiritual state, one could easily perceive things normally invisible. Gazing into his own eyes, he saw the deep crimson hidden within the pitch-black tomo like black holes, as if they would devour all light, compelling one to sink into their depths. The body produces normal chakra, but the Sharingan transforms it into in-release chakra. Under the enhanced perception of the spiritual form, he could clearly sense the continuous generation of in-release chakra within the channels of the Sharingan. The chakra produced by spiritual energy and physical energy is beneficial to the Sharingan combined with the factors that led to Uchiha Madara's awakening of the Rinnegan. Hashirama Cell's Eternal Mangekyo. The Sharingan is not only about Yin release chakra, it also harbors the mystery of the transformation between Yin and Yang. It seemed he had grasped how to proceed on the path ahead. As his spiritual form returned to his body, Zhenyang slowly opened his eyes, a glint of azure light flashing across them. Feeling his regained control over his body, he recalled the scene he had witnessed, and a pair of three Tomo Sharingan quietly emerged, their Tomo slowly rotating. Concentrating chakra in his eyes, aided by his mental energy, he soon felt a warm, comfortable sensation emanating from his eyes. It really worked. Having sensed activity in his Sharingan, after a long time Zhenyang's spirits were immediately lifted. He could clearly feel his own pupil power, increasing several times more effective than before. In that case, the Mangekyo is not beyond hope. After estimating the progress in his mind, a brilliant smile spread across Zhenyang's face. It seemed there was no need to seek other alternative paths. The Mangekyo he would awaken under these circumstances would undoubtedly possess greater pupil power than normal, and his strength would see an even more significant boost. Since the Mangekyo was assured, he could not afford to neglect other aspects. The progress of the Mangekyo Sharingan would not consume too much of his time. It primarily served as a catalyst, and the rest was merely a matter of waiting. Under these circumstances, Zhenyang had to carefully consider the development of other areas. Putting aside figures like Uchiha Madara, who could still be dealt with by disrupting his plans and preventing his resurrection, the future Nagato was not an opponent to be taken lightly. The power displayed by the six paths of pain, whether in terms of destructive capability or other aspects, clearly surpassed the level of ordinary Kaga level experts by a tier. If one were to classify it, it might be called Super Kaga level. Now that Uchiha Madara was still alive, he could not be resurrected, making it impossible to strike at Nagato. By the time Madara died, the Third Great Ninja War would be nearing its end, and Yahiko would likely have already fallen to Hanzo. Nagato and his companions were several years older than Zhenyang, and with the legendary Rinnegan, it would be extremely difficult to eliminate them preemptively. Relying solely on the power of the Mangekyo would be insufficient to contend with them, so Zhenyang could not afford to slack off. He had to continue striving. Looking at the current strongest Kaga-level ninjas in the ninja world, they all possessed at least 2 or more nature transformations, could simultaneously perform shape and nature transformations, were proficient in a variety of advanced ninjutsu, had secret techniques as their trump cards, and could suppress or even instantly defeat Jonin. This provided a clear direction for Zhenyang's development. The 3 fundamentals of a ninja: ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. For ninjutsu, he could develop the Chidori series along with his clan's fire release, which would suffice for a long time. For taijutsu, maintaining his daily training routine would be enough. The key was genjutsu, which would be his primary means in the future. With the dual enhancement of his mental energy and the Sharingan, even a simple genjutsu would become extraordinarily terrifying in his hands. Most importantly, virtually all powerful ninjas had a set of ninjutsu systems best suited to them, maximizing their combat effectiveness. For example, Orochimaru's snake-based ninjutsu system, Inoki's dust release system, and Minato's flying thunder god system. The same ninjutsu can yield vastly different results in the hands of different individuals, while a powerful ninjutsu does not necessarily make a ninja strong. The flying thunder god was a battlefield harvester in Minato's hands, but in the hands of people like Shirinui Gunma, it could only be used as a teleportation array. This is the reason for building one's own ninjutsu system. Zhenyang's current strength had already reached the Jonin level, and he lacked neither ninjutsu nor secret techniques. To advance further, he needed to master these techniques thoroughly, and then either select or create suitable ones. The direction naturally focused on genjutsu, and with the aid of the overclock stage, Zhenyang could even develop some unique genjutsu of his own. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye over a year had gone by. At the end of the 43rd year of Konoha, the Konoha ninja led by Jiraiya defeated the invading Cloud Ninja at the border of the Land of Fire, bringing the war to a temporary halt. During this period, small-scale skirmishes occasionally broke out, but there was no further trend of full-scale offense, giving Konoha a chance to catch its breath. 8 months later, the battle on the Cloud front reignited. In this campaign, Minato Namikaze encountered the AB combination in the wild, and held his own against the two of them, earning the moniker Yellow Flash throughout the ninja world. At the same time, the Hidden Mist Village suddenly launched an attack, dispatching troops to strike Konoha from the eastern coast. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans detected and intercepted them, requesting reinforcements from the village. In order to decisively repel the Cloud Ninja, Konoha withdrew ninja from Orochimaru's division to provide support. Seeing an opportunity, Inoki launched a fierce offensive on the IWA front. Due to insufficient manpower, the Konoha forces were forced to retreat from the Land of Grass all the way into the Land of Fire within just 5 months, placing the situation in grave danger. Lord Zhenyang, please report to the central tent. Very well, you may leave. Dismissing the shinobi who had come to deliver the message, Zhenyang put away the documents in his hand, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Could the IWA shinobi be launching another attack? At this thought, Zhenyang couldn't help but marvel at the similarity of events. Even with his presence, Konoha was still being pushed to such a dire state by the IWA forces. The reason lay in the sudden involvement of the Kiri shinobi. At this point, Konoha was essentially fighting a 1 versus 4 war. Thus, they had to spread their forces thin along the borders to fend off enemy incursions. Under such circumstances, the most urgent task was to reduce the enemy's numbers. Hence, troops could not be withdrawn from the advantageous front against the Kumo shinobi. Instead, they had to divide their forces to resist. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of IWA, shinobi Zhenyang and his comrades had no choice but to retreat. Fortunately, with his involvement, the situation had not deteriorated into complete passivity, and their casualties were far less severe than in the original timeline. Hurrying to the hastily erected camp, he caught sight of an unexpected figure. A shinobi with a forehead protector and golden hair, none other than the famed yellow flash of the Kumo battlefield, Minato Namikaze. Why was Minato here? Zhenyang was momentarily stunned, then quickly recalled the course of the Third Great Ninja War. The turning point on the IWA front was the Canopy Bridge mission, where Minato's team was ordered to destroy the IWA supply line. It matched the current timeline perfectly. How time flies. Realizing this, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Before he knew it, the war was nearing its end. After the Canopy Bridge operation, the IWA forces would focus their attention on the Third Reikage, and the pressure from the two major ninja villages on Konoha would ease. Once the remaining Suna and Kiri shinobi were dealt with, the Third Great Ninja War would officially conclude. Zhenyang, given the intensity of the IWA offensive, Minato has been dispatched to help share the burden. Your task is to cooperate with Minato's team in carrying out the operation. Seeing Zhenyang's expression, Orochimaru's eyes shifted, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. Minato will fill you in on the specifics. I'm sure you two are already well acquainted, you can have a chat. Having said that, Orochimaru immersed himself in the data spread across the table. The situation on the IWA front was severe, and as the commander-in-chief, his burden was naturally immense, requiring constant vigilance over the IWA movements. As a direct subordinate under Orochimaru, Zhenyang was well aware of this. He gestured for Minato to step outside. Minato, it's a pleasure to meet you in person. I look forward to working with you. Don't worry, I've got your back. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. It was of course a jest. Though this was their first face-to-face meeting, their relationship was actually quite good thanks to the Rasengan. Zhenyang, I truly appreciate your help. Without your guidance, even if I could have developed the Rasengan, it wouldn't have been nearly as swift. Minato scratched his head with a slightly absent-minded look, but the gratitude on his face was unmistakable. The Rasengan was a massive boost to his combat power. Its speed and power completed the final piece of his Flying Thunder God combat style, making him the true Yellow Flash who reaped lives. I only offered a few insights. Besides, you listed me as a co-developer in the report, so I benefited from it as well. Regarding this, Zhenyang had to admit that this fellow was genuinely honest. Simply pointing out the key points in training the Rasengan was a trivial effort for someone who had seen the anime. Yet after completing the development, Minato submitted the technique to the village as a joint creation. This made Zhenyang one of the co-creators of the jutsu. The benefit was that he could now teach this jutsu to others unconditionally. For such a crucial technique, casually teaching it to outsiders was a major taboo. Many shinobi would rather pay a heavy price in other ways to ensure the exclusivity of their techniques. This showed the trust Minato had in him. What's the mission this time? After exchanging pleasantries, Zhenyang steered the conversation to the upcoming task. Though he already had a good idea, he had to ask to maintain appearances. How about that? Minato's smile faded, his expression turning serious. The IWA forces are too numerous. The village cannot spare enough combat power to confront them head-on, so we must strike from another angle. According to intelligence from our spies, the Canopy Bridge serves as their supply relay point. Their successful invasion is largely due to a smooth supply line. Therefore, the village has decided to dispatch shinobi to destroy the bridge and cut off their logistics. As he spoke, a hint of gravity flashed in Minato's eyes. This mission was unlike any previous ones. The Canopy Bridge was a crucial hub on several supply routes, so its defenses would be formidable. Given the current situation, it meant venturing deep into enemy territory alone, which was extremely perilous. Hence, Minato was chosen as the leader for this operation. He had become a top-tier shinobi in the ninja world, and his mobility made him the most suitable candidate for such a mission. This task won't be easy. I'll have to rely heavily on our esteemed Yellow Flash. I suppose the capable one will have to do more work. If that's the case, I'm sure your burden won't be light either, Zhenyang. Seeing Zhenyang's lazy expression, Minato couldn't help but tease. The young man before him was far from the harmless appearance he projected. Since the war began, many prodigies had emerged from Konoha's various battlefields, earning recognition across the ninja world through their outstanding performances. But the most renowned were the twin stars of Konoha. The first was the fearsome Yellow Flash, whose name alone prompted the Kumo shinobi to order unconditional mission abandonment when encountering him alone. The second was the Phantom Sword of the IWA battlefield, Uchiha Zhenyang, who was not yet 13 years old. With his masterful swordsmanship and peerless genjutsu, he was a nightmare for the IWA shinobi. Often still trapped in an illusion, their lives would already be extinguished. He had slain a member of Inoki's personal guard, and several jonin, his strength second only to Kage-level shinobi. Given his age, his eventual ascension to Kage level was almost certain. Thus, together with Minato, they formed the twin stars, the representatives of Konoha's younger generation. Come, let me introduce you to my current students. They are also part of this mission. At the Konoha camp in a clearing, Kakashi, arms crossed, leaned against a tree, his expressionless face fixed on Obito, who was rushing over in a fluster, goggles on. Obito sprinted all the way, though as a newly promoted Chunin, he wasn't winded. He looked at Kakashi and spoke without thinking. I met an old lady on the way who needed help. That excuse never changes. Kakashi stared at him, his dead fish eyes conveying, are you kidding me, as he pointed around. Next time can you come up with a more believable excuse? Where would an old lady be in a place like this? What do you mean by a believable excuse? Obito rebutted instinctively, then his voice trailed off as he realized, his eyebrows knitting together in thought. Got it. I came across an injured person and helped them. After all, I'm going to be Hokage someday. Idiot. Damn you, Kakashi. Seeing them about to quarrel again, Rin stepped in to mediate. Alright, stop arguing. We're on the same team. Minato-sensei isn't here yet, so being late isn't a big deal. Her clear voice instantly calmed Obito down. Honestly, Minato-sensei's words might not have been as effective as Rin's. Hearing this, Kakashi curiously looked around. Minato-sensei was rarely late. Could something have happened? Just as the thought crossed his mind, two figures appeared behind him. Sorry I'm late. I got carried away chatting. It's fine, I just arrived too. Obito scratched the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. Kakashi shot him a look that said, you dare say that, and Obito glared back defiantly. Minato-sensei, what's the mission this time? The diligent student Rin began asking for details. I'll explain on the way, but first I have something important to announce. Minato looked at the two who were like rivals, then produced a special flying thunder god kunai from his hand. Kakashi, from today on you are a Jonin of Konoha, just like me. To improve mission efficiency, I've decided to split into two teams with Kakashi's squad, because Konoha's forces have never been so depleted. If we split up then? Realizing the implication, Obito pointed at Kakashi and asked, didn't we already discuss this, Obito? You still need to give Kakashi a gift. That's right. Kakashi will lead Obito and Rin as a three-man team, while I'll temporarily pair with Zhenyang as a duo. He explained with a smile, handing the item to Kakashi. As for my gift, it's this special kunai. It's a bit heavy, but you'll get used to it, and it'll become very handy. Thank you, sensei. At that moment, Rin also took off her backpack, rummaged inside, and finally pulled out a small medical kit. This is my gift, a personal medical kit. I've modified it for easier use. After accepting both gifts, Kakashi turned to Obito and extended his right hand. What do you mean by this hand? I don't have any gift for you. Obito tried to hide his guilt, forcing a defiant rebuttal. If he admitted he forgot, that guy would surely mock him. He'd have to buy a gift after completing the mission. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Anyway, whatever you give would be useless. Useless things are just burdens. Honestly, it's unbelievable that someone like you became a Jonin. Pointing at Kakashi with his right hand, Obito said angrily, a gift? Forget it. That guy's words were really hurtful. Ever since joining this team, he'd been subjected to the guy's sharp-tongued sarcasm most of the time, and the worst part was that his beloved Rin always hovered around him. This was unbearable. Seeing the scene from the anime unfold before him, Zhenyang couldn't help but chuckle. Minato-sensei, why does Kakashi have to be the squad leader? Can't Zhenyang do it? The laughter caught Obito's attention, and he immediately looked at Minato with a pleading expression. As a fellow Uchiha, he naturally knew Zhenyang, especially since the latter had made a name for himself on the battlefield. However, they rarely interacted. But now, as long as it wasn't Kakashi as the leader, anyone else would be acceptable. No can do. Dismissing Obito's suggestion, Minato looked at Obito seriously and said in a grave tone, this mission is extraordinary. No matter what happens, you must follow Kakashi's orders. Absolutely no acting on your own. Kakashi was the least of his worries. He was a reliable shinobi, especially given the impact of the White Fang's death. He valued missions above all. Rin also followed orders. His only concern was Obito. The mission deep in enemy territory was extremely dangerous, and this time, he couldn't protect the three of them at all times. If anything went wrong, the consequences would be severe. I understand. Having never seen Minato-sensei this serious, Obito realized the importance of the mission and drooped his head in reluctance. Zhenyang never expected that his first meeting with Minato would be to participate in the famous Battle of Canopy Bridge. With the wind howling, the five of them moved swiftly through the forest, heading toward the rear of the IWA ninja. On his left was Rin, and on his right were Obito and Kakashi. Though Obito had become a Chunin, he still had the habit of chattering, especially when Zhenyang was between him and Rin, blocking his view. His resentful gaze kept falling on Zhenyang. Rin had 2 purple paint stripes on her cheeks, and the smile on her delicate face was infectious. No wonder she had the foolish Obito completely smitten. Hey Uchiha, Zhenyang, you bastard, stop staring at Rin-chan. Although he knew how strong the other was, Obito still spoke up after some hesitation. Okay. Without any intention to argue, Zhenyang nodded with a smile, as if soothing a child, making Obito feel like he had punched cotton. This guy was also annoying. Obito, what nonsense are you talking about? Stop talking. We're about to leave the land of fire. Rin, Obito wanted to argue, but seeing Rin's look, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand, indicating he understood. Once they entered the enemy's range, the danger would increase greatly. Obito knew this basic fact. A day later, Minato Namikaze in the lead stopped. The other 4 also halted, warily scanning their surroundings. Alright, from here on we go our separate ways. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, remember to stay alert at all times. Zhenyang, our next task won't be easy. According to the intelligence brought back by Jonin Matsuin, the IWNine, led by Higashi Shibito, are pursuing them relentlessly. In truth, the mission Minato received was not only to cut off supply lines, but also to support a squad besieged by iwaken. Otherwise, there would be no need to split forces. Zhenyang was aware of this, but one thing puzzled him. With your current strength, Minato dealing with a few ninja should be easy enough. In the original story, Minato had effortlessly eliminated 50 iwaken in no time. So why did he require Zhenyang's company? Zhenyang believed Minato would not be unaware of the considerable danger facing Kakashi and the others. Since he insisted on bringing Zhenyang along, there could only be one reason. Something had gone wrong. At my current level, handling dozens, or even 100 ninja is no problem. But the intelligence reports that the iwaken have deployed hundreds of troops. Under such circumstances, even I am stretched thin. That's why I had to request your assistance from Lord Orochimaru. Minato scratched his head with a smile, his casual tone betraying a critical piece of information. Hundreds of ninja. How had their numbers swelled so much? Hearing this, Zhenyang was taken aback. It seems you left a deep impression on the iwaken last time, Zhenyang, which is why they're being so cautious. It took me several years to reach a level where I could command such respect. Good grief, the cause was me. Realizing the implication behind Minato's words, Zhenyang snapped back to attention. On reflection, he had indeed left a lasting mark on the iwaken over the past year. After being promoted to Special Jonin, he was placed directly under Orochimaru's command. As the overall commander, Orochimaru typically remained stationed at the camp unless a large battle broke out. Thus Zhenyang stayed there as well, only to be dispatched to plug gaps wherever the battlefront faltered, earning him the role of a battlefield firefighter. Especially after the Leaf forces were spread thin and fell into a disadvantage, his operations grew increasingly frequent, support cover, and a variety of missions in quick succession. With so many encounters, the iwaken had no choice but to bolster their forces. Under these circumstances, relying solely on Minato would be far from easy. With such numbers, even Minato could not quickly eliminate them using the Flying Thunder God technique alone. His chakra reserves alone would be insufficient for such a sustained drain. Space-time techniques used hundreds of times. Techniques that manipulate space inherently demand immense chakra. Minato Namikaze was a civilian-born ninja, his chakra capacity not as exceptional as that of the Senju or Uzumaki clans. In truth, it was only slightly greater than Zhenyang's current reserves. And that was merely the simplest issue. Having ample chakra did not guarantee the ability to kill. The mental toll was equally significant. The concept of dozens versus hundreds was entirely different. Even slaughtering 100 unyielding pigs would leave one gasping for breath, let alone confronting highly skilled ninja. So do we have some kind of plan? Zhenyang doubted that adding himself to the equation would allow them to defeat hundreds of enemies. After all, his current strength fell short of Minato's, at least for now. Should the two of them be surrounded by an iwaken force, they might hold their ground initially, but once chakra ran low, escape would become their only priority. I've already devised a plan. It's foolproof. Now it's your turn to shine. Minato patted his chest confidently, then looked at Zhenyang with anticipation. He had sought Zhenyang's help not only for his combat prowess, but also for his extraordinary sensory abilities which surpassed even those of the renowned Hyuga clan. I'll give it a try. Keep an eye on our surroundings. Seeing Minato's confidence, Zhenyang said no more. After leaving these words, he activated his secret technique. Spirit transformation technique. Transformed into a spiritual entity, Zhenyang soared into the sky, sending an invisible soul wave radiating in all directions. In this state, his perception was terrifyingly acute. Within the vast detection range, no living creature with a soul could evade his scrutiny. Nothing. That doesn't bode well. Under normal marching speed, the Leaf Ninja should have appeared within his perceptual range. Their absence suggested a change in circumstances. Immediately, Zhenyang began sensing the mental imprints he had planted. Upon locating the nearest souls, he sped toward that direction in his astral form. Once a mental imprint was planted via the spirit transformation technique, regardless of distance or prior knowledge of the target's location, he could reach them as a spirit. To facilitate rapid support, he had left imprints on all Jonin deployed across the IWA battlefield precisely for such emergencies. Captain Yejuan, the iwaken have us surrounded. What do we do now? In the northwest, a Leaf Ninja, his left arm soaked in blood, reported the dire situation to a commander wearing a blue ninja headband and a thick beard. That man was the unit's commander, Matsuin Yejuan. In that case, boom. Before Matsuin Yejuan could finish his sentence, the ground shook violently, forcing him to dodge as countless shards of rock flew past. Hold on just a little longer. Lord Zhenyang and Lord Minato will be here any moment. Seeing the dozens of Leaf Ninja below, most of them wounded, Zhenyang did not hesitate. He clapped his hands together. Spiritual Phantom Mental Manipulation. This was an illusionary technique he had developed, combining the spirit transformation technique with illusionary arts. It allowed him to influence the enemy's mind without entering their bodies. The iwaken, in the midst of their jutsu, suddenly faltered their movements, slowing considerably. I'm so tired. With so many of us, a little slacking off shouldn't hurt, right? Let's take it easy. These pathetic Leaf Ninja. We should toy with them first, let them perish in despair. Why am I so drowsy? Did I stay up too late with Miko yesterday? Various thoughts surfaced in the minds of the iwaken, each different in emotion, but all shared a common outcome. They slowed their offensive pace. Huff. Using this on so many targets at once only allows for a weak alteration, but it should be enough. A trace of fatigue appeared between Zhenyang's brows. He flew toward the other side, briefly placed his hand on the leading ninja, lingered for a moment, then swiftly returned the way he came. The awaken have been affected. Hold on. A sudden voice in his ear along with the replenishment of his nearly depleted chakra filled Naruto eyes with genuine joy. Reinforcements had finally arrived. His earlier words had only been to comfort the troops. He knew Minato and Zhenyang were coming, but he had no idea whether they would arrive in time to save lives or merely to collect corpses. But now it was clearly the former. Having spent so long on the IWA battlefield, he instantly recognized the owner of the voice. 1 minute later, Zhenyang, who had been sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. How is it? Any situation? Shuimin, who had been keeping watch nearby, immediately asked upon seeing this. Northwest direction, the situation is not optimistic. We need to hurry over there. On this side, why haven't we captured these leaf ninjas yet? Dong Siren, a jonin of the Rock Shinobi, was the commander of this unit, tasked with annihilating the leaf. Seeing that his side had not yet eliminated the remnants of the leaf defensive forces after such a long time, he felt a hint of unease. Observing the movements of the surrounding ninjas, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, "Speed up! Leaf reinforcements are coming." At this moment, Dong Siren's face turned extremely grim. If it were anyone else, they might think that their subordinates were slacking off due to days of continuous fighting, but the Rock Shinobi had stumbled many times over this very issue. This was precisely the genjutsu of the Leaf's twin stars illusion, Sword Zhenyang. Through a secret technique, he silently altered everyone's thoughts, causing them to suffer heavy losses without even realizing it. When they first encountered this genjutsu, they had at least 100 more ninjas dead or wounded as a result. Now all signs undoubtedly indicated that the enemy had already discovered their location. They could not delay any longer. Dong Siren's loud roar tightened the minds of many Rock Shinobi, and their attacks intensified once more. At this moment, in the dense forest several hundred meters away. "Shuimin, is this your plan?" Looking at a pile of specially made kunai, Zhenyang cast a suspicious gaze at the ninja in front of him, who was scratching his head and smiling apologetically. He had thought there was already a well-thought-out plan. But now he was told to just charge in directly. A person who looked so gentle and refined. Why was he so impulsive? It's an emergency, isn't it? Actually, there's a fair bit of hope. If we join forces and go all out. After a series of explanations, Zhenyang understood his meaning. In short, it all relied on intimidation. According to Shuimin's description, as long as he threw all these kunai, he could kill dozens of people in a few seconds. For the Rock Shinobi, who had never faced the yellow flash before, this would inevitably damage their morale. Supplemented by Zhenyang's genjutsu influence, there was a high probability that the Rock Shinobi would be frightened into retreating. After all, Shuimin was a main force on the cloud battlefield. Who knew if there were leaf troops rushing to the scene? Alright, let's give it a try. There was no other choice. Upon careful consideration, this was indeed the best option available. Moreover, he as a butterfly had already caused changes to this war. The original Rock Pursuit force had expanded several times. Matsu and Yejuan and others were not reduced to only 4 survivors as in the original story. Instead, there were still dozens of them, though they were still surrounded. Under these circumstances, to save them, they had to make the rock retreat. If Shuimin used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport people away, not to mention whether they could withstand the rock's assault, just in terms of consumption, it would probably drain Shuimin dry and still not finish the job. We have to go all out. Zhenyang picked up several specially made kunai at once and hurled them with extreme speed. A large number of kunai flew rapidly toward the direction of the Rock Shinobi. The chaotic kunai collided with each other in midair, landing precisely at various positions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, a yellow flash streaked through the rock crowd. Each flicker claimed a life. Whether Chunin or Jonin, they all seemed powerless before him. Yellow flash. The Rock Shinobi were greatly alarmed. Watching their own numbers dwindle, Dong Siren's eyes flashed with solemnity. Group up and defend. Don't give Minato Namikaze any opening. Although they didn't know why the yellow flash, who should have been on the cloud battlefield, had appeared here, the Rock Shinobi had studied his attack methods. A few ninjas stood back to back in defense. While it might not completely resist his assault, it would at least make it harder for him to slaughter them. There was no countermeasure. This was the helplessness of the current ninja world when facing this spatial ninja. With the Flying Thunder God technique in hand, he was in an invincible position. Undefeated among equals, invincible against the weak. The only way to restrict him was to put leaf ninjas in danger, forcing him not to flee, and then wear him down with human lives. Hearing the command, the Rock Shinobi immediately gathered together, observing the surrounding movements. At this moment, a scream from the edge of the battlefield drew the attention of many rock ninjas. Illusion sword-style flash. Several afterimages appeared, and a bloodstain instantly appeared on the necks of several rock ninjas. They fell to the ground with incredulous expressions. A fan-shaped outfit, Crimson 3 Tomo. These obvious features prove the identity of the newcomer, Uchiha Zhenyang. In the battles against Leaf, it was this man who repeatedly thwarted their plans. Correspondingly, it indicated his formidable strength. Often he would cause people to sink into illusions without warning. Such an experience brought an impact to the Rock Shinobi that was no less than the yellow flash, and even surpassed it. because facing illusion sword Zhenyang sometimes, they didn't even know how they died. Crackling. The Kusanagi sword in Zhenyang's hand was covered with lightning nature chakra. Clearly visible was the interwoven arcs of electricity on the blade. He instantly vanished from his spot and reappeared beside a rock ninja. The Kusanagi sword wrapped in lightning suddenly slashed forward. The speed of this strike was incredibly swift, so fast that the rock ninja couldn't even see the trajectory. The chakra-filled slash brutally cleaved him in two. Immediately after, Zhenyang charged into the rock army with his lightning blade, the three tomo in his eyes constantly spinning. His entire body turned into a blue light darting through the battlefield. Nearby ninjas tried to use ninjutsu to stop Zhenyang's movements, but they couldn't keep up with his speed and all missed. Not far away, Zhenyang's figure appeared again beside a rock jonin and swung his sword. Chi. The rock jonin was split in two, but no blood flowed out. Instead, he turned into two smooth stones. Dozens of meters away, the jonin's form reappeared, a hint of panic in his eyes. He quickly formed hand seals, but the next moment a pair of spinning Sharingan suddenly appeared before him. You? The rock jonin instantly froze on the spot, and the nearly completed ninjutsu motion also solidified. He had barely uttered a word when a bloodline appeared between his shoulder and waist. Then blood gushed out, his body broke into two pieces and fell to the ground, and his consciousness sank into darkness. Master Yimu, how is that possible? Jiang Yuanya, the very IWA jonin who had just been struck down. He had earned considerable renown among the rock shinobi for his formidable skills and prowess. Yet such a ninja had been slain before their very eyes, barely putting up a fight. Even a seasoned ninja of considerable repute in the ninja world had fallen to Uchiha Zhenyang's hand. What chance did they stand? As blood still gushed from the corpse, Jiang Yuanya's death visibly rattled the surrounding IWA ninja. Combined with a subtle ripple of spiritual energy spreading unseen, a portion of them began to lose their fighting spirit, retreating step by step, with cold sweat beading on their brows. Without pausing, Zhenyang moved again, unleashing a rapid succession of techniques, without holding back, throwing many of the IWA ninja into disarray. At that moment, Mimura Hagaki, who had been informed of the impending reinforcements, seized the opportunity and led the remaining Konoha forces towards Zhenyang. Lord Higashibito, what should we do? A nearby IWA ninja inquired. Watching the yellow and blue figures dashing across the battlefield, Higashibito's expression darkened. As a jonin elite of Awakens and the commander of this operation, he could tell that both Zhenyang and the other were fighting at their absolute peak. It might seem the IWA ninja were temporarily powerless against them, but he knew this situation wouldn't last. Soon their chakra would run dry, placing them firmly at a disadvantage. However, Higashibito's thoughts ran deeper than that. First, stopping Minato and the other was impossible. With the Flying Thunder God technique at their disposal, based on the intelligence reports, escaping with several people would be a simple matter. If Minato, Namikaze, and the other were merely putting up a bluff, he doubted they would be foolish enough to stay and die if things went truly south. In other words, the maximum gains they could achieve would be at best the lives of a few dozen Konoha ninja. But allowing these two to continue their slaughter would undoubtedly cost the IWA forces far more heavily. It wasn't a worthwhile trade. Secondly, if Konoha's reinforcements did arrive, say Minato, Namikaze bringing a contingent from the cloud battlefield, the tide of this battle could shift dramatically. Especially after the recent heavy losses Konoha inflicted on the cloud forces, it was uncertain whether Konoha, holding the advantage there, would choose to do exactly that. Retreat. They got lucky this time. After weighing the pros and cons, Higashibito decided against continuing this futile engagement. Eliminating this Konoha unit would lead to even greater casualties for their own forces, potentially suffering a crippling blow. It was a battle they couldn't win. Under such circumstances, a desperate fight offered no advantages and would only tarnish his standing within the village. Calling a halt was the surest way to cut their losses. Seek no merit, but avoid blame. Having reached his current position, Higashibito knew this principle well. One great achievement wouldn't elevate him further, but a single grave error would be enough to bring him down. Moreover, his analysis showed there was no merit to be gained here, a losing proposition by any measure. Who would be willing to take that risk? Higashibito's orders were quickly relayed to the IWA forces. Already shaken by the slaughter, they had no objections and immediately began to retreat. The gamble paid off. Pulling his blade from the chest of an IWA ninja, Zhenyang observed his surroundings and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Though he had been confident in the odds, it wasn't until he saw the IWA forces retreating that the tension truly eased from his heart. The main issue was facing several hundred enemies with just 2 people, a daunting disparity. If they had encountered a stubborn commander, they would have had to consider fleeing. Despite appearing unstoppable on the battlefield moments ago, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Impressive. Paid for with chakra. Kusanagi sword still crackling with lightning, Zhenyang watched the departing IWA shinobi with an icy expression. Only after they had left his sensory range did he plunge the sword into the ground and sit down to rest, his gaze casually sweeping over a certain spot, a subtle glint flickering in his eyes. Inside a dark, secluded cave, an aged figure in a deep-colored robe sat upon a stone chair. Behind him loomed a colossal stone statue connected to the old man's back by several tubes. Madara-sama, the boy you've set your sights on might be troublesome. Konoha's phantom sword Zhenyang and the yellow flash have driven off the IWA forces. They will likely head for support immediately. A bizarre figure resembling a pitcher plant appeared, and the information it conveyed caused the old man to open his eyes. This was Uchiha Madara, who now relied on the demonic statue of the outer path to sustain his life. Gray hair, a face etched with wrinkles. All signs that this legendary shinobi was well advanced in years. Yet a fierce aura still lingered in those scarlet eyes. IWA. That boy Inoki truly hasn't improved. The disruption concerning his chosen pawn made Madara frown. His time was running out. Uchiha Obito was the perfect pawn selected from the Uchiha clan, the one to execute his will after his death and the key to his eventual resurrection. Why not choose Uchiha Zhenyang instead? Wouldn't he be more useful to our plans? Compared to him, this child who hasn't even awakened his Sharingan seems to have no talent at all, doesn't he? Hearing Zetsu's puzzled question, Madara shook his head. The root of the Uchiha's power lies in this eye, the mirror of the heart. The purer the soul, the easier it is to obtain immense strength. And also the easier they are to control. Having survived from the Warring States period to the present day and pushed his Sharingan to its absolute limit, Madara possessed an intimate understanding of the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai. Along with the growth of this eye, he too had become utterly alone. Go and add fuel to the Iwa's fire. Be careful not to let those other two die. They are the key to Obito's awakening later. Understood. The pitcher plant figure melted into the ground, and Uchiha Madara closed his eyes to rest once more. The moon's eye. At the canopy bridge. Summoning jutsu. As the smoke cleared, a dog wearing a blue forehead protector and matching attire appeared before Kakashi and his two comrades, looking somewhat bewildered, as if just awakened from sleep. Long time no see, Pakin. Oh, it's Rin. Want to touch my paw pads? They're super soft. The ninja hound Pakin leaped onto a rock, speaking while his nose began to twitch. So many unfamiliar scents. Where are you folks right now? Pakin, ahead lies the IWN's logistics supply depot. Go scout out the approximate number of personnel there. Understood. Leave it to me. This request immediately made Pakin grow serious, and after a few bounds he vanished from sight. Kakashi and his two comrades each drew their weapons, advancing cautiously forward. So Konoha did send someone, but are three brats a bit of an insult? In a corner unseen by Kakashi and the others, Oishi and Idalian Jonin wore a playful smile, raising two fingers of his right hand. Secret jutsu camouflage concealment technique. As his chakra circulated, Oishi's figure gradually turned transparent. Damn, Pakin's summoning was cancelled. Kakashi, leading the group, felt a chill run down his spine. A summoned beast voluntarily cancelling the summoning means it encountered a danger it couldn't resist. If that's the case, they've likely been discovered too. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Looking up, a barrage of bamboo spears came hurtling down at the trio, their angled tips glinting ominously. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Seeing this, Obito quickly formed hand seals and spat out a fireball to intercept them. The bamboo spears collided with the flames, splashing into the river before them, kicking up a spray of water. At that moment, the IWN Jonin Hikari revealed himself, charging straight at the trio. The next second, Kakashi drew his short sword White Fang and clashed with him, maneuvering through the dense forest as the ring of steel echoed repeatedly. While the two were locked in battle, Rin suddenly let out a scream from behind. Turning around, they saw her captured in the grasp of an IWN, appearing to have already lost consciousness. Rin. Before Kakashi and Obito could react, Oishi and Hikari had vanished. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are scum. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Since we're both scum, then I'll break the rules. And if anyone says that makes me less of a ninja, then I'll crush those so-called ninjas. After that classic confrontation between Kakashi and Obito, the two headed towards the canopy bridge, preparing to rescue Rin. On the front lines, Shinyo and Minato were leading the remaining ninja forces towards the Land of Fire's border. These Konoha ninja were almost all wounded, and after the consecutive battles their stamina was nearly depleted. If they were to return alone, they would likely be picked off by IWN en route. Shinyo, once we get past this stretch, the chance of encountering IWN drops significantly. Then I'll head off to support Kakashi and the others. I'll leave the task of safely escorting Jonin Mimura and the rest back to you. To conserve energy, Shinyo didn't speak, just nodded in understanding. They hadn't reached safety yet, and every bit of stamina was precious. Thinking about it, in the original story, without his involvement, both of these missions were essentially accomplished single-handedly by Minato. Minato sending 3 genin to cut off the supply line seemed a bit unrealistic, honestly, given the sheer disparity in strength between the two sides. As the IWN's vital logistics line, the canopy bridge would be heavily guarded. Also, Kakashi's promotion to Jonin was timed suspiciously, happening to occur on the very day of the mission. This couldn't help but make one wonder, why was he promoted at this specific time? Because Minato had to go on a support mission, Kakashi's team faced the issue of who would be the commander. A Jonin is required to lead a squad, hence Kakashi was hastily promoted. Although Kakashi was a renowned prodigy in Konoha, his track record still showed a gap compared to a true Jonin. He had fought against 3 IWN Jonin, and it was always a close call. He barely avoided being killed by Mihiru, was forced into a defensive stance by Oishi's camouflage technique, and had his White Fang short sword shattered by Hikari, only turning the tables with his Sharingan and Chidori. The one who truly completed both the Canopy Bridge battle and the frontline support mission was Minato himself. First, he took out 50 IWNE in one battle, then immediately turned back to rescue Team Kakashi and wipe out the enemies at the bridge. To put it bluntly, Minato never actually expected Team Kakashi to complete the mission. Their real task was to serve as beacons for the Flying Thunder God technique. With those coordinates, Minato could traverse the distance in an instant, leaving the IWNE no time to regroup. But who knows if Minato can save Obito this time around? Things have changed. Probably not. Compared to the original script, Minato was spending more time this time, making it nearly impossible to arrive before something happens to Obito. Shinyo had actually contemplated whether or not to save Obito. If he did, the ripples would be immense. First, Madara Uchiha would definitely seek out another Uchiha. He was on his last legs and needed a pawn urgently, or his Moon Eye plan would face a huge obstacle. In that case, even if Shinyo saved Obito, someone else, maybe Obito, would take his place. He couldn't guarantee that every Uchiha would be kept from falling into Madara's hands. If Madara were to target him instead, that could be a fast track to power. Feeling the potent energy in his eyes, Shinyo couldn't help but smirk. He was getting closer to the Mangekyo. If he could get his hands on some Hashirama cells, learn a few forbidden techniques, or Inyang release, then after Madara died, and he awakened the Mangekyo, he could catch Black Zetsu off guard and seal him away. Then, using the small toad he'd contracted with during their spiral sphere discussion, he could summon Minato and Kushina to let Black Zetsu experience the most unbreakable sealing jutsu in the ninja world. That would be the perfect script. Without all that mess, the subsequent events would never happen. He could just train peacefully until invincible, and this world would become a slice of life story for him. But the chances were Madara wouldn't pick him. He needed someone pure-hearted, kind, and easy to fool. Someone gullible. Considering that it was actually better for Shinyo if Obito was the pawn. Kamui was indeed incredibly strong, sometimes feeling more broken than the Rinnegan. But after Obito gave one eye to Kakashi, he only had one Mangekyo left. His remaining right eye specialized in shifting his body or parts of it to another dimension, as well as anything he touched. It was more defense-oriented compared to the Sharingan in Kakashi's possession. The threat wasn't as huge as one might imagine. He wouldn't need to wait for the Ninetales incident. His Mangekyo should be awakening soon. With his knowledge, Shinyo could easily catch Obito off guard with a Genjutsu, unleash a full combo, and take him out without even giving him a chance to use his Anaji. When it came to ocular prowess, he had never feared anyone with a Sharingan of the same level. He wasn't worried about Obito resisting Genjutsu. Compared to other Uchiha whose Mangekyo abilities were unknown and required testing, Shinyo preferred dealing with someone he knew inside and out. Besides, he was merely an acquaintance of Obito. A simple favor was fine, but bearing a heavy cost to save a stranger didn't sit right with him. However, Shinyo now realized there might be a better way to handle this. A dozen hours earlier during their journey, after leaving the borders of the Land of Fire, the number of IWA shinobi instantly multiplied several-fold. Zhenyang and his companions would occasionally encounter an IWA squad. Just moments ago, another squad had set their sights on them. Is she dead? Gazing at the IWA, Kunoichi, lying motionless on the ground, her chest drenched in blood, a flicker of complex emotion passed through Obito's eyes. With injuries like these, any normal person would die. Zhenyang withdrew his Kusanagi blade, another surge of blood spilling forth. The girl's entire upper body was soaked in crimson, and the soil beneath her had turned a dark red. Upon seeing this, Obito remained silent for a long while. Finally, he formed hand signs, and a massive fireball consumed the IWA Kunoichi's body entirely. As a shinobi, you should understand that when it comes to enemy ninja with special abilities, their corpses should be collected and handed over to specialized ninja for research. It aids in deciphering enemy village techniques. This is village policy. Zhenyang didn't stop Obito, only reminding him aloud, his gaze curious. This IWA Kunoichi possessed a secret technique of invisibility. If he wasn't mistaken, she was closely connected to the IWA Jonin Anoki's subordinate, perhaps even related to a specific spy network. Yet mere physical invisibility was useless against Zhenyang. Under his sensory perception, the girl approached openly. Just as she prepared to strike, he thrust his blade forward, impaling her clean through. Uchiha Zhenyang, do you think we're going to die? His low words reached Zhenyang's ears, making him understand why Obito had acted this way. It was a reaction to the scene before him. A common sight on the battlefield was the loss of life, coupled with one's own precarious existence on the edge of life and death. It was easy to stir such profound reflections. Death is, after all, an unavoidable question, especially when one realizes they are not special, but merely one among countless ordinary shinobi. At such times, doubt creeps into the heart. If one overcomes it, they will become stronger. If not, their career as a shinobi effectively reaches its ceiling. Many have even chosen to abandon the path altogether. Me? I'm not entirely sure. But you most likely will die. You mean to say you'll live forever? Even if you are stronger than me, now don't talk nonsense, alright? Obito shot back, feeling his mood lighten a little. I just can't understand why we must wage such brutal wars. Isn't it better to grow up happily with our comrades? Continuing to fight will only make everything worse. The boy, seemingly protected by his goggles, still held the light of idealism in his eyes and a soft, sensitive heart. Even for an enemy shinobi, he could muster sympathy. However, Zhenyang didn't quite agree with this kind of kindness. Overflowing compassion can sometimes become a blade that hurts those closest to you. Zhenyang never prided himself on kindness, On the contrary, he constantly reminded himself to be ruthless. His gentleness was reserved for family and friends. When facing enemies, he was nothing but cold and merciless. If one day you find that the most important thing in your heart is lost, perhaps you will become even more cruel. Listening to Obito's somber reflection, Zhenyang stared at him with a meaningful look. Obito stole a glance at Rin, who was in the distance. He opened his mouth to speak, but found no words. He shook his head vigorously, trying to banish the images forming in his mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It seemed like self-reassurance, yet also a deeply held belief. Obito's tone was exceptionally firm. I will become Hokage, and then I will end the war. I will bring peace to the world. I hate to interrupt, but don't you think that's a bit idealistic? Have you ever thought of any concrete effective actions? Or rather, what would you do if you were truly faced with such a situation and were powerless to change it? In the past, when Obito made such declarations, Rin and Minato would always encourage him. Even Kakashi's indifferent reaction was attributed to his personality. However, Zhenyang's words struck his heart like a sharp sword, causing confusion to cloud his features. Right. What would he do if Rin were to die? Obito dared not even think about it. Whenever such a thought surfaced, the only way to escape reality and comfort himself was the idea of becoming a powerful ninja in the future, strong enough to protect her. But the unavoidable fact was that it would be a long transitional period. Knowing himself all too well, Obito was aware that with his displayed talent, achieving this would be extremely difficult. What should I do? Failing to find an answer, Obito could only look at the man before him with pleading eyes. Uchiha Zhenyang was the strongest of the younger generation in the clan. In 2 more years, he might even be considered the strongest in the entire Uchiha clan. He would surely know what to do. Given your current state, the only way to quickly become stronger is to unlock the ultimate power of the Uchiha. Ultimate power. Seeing Obito's bewildered expression, Zhenyang smiled and revealed the Uchiha clan's secret. After all, Obito would come to know this anyway after being saved by Madara. He was merely telling him ahead of time. The most important part was to reveal its flaws. After the Sharingan reaches 3 Tomo, it can evolve once more into the Mangekyo Sharingan, granting instantaneous power rivaling that of a Kage-level shinobi. The price for this evolution is losing what you cherish most. Hearing the first part, Obito's eyes gradually lit up, his face a mix of surprise and joy. But the latter part plunged him into anger, and he immediately shouted, "What kind of power is that? What's the use of gaining power by throwing everything away? I'd rather not have such power." "Obito, what are you two talking about?" Minato and the others, who had been clearing out the remaining IWA shinobi, approached. Seeing Obito and Zhenyang seemingly deep in conversation, Rin asked curiously. Nothing much." Looking at Rin and again imagining that terrifying scenario, Obito turned his head away awkwardly. "Really? Obito has been acting strange today." Rin's face showed a puzzled expression. "This doesn't seem like nothing's wrong. This guy was just feeling embarrassed. He was asking me about Uchiha Jutsu, said he wanted to protect someone he likes." Zhenyang covered for Obito, adding a little nudge along the way, and sensed the other's gratitude. "Oh, I see." Since they were both from the Uchiha clan, discussing jutsu was perfectly reasonable. Rin harbored no suspicion. After hearing the latter part, she blushed slightly, glanced sideways at the aloof boy Kakashi, and then looked away. "Seems like you still have a long way to go, kid. If you ever truly find yourself in that situation, find a quiet place and think it over carefully. Listen to what your heart tells you." Zhenyang patted Obito's shoulder, leaving a few words in his ear. Then he walked over to Kakashi, said something unknown, and patted him as well. With the IWA squad dealt with, the group resumed their journey. Thump, thump, thump. As footsteps echoed around them, Kakashi and Dai-2 vigilantly observed their surroundings. Taking advantage of a moment when Dai-2 was distracted, the concealed Sure suddenly appeared behind him and swung his blade down. Kakashi, turning belatedly, Dai-2 felt a few drops of warm liquid splash onto his face. Almost instinctively, he touched his face, his hand coming away stained with vivid red. Looking ahead, he saw a gash of blood at Kakashi's left eye and quickly rushed to support him. To shield him from the rock shinobi's attack, Kakashi's eye had been blinded. Beneath his goggles, tears welled involuntarily in Dai-2's eyes. He stood up slowly, frozen in place. The Sure of the rock shinobi, seeing this, showed no mercy and concealed himself again to strike from behind. Just as his second sneak attack was about to succeed, Dai-2 suddenly spun around and thrust a kunai into his chest. Impossible. The searing pain in his heart forced the taciturn rock shinobi to reveal himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. Looking down, he saw 2 tomos slowly emerging in the eyes of the person before him. So that's how it is. I was careless. With his doubts resolved, Sure fell dead. The medical kit Lin had given earlier came in handy. After simple treatment, the two made their way to the cave where Lin was being held. Then Kakashi and Dai-2 teamed up to fight the rock-hidden village Jonin Hogwang. With Kakashi and Dai-2, who had awakened 2 Tomo, working together, even the experienced Jonin was defeated after a fierce battle. Just as they were celebrating rescuing Lin, the ground suddenly shook violently. Earth-style rock avalanche. Hogwang, whom they thought dead, had somehow risen and used a jutsu to collapse the cave. Looks like I didn't need to intervene after all. But Wufeng Shumen's flying thunder god is too unpredictable, so just to be safe. In a hidden corner, Ju was watching the commotion in the cave, his hand pressed against the ground. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who was running alongside Dai-2, suddenly slipped. When the cave settled again, the classic scene had already unfolded. Kakashi, I didn't have a gift for you, did I? I've thought of what to give you. Don't worry, it's not useless. I'm giving you the Sharingan. Boom. 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 Shortly after Kakashi went out to fight, the rocks around them began to tremble again. Now only Dai-Tu and Lin remained in the cave. Lin. What's wrong, Dai-Tu? Hearing the sobbing beside him, Dai-Tu felt a surge of impulse to confess his feelings, but in the end he suppressed it. You and Kakashi must live on. Go now. Forget it. In this state, I would only trouble Lin. Maybe they are the ones meant for each other. After all, I finally managed to get along with that guy Kakashi. In the end, I never confessed to Lin. A few seconds later, the left half of Dai-Tu's body, which still had sensation, was crushed by a rock and his consciousness fell into darkness. Bring him back, and the mission is complete. Below the rocks, Dai-Tu was silently taken away by Ju, unnoticed by any of the ninjas present. Zhenyang, if it weren't for you and Shuman-sama, we would have died in battle. If there's anything you need in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Meitsu and Yejuan looked at the Konoha camp, not far away, his face beaming with joy. The thrill of escaping death was almost overwhelming. Uncle Yejuan, you're too kind. Providing support is our duty as Konoha ninjas. Besides, you taught me so much back in the grass country. I feel I still owe you too much. Kid, you're not like a typical Uchiha at all. Leave the hand over to me. You go straight back and rest. Alright, thanks, uncle. Without much protest, Zhenyang left the team upon entering the camp and headed straight to his quarters. The battle with the rock shinobi had drained him significantly. With little rest afterward, he had led dozens of people back from the front lines. Even with his strong mental fortitude, he felt overwhelmed by fatigue. But upon entering the tent, Zhenyang did not rest immediately. Instead, he formed hand seals, then took out several chakra paper tags from his ninja tool pouch and placed them around. Sky covering barrier. A barrier wall materialized within the tent, then quickly turned transparent. Having followed Deshuin for so long, he had learned many miscellaneous techniques. Quite useful, he had to admit. Take this sky covering barrier for instance. It uses chakra paper tags to create a barrier that protects those inside. The chakra paper tags are special ninja tools similar to explosive tags, except they store chakra. Deshuin had developed them, but they were more limited in use and not as widespread as explosive tags. After preparations, Zhenyang performed the spirit transformation technique. Not to go anywhere, but to observe changes. By his estimation, Dai-Tu should have been buried by now. The moment he became a spirit, he sensed the condition of 3 souls from the direction of the grass country. One was radiantly bright, another slightly dim, and the last nearly extinguished. It seemed everything was proceeding as anticipated. Among the Konoha ninjas currently in the grass country, only the members of the Minato squad remained. Apart from Lin, Zhenyang had planted soul marks on the other 3. Wolfing Schumann's mark was planted with his knowledge and consent, the most normal one. With the mark, Zhenyang could provide long-distance support and more. Schumann, who had already entered Konoha's core circle, was fully aware of this. As for Dai-Tu and Kakashi, their marks were left during physical contact on the journey. These were crucial for his later plans. With the overclock state, a skill akin to sudden enlightenment, and the forbidden technique master Deshuin generously imparting his knowledge, Zhenyang's progress over the past year had been tremendous. This was reflected not only in the immediate increase in combat power, but also in his mastery and development of numerous bizarre secret arts. He was gradually becoming a ninja like Dashawan with a multitude of tricks that made enemies wary. For example, the mark originally used only for positioning and sensing had been developed to the point where, by leaving a portion of spiritual energy, he could release Genjutsu or inflict direct damage when needed. The battle on the rock shinobi front should be over now. Next are the sand shinobi and mist shinobi. Given the current state of the sand shinobi, they'll likely surrender. That leaves only the mist shinobi to deal with. The main force on the mist shinobi front is the Uchiha clan. It seems I'll have to go there as well to handle the follow-up matters. Zhenyang, are you ready to return to the village? Orochimaru felt a momentary daze as he looked at the Zhenyang before him. Over the past year or more, this Uchiha prodigy had become his right-hand man, more like a disciple than a formal student, to the extent that even Enko, his true apprentice, had never received such treatment. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Now that the Iwnin are unlikely to start another war and my clan is locked in fierce battle with the Kirinin, I intend to go to the Mist battlefield to provide support. Several days had passed since the Battle of the Canopy Bridge. With their supply lines cut, the Iwnin ceased their advance and began a large-scale retreat. The Konoha ninja in the camp were all bewildered, but Zhenyang understood the situation. Inoki was likely planning to launch a surprise attack on the Kimonin. Moreover, seeing that Orochimaru showed no surprise, it seemed that Konoha was also involved. Alright, in that case you can return to the village with Minato's squad. It's truly hard to let go of a genius like you, Zhenyang. The jutsu you taught me already has some ideas for improvement. I believe there will be significant progress by the next time we meet. Oh, what an unexpected surprise. Mastering the spirit transformation technique has indeed proven beneficial for research on the soul. Then I shall await good news. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, an unmistakable fervor glinting within them. That technique involved the connection and transformation between spiritual and physical power. If it could be successfully improved, the secret art of immortality he envisioned would finally have hope. By the way, Zhenyang, who do you think will become the 4th Hokage? As Zhenyang was about to leave the tent, Orochimaru's hoarse voice came from behind, once more carrying a meaningful undertone. The clan's opinion is to support Minato Namikaze as the fourth Hokage. Pausing in his steps, Zhenyang did not hide the Uchiha clan's inclination from Orochimaru. He had already conveyed the pros and cons to his uncle Uchiha Kawa shortly after befriending Minato. Moreover, the current clan head Fugaku shared the same plan, so the Uchiha clan had reached a consensus long ago. Are you not afraid that revealing this so bluntly to me might affect the election outcome? As he spoke, Orochimaru licked his lips and looked over with keen interest. I'm not worried about that. A person of your character, Lord Orochimaru, would never stoop to such measures. Moreover, with the military achievements and connections you've built in two great ninja wars, the odds of becoming Hokage are undoubtedly greater for you. Then why do you choose Minato Zhenyang? These words piqued Orochimaru's curiosity. Over the past year of teaching and mentoring, their relationship had become one of both teacher and friend. He had originally thought Zhenyang would remain neutral, but the earlier statement indicated support for Minato Namikaze. Orochimaru knew Zhenyang's character well. Since he had made this choice, the only possibility was that in Zhenyang's eyes Orochimaru had no chance of winning. Because I believe Lord Orochimaru has no chance of becoming Hokage. The moment the thought emerged, Zhenyang's reply followed. Although on the surface you seem to have the advantage, you've overlooked a key factor. Or perhaps you're unwilling to believe it. Konoha's higher-ups do not want you to become the fourth Hokage. Hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils constricted, and the smile on his face gradually faded. There was a hint of disdain, but beneath it lay resentment. You must admit that the current generation of leadership has become corrupt, indulging in power. They do not want to see a figure with real authority take their place, including your teacher, the third Hokage. The political capital and faction you gained from the two wars have instead become obstacles. Moreover, there are rats hiding underground still dreaming. In contrast, Minato Namikaze, who emerged only in the past 2 years, has a weak foundation and is the most suitable candidate in their eyes. The information you possess, Zhenyang, is somewhat beyond my expectations. Are you saying this to make me give up the position of Hokage? After being bluntly told of the predicament, he faced Orochimaru's expression actually improved slightly. He was curious to see how the other would persuade him to abandon that seat of power. Although the position of Hokage was not of utmost importance, it would greatly aid his research. Lord Orochimaru, don't you think there are things more interesting than the Hokage's seat? For instance, helping Konoha eradicate the corrupt roots, or ensuring the third Hokage maintains his glorious image. Haha, interesting, truly interesting. Hearing this, Orochimaru was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, his gaze burning as he looked at Zhenyang. There were too many surprises today. Then I shall await good news from you, Zhenyang. After a long while, Zhenyang finally emerged from Orochimaru's tent and set off on the journey back to the village with the waiting Minato's squad. Along the way, the team, missing one member, was no longer as lively as before. Everyone traveled in silence. Truly, fate played its tricks. The Yellow Flash, renowned as the fastest in the ninja world, was late only twice in his life, once to rescue Obito, and the other to save Kushina during the Ninetales rampage. Yet both of those rare latenesses came at a terrible cost. The three were in low spirits, so Zhenyang naturally spoke little. Thus they returned to the village they had left nearly 2 years ago. Big brother. In front of a house in the Uchiha clan compound, 5-year-old Shursui Uchiha spotted the suddenly appearing figure and cried out in surprise, running over at full speed. Little Shursui, since when did you start acting like a grown-up? Seeing the little one stop in front of him hesitating, Zhenyang patted his head, pulled him into a hug, and vigorously ruffled his hair. Shursui tried to push Zhenyang away, but without much strength, and then pretended to give up helplessly. Truly the Uchiha clan's hereditary Sundra trait. I'll go tell Mom the good news. Big brother, remember to come over for dinner later. After chatting with little Shursui for a while, Zhenyang walked into his own home, and a familiar feeling washed over him. Home is truly the best. As soon as he returned home, he felt an extraordinary sense of peace. A feeling he never had outside, especially on the battlefield where he had to stay alert at all times. The room was very clean, clearly frequently tidied. It must have been his aunt Uchiha Yanghua, who lived alone at home. Placing the Kusanagi blade on the sword rack on the wall, Zhenyang took a bath and changed into the classic Uchiha attire before heading next door. Big brother, tell me about your experiences on the battlefield. Everyone says you're the greatest genius in the clan. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing the news, Uchiha Yanghua had prepared a lavish feast to welcome Zhenyang home. But no sooner had he sat down than the little one leaned in, his eyes full of curiosity and adoration. This was his big brother. Shursui, don't cause trouble. Your brother just returned. Normally, Uchiha Yanghua wouldn't say much about such behavior and would even welcome it, as with Zhenyang's guidance, Shursui could grow even better. However, since he hadn't been back in nearly 2 years, the most important thing now was for everyone to enjoy a peaceful meal together. It's fine, Auntie. Shursui is still young, it's natural for him to be curious about these things. Seeing Shursui instinctively lean closer to his side, Zhenyang gently protected his younger brother, then deliberately downplayed the topic by sharing some amusing anecdotes from the battlefield, making the little one burst into laughter. This was no longer the Warring States period. At 5 years old, it was still too early to be exposed to such weighty matters. It was better to grow and learn in peace. Without a proper understanding of the world, suddenly encountering such things could easily drive one to extremes. Yes, that means Uchiha Itachi. To go so far as to slaughter his entire clan for the sake of the village, including his own parents who willingly offered their necks, was something Zhenyang could never accept no matter the justification. Especially since Uchiha Fugaku and his wife had always shown Itachi great care. Shursue, remember this. Always protect mom and dad. They are the ones who love you most in this world. With this thought, Zhenyang spoke earnestly. I'll protect not only mom and dad, but also brother. Shursue didn't quite understand the meaning behind the words, but quickly assumed a serious grown-up expression and declared loudly. Our Shursue is the most capable. Combined with his youthful face, it created an oddly adorable contrast that made both Zhenyang and Yanghua unable to hold back their laughter. Auntie, since Shursue has just begun his training, let me teach him during this time. Sensing the chakra fluctuations within Shursue's body, Zhenyang realized that he had already undergone some training. This was a common practice in prominent clans. With abundant resources, families would train their children early using methods such as herbal baths to temper the body and teaching chakra extraction techniques. Such training not only gave them a head start over ordinary ninjas, but also laid a solid foundation for the future, increasing their potential. Alright, I'll let Fuji know. Then little Shursue is in your care. Uchiha Fuji was a jonin of the Uchiha clan tasked with protecting Uchiha Yanghua and her family, as well as instructing the young Shursue. But since Zhenyang offered to take Shursue under his wing, Yanghua naturally wouldn't refuse. Her nephew was far more skilled, and he had fully mastered the legacy of his father Uchiha Kagami. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly. Early spring in Konoha was usually a bit chilly, but tempered by the warm sunlight, it became extremely pleasant. There was a small stream in the forest behind the Hokage rock. The radiant sunlight reflected off the water's surface, revealing the oddly shaped stones beneath, and the gentle murmur of the flowing water brought a sense of peace to the soul. A delicately featured girl sat by the stream, one hand resting on her chin, idly tossing pebbles into the water, each one sending up a small splash. Why hasn't Zhenyang come back yet? That jerk leaving me for 2 years. I won't talk to him for a whole week. Maybe that's too long. 6, 5, 3 days. Yes, I won't talk to him for 3 days. With black hair and crimson eyes, it was Yui Kurenai who had already returned to the village. She had come back half a month ago, but the reunion she had imagined never happened. Zhenyang was still on the IWA front lines. Brother, what are you going to teach me? Shursue, since you've just started training, let's begin with the Uchiha throwing technique. Make sure to master it carefully. A child's voice came from the forest, startling Kurenai. Normally no one else trained here except their small team. Then a voice she knew all too well reached her ears. Kurenai immediately stood up, her eyes first showing confusion, then shock, then joy, her calm heart suddenly in a whirl. There was no mistake, he was back. Without a moment's hesitation, Kurenai ran toward the source of the voice. Soon she saw a little boy holding a kunai focused on a target ahead, while Zhenyang stood beside him smiling and reaching out his hand toward her. Brother, who is she? Shursue, engrossed in his throwing practice, suddenly felt the surroundings go quiet. He instinctively turned his head and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Oh no, I'm going to lose my brother. A shout made Kurenai, who had started running, stop in her tracks. Right, I said I wouldn't talk to him. The shyness from being seen by others coupled with her earlier decision made her halt and turn her head away. I'm angry, and it won't be easy to fix. Just as she stopped, Kurenai felt a force pull her forward, and then she crashed into a warm embrace. Kurenai, I've missed you so much. Before she could react, a warm breath brushed against her ear, making her heart skip a beat, and a tingling sensation spread through her body. His next words made her throw away all previous thoughts. I've missed you too. 2 years had changed Kurenai quite a bit. The most noticeable difference was that the baby fat on her face had disappeared, giving her a more refined beauty instead of just cuteness. Shursue, you should call her sister Kurenai. She's my girlfriend. And this is my younger brother Uchiha Shursue. Introducing them to each other, Kurenai felt her face grow hot at Zhenyang's words pressing tightly against his chest, while Shursue on the side looked glum. Kurenai, sister Kurenai. He greeted her sullenly, then turned back to practice his throwing. Zhenyang, does little Shursue dislike me? Kurenai, who had been overjoyed moments before, now felt a hint of worry. Before even entering the family, one of his relatives already didn't like her. Surely this wasn't a good sign. The little guy is just throwing a tantrum since you've taken his brother away. Zhenyang wasn't too worried. When it came to comforting children, he was quite skilled, having done it since childhood. Looking up to see Zhenyang's calm expression, Kurenai relaxed a bit and followed his gaze to a tree in the distance. There a snow-white rabbit stood in an odd posture, standing upright on its hind legs with its front paws apart, surrounded by kunai, too frightened to move. Its whole body trembled slightly, and the fear was clearly visible in its small eyes. What a well-behaved little rabbit. Seeing this, Kurenai's eyes lit up, and she immediately went over to rescue it. Lifting it by the scruff, she cradled it in her arms and shot Zhenyang a reproachful glance. Want to try rabbit head? It's delicious. The rabbit in her arms seemed to understand Zhenyang's words, and while Kurenai wasn't paying attention, it jumped out and bolted, disappearing into the forest in an instant. Zhenyang, it's all your fault for scaring it. Little rabbits are so cute. Why would you want to eat one? Zhenyang just smiled and said nothing. Half an hour later. Kurenai, isn't it good? Delicious. Magic tree binding. In the forest, Hong's figure disappeared. From Zhenyang's perspective, a large tree suddenly appeared behind him, entangling him. But before Hong, who had yet to reappear from the tree, could launch an attack, he sensed the illusion had already been broken. Stop fighting the Sharingan is too cheap. Gazing at the scarlet eyes before him, Hong finally set down her kunai and conceded defeat, only to feel a warm sensation spread across her face. Really? Don't want to try a few more times? You were almost successful just now. No, you always say that just to take advantage of me. After dozens of failures, Hong clearly realized that her illusions were utterly useless against Zhenyang. What a pity. Zhenyang licked his lips with lingering satisfaction, his face filled with disappointment. Such an action inevitably drew Hong's shy little fist. Hong, be careful in the future when you encounter ninjas with dojutsu bloodlines. As an illusion-type ninja, you'll find it difficult to deal with them. At this, Hong nodded solemnly. Her sparring with Zhenyang was entirely different from past battles, making her understand which ninjas she was disadvantaged against. Under normal circumstances, anyone caught in an illusion, even if they could break it, would need at least some time to form hand seals to disrupt their own chakra flow or force themselves out of the illusion through self-harm. That was when she could strike. But Zhenyang, relying on the Sharingan's exceptional resistance to illusions, broke the illusion almost without any delay. To be honest, it somewhat overturned her understanding. The gap between us is growing larger and larger. Suddenly, Hong became a bit subdued. Illusions were the pride of the Uchiha clan, and her father was one of the few illusion experts in Konoha. But Hong now understood that this situation existed only because the Konoha higher-ups ostracized the Uchiha. Ninjas with the Sharingan were naturally born with the potential to become illusion masters. Effortlessly, they could reach the upper limits of ordinary people like her. There were likely many Uchiha ninjas stronger than her father. My Hong is already very impressive. Few ninjas of your age have reached your level of strength. Don't worry too much. I'm just an exception. They will still be more or less affected by illusions. With that, Zhenyang comforted the girl before him. Under his influence, Hong had already attained the strength of a seasoned chunin and had learned many illusions from Kosuka, making her far stronger than she originally was. At the same period, the only ninjas who could consistently defeat her were probably Kakashi and Guy. The former, needless to say, held an absolute advantage in strength. If not for the many setbacks he had suffered, he might have already stepped into the Kage level in the original story. As for Guy, it was because of the 8 gates. Once he opened the gates, ninjas of the same level couldn't match his speed, leaving little room for illusions to work. Moreover, from the 4th gate onward, he had to endure constant pain, and with his chakra already in chaos and uncontrollable, most illusions simply couldn't hold him. As for others, none could firmly suppress Hong. This included him, because there might come a day when Hong would be on top. Zhenyang was telling the truth. His ability to instantly break illusions relied mainly on the powerful ocular power of the Sharingan, but such a level of ocular power was not possessed by everyone. In terms of current spiritual energy, Zhenyang's eyes were the strongest 3-tomo Sharingan indisputably, even compared to the Uchiha Madara, who had awakened 3-tomo back then. Hearing these words, Hong perked up. Indeed, she shouldn't compare herself with this guy, or she'd only end up frustrating herself. After all, Zhenyang was already recognized as a powerhouse by the outside world. Not a genius, but a powerhouse who had already converted part of his talent into strength. Turning her head, Hong's gaze fell on the small figure in the distance. Shui is only 5 years old. Are you giving him that much training? Kids need more exercise to burn off excess energy. If they have free time, they start overthinking. Zhenyang believed the plan he had arranged for Shui was quite suitable. In the morning, study ninja theory and hand signs at home. In the afternoon, climb trees to enhance chakra control while practicing Uchiha throwing techniques, and in the evening, give him ideological education. That's reasonable, right? Though it seemed like a lot, there wasn't much physical training, so it wouldn't affect his future. A week had passed since returning to the village. Zhenyang wasn't in a hurry to go to the mist battlefield. Compared to the cloud and stone, the mist's combat effectiveness was rather lackluster, so there was no need to rush. He had already fought for 2 years. Couldn't he enjoy himself a little? Actually, it wasn't just about indulgence. There were 2 main reasons. First, it would still be some time before Obito turned dark. Madara would only devise a plan to capture Rin after Obito adapted to his new body. Zhenyang didn't know the exact timing, so he decided to wait until Kakashi and the others carried out their mission before going to avoid missing it. He could also use this time to make some preparations. Second, Shui was at an age where guidance was crucial. He couldn't distinguish between good and bad. If Zhenyang didn't properly nurture him, his brother would be led astray in a couple of years. Moreover, because his branch shared the same views as Uchiha Fugaka, the 2 families had a good relationship. Shui had already made contact with Itachi ahead of time. Following normal development, Shui and Itachi would soon become friends, and then both little one's ideas would go astray. That wouldn't do. These 2 little fellows were the helpers he had reserved. Once he became a hands-off manager, he would rely on them to shine. He couldn't let them be lured away. Fatigue tactics plus ideological baptism. He didn't believe the 3rd Hokage could brainwash his own brother under his nose. Watching the fatigue on Shusui's small face in the distance, Zhenyang let out a low laugh. Shui, after you've mastered the throwing techniques, I'll teach you our family's sword art. I've taken down quite a few jonin with it. Using benefits as bait. Now that's tactics. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing this, Shusui's eyes lit up, and he resumed his training with renewed focus. A sword art capable of defeating jonin. It was immensely appealing to a child just starting his training. Thus, as the sun set, Zhenyang bid farewell to Hong and took Shui home. The little guy's attitude toward Hong had improved a bit, perhaps realizing that this outcome was irreversible, and he had no choice but to accept it. Of course, to appease the sulking Shisui, Zhenyang also promised to teach him his original ninjutsu Chidori and its subsequent derivative techniques once he had enough chakra. In truth, Zhenyang had always planned to teach these to Shisui anyway. After all, he was his own younger brother, so he intended to spoil him. But making it work a little in advance was also good. After all, Shisui didn't know that. I'm only a step away from the Kaga level now. After all these years, I'm finally about to take this step. Having spent 12 whole years in this world, Zhenyang's heart surged with emotion as he stood on the brink of becoming a figure at the pinnacle of the ninja world. His current strength had reached a limit. He lacked neither secret techniques nor ninjutsu, and the primary factor restricting his growth was his age. Under normal circumstances, after another year or two of development, Zhenyang could easily step into the ranks of Kaga-level powerhouses. However, he now had a faster method. Entering the training room in his home, Zhenyang skillfully set up several barrier seals as warnings and safeguards, then sat down to regulate his breathing. An hour later, feeling his state was unprecedentedly perfect, he mobilized his mental power, dozens of times stronger than that of an ordinary ninja, and surged it all toward his eyes. Indeed, Zhenyang was preparing to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Ever since mastering the spirit transformation technique, he had been attempting it daily, synergizing with his growing mental power. It was not until after the Battle of Canopy Bridge that he finally sensed the state he had experienced during his previous eye breakthrough. This meant he was already capable of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, given the unique nature of the Mangekyo compared to the ordinary Sharingan, Zhenyang forcibly restrained himself until now, allowing his mental power to grow even stronger before attempting the breakthrough. As the mental energy continued to pour in, his eyes grew warm and slightly itchy. The restraint he had exercised over many days now paid off. Zhenyang soon felt his eyes begin to change, and the entire process was remarkably easy, utterly unlike the legendary awakening of the Uchiha's ultimate power. If an outsider had been present, they would have clearly seen the three tomo in his eyes spinning at an incredible speed, eventually forming an eerie pattern. Success. The moment the pattern completed its transformation, Zhenyang sensed his ocular power surging boundlessly as if without end, while his chakra also increased by a certain degree. After adapting to the changes in his eyes, for a while Zhenyang stood up and walked to a mirror in the room. The original three tomo had extended outward for a certain distance, then interwoven into a more complex pattern shimmering with an unusual light. Finally, his eyes had opened. Awakening the Mangekyo instantly elevated Zhenyang from an elite jonin to a Kaga-level powerhouse, placing him in the first tier of the current ninja world. Moreover, he was not weak even among Kaga-level experts. Even before opening his eyes, he possessed strength second only to the Kaga level. The surge in ocular power from the awakening alone was enough to push him across the threshold of the Kaga level. Not to mention the ocular abilities contained within the Mangekyo. Hiss! How come I feel like this is my real cheat? After sensing the abilities of his eyes, Zhenyang drew in a sharp breath. Both of his ocular abilities were rather absurd. Still, this was fine. The preparations that would have required considerable effort were no longer necessary after the Mangekyo's awakening. Lowering his head in thought for a moment, Zhenyang performed the summoning technique. Poof! A small snake appeared before him. He took out a scroll, wrote a few lines, and stuffed it into the snake's mouth. This was not a message intended for Orochimaru. Several months earlier, under Orochimaru's guidance, Zhenyang had signed the Ryuchi Cave summoning contract, successfully obtaining a sacred-level summoning beast. This also allowed him to quickly communicate with many people. A few minutes later, in the central command tent of the Suna battlefield, the commander-in-chief Uchiha sensed something and summoned a small snake, a communication-type summon that Zhenyang had sent earlier. With this little creature, he could easily keep track of his disciple's situation. That was precisely why he had chosen to send Kurenai and Guy back to the village. What's that kid up to, wasting all this old man's effort? After taking the scroll spat out by the snake, Uchiha grumbled, yet a hint of joy appeared on his face. Knowing Zhenyang as well as he did, if he didn't need the things that had been prepared, it meant he had found a better solution. That was for the best. After all, Zhenyang's original plan had been too dangerous. It involved one of the 5 great ninja villages. Even if that village had been languishing in recent years, it was still not a place one could go alone. Too dangerous. After sending the message, Zhenyang took out another scroll filled with information and began to revise and supplement it. This contained the detailed implementation plan for the subsequent steps. Originally, he had expected to reach Kaga-level strength. But the abilities of the Mangekyo were uncertain. The eye of the heart's desire mirrored the most intense inner longing. Zhenyang had made some speculations, but could not be sure. Therefore, he had not acted hastily, instead waiting until after awakening his eyes to make a decision. The scroll was densely covered with writing. If someone had come beside Zhenyang, they would have seen the plan he was currently modifying. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Revival. As someone with obsessive tendencies, Zhenyang could not tolerate the Mangekyo's flaw of eventual blindness. Hence, the Eternal Mangekyo was absolutely necessary. After all this time, he had come to clearly recognize the close connection between the Sharingan and mental power. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the ocular power of the Sharingan. Relying on his boundless mental power, Zhenyang believed he might even be able to awaken the Eternal Mangekyo on his own. In essence, the Sharingan was also a product of Ein release, albeit with a more complex structure. But once his mental power reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths, such things would become easy for him. However, that would take too long, so he still needed to rely on some external aid. The method to awaken the eternal Mangekyo was to replace one's own Mangekyo with a blood relative's Mangekyo. The closer the blood relation, the higher the chance of success. This would then enhance the Mangekyo further and compensate for the drawback of blindness. Zhenyang had certain conjectures about this. After Sasuke transplanted Itachi's eyes, he never used the powerful Jinjutsu Tsukuyomi. This suggested that the two Mangekyo were not fused, but rather one served as a sacrifice. Simply pouring the power contained within the donor eyes into the recipient, thereby strengthening the recipient's own Sharingan abilities. Perhaps some special energy was also involved. If it were only the former, it wouldn't be a major problem. Possessing twice the ocular power of an ordinary Mangekyo might be impossible for others, but in Zhenyang's eyes, it was merely a matter of 2 years difference. After all, his Mangekyo was unlikely to go blind in just 2 years. However, Zhenyang leaned toward the latter possibility, that there was some special energy between Uchiha blood relatives. Why else would one need a relative's eyes? To figure out the problem, it was simple. If he could obtain a blood relative Sharingan, he would understand the mystery. Given Zhenyang's nature, he would never harm his own family. So what could he do? Conveniently, he knew of another pair of blood relative Sharingan in the village. Roots leader Shimura Danzo. Zhenyang muttered the name under his breath. If his deduction was correct, his grandfather Uchiha Kageme's eyes were in Danzo's possession, as Danzo had sustained no injury to his eyes during the Second Great Ninja War. However, after the establishment of Root, his right eye became wrapped in bandages concealing a Sharingan within. During Tobarama Senju's tenure as Hokage, the Uchiha clan harbored no thoughts of rebellion, primarily because they lacked the power to challenge him. Following the clan's massacre, the only publicly known Sharingan was the one gifted to Kakashi, which demonstrated how well the Uchiha clan had safeguarded their prized dojutsu. Of course, the fact that wielding a Sharingan without Uchiha blood was a burden also played a significant role. From there, it wasn't difficult to deduce where Danzo's eye had originated. Uchiha Kagami. Although he was a steadfast supporter of the will of fire and deeply devoted to the village, Kagami would never harm his own clansmen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have earned the loyalty of a faction within the Uchiha ninja. If Danzo wished to obtain a Sharingan from the Uchiha, Kagami stood as an immovable mountain in his path, especially given Danzo's limited authority at the time. Therefore, the only course of action was to eliminate Kagami at the first opportunity. In Zhenyang's eyes, Danzo was a man who had to die, not only for seizing Kagami's Sharingan, but also because the constant awareness of being coveted was an intolerable feeling. Until Danzo was dead, Zhenyang could not rest easy. Though Danzo posed no threat to him personally at present, Zhenyang had many friends and family who could not simply ignore such a menace. Danzo's conviction as a shinobi was beyond question. To achieve his goals, he would stop at nothing, caring little for the morality of his methods. The reason Zhenyang hadn't moved against Danzo immediately was simply that he didn't wish to leave Konoha. There were many familiar faces here, and life held considerable joy, far better than becoming a wandering rogue ninja. Yet he had already begun to formulate a plan, one that was also part of the Uchiha clan's revival strategy. Before long, Danzo's time would come. Sensing the soul in the distance growing steadily brighter, Zhenyang smiled. It seems Madara is about to make his move. At that very moment, within a dim mountain cave, huff, huff, huff. Refusing to heed Madara's temptations and determined to return to Kakashi and Rin, Obito was on the ground doing push-ups and other exercises, training to familiarize himself with this new body. Kakashi, Rin, I'll be back to see you soon. With that thought in his heart, Obito felt another surge of strength and continued his relentless training. The next day, Shursue, I'm giving you the day off today. Go play with Itachi. Really? The little one, already fully dressed and ready, tilted his head up, his eyes sparkling with delight. After all, Shursue was still just a 5-year-old child, and with an older brother that he didn't have in the original timeline, he still retained the playful nature inherent to children. Seeing this, Zhenyang smiled and nodded. Training must alternate between intensity and relaxation, otherwise it would hinder psychological development. A little brother like this should simply grow up happily. As for everything else, that could wait until he was older. Besides, with Shursue's packed training schedule from morning to night, if no leisure time was given, he and Itachi would each lose a dear friend. Besides, he had his own matters to attend to today. Zhenyang, today we're going to visit every fun place in the village. On the streets of Konoha, Kurenai pulled Zhenyang along at a brisk pace. Accompanying Kurenai on a shopping trip, that was his real business today. Ever since he'd returned and seen Kurenai, she'd wanted to spend time alone with him. But the little tag-along Shursue had been following them all along, and only now did the opportunity arise. No need to rush, we still have the whole day ahead. Shopping was truly a talent innate to women. Every shop they passed, she had to go in and browse, picking and choosing. In an entire morning, the two had only covered 3 streets. Zhenyang seriously doubted whether they could finish exploring all of Konoha in a single day. Lady Tsunade has returned to the village. What? Princess Tsunade is back. Come on, let's go see. Sitting on a chair inside a shop, Zhenyang's ears twitched at the commotion outside. He rose and walked to the shop's entrance. Tsunade has returned. It seems the war on the Sunagakure front is drawing to a close. With her unparalleled medical ninjutsu, Tsunade could cripple the Suna forces before they even engaged in battle, which was why she had been leading the medical ninja on that front throughout the Third Great Ninja War. If the higher-ups were allowing her to return, it likely meant Suna had already sent envoys to sue for peace, and no further conflict would erupt. With his keen eyesight, Zhenyang spotted a blonde woman walking at the front from a distance. The most eye-catching feature was the steep mountainous terrain on her chest, which seemed to shift and change with every step. Any normal man would find it impossible not to look. It was simply instinct. Oomph. A cold snort from beside him snapped Zhenyang back to reality, and what came into view was a sulking pretty face. "Kurenai, it's almost noon. How about we go get some wasabi octopus?" This was rather awkward. How had she noticed so quickly this time? Pulling the clearly displeased Kurenai along, Zhenyang headed toward a sukiyaki restaurant. Konoha's take on hot pot. "Sir Ninja, what would you like to order?" Noticing the fan emblem on their clothing, the owner became noticeably more courteous. Shattered innards, congealed blood, tangled tentacles, twisted plants, withered limbs, incomplete brains, crimson fruits. Tumbling in the opposition of red and white, silent in the fusion of yellow and brown. "Clear this mist before me so that I may glimpse the truth." I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. Had it not been for Zhenyang's traditional Uchiha clan attire, the owner would have thought the young man was a rival establishment's troublemaker. "I meant honeycomb, tripe, blood, tofu, squid tentacles, kelp knots, cured pork, boiled pork brain, and tomatoes. One spicy and one clear broth in a yin-yang split pot plus sour plum juice with lemon slices. Oh, and my glasses have fogged up. Could you help me with that? Thank you." Removing his glasses, Zhenyang handed them to the shop owner. They were a gift from Kurenai that morning. She'd said they gave him a different look, so he'd kept them on. Kurenai beside him couldn't help but laugh, though she quickly composed herself and put on a stern face when Zhenyang turned toward her. Zhenyang had reserved a private room, and soon all the dishes were served. Gazing at the wasabi octopus before her, Kurenai's resolve began to waver. "It smells so good, but I can't eat yet." The next moment a pair of eyes met hers from close range, their faces nearly touching. They were in a room by the window on the second floor. A gentle breeze drifted through the window, and a few strands of the girl's hair brushed across Zhenyang's face, a ticklish sensation carrying a faint, delicate fragrance. Kurenai's cheeks visibly reddened. Zhenyang, who had moved to stand before her in the blink of an eye, braced his hand against the wall behind her chair, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Kurenai, could it be that you're jealous?" Kurenai turned her head away, denying it outright. I'm not." Looking at her flushed little face, Zhenyang slowly leaned in closer. "Really not. Lying deserves punishment, you know." Hong tensed up her hands, gripping the edge of the chair tightly as she leaned back. "Really not." After a moment, she felt there was no space left to retreat, but she still insisted stubbornly. "But I can't help feeling that Hong is jealous, isn't she?" Seeing Zhenyang getting closer, a flicker of confusion appeared in Hong's eyes. She subconsciously looked left and right, then turned over and pinned him beneath her. Clearly he was in the wrong, so why had the tables turned? At this moment, Hong finally realized belatedly and sounded the charge for a counterattack. "Is Lady Tsunade beautiful?" "Zhenyang. Oh no, this girl has caught on. Not as beautiful as Hong. My Hong is the most beautiful." Helpless Zhenyang could only explain hastily. "So you did look, huh?" Seeing the shocked expression on Zhenyang's face, Hong tilted her head, imitating his earlier move, supporting herself with her hands behind her and squeezing him into the corner by the window. She leaned forward, practically pressing against Zhenyang, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. After all, the original Hong was a boisterous ninja who loved drinking with a classic, mature, and confident personality. It was only in front of Zhenyang that she appeared so docile. Before he could recover, Hong proactively leaned her head in. Warm, sweet. All kinds of sensations came from their lips, leaving Zhenyang completely at a loss. He had been forcibly kissed by Hong. Well, being passive felt pretty good too. All right, the food is almost overcooked." 2 minutes later, Hong was the first to concede defeat, blushing as she pushed herself up. "How can that be? Since Hong kissed me for so long, I should collect some interest." "No, Zhenyang reached behind and pressed. Hong's strength was no match for him, and she fell back down, her mouth sealed, unable to speak. "It's all your fault. Some of the dishes are overcooked." A few minutes later, Hong fished out the clearly overdone greens from the pot and gave the person beside her a reproachful look. After what had just happened, the two of them sat side by side. "Hong, let's practice genjutsu tomorrow." The girl's lips were already rosy, and with a glistening sheen, they looked even more tempting, making him unable to resist the urge to kiss her again. Hearing this, combined with Zhenyang's gaze, Hong instantly understood what he was thinking. Her face, which had just calmed down, began to heat up again. But of course it wasn't just Zhenyang who craved this. All right. In this era of constant warfare, peaceful days always passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Zhenyang had been extremely busy during this time, familiarizing himself with the Mangekyo, improving the secret techniques entrusted by Orochimaru, teaching Shisui, and practicing genjutsu with Hong. After making Hong's pretty face blush as usual in the woods, an ANBU ninja with a fox mask appeared before them. "Lord Zhenyang, the third Hokage requests your presence." "All right, I understand." Upon seeing this, the ANBU ninja tactfully left. "Oh, you're still leaning in even though someone's here." Zhenyang grabbed Hong's hand, and with lightning speed planted another kiss on her lips, a sly grin on his face. "What's there to be afraid of? It's not like we're doing anything shameful. At the same time, he wondered to himself, what does the third Hokage want with me? Since returning, this was the first time the man had summoned him. Given Sarutobi Hiruzen's personality and his earlier gift of Jutsu, Zhenyang couldn't quite gauge his attitude. But now he obviously didn't need to worry about that. 1 month had been enough for him to master the Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities. He felt no pressure facing Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'm going to the Hokage building. Take care of Shursui. If you encounter danger, use the eye technique. Even within Konoha village, he couldn't let his guard down. The Cloud Shinobi who had infiltrated the village earlier had left a deep impression on Zhenyang. Although it hadn't harmed him, it showed that the village wasn't absolutely safe. Therefore, he used a sealing technique to place a jutsu in Hong's eyes, ensuring her safety. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, carefully scrutinized Uchiha Zhenyang before him. You spent 2 years on the battlefield at such a young age. That must have been tough, right? The third's kind words confirmed to Zhenyang that something must have happened. Grandpa Kosuke said to protect the village, and anyone who harms the village must be treated as an enemy. This is what I should do. Hearing Zhenyang's address for Kosuke Sarutobi, Hiruzen's expression softened further. It seemed that his old friend had indeed trained Kagami's grandson well, and his potential was even greater than Kagami's. Well said. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised first, then stated the purpose of summoning him. You are an outstanding ninja and the future of Konoha. I called you here mainly for 2 matters. First, I hope you can become a squad leader and take a team to the Mist Village to investigate the specific situation inside. Over the years, the Mist has implemented a closed policy. We don't have a deep understanding of them. Gathering intelligence is crucial for the Mist battlefield. Secondly, your battle merits are sufficient to exchange for some high-level ninjutsu. You can pick suitable techniques to practice. As for becoming a squad leader, Zhenyang accepted without hesitation. He calculated that it was about time for Obito's fall to darkness, and this mission offered enough freedom. As for selecting ninjutsu, Lord Third, I haven't fully mastered the jutsu I exchanged earlier. There's no rush to exchange for more, let's wait until after the war. That's right, Zhenyang chose to decline. If it were forbidden techniques from the Scroll of Seals, he might be interested, but it seemed that with the third, there was no chance. Learning another forbidden technique would exceed the third's tolerance threshold. The war was nearing its end, and the other party wouldn't allow him to continue growing stronger so rapidly. Some A-rank ninjutsu were of little use to Zhenyang now. He didn't lack techniques at this level. Having more would only waste his energy. With this time, he might as well explore the uses of his Mangekyo techniques. After all, his ability was quite special with great potential for development. Wouldn't it be better to wait until these people are driven away and then read the Scroll of Seals? Sarutobi Hiruzen readily accepted the suggestion, not asking for reward and taking the initiative to work. This was the ideal subordinate in his mind. It was a pity he had never heard the saying, all gifts are already secretly marked with a price. Then take your previous squad members. Uchiha still needs to remain at the Sunagakure battlefield for a while, saving the need for adjustment. For the missing spot, will you find someone yourself, or shall I recommend one? Hearing that Zhenyang did not even want a jutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen's faith in his will of fire grew considerably and his attitude became exceptionally amiable. However, Zhenyang declined his kindness and uttered a name that caught him off guard. Are you sure about this person? Yes, Lord Third. Watching Zhenyang walk away, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes revealed a hint of perplexity. Taking 2 people with no talent for ninjutsu. Was there a hidden reason, or was it confidence in his own strength? The next day, Shursui, since your big brother isn't home, you're the only man in the family. Listen to your mother, okay? Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on you. Don't listen to those people in the village. Just stay home and train. Zhenyang sensed the little one's reluctance. He reached out, patted his head, and comforted him in a low voice, while also leaving a spiritual imprint on him. After carefully giving all sorts of instructions, he headed toward the village gate. On the way, he met Kurenai, who had just stepped out. Zhenyang, what's the mission this time? As a ninja, encountering urgent missions was not uncommon, especially during wartime. Therefore, Kurenai felt no confusion and immediately asked about the situation. Gathering intelligence on the hidden Mist Village. As they talked and traveled, Zhenyang and the other quickly arrived at the village gate. At that moment, the remaining 2 squad members were already waiting on the spot, both wearing matching green jumpsuits. Senior Daigai, why are you here so early? It's been a while since I've been on a mission. Just thinking about it fills me with energy. This is true youth. Seeing Zhenyang and the other arrive, Dai said cheerfully. The final member Zhenyang had chosen was none other than Gai's father, Might Dai. Compared to when they first met with ample material conditions, Dai's condition was now much better and his strength had likely improved as well. The reason Zhenyang chose Dai was that he feared the man might meet with an accident. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist would ambush Konoha. Given Dai's character, even if it weren't Gai in danger, he would likely charge in to fight desperately. Dai had taught the 8 gates without reservation, and Zhenyang did not want to return to the village after the mission only to hear news of his death. With Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha, the 7 ninja swordsmen could not cause much trouble. Among all those connected to Zhenyang, only Dai was likely to encounter danger. This wasn't a game. You only had one life to use one ultimate technique. Besides, as the saying goes, a father and son fight side by side. Zhenyang looked forward to seeing Gai and his father fight together. In terms of pure strength, there was no doubt he was leading the strongest squad in Konoha. After the 4 left the village, Gai excitedly came up. Zhenyang, what's the urgent mission this time? Having been back for so long and teaming up with Zhenyang again, Guy naturally wanted to show off the results of his training. Over the past 2 years he had made significant progress in the 8 gates. Don't worry, this time the 3rd Hokage gave us a generous time frame. You'll have your chance to shine. Generous, x3 the words confused all 3 of them. Receiving the mission one day and leaving the next, that didn't seem like a generous time frame. It's mainly because Kakashi and the others might be in danger. We need to go rescue them. Kakashi, what happened to them? Guy had a good relationship with Kakashi, so he immediately tensed up and asked anxiously. They might encounter a large number of mist ninja. Only by arriving early can we save them. Upon learning that their fellow villagers were in danger, the initial relaxed atmosphere vanished. Zhenyang led the squad toward the hidden mist village. The reason he hurried to depart was that he had learned of Kakashi and the other accepting a mission and that their marks had moved. After returning to the village, Minato did not rest long before being dispatched on various missions. With his flying thunder god technique, he held a strategic position in the war and the village could not afford to leave him idle. Moreover, after 2 great ninja wars, Orochimaru had accumulated considerable merits and was the leading candidate for the next Hokage. Under these circumstances, to change the outcome of the 4th Hokage selection, Minato would have to earn as many battle merits as possible in this war. Otherwise, even with the support of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, the other Jonin would likely not back him. Therefore, the missions assigned to Minato were generally of high danger. Coupled with the previous accident involving Obito, Minato chose not to take Kakashi and the other with him, instead carrying out support missions alone. 2 days ago, Kakashi and the other had accepted a mission near the village, and as a result, Rin was captured by Mist Ninja. This abnormal situation was clear proof that Madara had made his move. Madara-sama, Obito can now move normally. In a dark corner, Uchiha Madara looked at the Zetsu before him. How are the 2 companions he can't stop thinking about? The ninja named Rin Noera will soon arrive at the hidden mist village. As for the other one, Kakashi, he is pursuing and should be there in half a day. Madara's slightly hunched figure rose from the chair, revealing his Sharingan that had been hidden by his hair. Go watch over Obito. I made some preparations in the mist years ago. They should be enough to help him awaken the Mangekyo. Having vanished from the ninja world since his prime, Madara had not spent the decades after the Valley of the End holed up in one place. In his early years, to uncover the secrets of the stone tablet, he traveled across the 5 great nations, leaving behind many arrangements along the way for future use. Only when his life was nearing its end did he return to this secret base called the Mountain Graveyard. Through the awakened Rinnegan, he summoned the demonic statue of the Outer Path to sustain his life. Unable to disconnect from the statue's pipes, Madara lost the ability to go out. So he began using the demonic statue to cultivate Hashirama's cells, relying on the white Zetsu to build a vast underground network. Through this, he gathered intelligence on the ninja world and advanced his plan. Madara was quite confident in his arrangements. With Hashirama dead, no one in the ninja world could oppose him. However, once this plan succeeded, he would temporarily leave the world, so he had to ensure no mistakes occurred. Hashirama, I have found true peace. In another room, Obito, unaware of all this, had just finished training and lay on his bed imagining the scene when Kakashi and the other would see him. He imagined the cold-faced Kakashi showing an incredulous look and gentle Rinchan crying as she rushed into his arms. Hee. Suddenly a white Zetsu emerged from the stone wall, interrupting Obito's foolish daydreaming. I just went outside. The situation with Rin and that idiot Kakashi is not good. What happened? Hearing this, Obito jumped to his feet, his face anxious. They are surrounded by a large group of mist ninja. Madara said that the Sharingan must be paired to unleash its true power. If Kakashi and I cooperate, we can definitely protect Lin. In the forest, Obito fused with the body of Tobi, dashed forward in the indicated direction. At the same time, Zhenyang and his group were also rushing toward Kakashi and Lin from another direction. Time seems to be running out. Earlier in the village, he had left a spiritual mark on Lin during a gathering. In his perception, the marks representing Kakashi and Lin were in the same location, indicating that Lin had likely been rescued by Kakashi. This meant that Lin would soon die at Kakashi's hands. It seemed he had to act first. With a flash of thought, Zhenyang hesitated no more. In an instant, 3 Tomo appeared in his eyes, then the Mangekyo Sharingan activated, and the pattern in his left eye began to rotate. Spirit transformation technique. A spiritual form drifted out of his body, flying toward the destination at a speed dozens of times faster than before. Zhenyang, your eyes. The moment the Mangekyo Sharingan awakened, the shift in his aura made the 3 beside him feel a chill in their hearts, as if a great terror had descended. Sensing the anomaly came from Zhenyang, Dai and Kai immediately looked over with concern. Master Dai, Kai, don't worry. This is the further evolution of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. To them, Zhenyang had no intention of hiding the truth, openly revealing the information about the Mangekyo, the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. After understanding, Dai gazed at Zhenyang's eyes in astonishment. He had never heard of such a power in the Uchiha, but it did look like an evolution of the Sharingan. With such formidable strength, he would likely need to open the 7th gate just to barely contend, and to win, only fully opening the 8th gate would suffice. Then Dai's expression turned serious. Rest assured, Zhenyang, my son, and I will not disclose this information. This was clearly a secret of the Uchiha clan, and Zhenyang's unreserved openness was a sign of trust in them. They had to live up to that trust. No need to be tense, Master Dai, I believe you. The benefit of being friends with people like Dai and Kai was evident now. He could trust them wholeheartedly. Passionate, positive, exuding confidence in every word and action with unwavering determination, they always kept their promises, were strict with themselves, and self-disciplined. With so many virtues, this was the man who could reach the end solely through taijutsu, not merely relying on the so-called 8 gates. As for Kurenai, she had already known this news back in the village. The spiritual form moved with incredible speed, and soon it spotted the Mist Ninja along with Kakashi and Lin among them. Anyway, let's escape back to Konoha first. I'll protect you. Kakashi shielded Lin behind him, a ball of lightning crackling in his hand, the sound like 1,000 birds chirping. This was the Chidori which Zhenyang had developed ahead of time. As for why Kakashi also knew it, that came from a previous encounter between the two. Looking at Kakashi's silent expression, Zhenyang couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. After his father's suicide, Kakashi had turned from aloof to cold. Just when the naive Obito had managed to crack open his closed heart, Obito died. Later, Minato Namikaze and his wife, who had been kind to him, also perished in the Nine Tails rampage. Almost everyone he cared about was dead. No wonder his talent went to waste, spending over a decade to go from Jonin to elite Jonin. If the people he wanted to protect were gone, what use was power? After Minato's death, Kakashi became a key aide to Hiruzen Sarutobi, and if he truly wanted to overcome the Sharingan's drawbacks, it was not impossible. One must know that sealing techniques were the bug-like existence in the world of Naruto. No matter the troublesome problem or enemy, sealing techniques could solve them. Konoha, which had ended the Whirlpool country, preserved all kinds of Uzumaki clan sealing arts. Surely it could seal a single Sharingan. The only explanation was that Kakashi didn't want to seal away the gift Obito had left him. Facing the ill-fated Kakashi, Zhenyang, who had stolen his jutsu, felt a bit embarrassed. Mainly because they had interacted after a mission. If they were strangers, it would be different. So using his admiration for the White Fang as an excuse, he exchanged the Chidori for Kakashi's White Fang short blade as a collection. The White Fang had broken during the Kanobi Bridge battle and was no longer useful to Kakashi. Plus, Zhenyang showed immense respect for his father, so Kakashi taught him the Chidori. No, Kakashi. Lin looked at Kakashi, ahead, her expression frozen. As the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, after the Mist Ninja sealed it inside her, she knew well what would happen if she returned to the village. Once back in Konoha, the Mist would force the Three-Tails to go on a rampage, aiming to attack the village and relieve pressure on the front lines. To that end, the Mist Ninja had even feigned a relentless pursuit, driving them toward Konoha. But they had placed a curse seal on her heart, preventing her from committing suicide. This situation was hopeless. With that thought, a look of determination flashed in Lin's eyes. Goodbye, Kakashi. Just as Kakashi charged at a Mist Ninja with Chidori, she suddenly stepped out from the side, obstructing his path. Unable to stop in time, Kakashi watched as the Chidori pierced Lin's heart, his pupils dilating in shock. Huh, Kakashi. Lin's words came out broken from pain, forcing tears to stream down Kakashi's face. Almost there, almost there. Obito, who had been running all the way, burst out of the forest and looked up to see an unbelievable scene. Kakashi killed Lin. Something seemed to shatter in his heart. As Lin's body hit the ground, the Sharingan in both Obito's and Kakashi's eyes changed simultaneously. Two Tomo vanished, replaced by a pattern of an outer ring connected by 3 blades with no pupils. Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. I refuse to accept this world without Lin. Obito's body trembled uncontrollably, then let out a furious roar. Is that Obito's voice? After deliberately impaling herself on Kakashi's jutsu, Lin fell into darkness from the pain. Just as her consciousness was about to fade, an unexpected figure appeared before her and saved her. Zhenyang, is that Obito's voice? Upon confirming that it was Obito's voice, Lin's eyes brimmed with surprise. I made it just in time. Gazing at Lin's slightly ethereal form, Zhenyang let out a sigh of relief and nodded affirmatively. He had rushed with all his might, arriving at the scene just as Lin was about to charge at Kakashi. Had he been any slower and Lin had already lost her life, he would have had to travel to Sunagakure to save her. You heard it, didn't you? This kid turned dark because of you. Upon receiving confirmation, Lin immediately broke into a radiant smile, but a faint blush crept onto her cheeks at the latter remark. It was the first time she had heard Obito speak so bluntly. Did Zhenyang save Obito as well? And can I see what's happening outside? No, I didn't have that ability back then. Someone else saved Obito because they wanted to use him. If you want to see outside, you must be mentally prepared. With a brief explanation, Zhenyang reached out and placed his hand on Lin's shoulder, allowing her to witness the chaotic massacre Obito had unleashed after his dark transformation. To be honest, his initial impression of Obito had not been favorable, given that the latter had committed the heinous act of killing his own master. But upon encountering the real person, he found a passionate, kind-hearted fool. Combined with the abilities awakened by the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could deduce what was going on in Obito's mind. The mirror of the heart, the abilities awakened are fundamentally linked to the deepest desires within at that moment. Obito's subsequent actions all pointed to one issue. His mentality had shattered. It was like playing a game, struggling to farm and develop, only to look back and find your teammates had already fed 3 overpowered enemies. No point playing anymore. Just throw the game and wait for the next round. But life has no next round, so what he had to do was create a world where Lin existed. Later, during conversations with Obito, Zhenyang realized his own prejudice. The darkened Obito had indeed committed monstrous deeds, but he hadn't reached that point yet. Judging Obito with a fixed perspective was unfair. Moreover, since Obito was his clansman and still redeemable, Zhenyang decided to give him a hand preventing the tragedy while also reducing future troubles. Outside, Obito, consumed by rage, had already unleashed the wood style, piercing through all the Kirigakure ninja present. This is Obito. Lin, who had been blushing from Zhenyang's words moments ago, now stared in shock at the slaughter Obito was carrying out. A white spiral mask made of an unknown substance, wooden spikes piercing through the right side of his robe, and all the fallen Kirigakure ninja. Even the Sharingan, which she knew well, had transformed into a blade-like pattern. She couldn't fathom why he had changed so drastically. During the Kanabi Bridge battle, I sensed something through the spiritual mark I left on Obito. This encounter you had was orchestrated by someone behind the scenes with the goal of awakening Obito's abilities through you. Me. Zhenyang's explanation made Lin look at him in confusion. The Mangekyo Sharingan. A power that surpasses the Sharingan. The price to obtain it is losing the one you care about most, awakening through extreme pain. Then what about your eyes, Oi? Within the spiritual world, Lin could clearly see Zhenyang's spirit form, noticing a pattern somewhat similar to Obito's in his eyes, and asked instinctively. Me? I'm just an exception. Hearing Zhenyang's words, Lin didn't understand, but didn't press further about his secret. The more pressing matter was Obito's situation. She wasn't foolish. Through the earlier conversation and everything that had happened recently, she pieced together the truth. Obito had been manipulated by some unknown person, and her forced transformation into the Three-Tails Jinchuriki was likely part of that scheme, with the spell seal preventing her from committing suicide. She had no choice but to die at Kakashi's hands to prevent greater damage to Konoha, all while Obito would witness the scene and awaken the so-called powerful ability. Judging from the current scene, it was indeed a terrifying power. Zhenyang, can you help Obito? Please save him. With no other option, Lin could only turn to Zhenyang, who had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, for help. Looking back at the series of events, it seemed every step they took had been anticipated by the enemy. This was an extremely terrifying realization. It meant that the person behind this not only wielded immense influence in Kirigakure, but also knew the three of them intimately, resulting in the current situation. An enemy capable of such a feat was clearly beyond the influence of an ordinary Chunin like her. Don't worry. I came to save all three of you. But to save Obito, I need you. Zhenyang hadn't spent this long talking to Lin for nothing. Watching from the sidelines was the best course of action for now. Obito would be saved, but not yet. Soul fluctuations spread continuously, and he could clearly sense Zetsu lurking in the corner observing the scene. Likely a backup plan sent by Madara to ensure success. Black Zetsu, who appeared after the Rinnegan was awakened, was believed by Madara to be his own creation, and he trusted him completely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been caught off guard later. In reality, Black Zetsu was the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki, extremely difficult to kill and possessing formidable concealment abilities. Alerting him would make things very troublesome. And there was still Madara clinging to life by a thread. Blocking someone's path is like killing their parents. Who knew what schemes someone who had lived so long might have up his sleeve? If Madara discovered his plan had failed and retrieved the Rinnegan to force a fight, that would be another huge headache. Even with the Mangekyo awakened, Zhenyang hadn't abandoned his cautious nature. His plan was to wait for Madara to die peacefully, then sneak in and steal the prize. As a bonus, Obito could enjoy a free inheritance. As for Obito, Zhenyang hadn't been entirely sure he could convince him at first, so he left a backup plan on Kakashi. If things went south, he would destroy the other Mangekyo Sharingan, preventing Obito from obtaining the double Kimui. But now that worry was unnecessary. With Lin as a trump card, how could Obito still be a problem? He should be arriving soon. After slaughtering all the Kirigakure ninja present, Obito paused for a moment before Lin's body, glanced at the unconscious Kakashi, then turned and walked away. He was going to create a world with Lin in it. Zetsu, hidden deep underground, also departed. With Obito's Mangekyo awakened and his mindset changed, Kakashi was of no use to them anymore. They didn't care whether he lived or died. Not long after Obito left, Zhenyang finally arrived at the scene with his team. What happened here? The ground was littered with the corpses of mist ninja, each body bearing a large hole staining the earth a dark crimson. The sight was utterly shocking. Seeing the unconscious Kakashi and Rin with a hole through her chest, the group hurried over. Is Rin dead? Looking at the wound, Hong couldn't help but freeze. At the dinner gathering with Minato's team, Zhenyang had brought her along, intending to show off and tease the single dogs. Surely no one here still doesn't have a girlfriend. Moreover, the friendship between girls is indeed quite peculiar. After one meal together, the two had later gone shopping a few times. Seeing a friend who had been chatting happily just days ago die before one's eyes, that blow was indeed heavy. No, she can still be saved. But the sorrow that had just risen in her heart was dispelled by Zhenyang's words. She can still be saved from such a state. Probably already dead. Seeing Hong's skeptical expression, Zhenyang crouched down and reached out his hand. I'm still warm. Don't misunderstand, he was just holding Rin's arm. His left eye began to rotate again. Then something incredible happened. With Zhenyang's movements, Rin's pierced heart began to slowly heal. Before long, it was restored to its original state, and the newly healed area was even fairer and smoother than the rest. Don't look. Snapping back from the scene before her, Hong realized the issue and covered Zhenyang's eyes with her hand. To be honest, it really wasn't intentional. He was still pondering the subsequent plan, but who knew that a glance would let him see that? He was a good person after all. He had no idea what phrases like ambition of a hegemon, or legacy of Wei Wu myth. After all, a decent person would not look at such things. Is Rin going to live like this? After finishing that action, Hong curiously leaned in to look. Being able to save someone from such injuries was truly an eye-opener for her. Even Lady Tsunade might not possess such high medical skills. There's still one last step. At that moment in the spiritual world, the spirit form Zhenyang was merging Rin's soul back with her body. After all this was done, Rin finally began to show signs of life. First, her fingers moved subconsciously. Then she opened her eyes and pushed herself up. Hong quickly stepped forward to support her. How do you feel, Rin? Are you better? The newly revived Rin seemed a bit unaccustomed to it. Took a while before she stood up. Thank you, Zhenyang. Looking at the man before her, Rin expressed her sincere gratitude. She had thought she was done for, but never expected him to bring her back. It's nothing. We are all Konoha ninja. However, you need to stay hidden for a while to avoid the person behind the scenes discovering anything, so I've changed your appearance. Rin was the key to Obito's descent into darkness. If news of Rin's survival reached Obito, Madara's previous schemes would be completely nullified. To be safe, Rin should not appear for the time being. Zhenyang wanted to let that legendary ninja close his eyes and leave with peace of mind. Regarding the plan to rescue Obito and deal with the mastermind behind the scenes, Zhenyang had already explained everything to Rin in the spiritual world, so she nodded in understanding. At the same time, she found a nearby puddle and curiously wanted to see her current appearance. An ordinary common face, coupled with an undeveloped figure, could blend perfectly into a crowd. So amazing. After saving Rin, Zhenyang and the others did not delay. They immediately woke up the unconscious Kakashi and moved away under his confused gaze. With many Mist Ninja dead, here it wouldn't be long before the Mist noticed something amiss. Half a day later, Zhenyang's group found a hidden cave to rest. After some explanation, Kakashi finally understood the situation. You are Rin. Examining the girl in the corner carefully, Kakashi's face was full of doubt. Is this the same person? Is the correct use of Chidori for plastic surgery? Kakashi, earlier I was implanted with a certain curse seal by the Mist Ninja. They could control my movements. If I returned to Konoha, it would bring disaster. As soon as the girl spoke, Kakashi recognized that it was indeed Rin. Before he could ask further, Rin saw through his thoughts and proactively revealed the inside story. The Mist Ninja actually had such an idea. Hearing Rin's words, Hong and the others were momentarily astonished. If the Three Tails were to wreak havoc in Konoha, which currently had little defensive strength, it would set back Konoha's development by at least a decade. The Mist Ninja's idea was extremely vicious. Next, Zhenyang was completely open with the few people present, letting them understand the full story. You say Obito is not dead. The usually calm Kakashi, upon hearing this news, rarely lost his composure and ran up to him, confirming in a trembling voice. Zhenyang could only sigh at this. Indeed, Kakashi and Obito are true love. The moment the news was received, he even noticed a change in the Sharingan in Kakashi's eye. Yes, Obito is not dead, but his current state is not good. If we want to rescue him, we must. The people present were either closely connected to him or had deep bonds with Obito, so there was no need to conceal anything. Under his narration, everyone understood the situation Obito was in. Squinting at Zhenyang ahead, Kakashi felt a moment of daze. Initially, he had no deep impression of Uchiha Zhenyang. He only knew that the other had been the top student in the Ninja Academy, but the gap with others was very limited, so he didn't pay much attention. After going to the battlefield, successive victories reported back made him realize that the other was very strong, and he regarded him as a genius like himself. Until now, he and Uchiha Zhenyang seemed to be on a different level. They were being manipulated by the so-called mastermind, while the other appeared very confident. Just like his teacher Minato Namikaze. As for whether to inform the village, Zhenyang and Kakashi silently skipped that step. Since you know now, rest well for the night. In the next 2 days, we'll scout around for information about the Mist Ninja. Zhenyang's main purpose for this trip was to save Rin and prepare for the subsequent plan. As for gathering intelligence on the Mist Ninja, he would just go through the motions. After the plan failed, the Mist Ninja would search for the Three Tails again. To better control the tailed beast, the fourth Mizukage Yagura Karatachi would seal Isabu within himself and become the Three Tails Jinchuriki. He was also one of the few perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world. If Obito sought revenge on him, he would later implement the Blood Mist policy, continuously weakening the Mist Village's strength. Knowing all this intelligence, clearly he just needed to put on a show outside. He still had more important things to do. To save someone whose heart has been pierced through is an unthinkable feat. Even Tsunade, the greatest medical ninja in the ninja world, renowned for her immense healing prowess, could not have achieved it. Otherwise, Kato Dan would not have perished. Zhenyang had rarely encountered medical ninjutsu before. The reason he could revive Rin lay primarily in his Mangekyo Sharingan. Over the course of 1,000 years, the Uchiha clan developed numerous extraordinary techniques, awakening countless variations of the Mangekyo Sharingan. During the Uchiha clan's civil war for power, nearly everyone possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet the Sharingan, known as the Mirror of the Soul, does not awaken randomly. The abilities it grants are never without trace. Rin's death shattered Obito's beliefs, plunging him into denial and despair toward the entire world. Thus Kamui, a space-time ninjutsu, awakened within him. As the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan intensified, Shursui sought to bridge the divide and forge peace. His desire to alter the wills of both sides led to the awakening of Kotoame Tsukumi, the ability to manipulate will itself. After Shisui was assassinated, Itachi realized that reconciliation between the Uchiha and the village was impossible through conventional means. Only overwhelming power could ensure survival. Thus he awakened Amaterasu, the strongest physical attack, and Tsukuyomi, the most formidable mental assault. Burdened with hatred since childhood and consumed by the desire to grow stronger, Sasuke awakened the same Amaterasu. He also gained Kagutsuchi, the ability to manipulate the shape of Amaterasu's flames. In this regard, he surpassed his elder brother Itachi. From these examples, it is evident that the strongest desire burning within one's heart at the moment of awakening determines the Mangekyo's ability. Due to Zhenyang's unique method of awakening, he honestly had no idea what ability would emerge. The process was painless and his thoughts were myriad, making it difficult to discern what his heart truly desired most. In the end, the Mangekyo ability that awakened was perfectly suited to him. Tianhunsho, Zhu Wu. These were the Mangekyo powers of Zhenyang's eyes. Tianhunsho granted absolute control over one's own soul and body, and through a medium the ability to seize control of others. The power to manipulate souls could achieve soul separation. Combined with his formidable spiritual strength and his ability to divide his consciousness, it could entirely compensate for the drawbacks of the spirit transformation technique. As an S-rank forbidden soul technique, spirit transformation possessed extraordinary and bizarre abilities, but it harbored a fatal flaw. While using it, the user's body was left completely defenseless. Any genin fresh from the academy could kill them. Kato Dan's cause of death was precisely this. His internal organs were shattered while employing spirit transformation. Therefore, Zhenyang never ventured far when using this ninjutsu unless a trusted ally stood guard. But with Tianhunsho, he could now maintain powerful combat effectiveness even while using spirit transformation. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, even Uchiha Madara, who fought the 5 Kage, could not perceive Kato Dan's presence, only sensing Tsunade's chakra surging to its peak. The ability to employ spirit transformation while retaining combat power was undeniably terrifying. It was somewhat akin to a soul-based Rakuto Komiai, and in certain aspects even more powerful, allowing worry-free long-distance support. Of course, this technique was not without flaws. Compared to a pure spirit state or normal combat, the spiritual strength of both the spirit body and the physical body would be diminished after soul separation. As long as one's spiritual strength exceeded Zhenyang's separated state, there would be room for reversal. Upon careful consideration, who in the ninja world could suppress him with spiritual power? None, it seemed. With 2 lifetimes of soul's years of cheats, and the growth granted by awakening the Mangekyo, Zhenyang's current spiritual strength could only be described as terrifying. The only truly formidable opponent was Uchiha Madara. Madara had evolved all the way to the Rinnegan, and Zhenyang could not precisely gauge the extent of his spiritual power. However, the two should never cross paths. Judging by the timeline, Madara was nearing death anyway. As for absolute control over the physical body, it enabled miraculous transformations. This was the key that allowed him to save Rin. Previously, Zhenyang had used his spirit body to invade and swiftly seize control of Rin's body, employing Tianhunsho to sustain her life. As long as she was not completely dead, he could bring her back. The only variable was the magnitude of Genjutsu power consumed. Moreover, this was merely Zhenyang's initial development of his eye technique. With more time, it could yield further applications. Zhu Wu. This was the time manipulation Mangekyo of his right eye. It could alter the flow of time for himself or his surroundings, as well as plunder time itself. Altering time flow was easy to understand. He could accelerate time around himself. Combined with his already exceptional body flicker technique, he could achieve true teleportation. Alternatively, he could slow time for his enemies, such as a tailed beast bomb, giving his ninja team time to evade. As for plundering time, this was the primary reason Zhu Wu earned its name. Zhenyang could revert his state to a previous moment, but at the cost of immense Genjutsu power and lifespan. However, when he killed an enemy, he could convert their time for his own use, thereby reducing the cost of employing this technique. The amount of time plundered depended on the gap in energy levels between them. When the gap was similar, he could plunder a substantial amount of time. But against vastly weaker opponents like Chunin or Academy students, only a negligible amount could be taken. Undeniably, this was Zhenyang's most valued aspiration. With a cheat that allowed his spiritual power to grow indefinitely, there were only 2 fundamental problems to resolve. The first, could he live long enough? If the Uchiha clan truly could not be saved, he could flee and lie low, returning later with sufficient strength to exact revenge. Ample time for growth was the core factor determining his development. From the very beginning, every effort Zhenyang made was aimed at shortening this growth period. The second question was whether his body could withstand the continuous strengthening of his spiritual power. To be honest, his physical condition lagged far behind his spiritual growth. It seemed fine now, but once his spiritual power reached a certain threshold, nothing could be guaranteed. Obito awakened a space-type eye technique. As a privileged player who had invested significantly, awakening a time-type technique was hardly excessive. This daily writing schedule was exhausting. Last night his head was clouded and no words came. He needed 2 days of rest to recover. At the Graveyard of Mountains, also within the later base of the Akatsuki organization, the colossal Geto statue loomed in the rear with Ban seated on the stone chair before it. The eerie figure standing before him with a cold expression was precisely Dai, to whom he had manipulated with utmost clarity. Witnessing Lin die at the hands of his best friend was utterly unbearable for Dai, too, plunging him into despair toward this world. Without needing Ban to persuade him further, the other would actively demand to become the faithful executor of the Moon Eye plan, reducing himself to a mere pawn. Carefully scrutinizing the young man of the same clan before him, Ban rarely allowed a smile to surface. Having traversed the ninja world for so many years, he could not fail to see through a mere teenager. Though the other did not reveal his Mangekyo at this moment, the changes in his demeanor and expression made it clear that the plan was proceeding smoothly. Just like when Kwana died before his own eyes. Pain. Too much pain. At this moment, standing beside Ban, Ju reported the specific details of what had transpired. Dai 2 awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and slaughtered all the mist ninja present. The only survivor, Kaka, she had long since fallen into a coma and was not discovered by anyone before we left. However, Dai 2 seemed unwilling to harm Kakashi. Hearing this, Ban gazed ahead with an inscrutable look. Unwilling to harm your former comrade. No, I simply no longer care. Whether that guy lives or dies, I don't care. In the world I am about to create, there will be Kakashi and Lin. Tell me how to create the world of dreams, Ban. Dai 2's expression was cold, as if everything in the world had become utterly irrelevant to him. Yet Ban sensed a hint of resentment and resolve in his words, as though Dai 2 was trying to convince himself. However, he did not expose him. Being emotional and valuing bonds was precisely one of the reasons Ban had chosen Dai 2. The other's current performance undoubtedly made him even more confident. Such a person was the ideal candidate for a pawn. Come here, I will teach you how to create a truly peaceful world. Just as in the anime, Ban unhurriedly revealed secrets such as the ghetto statue, the Rinnegan, and the infinite Tsukuyami to Dai 2, painting for him an ideal world. In the chamber behind, there are scrolls of Uchiha forbidden techniques, wood-style secret arts, and Yin-Yang release techniques. You can use these to enhance your strength. Moreover, half of Ju is my will incarnate. He can assist you in accomplishing many things. The white setsu created in the base can also be used as pawns. After confirming Dai 2's successful descent into darkness, Ban handed over all his accumulated assets and wealth to him. As long as the plan proceeded smoothly, he would soon be able to resurrect, and then use the infinite Tsukuyami to create the world of his ideals. The numerous preparations he had made also filled him with confidence. Once Dai 2 had absorbed all this information, Ban eagerly tore off the tubes attached to his back. Given his personality, the decline of his body, and the loss of his ability to go outside, being confined to this dark base for years on end was no different from death. Ban would rather die in battle than drag a decrepit body waiting for death. Now he could finally depart without worry. When he returned, his body would be in its prime once more. In the days after I leave, you are Yuzhibo Ban. With the energy sustaining his life gone, Ban appeared utterly spent, using the last remaining moments to utter his final instructions. After speaking, he slumped motionless in the chair. Yuzhibo Ban was dead. Dai 2, first enhance your strength. When the time is right, we will begin Lord Ban's plan and cultivate the Rinnegan he left behind. Ju turned to look at Dai 2. After Ban's death, everything would rely on Ju to guide him. You can start by familiarizing yourself with the Mangekyo's abilities, then practice wood style. You were able to directly use the wood release technique earlier, indicating good talent in this area. But are you truly not considering retrieving the other eyes? Ju offered some of his own suggestions. Although Dai 2 had awakened to space-time dojutsu, he was merely a chunin before. He could handle ordinary ninja well enough, but against the strong of the ninja world, it would be difficult to gain an advantage or inflict damage relying solely on Kimyui to ensure his own safety. This was clearly insufficient for future tasks such as collecting tailed beasts and resurrecting Yuzhibo Ban. Currently, there were two methods to significantly enhance Dai 2's strength. First, retrieve the other Mangekyo to complete the pair of eyes. The power of Kimyui would greatly increase, and he could even use forbidden techniques like Susanoo. Second, master wood style. With the cells of Chinsho Jujin, although the power of wood style would not match that of the original, it would still surpass ordinary elemental techniques. No need. Even with only one eye, I can complete the plan. Without a moment's hesitation, Dai 2 rejected Ju's suggestion and headed toward the chamber in the back. Seeing this, Ju could not press further. After all, his current identity was Ban's will. Ban himself had not said much on this matter, and continuing to guide might arouse suspicion. This was the closest they had ever come to success in over 1,000 years. Did he know what he had been through over this millennium? He had to be extremely cautious. Soon Dai 2 found the many scrolls Ban had treasured in life, as well as his ninja tools. The legendary Uchiha clan's flame fan, incredibly sturdy, capable of deflecting most ninjutsu, and also the pattern printed on the Uchiha clan's clothing. The other item was the scythe that had initially startled him. Holding the flame fan in his hand, Dai 2 finally confirmed that the person before him had indeed been Yuzhibo Ban. The flame fan was an heirloom passed down through generations of Uchiha clan leaders, ultimately taken by Yuzhibo Ban. It was unlikely that any Uchiha clan member could snatch this fan from Ban's hands. Earlier, Ban had been too aged and decrepit. Dai 2 only knew him as a Uchiha clan member. Moreover, both the clan and the village had deliberately obscured Yuzhibo Ban's image and provided little introduction. How could he have recognized him? Who knew if he was being deceived? The reason Dai 2 had not refuted was simply that in his eyes the other's identity did not matter. Whether you were Yuzhibo Ban or Chinsho Jujin, he only wanted Lin and Kakashi. This realization only strengthened his resolve for the Moon Eye plan. Even if the world created was false, at least he could still see Lin, and no one would lose their life due to war or such things. Speaking of which, Zhenyang had once boasted that he could live forever. Had he not seen that even a legendary ninja like Ban had died? What gave him the confidence to say such a thing? For a moment a figure appeared in Daitu's mind. It was this guy who had blocked him from getting a few more glances at Lin during their last mission. Who knew how long it would be until the Moon Eye plan succeeded? His Lin-chan. If you ever encounter such a situation, find a quiet place to think carefully and follow your heart. Out of nowhere he suddenly recalled the other's words. After Lin's death, Obito's mind became considerably sharper, mainly manifesting in a tendency to think proactively. In the past, when life was joyful and close friends were around, he could afford to be absent-minded and carefree. Having endured pain, one matures, coupled with the heavy goal now burdening him, he could no longer be as before. He too yearned for a carefree life devoid of constant deliberation. But there was no turning back. When Uchiha Masaru had spoken those words, he had found them baffling and slightly infuriating. Who wishes ill upon others? Especially when that other was Lin. Yet now reflecting on it, Obito sensed something amiss. Recalling carefully, during that mission Uchiha Masaru had specifically suggested they clear the IWA ninja squad together. Because he had shielded Lin, Obito had constantly been bickering with him on the way. Why would Masaru willingly propose joint action? Moreover, the words he had spoken when alone with him now seemed to carry a tone of certainty, as if he knew something would happen to him. Even deducing this absurd conclusion, Obito found it outrageous. Predicting the future. How could such an unscientific ability exist? But if Masaru didn't know, how could his words be explained? A place with no one. Pondering the meaning behind those words, Obito's gaze drifted outside. Given the current situation, the only place free from prying eyes was his Kamui dimension. Having lived with the white Zetsu for so long, he knew their lurking abilities well, especially that half-white, half-black creature. Of the Kamui ocular jutsu, he had only revealed his phasing ability. Even if the battle with the mist ninjas was witnessed, no one else knew of this power. He decided to test it. Obito had to clarify this, or his subsequent plans might be hindered. With a shift in thought, his right eye instantly transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his figure vanished from the spot. Is this another ability of Kamui? It feels like a separate dimension. Zetsu, who had been observing, noticed this anomaly. Over the millennium, he had witnessed all sorts of bizarre secret techniques, and with prior attention, he instantly guessed Obito's general ability. This was an unexpected bonus. The stronger Obito's ocular jutsu, the greater the chance of rescuing his mother. At the border of the water country, having finished their reconnaissance, Masaru and his group were already on their way back. Oh, has it begun? Just as he reached the shore, Masaru halted, turned to look into the distance. The spiritual imprint left on Obito suddenly lost almost all connection. This signified that the other had entered Kimui's dimension. In the ninja world, his imprint would not exhibit such an anomaly. Only a faint sense remained. It seemed his spiritual power was still insufficient. Yusuke, come quickly, the boat is about to depart. Red, walking ahead, noticed Masaharu's pause and called out to him. The Ueda Yusuke was the alias Masaharu currently used. Their group was disguised as ordinary civilians returning by boat from the water country. All right, coming. With one final glance, Masaharu followed the others. Inside Kimui's dimension, Obito, having just entered, found himself in an illusory space where a familiar figure smiled at him warmly. Uchiha Masaru. Obito's heart sank. You knew I would become like this, eh? Though phrased as a question, his tone was certain. The present circumstances undeniably indicated that Masaharu had foreseen this situation. Being able to cast Jinjutsu on him within Kamui meant Masaharu had tampered with him long ago. Their last meeting had been before the Kanabi Bridge battle. I knew. Masaharu nodded, not denying it. Then why didn't you save Lin? Hearing this, Obito could no longer maintain his composure. His emotions burst forth uncontrollably. If he knew, why did he stand by? As a fellow Konoha ninja, not saving him was understandable. The IWA reinforcements were indeed troublesome. But Lin's death was preventable. Having been calculated to this extent, Obito refused to believe Masaharu was unaware of the mist ninjas' plot against Lin. With prior vigilance, it could have been avoided. Remember how I told you about the awakening of the Mangekyo? Instead of answering, Masaharu brought up the secret he had previously imparted. Are you joking? Compared to Lin, what is the Mangekyo Sharingan worth? Feeling the ceaseless power of the Mangekyo, Obito stared at Masaharu in disbelief. You watched Lin die at Kakashi's hands just to make me awaken the Mangekyo. I'm not that bored. What use is your power to me? The real schemer is Uchiha Madara. Unless you share the same goal, would you be willing to become the executor of the Moon Eye Plan A? Hearing this, Obito was first stunned, then fell into thought. Seeing this, Masaharu didn't urge him, silently waiting for him to grasp the crux. What use is talking about this now? I will create a world with Lin in it. You have many loved ones and friends in Konoha. If you try to stop me, you'd better imagine their fate. After a moment, Obito sensed the oddity, but he had no choice. Not bad, you've learned to threaten. Masaharu said with a faint smile, teasing Obito, deliberately provoking him. For Lin, you'd turn the world upside down. Have you considered how she would feel if she knew? Obito instinctively thought of Lin's reaction. That kind-hearted girl would probably blame him, wouldn't she? Shaking his head, he retorted, what do you know? If Lin could come back, I'd give anything. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Just let me see Lin once, and you can take the Mangekyo. Kakashi's life. Only that one's not possible. Masaharu's somewhat mischievous questions left Obito speechless. Enough, my remaining power is running low. I'll have someone else talk to you now. With that, the illusory space began to change. Sensing the anomaly, Obito remained still, with his Mangekyo activated. Dispelling this genjutsu was a trivial matter. He wanted to see what Masaharu was up to. The scenes shifted like a revolving lantern. The spirit world, the place where Lin and Kakashi were surrounded, a cave in the water country, the border of the water country. Finally, a masked white-haired youth appeared, and before him stood a girl with 2 stripes of paint on her cheeks, wearing a familiar warm smile. Obito. So that's how it is. In the divine might space, Obito stood rooted to the spot, his eyes vacant and lost. Having witnessed Rin's death firsthand, he harbored a deep disgust for this world. Compounded by certain inner factors, even knowing that the Rinnegan possessed the power to resurrect the dead, he still leaned toward creating a false perfect world. He had originally believed that even if Rin were revived, she would face countless dangers in this war-torn era. Yet everything changed after he witnessed those scenes. Rin was alive. The news without a doubt brought a ray of light to him. Listening to the girl's soft, tender words filled with concern, a thought leaped forth from his heart. A truly living Rin was far better than a fabricated one. The people in the illusory world appeared only according to his thoughts, but real people possessed their own selves. They were living beings. As for the authenticity of the scenes within the illusion, Obito did not doubt it. With his current eyes, he did not believe that Uchiha Zhenyang could control him with genjutsu, especially since Rin and Kakashi had revealed many secrets known only to them. The only explanation was that this was real. Since that was the case, his subsequent actions would have to change. As for the specific plan, Rin had roughly outlined it to him. With that thought, Obito left the divine might space. The moment he appeared in the ninja world, Zhenyang immediately sensed the feedback from the imprint. Fortunately, I left a considerable amount of spiritual energy on Obito. Learning that Obito now knew the truth, Zhenyang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Truly worthy of Uchiha Madara, he had left a hidden trump card even before his death. While Madara used genjutsu to rapidly impart various cultivation experiences to Obito before dying, he had also secretly prepared to alter Obito's mindset. Obito had just been in a state of extreme radicalization, making it difficult to detect the anomaly. If Madara had succeeded, pulling him back would have been nearly impossible. The ease with which Obito turned against Madara was due not only to Rin and Kakashi, but also to Zhenyang's intervention in blocking that spiritual power. However, that consumed most of the spiritual energy Zhenyang had left on Obito. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, otherwise convincing Obito would have been a challenge. With Rin and Kakashi present, Zhenyang naturally wouldn't waste this resource. He wasn't Naruto, who possessed a talk no jutsu akin to Kotoeme Tsukumi. Rather than chattering endlessly, it was better to let Rin and the others speak, then present the scene to Obito through illusion techniques. The results proved this approach to be very wise. Obito was no longer a villain. That was rather amusing. He wondered how the deceased Madara would react upon learning this news. Madara, I entrusted everything to you. Execute the plan carefully, revive me, and then you can create the ideal world. Obito, after freeloading, what did you say? I know nothing. Hia. Imagining Madara's reaction, Zhenyang burst into laughter. In his orchestrated plan, Zhenyang didn't have Obito leave immediately. Instead, he let him continue learning and growing there, while preventing Black Zetsu from becoming suspicious. After the Third Shinobi World War was settled, he would deal with the matter decisively. He gave Obito a few days to calm down, intending to have a thorough discussion with him afterward and negotiate some additional action plans. With Kamui at his disposal, Obito could still exploit Zetsu's help while keeping his cards hidden, making him well suited for intelligence gathering. Turning Obito Uchiha against Madara was the first step in revitalizing the Uchiha clan. It had to be said that the Kamui Dojutsu was indeed formidable. With just the intangibility ability, very few in the ninja world could harm Obito. If Obito didn't take the initiative to attack, he could come and go freely. Actively gathering evidence of Danzo's shady deeds to incite internal strife in Konoha was quite fitting for his current identity, wasn't it? Contemplating how to clear the obstacles before the Uchiha, Zhenyang led the group swiftly toward Konoha. However, 2 days later they encountered an unexpected person. In a certain forest east of Konoha, 7 figures were resting and waiting, some sitting, some standing. The most conspicuous feature of these individuals was that each carried a ninja sword, each with a distinct design. Upon closer inspection, one could recognize that these swords were renowned throughout the ninja world. They were the Mist Village's elite, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. Why hasn't the village sent anyone yet? Wooly Shinba said with a hint of impatience. He was the first wielder of the explosive blade, the unlucky one who was kicked to death by Might Dai in the original story. Pipa Shirzong, shouldering the executioner's blade, extended his perception and then shook his head. I still haven't detected any trace of the Three Tails chakra. According to schedule, it should have arrived within these 2 days. Did the plan go awry? The Mist's complete plan was to first use the Three Tails to cause destruction, then have the 7 ninja swordsmen launch an attack, inflicting massive damage on Konoha. With only Hiruzen Sarutobi stationed in Konoha at the moment, the distraction of the Three Tails would prevent him from attending to the swordsman's actions, making the success rate quite high. Individually, each of them was an elite jonin, together the 7 were even more powerful. But the problem was that the first step had already failed. The three-tails Jinchuriki who should have arrived by now was nowhere to be seen. Although the swordsmen were confident that the 7 of them could take on Hiruzen Sarutobi, without the tailed beast to draw fire, they seemed somewhat outmatched. They weren't arrogant enough to think they could handle all of Konoha's current ninja. Breaking into the village was simple enough, but getting out would be another matter. Let's wait 2 more days. Maybe something went wrong on the road. If the three-tails doesn't enter Konoha, we'll ambush some Konoha ninja nearby, and then return. We are the village's elite forces, we can't be wasted here without reason. Zigwashin Hitangue, the leader, spoke in a deep voice to the other 6. He was the first wielder of the Samahata. To protect the Blood Mist village, he had long carried out underground missions possessing deep cunning, strong vigilance, and a stubborn, ruthless personality. Unable to ascertain the specifics, he could only act in the most cautious manner. The 7 ninja swordsmen were the strongest 7 in the Mist village besides the Mizukage. They represented at least half of the village's high-end combat power. If they were to die in Konoha, the already weakened Mist village would fall even further behind the other 3 great ninja villages, becoming brothers in misery with the Sand village. If the three-tails still didn't arrive by then, they would only kill some ninja on the outskirts of Konoha, making the village aware of the threat and indirectly alleviating some pressure on the front lines. After all, only Hiruzen Sarutobi was in the village, and he couldn't possibly come out to chase them, otherwise they could immediately stage a home invasion. But as luck would have it, the location of the 7 ninja swordsmen happened to be exactly on the route Zhenyang and his group were taking back to Konoha. Oh, look what we've stumbled upon. A few unfortunate Konoha kids. After waiting for 2 days, the 7 ninja swordsmen had yet to encounter the three-tails, but instead came across 6 Konoha ninja. At a glance, only one among the 6 was an adult ninja, the rest appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old. Wooly Shinba curled a cruel smile and strode toward them wielding his bizarrely shaped explosive blade. As the wielder of the explosive blade, Wooly Shinba had a penchant for grandiose spectacles. The tedious wait had long since kindled a smoldering rage within him. Fortunately, the sudden appearance of these Konoha fellows gave him an outlet for his frustration. His companions, aware of his temperament, showed no intention of joining in, and instead they gathered behind to watch the entertainment. Zigwashin Hitangue also wore a smile, but when he spotted the figure in Uchiha attire at the forefront, his expression abruptly shifted. He quickly called out to the other 5. Stop watching. That's Uchiha Zhenyang. Wooly Shinba is no match for him. He held a significant post in the Mist Intelligence Division. Even though Zhenyang had never appeared on the Mist battlefield, familiarizing themselves with such renowned ninja across the shinobi world was a necessary part of intelligence work. Judging from the opponent's past combat record, sending only Wooly Shinba would result in a gruesome death. Zhenyang truly hadn't expected to encounter the 7 ninja swordsmen. He had already taken Kai and Dai on a tour around the Land of Water, and after winding back they still ended up crossing paths with them. What a curious twist of fate. But since they'd met, Zhenyang had no intention of letting them go. One cannot escape misfortune after all. In the original story, after Dai opened the 8 gates and kicked the 7 ninja swordsmen into the 3 lucky treasures, the Mist surrendered not long after. If he could eliminate a few of them here, the war with the Mist would likely conclude much sooner. Ending the Third Shinobi World War swiftly would greatly benefit Zhenyang's plans, especially since the main force on the Mist battlefield was the Uchiha clan. What? Want to get some practice? Seeing the cold expression on Kakashi's face, Zhenyang roughly understood what he was thinking. Although the mastermind behind it all was Uchiha Madara, the Mist ninja were to some extent accomplices. If not for Zhenyang's ability to rescue Rin, Kakashi wouldn't know how to face Obito. Naturally, this bred hostility toward the Mist. May I? Kakashi turned his head to look at Zhenyang, his eyes burning with a thirst for battle, yet he remained rational, careful not to disrupt the larger plan. Of course, that man wields the explosive blade, Shubaku, a ninja sword perfectly fused with explosions, dangerous for both the user and the enemy. This blade is essentially an automatic giant scroll containing countless explosive tags. Combined with the explosive blade technique, it hurls the exploding scrolls around the enemy, causing a wide area blast from which escape is impossible. With the Celestial Soul Handunclear, but likely a technique at his disposal, Zhenyang wasn't worried about him making mistakes. If he wanted to fight, he could go ahead. The two would be dealing with each other for a long time to come. Still, Zhenyang warned him about the opponent's abilities. In the future, when Kakashi faced the reanimated Wooly Shinba, he would sustain an eye injury from this very move. Noticing Kakashi preparing to confront the elite Jonin, Kai stepped forward to assist. Relying solely on Kakashi's strength would make it difficult to overcome their foe. Drawing the Kusanagi blade, Zhenyang used the body flicker technique to appear before the remaining 6, blocking them all. Seeing this, Zigwashin Hitangue revealed a sinister smile. Phantom Sword, Zhenyang. It seems we've unexpectedly hooked a big fish. Unfortunately, you might just die here today. With the 7 of them joining forces, the only Konoha ninja who could give them trouble was Minato Namikaze, a master of space-time ninjutsu. Moreover, their opponent was accompanied by a group of young ninja. The sole adult ninja didn't even wear a Chunin vest. What did that imply? This guy was still a Genin. And that's it. He couldn't imagine how they could lose. A cold gleam flashed in Zhenyang's eyes, and he spoke with a peculiar tone. Who will die here? That's far from certain. With his perception ability, he had detected the swordsman's presence long before they noticed him. He hadn't avoided them because he found them easy to deal with. Now seeing the swordsman's overconfident demeanor, it seemed both sides shared the same thought. Clearly the ones who will die are you. A ferocious grimace twisted Zigwashin Hitungui's obese face. He swung the massive Samahata toward Zhenyang, and the other 5, now aware of the situation, joined in a coordinated assault. Zhenyang, we're with you. At that moment, Dai and the other 2 stepped forward to stand beside him, ready to face the swordsman together. Senior Dai, just protect Kurenai and the others. Leave the rest to me. With that, Zhenyang's figure vanished again, only to reappear at Zigwashin Hitungui's flank, slashing with the Kusanagi blade. Caught off guard by Zhenyang's unexpected speed, Zigwashin Hitungui hurriedly raised Samahata to block, but the blade's light turned into a blur tinged with a spark of lightning, piercing him with multiple wounds in an instant. Yet no blood flowed from the punctured areas. As Zigwashin Hitungui's eyes gleamed with triumph, his entire body dissolved into water and splashed onto the ground. Seeing this, Kurenai behind him quickly shouted a warning. Zhenyang, watch your back. Little girl, better worry about yourself first. Tonkawai Aaron, wielding a blade in one hand and a hammer in the other, charged at the trio. With 5 of them dealing with Uchiha, Zhenyang, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't spare a hand. He only needed to kill these few and the enemy would lose his composure. As a mist ninja, he had a keen grasp of psychology. The moment those words fell, 2 figures appeared behind Zhenyang, attacking him from left and right. One wielded the massive, decapitating blade. It was Pipa Shirzong. The other, the wielder of the Hiramakarei blade, died so quickly his name remained unknown. Twin blades flowing with chakra. Decapitation technique. Hiramakarei release. The sharp, giant blade and the pale blue chakra orb hurtled toward Zhenyang with chilling, killing intent. Meanwhile, Kurirer Kamaki was hiding the steel wire of his longsword, sewing needle underground. One misstep would result in severed feet. The last remaining swordsman, Kuratsuchi Raiga, lurked like a hunting viper, waiting for the enemy to reveal a flaw before delivering a fatal strike. Under the combined assault of 5, Zhenyang's situation seemed precarious. It must be said that the coordination among the Mist Sword Ninja was remarkably seamless. Had it been the Zhenyang of before, such a situation would indeed have demanded considerable effort. But now, Zhenyang's expression remained calm, as the Mangekyo Sharingan quietly surfaced in his eyes. His figure then vanished before the crowd in an inexplicable manner. This speed. Is it truly something a human can achieve? Watching Zhenyang disappear almost while pressed against the decapitating carving sword, Hozuki Jinjetsu felt a start of surprise. He immediately retreated a step, cautiously observing the surroundings. The next moment, Zhenyang appeared before Kurirer Kushimaru, thrusting the Kusanagi sword in his hand straight at the opponent. The series of movements was so swift that there was no time to react. Only when the piercing crackle of lightning reached his ears did Kurirer Kushimaru notice the enemy had already arrived before him. Seeing the lightning-wreathed blade, his face changed drastically, and he instinctively attempted to dodge sideways. At that moment, an invisible spiritual form passed through his body, and a strange feeling suddenly rose in Kurirer Kushimaru's heart. It was as if an attack of this level wasn't really anything special. He could catch it with his bare hands. Thus his footsteps faltered, and his body obeyed his brain's command, raising his left hand. Thud, thud. 2 consecutive sounds rang out, followed by excruciating pain from his arm and heart, forcing his mouth wide open. Unfortunately, the relentless piercing pain made it impossible for Kurirer Kushimaru to even utter a sound. Only then did he snap back to full awareness, realizing why something had been amiss. Jinjutsu. How is that possible? He clearly hadn't looked into the opponent's eyes the entire time. The Kusanagi sword imbued with Chidori blade pierced his heart, while lightning-released chakra rampaged within. Before he could even process the thought, his consciousness was consumed by darkness. That's one down. This Jinjutsu is quite handy. Pulling out his sword, Zhenyang turned to face the remaining 4. Jinjutsu, Iron Body. This was a Jinjutsu Zhenyang had just employed through his spirit transformation technique. Unlike ordinary Jinjutsu that trap enemies in illusions, its effect was to impose a psychological suggestion on the target, making them believe their own defensive power was astonishing enough to block any attack. Back then, due to his formidable mental strength, he had been able to sense others' emotional fluctuations while using the spirit transformation technique, and had thus developed numerous Jinjutsu from this ability. Besides Iron Body, there were also the group-type Jinjutsu Morale Boost and Jinjutsu Super Morale Boost. The former was a Jinjutsu used on allies capable of instantly surging everyone's fighting spirit. Super Morale Boost, on the other hand, was a Jinjutsu used on enemies. It amplified the encouraging effect entirely, with its intensity being dozens of times that of the former. In other words, you've been buffed. Now go feed yourselves to the enemy. Being a ninja is a profession that requires the use of one's brain. Unless one reached a level where whatever they shouted just happened, battle intelligence had a huge impact on the tide of a fight. For a prime example, look at Nara Shikamaru's battles. Overwhelming positive emotions are more than enough to make the affected instantly impulsive, subconsciously ignoring their brain and turning into reckless brutes. Everyone be careful. Kurirer's actions are abnormal. This guy's Jinjutsu now seems to be something beyond just eye contact. Black Ho Raiga, being the closest to Zhenyang, noticed something off and quickly warned the others. A peculiar Jinjutsu, ha. Let's use the assassination technique together. Samahata's wielder Fuguki Swakazen made a quick decision, and his figure retreated, disappearing from sight. Genjutsu, and the others vanished as well. Then a dense white fog rolled in, obscuring everything around Zhenyang, trying to use this method to stop my Genjutsu. Seeing this, Zhenyang immediately guessed their intentions. Genjutsu always needed some medium to be cast upon another person. As long as they hid their forms and weren't found, it would be difficult for the enemy to use Genjutsu, putting the initiative in their hands. The hidden mist technique was a common ninjutsu used by Kirigakure ninja and also a means to complement assassination techniques. The thick fog released blurred the surrounding environment, allowing the caster to hide within and ambush the opponent. Among the second generation of the 7 ninja swordsman, Momochi Zabuza was famously skilled in assassination techniques. He had achieved feats such as punching the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, kicking the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, terrifying the prized student of the 5th Hokage Tsunade into immobility, and nearly defeating the 6th Hokage. But now it seemed he might not get his hands on the decapitating carving sword. The countermeasures taken by Fuguki and the others were quite correct against other Genjutsu users, but unfortunately for them, they were up against Zhenyang. Not only did the hidden mist technique have negligible visual impact on the Mangekyo Sharingan, but the souls of the group were also like flames in the dark night, clearly revealing their positions to him. Uchiha Zhenyang, your Genjutsu is undoubtedly powerful, but here unable to discern the direction of attacks, unable to sense our presence, and not even knowing your own location, what are you going to do? A muffled voice came from all directions, adding to the eerie atmosphere created by the thick fog. Fuguki stared at Zhenyang, who was not far away, and spoke, trying to rattle the opponent's psyche. The hidden mist technique performed by 4 elite Jonin, and for added safety, they had even set up a barrier that disrupted sensory perception. Even the Sharingan could only achieve slightly better vision within this area. With his most formidable ability, neutralized Uchiha Zhenyang had essentially become a turtle in a jar. All they needed to do now was slowly break down his mental defenses and let him die in despair. In this regard, the Mist Ninja were true experts. Behind Fuguki, Zhenyang in his spiritual form observed the scene thoughtfully. This style of fighting did seem quite effective against ordinary ninja. Mainly it was pure torment. Noted, it's worth learning, might be useful later. Guess who the prey really is? The sudden voice beside his ear made Fuguki unable to believe it, and he quickly turned to look. Nothing there. Before he could think further, Zhenyang plunged into his mental world. Within 2 seconds, Fuguki's eyes darkened instantly. His whole body seemed boneless and on the verge of collapse, sustained only by some unknown force. A moment later, he recovered, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. He swung the Samahata sword in his hand, and then walked towards Genjutsu nearby. Genjutsu, I sense something strange about that brat. His Genjutsu seems. What is it? Genjutsu was also somewhat curious about Uchiha Zhenyang's Genjutsu, and couldn't help but urge him on. It's unavoidable. As he spoke, Fuguki thrust the Samahata sword he carried into Genjutsu's body. The sword immediately began to absorb the chakra within. The sudden change caught Genjutsu completely off guard, but the bizarre pattern faintly emerging in the other's eyes instantly plunged him into an illusion. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, Fuguki was tacitly regarded as the leader because of his superior strength and intelligence. That was why Genjutsu hadn't been overly suspicious, and that very lack of suspicion cost him his life. As his life force and chakra drained away simultaneously, Genjutsu released his grip on the decapitating carving sword. Powerless. Clang. The sound of the sword hitting the ground drew the attention of the remaining 2. Fuguki, what are you doing? Heichu Leiya and his companion were still observing Uchiha Zhenyang's movements, yet they didn't expect that a problem would arise here first. Haha, I'm doing serious business. The next moment, Zhenyang, who had been standing still without moving, charged toward them. Coupled with the oddly behaving Shi Guashan, He Tun-Gue, the 2 were momentarily at a loss. What is this situation? We were about to fight to the death, but the boss turned traitor first. One each. Without time to think much, Heichu Leiya said a word to his companion, and charged at Uchiha Zhenyang with dual blades. Lightning released lightning ball. From the tip of the lightning blade, a massive amount of lightning-released chakra erupted. Seeing this, Zhenyang smiled slightly, a ball of lightning appearing in his free left hand, which quickly extended outward into the shape of a spear. Chidori Sharp Spear. The blue chakra spear instantly shattered the lightning ball. Seeing this, Heichu Leiya's pupils contracted, and he immediately dodged sideways. However, the ninjutsu was too fast, and a large hole was pierced through his left shoulder. Having grown to this level in the hidden mist village, such pain was not unbearable, but the ensuing tremor and numbness greatly reduced his control over his body. This was the effect of the lightning release ninjutsu. In a short time, his movements would likely be significantly affected. Realizing this, Heichu Leiya immediately fixed his gaze on Uchiha Zhenyang's footsteps, paying attention to his next move. Seeing him charging toward him, he held his long sword horizontally, intending to force him back. But he who dared not look directly into his eyes did not notice that Zhenyang had already guessed his subsequent move through the unimaginable insight of the Mangekyo. After the horizontal slash, Heichu Leiya showed no tendency to continue his attack, indicating that he planned to force him to dodge and then use a ninjutsu. Illusionary Sword Zhenyang. His renowned ability in the ninja world was not just illusionary arts. Having anticipated the opponent's intention, Zhenyang abruptly stopped his charging steps just in time to avoid the attack, while not increasing the distance between them. How is that possible? Watching Zhenyang dodge his horizontal slash by a hair's breadth, even with a relaxed smile on his face, Chu Leiya's heart turned cold. Being able to do this meant that the other party had seen through his thoughts. Sure enough, Zhenyang immediately swung the Kusanagi sword and slashed at him. However, he was at a moment where his old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet arisen, unable to change his move in time. Staring helplessly as the long sword before him grew larger, Chu Leiya's heart sank to the bottom. It's too late. Whether changing his move or discarding his blade to use ninjutsu, it's too late. Puff. Accompanied by a sound of piercing flesh, Chu Leiya's body trembled uncontrollably and finally collapsed to the ground. The entire process appeared effortless and clean. At this moment, the battle on the other side also just ended. Shiguashan Hitungue, who had just stirred, suddenly fell, and then Zhenyang's spiritual body flew forward, extinguishing the soul of the owner of the twin blades Pingdai. With the successive deaths of the four, the white mist surrounding them slowly dissipated. Indeed, when the spiritual body and the physical body fight simultaneously, those who have not encountered it before will find it difficult to detect the anomaly. While collecting the ninja swords of the several men, Zhenyang pondered the previous battle. In this battle, he did not use too many other abilities, but focused on testing the practical effects of his dojutsu. After all, he had not encountered any enemies since awakening his eyes, and only through practice could he easily discover shortcomings. But from the current perspective, the practical effects of the dojutsu were excellent. The members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were all elite jonin, and even an ordinary Kaga-level powerhouse would not necessarily be able to handle them fully. Yet under the combined assault of 5, they couldn't even last until he used the ultimate power of the Mangekyo Susanoo. Thus it could be seen how much the Mangekyo amplified his strength. After storing the 5 different ninja swords into a storage scroll, Zhenyang turned to look at the other 2 battlefields. Dai was leading Hong and Lin to besiege Tong, Thayer Ren, when suddenly a roar erupted, and the chakra emanating from his body became even more turbulent. 8 gates gate of scenery open. After opening the 6th gate, Dai's speed and power increased dramatically again. A single kick sent Tong, Thayer Ren spitting blood flying horizontally, and even his ninja sword was knocked out of his hand. This scene left Lin beside him stunned, never expecting that this Chunin uncle could become even stronger, and finally understanding why he was in Zhenyang's team. Hong, who had known Dai and his son since early on following Zhenyang, was used to it. She immediately followed up with a genjutsu to control him. It seemed there were no major problems. Being able to control an elite jonin at such a young age, even if the opponent was in poor condition, was enough to showcase Hong's strength. It was not in vain that he had carefully nurtured his own cabbage. The combination of Kakashi and Kai was also evenly matched against Wu Li Shunba, but due to the peculiarity of the opponent's ninja sword, they did not have the clear advantage like Dai's 3. After using the spirit transformation technique, Zhenyang kept a constant watch on the souls of his own ninjas, and there were no violent fluctuations, which was the reason for his leisurely demeanor. However, to end the battle quickly, Zhenyang thought for a moment, and then clasped his hands together. His spiritual body immediately emitted an invisible wave directed at the 2. Genjutsu, Iron Block. Even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. After fighting for so long, Kakashi should have vented enough. With the 6th gate open, Dai, relying solely on taijutsu, erupted with strength comparable to an elite jonin, catching Tong, Thayer Ren off guard, and kicking him into a daze. Having barely dispelled the genjutsu cast by the nearby Konoha ninja, a large foot appeared before his eyes. The surrounding raging chakra and howling wind all indicated that this was an extremely powerful attack. But he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he felt he could easily block it, and acted on that feeling. The next moment, bang! Tong Thayer Ren, like a football, was sent flying by a powerful kick, and eventually crashed into a sharp rock. He looked like he couldn't survive. Is he really a jonin of the mist? Looking at the mist ninja who had taken his kick head-on, Dai wondered if opening the gate of scenery was overestimating the opponent. Was that blockable? Probably just being stubborn. At this moment, continuous explosions came from the side, causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble. Looking closely, one could occasionally see flesh and blood flying in the middle, while Kakashi and Kai hid far away. The outcome was self-evident. Thus, all 7 of the 7 ninja swordsmen had fallen. In less than 10 minutes, the initially arrogant and confident shinobi 7 promptly fell one after another. Apart from Unryo Jinpachi, who was obliterated by the explosion, the corpses of the remaining 6 lay scattered around. After Kakashi and Guy dealt with Unryo Jinpachi, he noticed Zhenyang's leisurely demeanor, and then the mist ninja corpses scattered behind, and couldn't help but pause. After a moment, he took a deep breath. Even though he clearly understood Zhenyang's strength, being the closest among the younger generation to Minato-sensei, Kakashi's heart was still far from calm. Zhenyang had not concealed anything from them when he saved Rin earlier, having previously stayed low-key, because his strength was insufficient. Now that Uchiha Madara was dead, and soon the 3rd Raikage would also die, with his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, he wasn't invincible, but at least he could come and go freely, no longer needing to worry as before. Therefore, there was no need to continue lying low. Temporarily staying low was wise, but staying low forever would truly make one a coward. Hence, he understood the reason for Zhenyang's explosive increase in strength. Could the Mangekyo Sharingan really amplify strength this much? Subconsciously, Kakashi reached up and touched his left eye. Those were the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen who had caused massive casualties among Konoha ninja in the mist battlefield and had once become a shadow. Although they had held off 2 of them, being able to slay the remaining 5 in such a short time meant that even against all 7, it would just be a matter of a bit more time. Such overwhelming power. The opponent definitely possessed Kage-level strength, and certainly not the level of a newly promoted Kage. A Kage-level powerhouse under 13 years old. Kakashi was somewhat bewildered. Even Hanzo the Salamander, known as a demigod, probably didn't have Kage-level strength at such an age, right? Doesn't that mean Zhenyang might even surpass in the future? Before Kakashi could continue thinking, Rin's call pulled him back to reality. Looking closely, the traces of battle on the scene had already been cleaned up. Let's go, we need to speed up and get back to Konoha as soon as possible. Zhenyang stored away the 7 swords and said to the others behind him. If he remembered correctly, the Mist Ninja could summon the swords back. The swords wielded by the 7 ninja swordsmen had considerable ties to the Hozuki clan. The Hozuki clan passed down a summoning scroll capable of summoning the swords. If any sword was lost, it could be retrieved through the scroll. Except for Samahata, which possessed self-awareness, all other swords could be instantly recalled. Thus, the Mist Village did not worry about the swords falling into others' hands. It wasn't until the 4th Mizukage was controlled and implemented the Blood Mist policy, nearly wiping out the Hozuki clan, that they had to send ninja to search for lost swords. As for why the swords managed by the Hozuki clan were distributed to other Mist ninja, the reason wasn't hard to guess. The 2nd Mizukage was Hozuki Jinjetsu of the Hozuki clan. Distributing these swords could win over ninja in the village, effectively expanding one's own influence and gaining greater say in the village. With the support of these elite ninja, the Hozuki clan could grow more easily. But now that the swords had fallen into Zhenyang's hands, there was naturally no reason to return them for nothing. Even though he couldn't prevent the swords from being summoned back, someone in Konoha could. The law of the Naruto world. Any problem that can't be solved can be handed over to sealing techniques. As the only known surviving member of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Kushina would definitely have no problem sealing a few swords. Maybe Minato could solve it too, considering he was capable of sealing the dragon vein. The 7 swords of the swordsmen held great significance to Kirigakure. All of them being captured by the enemy village would be a considerable blow to the Mist Ninja on the battlefield. Afterwards, they could use them to extort something. So they had better rush back to Konoha and seal them before the Mist Ninja noticed anything unusual, giving them no time to react. In the summer of the 45th year of Konoha, the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure encountered Zhenyang's team and Minato's squad in the Land of Fire. All 7 members were killed, and their swords were brought back. After hearing the news relayed by the Umbu, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and the others fell into silence. Even without being present, they could imagine the danger of facing the swordsmen. 7 top-tier elite jonin with perfect coordination. Everyone present was well aware of what that meant. Especially Danzo. For him, if his root organization were to face the 7 ninja swordsmen head-on, dealing with them would be extremely troublesome. If the swordsmen chose not to engage in direct combat, but instead used their expertise in assassination, there was even a high chance of defeating Root. According to Root's training methods, members had to undergo self-annihilation training. For secrecy, Danzo would apply curse seals, turning them into mere pawns executing missions. Those of Root had no names, no emotions. No past or future, their sole purpose was to complete missions. Such training methods certainly ensured absolute loyalty to Danzo, but it had a drawback. It couldn't fully unearth the talents of Root Ninja. Though they seemed to have many personnel, they had never been able to cultivate true experts. Having commanded the Root organization for decades, only Yunuchu Jin and Shanzhong Feng rose to prominence, and that was solely due to their exceptional talent. Yet Yunuchu Jin perished at the mere age of 19. Reckoning by the timeline, these 2 trusted lieutenants had only just been born around these 2 years. The Root organization was currently in dire need of such formidable combat power. How old was Zhenyang? 12, not yet 13. Tuan Song cast a sidelong glance, a cryptic glimmer flickering in his eyes. Within a mere span of a few years, he had witnessed this genius of the Uchiha clan rise to become a renowned powerhouse of the ninja world. From the current perspective, his strength was likely already on par with De, Shi Wan, and the others. A shinobi of this caliber, if he could be subjugated and employed, would undoubtedly become a powerful and convenient tool, even more useful than Kakashi. Through him, Tuan Song might even glimpse that long-coveted position. Regrettably, the other party was a member of the Uchiha clan and, moreover, of its direct lineage. The Root organization was an ANBU training department established by Jisuyuan Tuan Song to fulfill his ideals for shinobi with the tacit approval of the 3rd Hokage Yuan Fei Rijan. Its members were recruited autonomously by Tuan Song within the village. With Yuan Fei Rijan's backing, essentially anyone he set his sights on could be inducted into the Root. However, there was a category of people that Yuan Fei Rijan would not permit, nor would Tuan Song dare to accept the direct lineage members of the major clans. In the final analysis, Mu Yi was a village founded by a coalition of shinobi clans of varying sizes. Although the suppression of clans in favor of commoner shinobi had begun during the reign of the 2nd Hokage, Qian Shoufeijian, he even went so far as to disband the Qianshou clan to set an example. Yet even today, more than 2 decades later, the power coalesced by the clans of Mu Yi still far exceeded that of the commoner shinobi. After all, such a phenomenon could not be resolved in a short time, especially when the Hokage sitting at the top was not devoted to solving it, but instead sought to secure personal interests. Were Tuansong to forcibly incorporate those individuals into the root, he would be trampling upon the inviolable bottom line of the major shinobi clans. There was no need even to consider. If he committed such an act, the Third Great Ninja War would be over before it began. Yuan Fei Rijan would not protect him, and Tuansong himself would be forced out of office. Mu Yi, with its economy, military, and all other aspects firmly grasped by the clans, would instantly collapse. It was simple. This village was built by everyone pooling their efforts. A step back was acceptable for the sake of common development. But to turn around and target them, that would be unforgivable. Either the current Mu Yi high-ranking officials would collectively step down and be replaced, or everyone would bring Mu Yi to ruin together. As long as one possessed strength, the name of the village mattered little. If Mu Yi fell, were there not 4 other great ninja villages? Or eliminate a few individuals and their backing clans, and they themselves could take control of Mu Yi. Such an action might appear to harm only 1 or 2 clans, but in truth it was a challenge to the entire clan system. Moreover, Tuansong himself harbored deep wariness toward the Uchiha clan, and the entire root organization contained no Uchiha shinobi. Uchiha Zhenyang has already risen to power. The war situation alone cannot resolve him, especially with Gu Jieda, Shi Wan, and the others alongside him. Only after the war ends can we use Rijan to deal with him. The Uchiha are ultimately a curse. Tuansong leaned back in his chair, feigning a repose with closed eyes while his mind ceaselessly weighed the pros and cons. Holding the documents, Yuan Fei Rijan pondered for a moment before finally turning his gaze to the ANBU shinobi. Convey my order: all members of Zhenyang's squad and Shui Men's squad are to be promoted to special jonin. Uchiha Zhenyang, for his immense contributions in this battle, may select one forbidden technique from the sealed scroll. Furthermore, the original squad composition remains unchanged, and they will continue to be led by Uchiha Zhenyang. The fact that they had participated in slaying the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist demonstrated that the other members' strength was also sufficient to hold the rank of special jonin. As for Zhenyang, slaying the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and seizing all 7 swords was undoubtedly a tremendous boon to the mist ninja battlefield. Moreover, having traversed all 3 major battlefields, he had assisted a vast number of shinobi and accumulated a network of connections. As Hokage, Yuan Fei Rijan could not turn a blind eye to this lest he incur the censure of many Mu Yi shinobi. By convention, jonin was the highest rank certification, and further promotion would entail appointing him to a key position within Mu Ye's important departments. For instance, deputy commander or commander of the ANBU, deputy director or director of the intelligence division, and so on. However, after much deliberation, Yuan Fei Rijan chose a different form of reward. He rewarded powerful forbidden techniques. There was no choice. He would rather see Zhenyang grow stronger than grant him substantial authority. Because given Zhenyang's current strength and prestige, the members of whatever department he led would most likely become his loyal followers. Yuan Fei Rijan did have a certain trust in the disciple raised by his close friend. But the problem was that the other party was too outstanding. So outstanding that Yuan Fei Rijan felt he could barely control him. What he wanted was merely a Uchiha Jing. Yet from the current perspective, Uchiha Zhenyang could even contend for the position of the next Hokage. Although his age was unsuitable and the probability of being elected was small if he did not vie for the seat himself, but instead chose to support Shi Wan, the outcome of the 4th Hokage succession would become highly uncertain. Compared to his own disciple, Yuan Fei Rijan favored his grand disciple Bo Feng Shui Men more, because Shui Men's inexperience in this regard made him the most suitable Hokage for their interests. Though he was also aware that Shi Wan becoming Hokage would be the better choice for Mu Yi, his political acumen and philosophy could propel the village to rapid development. But alas, their interests would inevitably clash. Some things once taken up are difficult to put down. Therefore, only one option remained before Sarutobi Hiruzen: to keep Zhenyang as far away from the upper echelons of power as possible. Even though he knew the Uchiha clan currently supported Minato, the bond between Zhenyang and Orochimaru was equally profound. Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not underestimate his most prized disciple. If Zhenyang were to be swayed to his side, his strength and status would be enough to alter the Uchiha clan's stance. Without Zhenyang's involvement, Sarutobi Hiruzen was confident in securing Minato's position as the 4th Hokage. Based on these considerations, he once again chose to offer a forbidden technique as a reward. Given Zhenyang's past behavior, it was at least certain that he would not harm Konoha, so a slight increase in his power was acceptable. Minato, who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, was virtually impossible to kill in battle unless an enemy could instantly defeat him. And who in the ninja world could accomplish such a feat? Thus Minato would surely hold the position of Hokage for a long time. Adding the few years Hiruzen himself could still serve, their combined terms would span decades. By then he would likely be long gone, so there was no need to worry about future problems. While Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others reacted to the news, Zhenyang was having dinner at Minato's home. Eager to seal the ninja sword they had returned, and under Kakashi's guidance came to the residence where Minato and Kushina lived. After the pressure on the Kimogakure battlefield eased, Kushina had returned to Konoha early. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, her every move drew significant attention. If not for the village's shortage of combat power, she would never have been sent out. Upon learning the purpose of their visit, Kushina readily agreed and invited them to stay for dinner. It was only after sitting at the table that Zhenyang recalled her cooking skills were not particularly good. Minato usually did the cooking. Everyone dig in. I've been practicing these dishes diligently. Observing the slightly off colors of the dishes and noticing Kakashi on his left hesitating to pick up his chopsticks, Zhenyang knew his memory was correct. Zhenyang, Makoto told me about you during our chat. Achieving so much at such a young age. Here, have some more. Kushina's attitude was very gentle. She held no prejudice against the Uchiha, perhaps because she herself had suffered discrimination since childhood. Seeing the extra food suddenly piled into his bowl, Zhenyang quickly responded with a smile. Sister Kushina, we already ate on the way back. I can't finish this much. Zhenyang, when did we? Kurenai, sitting to his right, turned her head in confusion. Before she could finish, Zhenyang stuffed some food into her mouth to silence her. Kurenai chewed instinctively, her eyes gradually widening. Kurenai, what were you saying? Hearing Kushina's question, Kurenai swallowed the food with some difficulty, shot a displeased glance at the side, and then spoke. Nothing, Sister Kushina. We really did eat just a while ago. Just a small taste will do. I see. All right. Disappointment flickered across Kushina's face. She had specially learned from Makoto and wanted them to be the first to try it, so she could surprise Minato later. But since Zhenyang and the others had already eaten, and this was their first meeting, forcing them would be rude. In that case, there was only one option. A sudden idea struck Kushina, and her gaze fell on Kakashi. Noticing the change, Zhenyang's face revealed a mischievous grin. Kakashi said he wasn't hungry and didn't eat. It's about time for a meal anyway. Hearing Kurenai's words, Kakashi, who had already silently put down his bowl and was about to leave, immediately turned his head, eyes filled with disbelief. Yet what he saw was the tacit understanding between Zhenyang and the others, along with his master's wife's friendly smile. After a simple dinner, or rather after watching Kakashi finish his meal with a face full of grievance but unable to voice it, the mission was declared a complete success, and everyone went home. In a house at the corner of the Uchiha compound, the young Shursui sat beside Zhenyang, his curious eyes shifting between Zhenyang, Kurenai, and an unfamiliar sister. On the sofa opposite Zhenyang sat Kurenai and Noira Rin. Because they would later make a move against Black Zetsu, Rin could not yet show her real face during this period, lest any abnormality be noticed. Thus, immediately upon returning to the village, Zhenyang had his shadow clone bring her to his own home. Staying by Zhenyang's side was the least likely way to be discovered, and over the next few nights Rin might even play a crucial role. After weighing the options, Zhenyang settled her in his house, disguised as a Uchiha clan member who had not yet awakened their Sharingan. This led to the unexpected situation before him. Kurenai, are you really going to stay here? Zhenyang watched Kurenai chatting with Rin and finally asked. Hearing this, Kurenai turned to him with a pleading expression. Father and mother are still out on a mission. The house is empty and lonely. I don't want to go back alone. Can I stay at your place for a couple of days? Listening to the excuse Hong pulled out, Zhenyang gave a helpless smile. He could easily guess the true thoughts in this girl's heart. To be honest, Zhenyang didn't mind her moving in. After all, Hong would eventually step into his home. Anyway, it was only a matter of time. What Zhenyang worried about was that this was the Uchiha clan grounds. If Hong moved in within a few days, the clan members would probably all know about it. Consequently, many Konoha ninja would also learn of the news. He himself didn't mind, but was Hong prepared to bear all this? Of course it's no problem, but I should remind you that my uncle and senior Yuhi Shinku will all find out. Off. Hearing this, Hong's pretty face instantly flushed. The idea of moving into Zhenyang's home had been a spur-of-the-moment decision after learning about Lin's situation, as she really hadn't thought through these issues carefully. Zhenyang's elders and clansmen, as well as her own father and mother. Imagining the scenes that would unfold, Hong became shy and uneasy, even wavering in her earlier resolve. But at this moment, looking at Lin beside her, she finally strengthened her resolve. Lin was the same age as them, and it was obvious to anyone that Zhenyang was very sought after. She had to stay vigilant. Otherwise, one day, she might suddenly find that her home had been stolen, and then she would truly be too distressed to cry. All right, let them know. It's not like I can change my mind now. Zhenyang glanced at Hong with some surprise. But since she wasn't afraid, then let her stay. His house was quite spacious. It had more than enough room for 3 people. The next day, in the residence of the Uchiha clan head. Early on the second morning after returning to Konoha, Zhenyang received an invitation to visit. In the spacious tea room, he met Uchiha Fugaku, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Zhenyang, long time no see. This is my son, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku introduced him amiably, and the very young child beside him bowed politely to Zhenyang. Greetings, Lord Zhenyang. At this time, Itachi's face was still chubby, looking very cute, but already one could faintly see a hint of his future calm demeanor. He was not as mischievous as other children. Looking at the less than 3-year-old Uchiha Itachi, Zhenyang smiled and patted his head, saying, Itachi is very good. He will surely become an excellent ninja in the future. Hearing this evaluation as a father, Fugaku showed a genuine smile. He had long received the news that Zhenyang and his team had annihilated the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Although Zhenyang was still young, he was no longer a genius who needed to grow. He was now the undisputed strongest in the Uchiha clan. There was no need for him to make polite remarks. Since he said these words, it meant he truly had high expectations for Itachi. Itachi was indeed Fugaku's greatest pride so far. Despite his young age, whether in temperament or training, he displayed performance far beyond his peers, carrying many of his father's hopes. Thank you for your praise, Lord Zhenyang. Facing the compliment, Itachi bowed again, a trace of longing in his eyes. If he could possess strength like that of the other, surely his father would be very pleased. Although this was his first time meeting Zhenyang, the frequent discussions in the clan made him well acquainted with the fellow clan ninja before him. The genius of the Uchiha, the hero of Konoha. These were the titles he heard most often. Itachi, you may leave now. I have something to discuss with Zhenyang. After signaling Itachi to withdraw, Fugaku fiddled with the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea for Zhenyang. First of all, congratulations to Lord Zhenyang. After the news of your killing the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist spread, the title Zhenyang of the illusory sword has become truly renowned across the ninja world, instilling fear in countless ninjas. His statement was perfectly accurate. The Zhenyang of the past was a completely different concept from the one who had stepped into the Kage level. A Kage level powerhouse was a title of honor for a ninja whose strength was sufficient to serve as the Kage of a village, capable of suppressing or even instantly defeating Jonin. You flatter me, clan head Fugaku. Please speak directly if there is something. Zhenyang took a light sip of tea, waiting for the other to continue. How could a clan head have nothing better to do than invite him for tea and chat? Then I'll speak bluntly, Zhenyang. Should we continue to support Minato to become the 4th Hokage? Asking for Zhenyang's opinion was Fugaku's main purpose today. Since Zhenyang was now a Kage-level powerhouse and had been closely associated with Orochimaru over the past 2 years, Fugaku needed to know his thoughts in order to prepare accordingly. Fugaku did not want to see the Uchiha clan simultaneously supporting 2 candidates for Hokage. Don't worry about that. Lord Orochimaru will not compete with Minato for the position of Hokage. Although Zhenyang's strength was now no less than Orochimaru's, he still used the honorific title. Orochimaru had taught him many things. They were not master and disciple, but acted as such. Without the other's unreserved instruction, he could not have attained such strength today. Respect was essential. Is that true? The news revealed in Zhenyang's words immediately brought a smile to Fuyue's face. In his eyes, Shuemin was undoubtedly the Hokage more suitable for the Uchiha clan, but if Zhenyang had different thoughts, then it would be necessary to consider carefully. With the current news, it was basically confirmed that Zhenyang still supported Shuemin, so the position of the 4th Hokage should be secured. The Yellow Flash, currently the most renowned in Konoha, along with the support of Zhenyang, who had also entered the Kage level. The Uchiha would soon change the current awkward situation. Now that the 3rd Hokage is still robust, it will be at least a few years before Shuemin becomes the 4th Hokage. Before Fuyue could be happy for long, the following words were like a bucket of cold water, calming him down immediately. Zhenyang's statement was actually quite tactful, but from the several meetings he had attended, Yuanfei Risen seemed likely to live for many more years, and from his recent behavior he indeed had no intention of relinquishing power. This way, when Shuemin could become Hokage was entirely in the other's control. For example, using reasons like being young and inexperienced, he could easily delay the succession. During wartime, it was fine, as the village needed the Uchiha clan's formidable combat power to resist enemy ninja villages. Once things calmed down, they would surely be wary of the Konoha high-ranking officials. The Uchiha had often been under surveillance before, let alone now, with Zhenyang as a top-level combatant. The 3rd Hokage might not show it clearly, but Zamura Danzo had never concealed his disgust for them. The Root organization was established with Yuanfei Risen's tacit approval, and the death of the White Fang a few years ago seemed to be caused by rumors. But it could only deceive mid to low-level ninjas and civilians. The rest could see the trickery. The missions that required the White Fang were all confidential matters of the village of self-evident importance. How could they possibly be leaked? The reasons behind this made one ponder. Does Zhenyang have a plan? Based on Fuyue's understanding, Zhenyang would not do anything meaningless. Since he brought it up, it indicated that he likely already had a countermeasure. We do this. When the time comes, mobilize some clan members. Listening to Zhenyang's words and seeing his eyes that made one involuntarily fall into them, Fuyue's eyes were filled with shock, and he instinctively looked around. After long thought, he finally nodded with a serious expression. An hour later, Yuji Fuyue smiled and saw Zhenyang out, looking as if they had had a pleasant conversation. Yao is still young, and I hope Zhenyang will take good care of him in the future. Zhenyang responded with a faint smile. Rest assured, clan leader Fuyue, I will train Yao into an excellent ninja. After taking his leave, Zhenyang headed home. Unlike when he came, there was a small figure on the way back. Zhenyang-sama. After walking a distance, Yao called out politely with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Just call me teacher. From now on, I will be responsible for teaching you, Yao. Only then did Yao confirm that he would be taught by Yuji Zhenyang in the future, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Walking through the clan compound, they occasionally encountered passing ninjas who respectfully saluted Zhenyang and also greeted Yao. One was the most famous genius of the Uchiha, and the other was the son of the Uchiha clan leader. Both were highly renowned within the Uchiha clan. Back home, Hong and Lin were chatting. In the backyard, Jishue was training voluntarily. When Yao saw this scene, he finally showed a joyful expression, looking a bit like a child. Go train with Jishue. Let him teach you some basic knowledge first. Yao was just starting to practice at this age, mainly to learn basic knowledge, so Zhenyang assigned this task to Jishue, also to test the little one. After their discussion, Fuyue proposed the request for him to teach Yao. As a fellow member of the Uchiha clan, Zhenyang was the most suitable teacher in Konoha to instruct Yao. Faced with such a request, Zhenyang naturally accepted gladly. Correcting Jishui and Yao was already part of his plan. In fact, Fuyue's teaching for Yao was quite good, but the problem was that he sent Yao to the battlefield at the age of 4. Yao was intelligent, and after experiencing war he would think about how to prevent such things from happening. However, given his age, the abilities he possessed could not solve the problems, leading him to be brainwashed by the will of fire preached by Yuanfei Risen. With Zhenyang added, naturally this situation would not happen again. Jishui Yao, and also die too. Several of the strongest Uchiha members before and after the Third Great Ninja War gathered together because of him, and the growth of the Uchiha clan in the future would be inevitable. After completing the mission to explore the land of water, Zhenyang would not leave Konoha for the time being, giving him time to handle matters of the village, big and small. The days at home passed quickly. After exercising in the afternoon, Yao returned home. After dinner, Zhenyang continued to study the jutsu that One had given him to improve. Having reached his level of strength, if he wanted significant progress, he could not rely solely on daily training. Developing secret arts and Kekkei Genkai was his main path to increasing strength in the future. The third Hokage in his prime was basically the limit that an ordinary ninja could reach. Since he had an additional advantage, Zhenyang naturally would utilize it. Unbeknownst to anyone, nightfall had enveloped Konoha, and a crescent moon hung at the edge of the sky. In a secluded corner of the village, space twisted in an eerie manner. A figure clad in a black robe slowly materialized, bearing a large pattern resembling tree bark across his right cheek. It was Uchiha Obito. Knowing that Rin was still alive, Obito did not don a mask and abandon himself to darkness as he had in the original timeline. He's here. The moment Obito appeared, Zhenyang sensed it, glanced in that direction, and rose to step out of his room. Knock, knock, knock. Zhenyang, what brings you here so late? After a minute, a sleep-rimmed Rin opened the door, occasionally rubbing her eyes with her fingers. Obito is here. Care to see him? Zhenyang's words instantly jolted her awake, her eyes brimming with surprise and delight. Seeing this, Zhenyang wasted no time and reached out to grasp Rin's arm. Heavenly Soul Hand activate. Combined with the spiritualization technique, 2 spiritual bodies invisible to ordinary eyes drifted outside. Even though it was deep in the night, Obito with his Sharingan could clearly see the scenery of Konoha, a nostalgic expression lingering on his face. Before he could take in the view for long, a familiar force acted upon him. Obito did not resist and allowed himself to be pulled into the Genjutsu space. Upon entering, he saw a profoundly familiar figure, and Obito was instantly stirred with emotion. Rin. Obito. Revealing her true appearance, Rin heard the call and looked up at the boy rushing toward her. Witnessing this scene, Zhenyang silently stepped aside, giving them space to pour out their hearts. He had only altered Rin's appearance, her spiritual body remained its original form. On both occasions when he met Obito, Zhenyang had used his spiritual power to pull him into a Genjutsu, the reason being that White Zetsu was still attached to Obito. White Zetsu could transmit information among themselves. After acquiring a time-based dojutsu, Zhenyang had also figured out a trait similar to Tsukuyami. Within the Genjutsu space, time could pass for a long, while yet to the outside world, it was merely an instant. After a short while, Obito and Rin, having finished their reunion, approached Zhenyang. No more time to chat. Earlier you two were both so anxious. Faced with Zhenyang's teasing words, Rin blushed a little while Obito seemed to revert to his former self, scratching his head in embarrassment. Zhenyang, it's fortunate that you saved Rin. Otherwise I'd probably have already fallen into Madara's scheme. For any plans going forward, just tell me where I can be of use. Speaking thus, a trace of lingering fear crossed Obito's face. If Rin had truly died, he would have become a pawn in Madara's agenda, forever trapped in darkness with no way out. Listening to Obito's words, Rin's eyes held an inscrutable expression as if lost in thought. The reason I summoned you here is to entrust you with 2 matters. To this, Obito responded without hesitation. Just say it. I'll get it done. Hold on, a last time was too rushed. There are some things you still don't know, and I need to explain them in detail. Due to insufficient power left behind previously, Obito only had a rough understanding of Madara's entire plan. Zhenyang intended to first inform him of these details. Though Uchiha Madara is dead, he left behind many contingencies. One is the mental tampering he imposed on you, which I managed to block, so its impact is minimal. The other is a curse seal placed on your heart similar to the one on Rin, which can control your actions at critical moments. What a... Zhenyang's revelation startled Obito, who touched his chest and tried to sense it, at the same time feeling perplexed. Madara is dead. How could he control me? Is it through his will incarnate? No, it's not Madara's will incarnate. It's the will of the Sage of 6 Paths, Mother Kagaya Otsutsuki. Madara himself was kept in the dark. The ultimate goal is to resurrect her Kagaya Otsutsuki. A secret never heard before poured from Zhenyang's lips, leaving both Obito and Rin awed. They didn't fully grasp what Zhenyang was saying, but it sounded incredibly profound. The name Kagaya Otsutsuki was utterly foreign to them, but the Sage of 6 Paths and Madara were household names, especially to Obito, who had been manipulated by Madara. I can remove the curse seal on you, but now is not the time. You need to continue staying close to Black Zetsu, biding your time until the opportunity arises to eliminate him. Having learned the truth, Obito nodded solemnly. As Zhenyang's influence grew ever stronger, the world of Naruto had already changed considerably compared to the original timeline. For instance, the Third Great Ninja War, which should have ended in the 47th year of Konoha, would undoubtedly conclude earlier under the current circumstances. The future would only diverge further from the original path. At this point, he could no longer rely solely on his memory to plan future actions. Instead, he had to keep a close watch on unstable factors. Obito was undoubtedly the perfect candidate. From the moment Madara set his sights on him, Obito had been ensnared in a series of schemes. In the eyes of Black Zetsu and Madara, he was merely a pawn, so they would not be overly vigilant against him. In fact, to conceal his true identity, Black Zetsu would have to cooperate with Obito's actions. This way they could prevent Black Zetsu from secretly plotting other conspiracies. After all, living for over 1,000 years, even a pig would have become cunning. It was necessary to be cautious. I'm a bit worried I won't play the part well, and that Black Zetsu will see through me. Don't worry, he won't suspect you. The ever-cautious Zhenyang had naturally considered this issue in advance and found a solution. Obito was puzzled. Why? Do you hate the Mist Ninja? Yes. Although he knew that the Mist Ninja's kidnapping of Rin was partly due to Uchiha Madara's influence, that didn't negate their guilt. They had long been marked on Obito's list, and he would retaliate as soon as the opportunity arose. There's a village elder named Shimura Danzo who has always harbored hostility toward our clan. He is also the mastermind behind White Fang's death. What do you think should be done with him? He deserves to die. With the previous information as a foundation, Obito held unwavering trust in Zhenyang. Oppressing the Uchiha clan naturally put them on opposite sides. Moreover, with Kakashi's father having died because of Danzo, Obito could not tolerate it. Someone who would cause White Fang's death could not be a good person. If White Fang had not died, Kakashi would not have become the cold, detached person he is now. That's right. Having stirred up Obito's emotions, Zhenyang spread his hands. You don't need to deliberately pretend. Once you return, start retaliating against them. Unbridled revenge. Show your true feelings, and Black Zetsu will never suspect you. Is that really okay? Obito was uncertain, because those who awaken the Mangekyo are all obsessive. Considering that he had included himself in that statement, and seeing Obito's gaze, Zhenyang chose to rephrase. Because this is what it means to be an Uchiha. Additionally, you are primarily responsible for retaliating against the Mist Hidden Village. Collect some evidence regarding Danzo, and I will deal with him. Outside, Obito slowly opened his eyes, took out a spiral mask, and put it on, then hurried toward the location of the memorial stone in Konoha. At the Uchiha clan compound, Rin also came back to her senses. Transforming into a spirit form must have caused you considerable mental exhaustion. Continue to rest. After saying this, Zhenyang immediately vanished from the spot. Outside the window, a figure flashed by. Obito, the person you have come to see now, is that the girl from before? Listening to White Zetsu's muttering beside his ear, Obito made no response. Era, if you don't want to answer, that's fine. I only care about bowel movements. What exactly does a bowel movement feel like? Obito Kinyu. You are not a ninja of Konoha. Why have you infiltrated Konoha? Who are you? Before White Zetsu could finish, a sudden reprimand came from behind, drawing the attention of both of them. This is your clansman Uchiha Zhenyang, who just wiped out the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist a couple of days ago. Perhaps we should run first. White Zetsu recognized the ninja in front of him through information gathered by other comrades, and proposed a reasonable plan to Obito. However, Obito acted as if he hadn't heard, charging straight at Zhenyang and engaging in combat. Bang, bang, bang. After a brief exchange of a few moves, the two distanced themselves. A ninja from an enemy village. If you don't explain yourself clearly today, don't think about leaving. Saying this, Zhenyang drew the Kusanagi sword at his waist, its blade instantly covered with a layer of lightning. Wood-style tree insertion technique. With Obito's movements, a large number of wooden spikes suddenly appeared from the ground, heading straight for Zhenyang. The next moment, Zhenyang dodged the wooden spikes and suddenly appeared in front of Obito, his long sword slashing horizontally with lightning speed. For a moment, Obito seemed to fail to react. When he subconsciously dodged, the black robe on his arm was instantly severed, drawing a streak of blood. Obito, quickly leave. Ninjas from Konoha are already heading this way. White Zetsu's somewhat urgent words rang out. In his perception, a large number of chakra fluctuations were gathering toward this location. Hearing this, a trace of reluctance appeared on Obito's face beneath his mask, but in the end, he did not linger further. His figure became ethereal and then vanished into the night. What White Zetsu did not notice was that a spirit form had long been floating near Obito's ear, whispering something with slight movements of its mouth. Zhenyang opened his palm, revealing a piece of flesh cut from Obito's right arm. After putting it away, he pressed a few points on his body, and his face instantly turned pale, appearing weakened. Then he found a spot nearby and waited quietly. Zhenyang, what just happened? The time went back to 5 minutes ago. Having finished the day's affairs, Hiruzen Sarutobi had gone to rest shortly after returning home and having dinner. He was already over 50 years old, which even in the current era was considered relatively long-lived for a ninja. Naturally, his energy had declined compared to his younger days. But the 2 massive chakra fluctuations in the village still jolted him awake immediately. One of the chakra signatures was very familiar. It was Zhenyang, who had just finished a mission not long ago. The other, however, was oddly unfamiliar, and the 2 chakras were almost equal in strength. Without much hesitation, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately put on his tight combat uniform, summoned some umbu, and hurried over. This was a time of war. A combatant like Zhenyang could not afford any mishap, otherwise the already easing battle situation would surely worsen and the hard-won circumstances would turn for the worse. Moreover, someone causing trouble in the village was undoubtedly a direct slap in the face to the current Hokage. When he arrived at the scene, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately saw Zhenyang, who appeared weakened and was resting on the spot, and then the wooden spikes nearby caught his eye. Seeing this, he was initially stunned, then seemed to realize something, and his expression turned extremely grim. At this moment, many nearby ninjas also arrived, curiously observing the scene, their faces showing surprise. The wooden spikes scattered across the ground were clearly the result of a ninjutsu. As ninjas of Konoha, everyone was not unfamiliar with this technique. In fact, they were quite familiar with it. Because the wood style had only been mastered by one person, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, known as the God of Shinobi. However, Hashirama Senju had died decades ago, and his only granddaughter had not awakened the wood style. Pondering this question, the ninjas present unanimously turned their gaze to the third Hokage, who stood at the forefront. Cough. Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. I am fine. This person was acting suspiciously, and I followed him after sensing him. It's just that the technique he used was quite rare, and I was caught off guard and suffered a minor injury. Cough. As the crowd arrived, Zhenyang stood up coughing and explained the circumstances in a clear voice that, though not loud, reached every ear distinctly. Hearing these words, a thoughtful expression appeared on everyone's faces. Those who could arrive so quickly were all elite ninjas of Konoha. A day had passed since Zhenyang's return, and the news that he had led a team to annihilate the 7 ninja swordsmen had basically reached every ninja present. Judging by Zhenyang's appearance, his injuries were not as light as he claimed, rather they seemed like considerable internal damage. The ninjas said nothing but silently calculated in their minds. A certain figure emerged from the depths of his mind, and the anger in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart kept surging. Only by considering the occasion did he forcibly suppress it. Did that unknown ninja have any distinctive traits? Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry, Zhenyang wore a thoughtful expression. He wore a black robe wrapped tightly from head to toe with nothing particularly noticeable about him. Yet he gave off the impression of being utterly devoid of emotion. Even after being struck by my Chidori blade, he retreated with startling speed. Hiruzen was well acquainted with the properties of the Chidori blade. It was a derivative jutsu that Zhenyang had developed from the Chidori, capable of inflicting paralysis upon contact. To shake it off so quickly meant one of two things. Either he possessed a secret technique to counteract its effects, or he had endured such brutal conditioning that he had been forged into nothing more than a killing tool. Zhenyang, take this time to rest at home and recover. Leave the rest to me. Whoever dares to strike within Konoha will be hunted down by the Umbu. I won't let them escape. Hiruzen offered a concerned smile as he took charge of the ensuing matters. An incident of this magnitude was undoubtedly a heavy blow to his prestige. With so many ninja having witnessed it firsthand, there was no way to suppress the truth. The only recourse was to handle the situation deftly and minimize the fallout. I appreciate your efforts, Lord Hokage. With Hiruzen having taken over, there was nothing more for Zhenyang to do. He reattached the Kusanagi sword to his waist and slowly made his way home, his figure slightly hunched. Umbu searched the village immediately. Alert the barrier team to monitor all changes. No one is to leave Konoha until further notice. With so many ninja as witnesses, Hiruzen knew he could no longer sweep this under the rug as he often had. He had to adopt a firm stance to maintain his authority. He also made full use of the surrounding ninja, directing them with a series of commands to disperse and search for the mysterious attacker in all directions. Only then did Hiruzen signal his trusted Umbu to follow him as he made his way to a certain location. Danzo, look at what you've done. In the underground base of the route, Hiruzen glared at Danzo, who was lounging around, his fury barely contained. Danzo had secretly conducted experiments using the first Hokage's cells and allowed them to be exposed, and most critically, he had kept it all from him. Well done. Truly well done. The more he dwelled on it, the more his anger surged. He was the one who had granted Danzo the authority to establish route, and he had cleaned up countless messes on Danzo's behalf. And in the end, he was left looking like a fool kept in the dark. Could Danzo not have at least informed him? Did all their years of friendship mean less than a wood release? The thought filled Hiruzen with deep bitterness. What a... Hearing Hiruzen's accusation, Danzo shot to his feet, his single exposed eye flickering with alarm. He had been wondering why Hiruzen would suddenly visit the underground base, never expecting such a shocking accusation to be hurled at him. How did Hiruzen find out? Since the last failed experiment, Danzo had never abandoned his research on Hashirama's cells. Just a few days ago, he had made contact with Orochimaru, who was now obsessed with the pursuit of immortality. Had Hiruzen discovered the plot before Danzo could even send out a single test subject? The first thought that flashed through Danzo's mind was that his route had been infiltrated. Otherwise, Hiruzen wouldn't have come in such a manner. In this world, Danzo was perhaps the one who understood Hiruzen best. Given the current situation, Hiruzen must have already been certain of his guilt, which was why he came directly. Hiruzen, everything I do is for the sake of the village. As a repeat offender, Danzo had developed strategies for dealing with such confrontations. First, seize the moral high ground, then let time wear down Hiruzen's anger. It worked like a charm. For the village. Then explain why you chose this moment to move against the Uchiha clan. Do you think that once you've mastered wood release you can do whatever you please? Hey. Even before the war had broken out, Danzo had been steadily marginalizing the Uchiha clan, and Hiruzen had tacitly allowed it. After all, he was wary of the Uchiha, as well, though he simply never showed it. But even if the Uchiha needed to be dealt with, this was hardly the time. Had Uchiha Zhenyang been killed within the village tonight, who knows what the Uchiha clan might have done. Should internal conflict erupt in Konoha once more, the other hidden villages would undoubtedly begin to scheme again. And besides, who stages an assassination so blatantly inside the village? TCH, how foolish. He would have handled it covertly. These things required a bit more subtlety, a bit more planning. Even if it meant ambushing the target outside the village in secret, one could then orchestrate a dramatic revenge narrative and earn the gratitude of one's subordinates. Foolish, absolutely foolish. Danzo had intended to brazen it out, but Hiruzen's accusations left him completely baffled. Moving against the Uchiha clan. When did I do that? His exposed single eye was filled with immense confusion. As far as he could recall, he hadn't given any such order. Danzo searched his memory of the recent orders he had issued. Indeed, there had been no operation targeting the Uchiha. He was wicked, not stupid. Why would he provoke the Uchiha at a time like this? Earlier on the IWA ninja front, Inoki had been beating him back time and again. If the Uchiha were to cause trouble, Danzo himself would be the one forced to the front lines. He still harbored the ambition of becoming the fourth Hokage. Repeated failures on the battlefield would only diminish his chances. Though Danzo yearned to refute the accusations, he dared not. With Hiruzen already convinced, any explanation would only be dismissed as a flimsy excuse. Because he was not the Hokage, he had no authority to decide anything. He was merely an advisor riding on the power granted to him by Hiruzen. The suffocating frustration left him defenseless. Each of Hiruzen's words pierced his chest like a blade striking deep. Danzo endured it with a grim face, his fists clenched tightly beneath his gaze. Meanwhile, Zhenyang, having strolled about aimlessly, finally returned home. After closing the door, Zhenyang's figure straightened once more, and his complexion instantly regained its rosy hue. To prove he was seriously wounded, he suppressed the urge to dash back across the rooftops and trudged home step by step. Many who had been awakened by the gathering of ninjas had witnessed it, and news of his injury by an unknown ninja would surely spread. This is what they call the self-cultivation of an actor. The bait has been cast, now we'll see if the big fish takes the hook. Muttering to himself, Zhenyang took out the piece of flesh from earlier. The two tasks he had previously entrusted to Obito were first to find evidence against Danzo, second to stage a play with him to obtain Hashirama's cells. Hashirama cells refer to the body cells of Senju Hashirama, a highly overpowered element in the world of Naruto. If one could successfully harness them without suffering backlash, their physical energy would be greatly enhanced, and factors such as the power of their ninjutsu and chakra reserves would be strengthened. Most importantly, one could master the would release, a technique exclusive to the first Hokage. All the ninjas who had successfully transplanted Hashirama cells had reaped enormous benefits, especially for Uchiha ninjas. The Uchiha and Senju clans are descendants of Indra and Ashura respectively. Hashirama cells can complement the Sharingan, reducing the cost of using the Mangekyo Sharingan. This was the reason Zhenyang obtained it. Itachi had been on the verge of blindness after only a few years of awakening his Mangekyo, while Obito's single eye remained functional for over a decade thanks to Hashirama's cells. Over time, Zhenyang had used his Mangekyo's ocular techniques many times, and his eyesight had indeed deteriorated compared to before, not to mention that he hadn't even fought with Susanoo, which was a major drain on ocular power. Therefore, it was imperative to obtain Hashirama's cells as soon as possible. As for how to integrate them, it was no problem at all for Zhenyang. Heavenly Soul Hand. With the activation of his ocular technique, the flesh in his hand gradually disappeared. At the same time, an endless stream of power began to surge from within his body, and his chakra reserves increased accordingly. As for the Mangekyo Sharingan, which Zhenyang cared about most, a very comfortable sensation now emanated from it. It must be said that people are not all the same. Transplanting Hashirama cells was an extremely difficult task in the eyes of others. In the past, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Danzo had conducted research on Hashirama cells, but they never succeeded, and the experiments were too cruel, so Hiruzen ordered them to stop. According to the normal course of the story, Danzo's ambition never died. Around the end of the Third Great Ninja War, he would have Orochimaru help him research Hashirama cells. In the end, only Yamato among the children successfully transplanted Hashirama cells, while all the others died. If even Orochimaru, the foremost scientist in the ninja world, could only achieve that, others were even less likely to succeed. However, with the Heavenly Soul Hand, which could absolutely control both spirit and body, Zhenyang could easily accomplish the extremely difficult transplant and achieve a perfect fusion. Looking into the distance, the previously blurry scenery became exceptionally clear, and his ocular power had also increased significantly. Indeed, the most outrageous thing in the world of Naruto is bloodline. A mere fraction of Hashirama cells had brought such tremendous changes to Zhenyang, it was hard to imagine how powerful Senju Hashirama was at his peak. After fully absorbing the Hashirama cells, he headed to the backyard ready to test the extent of his enhancement. After all, this period was already a legitimate holiday. To avoid suspicion from Black Zetsu, Zhenyang and Obito deliberately staged a play. The use of wood release and the feigned injury were spur-of-the-moment decisions. If a ninja capable of using wood release appeared in Konoha without a second thought, it was definitely Danzo's doing. especially given that Hiruzen Sarutobi had previously carried out corresponding plans with him. This was one of Zhenyang's schemes. As the shadow of the pot, how could he not take the blame a few times? Having been seen so openly by so many ninjas, even the hesitant Hiruzen Sarutobi would surely be forced to act tough. This would give the two something to do, while also starting to diminish the third Hokage's prestige, so that he would stop fixating on the village's ninjas every day. The injuries he had shown would take considerable time to heal, which would provide a perfect opening for those with ill intentions. Killing a ninja from one's own village was a different concept from killing an enemy village ninja. The latter only required a full power battle, while the former required moral justification. In other words, directly attacking was inappropriate. The correct approach was to lure the other side into striking first, then retaliate out of necessity. In that case, even if the counterattack was a bit too forceful and accidentally killed the opponent, it would be excusable. An excellent hunter often appears in the guise of prey. Half a month later, under Konoha's proactive propaganda, the news that Uchiha Masaru led his team to encounter the 7 swordsmen of the mist who were plotting a surprise attack on the village and annihilated them all spread across the entire shinobi world. Meanwhile, the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki led over 10,000 IWA shinobi to intercept the 3rd Reikage. To cover his men's retreat, the 3rd Reikage stayed behind alone, fighting the IWA forces for 3 days and 3 nights before succumbing to exhaustion. In return, the IWA forces also suffered heavy casualties. Like thunderbolts from a clear sky, these two pieces of news plunged the already turbulent shinobi world into a brief silence, stunning ninja across all lands. With a renowned Kumo powerhouse fallen and a new prodigy rising from Konoha, many could foresee the resurgence of Konoha's glory. The Great Ninja War, which had raged for years, was approaching its end. With the rise of Minato Namikaze's Uchiha Masaru and others, Kumo's advantage on the battlefield began to evaporate, making their goal of conquering Konoha nothing short of a pipe dream. Therefore, after settling matters concerning the Land of Lightning's daimyo, the 3rd Reikage took a portion of his forces and withdrew gradually, beginning their retreat from the war. Yet they were ambushed en route by the IWA shinobi who had previously been allied with them in attacking Konoha. Following the 3rd Reikage's fall, A, who was still on the Kumo battlefield, was elevated to the position of 4th Reikage. He swiftly ceased hostilities with Konoha and led his troops back to Kumobikure. Given the current circumstances, not a moment could be wasted. A timely retreat to defend their own lands was paramount, or another ambush from the IWA forces would lead to unimaginable consequences. The IWA side fared no better. The unexpectedly high casualties shattered Inoki's schemes. Were it not for the prestige he had accumulated over the years within IWA, he would certainly have faced sharp criticism from his peers. Iwa's initial intention for joining the war was merely to deplete the strength of other villages, but this battle backfired, causing them significant losses. Consequently, Inoki also led his forces back to Awagakure. With the 2 strongest villages opposing Konoha beginning their retreats, the Suna forces, who were primarily going through the motions, also swiftly recalled their frontline ninja. With the position of the 4th Kazekage yet to be decided, Suna was preoccupied with internal power struggles, making any renewed conflict with Konoha highly unlikely. Witnessing the actions of the other villages, the Kiri forces, already shaken by the destruction of their 7 swordsmen, soon made the same choice. The annihilation of the 7 swordsmen was a devastating blow to Kirigakure. The village's 7 strongest jonin were all dead, and all their legendary swords were lost. Suffering such a profound loss, the Kiri forces abandoned any thought of continuing the fight. Without the 7 swordsmen, their upper echelon combat power was severely depleted, and prolonging the war would only result in greater casualties. Thus, the 3rd Great Ninja War, which had involved all 5 major hidden villages, was officially declared over. Konoha, having accomplished the remarkable feat of holding off all 4 other villages, dispatched envoys to the other major villages for negotiations. In Kumobikure, a ninja responsible for diplomatic relations was reporting to the 4th Reikage. Lord Reikage, these are Konoha's terms for ending the war. They demand we withdraw all shinobi from the Land of Fire and never enter again. They also require war reparations, and... Listening to the continuous stream of words, A's expression grew darker, his breathing becoming heavier. Tell them we accept. Forcing the words out through gritted teeth, he finally lost control and slammed his fist onto the desk, shattering it into pieces that scattered across the room. For a village that revered strength and martial prowess above all, signing such an agreement was a profound humiliation. Yet A managed to suppress his fury and endure it. Compared to Konoha, he now had a far more hated target. The IWA ninja. Had it not been for their ambush that led to his father's death, Kumobikure would never have accepted such terms. Inoki, remember this. I will have my revenge. Konoha's audacity to make such extensive demands was simply a calculated move to exploit their current predicament and extort them while they were down. B, issue the order for all our forces to withdraw completely and avoid any conflict with Konoha. Killer B, for once dropping his usual eccentricities, nodded with a solemn expression and walked out. Dodai, seated nearby, observed A issuing his commands with a hint of relief and pride in his eyes. Assuming the mantle of Reikage meant shouldering the responsibility for the entire village. Now it was evident that A had matured, resisting the urge for vengeance to avoid a suicidal confrontation with Konoha. This in itself was a silver lining. Recklessness and willfulness were grave sins for any shinobi, let alone a village's kage. Only through maintaining composure and rationality could one hope to lead their village forward. Similar scenarios were playing out in the other hidden villages. A month later, the four major villages signed a peace treaty with Konoha, agreeing to pay war reparations to compensate for the losses Konoha had suffered. By this time, the vast majority of Konoha's ninja had returned home. Upon hearing the news of the treaty, they erupted into cheers and celebration. They had won. After the initial excitement, the ninjas' primary concern turned to the specific terms of the treaty, specifically the reparations from the other villages. War exacted a heavy toll on both manpower and resources. The years of conflict had drained Konoha's reserves and left its economy in a precarious state. In this context, the war reparations were crucial to prevent the village from stagnating. Furthermore, the fame earned during the Third Great War would attract merchants and wealthy individuals to come and commission missions in Konoha. Within a few years, Konoha could flourish once more. But it was precisely at this moment that an unexpected development occurred. Attentive shinobi noticed that the terms of the agreement between Konoha and Iwagakure were somewhat amiss. Compared to the other three hidden villages, the war reparations Iwagakure had to pay were conspicuously smaller. While the amount seemed substantial for a major village, it was virtually negligible. As everyone pondered this, rumors began to circulate from unknown sources. The agreement with Iwagakure was a concession made by Hiruzen Sarutobi to expedite the end of the Third Great Ninja War. Upon hearing this news, Konoha shinobi were stunned, then filled with fury and disbelief. They were the victors, yet they had to make concessions to the enemy, making it seem as if Konoha was the defeated side. To benefit their own village and foster its development was the duty of a Hokage. Desiring peace was not wrong. Every Konoha shinobi in the war longed for peace, but not the kind achieved through such means. Sacrificing the rightful interests of the victor to seek peace, what was the purpose of the countless shinobi who perished on the Iwagakure battlefield? After enduring years of conflict, they would not mind fighting longer to decisively defeat Iwagakure, which was entirely feasible given the current situation. As more shinobi learned of this, voices questioning Hiruzen Sarutobi emerged within the village. Those who had lost loved ones on the Iwagakure battlefield were the most agitated. In an instant, Hiruzen Sarutobi's reputation plummeted, and some even questioned his suitability to remain Hokage. In the backyard of Uchiha Shinya's residence, a child of 5 or 6 years old was gripping a small tanto, swinging it with deliberate form. Before him stood a teenager who dodged each strike with an unhurried demeanor while offering verbal guidance. Shursue, not every strike needs to be full force. Combine feints with real attacks and swordsmanship and make your killing blows swift, precise, and ruthless, so your opponent won't react easily. Shinobi as a combat profession could not rely on wild flailing. Such reckless fighting could cost lives. Slap. Shinya sidestepped the diagonal slash, then slapped Shursue's wrist, causing him to drop the tanto in pain before thrusting a fist toward his center. Just before impact, he eased the strike, opened his palm, and gently pushed Shursue back. Shursue staggered backward, then executed a roll to dissipate the force, straightened up, and wiped the sweat from his brow. All right, big brother. Rest a while, then lead Itachi through the remaining training. After finishing his instruction to Shursue, Shinya prepared to return to his research on ninjutsu. The lessons he had imparted today would suffice for the two young ones to practice for several days. Given Itachi's young age, Shinya had not conducted practical combat drills with him, but instead allowed him to observe and learn from experience, then follow Shursue's basic training. Watching the earnest and obedient Shursue, recalling his diligence in training, Shinya smiled and gently patted his head. Make sure to rest well. Don't train recklessly on your own. Reaching this level at 5 years old is already outstanding. Many students who have spent years in the academy haven't achieved your current strength. Perhaps because of Shinya's towering reputation, Shursue regarded him as a goal to strive toward, training with relentless effort and sometimes even adding extra sessions. This burden was not insignificant for a 5-year-old child. Leaving the backyard, Shinya returned to his room, where through the window, he could faintly see the outlines of the faces on the Hokage rock. He reflected on the changes in the village over this period and could not help but sigh. Indeed, when Hiruzen Sarutobi was at the helm and Danzo lurked in the shadows, that was truly Konoha's golden age. The fact that Konoha could withstand the machinations of both men was a testament to its title as the strongest hidden village. Any other village would have collapsed long ago under such turmoil. Over the past month, Shinya had kept a low profile, legitimately avoiding work. He spent his days instructing Itachi and Shursue, occasionally practicing genjutsu, with Kurenai, living a life of unparalleled leisure. Not to mention the pleasure of witnessing such a spectacle. This familiar scenario made it easy to discern who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Shimura Danzo. Unrolling a scroll, Shinya examined its contents, evidence of the transaction between Konoha and Inoki, along with records of the Root's clandestine activities. A month's time was sufficient for Obito-wielding Kimui to acquire various documents. This dossier had reached Shinya's hands several days ago. According to Shinya's plan, the first step was to damage Hiruzen Sarutobi's prestige, preventing him from continuing as Hokage, thereby paving the way for Minato to ascend to the position. Unexpectedly, Danzo made the first move. Shinya was content to watch the drama unfold, merely needing to add fuel at the critical moment. However, Danzo's approach was largely similar to his own plan. Admittedly, Danzo had his methods in certain respects. On the surface it appeared that Hiruzen Sarutobi had made concessions for peace tarnishing Konoha's victory. In reality, it was a deal struck between him and Inoki. Through Danzo's manipulation, Inoki had ceased hostilities against Konoha and instead turned to ambush the Raikage. Awakens and Kumogakure had a long-standing feud. During the Second War, the Third Raikage, observing the three-way conflict among Konoha, Awakens, and Tsunegakure, dispatched forces to attack Awakens, inflicting heavy losses. The enmity between the two villages had been forged ever since. The Battle of Canopy Bridge had damaged their supply lines, and forcing a continued assault on Konoha would have been ill-advised, contradicting their original objectives for entering the war. Therefore, after considering Konoha's proposals, Inoki agreed. Upon learning of the Third Raikage's movements, he summoned a large number of ninja to set an ambush. In terms of results, the effect was far greater than what had actually occurred. Inoki had not anticipated the ferocity of the Third Raikage, which resulted in heavy casualties among the IWA ninja. The Cloud Ninja also lost their strongest Raikage, and both ninja villages were severely weakened by this battle. Konoha naturally welcomed this outcome, as their pressure lightened considerably. They had successfully accomplished the feat of fighting 1 against 4, establishing the village as a distinguished name. Looking ahead, commission requests for Konoha would surely surge following the war's conclusion. Nevertheless, they still needed to honor their agreement with the IWA ninja. IWA had suffered unexpected losses, and demanding substantial war reparations would further hinder the village's development. As the Tsuchikage, Inoki could hardly remain indifferent to these circumstances. This transaction had been reached through mutual consensus between himself and Konoha's leadership, so exposing it would severely damage both villages. While the lower-ranking ninja fought and died, the leadership had negotiated behind closed doors. If the ninja learned of such matters, it would undoubtedly cause significant upheaval. More critically, it could tarnish the village's reputation. A village's development, apart from receiving certain military support from the regional daimyo, relied primarily on mission commissions as its main economic source. Given these factors, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Inoki would both be unwilling to expose this arrangement. However, as the greatest beneficiary of this war, Konoha would suffer far greater consequences than IWA if the matter were revealed. To stabilize Inoki, the transaction had to proceed as normal. All of this was unsuitable for ordinary ninja to know. Therefore, regarding the concessions made to IWA, Hiruzen Sarutobi had to bear the burden alone, otherwise the consequences would be far more severe. Danzo understood this point very clearly and would certainly not abandon this rare opportunity. In essence, Hiruzen Sarutobi indeed acted for the good of Konoha, but there was an unavoidable problem. The public concessions would cause great dissatisfaction among the village ninja, and he, having made a mistake, must provide an account to the fallen ninja. Hokage-sama, the emotions of the village ninja are growing increasingly agitated. Multiple conflicts have erupted on the streets, and many jonin have also expressed their dissatisfaction. Inside the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi listened to the ANBU report and waved his hand, signaling the informant to leave. Having completed the transaction with the IWA ninja, he had anticipated this outcome. Konoha never concealed matters such as post-war reparations. The primary reason was that they had never suffered a defeat. Announcing such matters could boost morale, accelerate the pace of new development, and deter other ninja villages. The abnormal ceasefire agreement would certainly generate some discontent within the village, something he had long anticipated. However, the situation escalating to such a severe degree was indeed beyond his expectations. Without a doubt, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately guessed who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Danzo, after all these years, have you still not let it go? Among those capable of stirring public opinion in Konoha and possessing such motive, there was perhaps only his old friend. In their youth, the two had been evenly matched in every aspect, the only two candidates eligible to become the third Hokage. Yet Danzo ultimately lost to him by a single misjudgment. Since then, Danzo gradually faded from the public eye, becoming a blade hidden within the shadows of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi as the publicly recognized Hokage, and Danzo, who operated in secret as the route to eliminate obstacles for Konoha, worked in coordination to drive the village's development. Yet Hiruzen Sarutobi had always known of the desire in the other's heart for the position of Hokage. Danzo, everything else I can give you, but why must you insist on this position? The root was a division that only came into existence after the third Hokage assumed office, wielding tremendous actual authority that was generally not delegated to others. He had originally intended to use it as compensation for Danzo, but never expected it would ultimately fuel the desires within the other's heart. The methods employed this time truly gave Hiruzen Sarutobi a headache. Not long ago, he had boasted about capturing a wood-release ninja, yet even after thoroughly searching the route, he found no trace of them. Danzo firmly denied the existence of such a person. What else could he do? Of course he should forgive him. No, he should order him to hand the person over as soon as possible. He had originally planned to delay things a bit longer, reduce the impact, and then force Danzo's hand by restricting his authority. But he never expected this incident to erupt. The only solution available at present might be that particular approach. 3 days later, as more ninja joined in condemning the third Hokage, a shocking message emerged from the Hokage Tower. Recognizing his previous mistakes, the third Hokage had submitted his resignation to the daimyo, and the choice of the fourth Hokage would be voted on the following day. Stepping down prematurely was not an ideal choice for the third, who was accustomed to power. However, it was the most effective method to quell public opinion within the village and could also salvage some of his reputation. A Hokage who courageously admitted his mistakes and resigned to take responsibility was sufficient to offset a great deal of dissatisfaction. Besides, who said that after stepping down he could no longer be Hokage? The war had just ended and Konoha's top priority was to maintain stability and hasten its recovery. Years of successive battles had taken a heavy toll on the village's economy, shattering countless families, all of which required a period of peace to mend. Unlike Danzo, the third Hokage, though fond of power and playing both sides, was not as extreme. At the very least, he would not allow Konoha to suffer severe turmoil and turn a blind eye to it. If he truly shared Danzo's mindset, he would not have stepped down. Even if it cost the village a few years of development, retaining the Hokage's seat would have been paramount. Moreover, Minato lacked a solid power base, as shortly after taking office real authority would still rest with the third. This was normal, as the transition of the village's highest leader inevitably involved numerous affairs. The previous Hokage's appointees needed to be replaced, loyalists cultivated, a personal guard formed, and support from clans secured, all of which required considerable time. Thus, becoming the fourth Hokage did not instantly grant control over all village powers. Only after accomplishing these tasks could one truly be called the leader of the village. This process could not be rushed, as frequently replacing key personnel would destabilize the village. Gradually consolidating power was the most beneficial approach for the village. This meant that Hiruzen Sarutobi could retain authority for a while longer. As for a few years later, by then it would be time for him to step down. In the original timeline, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not foresee the Nine Tails incident. Even if he initially intended to make Minato a puppet Hokage, that was unrealistic. No competent shinobi would fail to understand that holding power is essential to get things done, especially the Yellow Flash, renowned across the ninja world. Despite Minato's sunny smile and harmless demeanor, that was only for his comrades. If he were truly foolish, could he have mastered the flying Raijin technique? Would he have been groomed as the next Hokage? Within 2 or 3 years, once Minato had secured power, Hiruzen would truly retire with no chance of a comeback. The fact that Hiruzen had his wife Bawako accompany Kushina during childbirth showed his genuine regard for Minato. It was only after Minato's death in battle and the lack of a suitable successor that Hiruzen's ambitions stirred again, leading him to remain as Hokage. The next day, a meeting was convened in the Hokage's office to discuss the selection of the fourth Hokage. Those who heard the news set aside their tasks and gathered nearby, waiting to see who would emerge as the new Hokage. Inside the room, the attendees were all Konoha's jonin and clan heads. In the front row sat prominent ninjas of the village, including the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hokage advisor Danzo, the 2 elders Jiraiya and Orochimaru of the Sannin, as well as Uchiha Masaru Minato Namikaze, Fugaku Uchiha, and Nara Shikaku, the village's strategist. Except for those away on missions, and a few who declined to attend, this gathering represented the entirety of Konoha's elite combat power. It was precisely because of these individuals that Konoha could stand against the 4 great hidden villages. Once everyone had arrived, Hiruzen Sarutobi got straight to the point. As you all likely know the purpose of this meeting, I shall not elaborate further. What are your opinions on the selection of the fourth Hokage? After his words, a brief silence fell over the room. Electing a Hokage was a weighty and serious matter, representing a shift in Konoha's power structure. Every step required careful deliberation, especially for those with vested interests. Though Hiruzen appeared to invite open discussion, everyone knew the choice would boil down to either Orochimaru or Minato Namikaze. If their favored candidate became Hokage, those families or ninjas who had invested early would reap rewards. Conversely, if their choice lost, they would forfeit the chance to step into the center of power. In the end, as no one spoke, Jiraiya took the initiative. I believe Jonin Minato Namikaze is suitable to become the fourth Hokage. After saying this, he instinctively glanced at Orochimaru. Orochimaru sat calmly, sipping from a teacup, his thoughts unreadable on his face. Orochimaru of the Sannin is the right choice for the fourth Hokage. Following that, Danzo voiced his opinion. After he spoke, silence reigned once more. Fugaku turned sideways, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Masaru shook his head and whispered, Minato is indeed a good choice. Seeing that no one spoke for a long time, Hamuramito Kato and Kohor Udatane, seated beside Hiruzen, each expressed support for Minato Namikaze. This time the two did not align with Danzo. Orochimaru becoming Hokage did not serve their interests. With the 2 advisors' comments, many jonin and clans voiced their support for Minato. The rest, however, remained hesitant, their gazes fixed on Orochimaru. Minato is indeed a fine choice. I support Jonin Minato in assuming the position of fourth Hokage. Under everyone's gaze, Orochimaru slowly rose to his feet and uttered words that left the assembly stunned, plunging the conference room into an eerie silence. Orochimaru voluntarily relinquished his claim. All eyes locked onto him, and once they confirmed he was not jesting, confusion and bewilderment filled their gazes. It was then that they realized Minato's ascension to the fourth Hokage was inevitable. Having spoken his piece, Orochimaru turned his gaze toward Hiruzen Sarutobi, who happened to be looking at him at that very moment. The teacher and disciple's eyes met. A faint smile graced Orochimaru's face. It carried a sense of release and lightness, as though he had finally set down some heavy burden. Hiruzen Sarutobi, meanwhile, saw a flicker of guilt and apology in his eyes. Unable to sustain the gaze, he turned away and rose to announce the result. In that case, Minato Namikaze shall assume the position of 4th Hokage. I will promptly report this matter to the daimyo. With Orochimaru yielding his claim, the outcome was sealed. Next came Minato's address to the assembly, in which he outlined his vision for Konoha's future and pledged to serve faithfully as Hokage, honoring everyone's expectations. At the Hokage Rock, as the iconic monument of Konoha, this vantage point offered a sweeping view of the entire village, allowing one to watch the streets gradually fill with people as life returned after the war. Zhenyang, have you come to console me? Orochimaru stood quietly ahead, his gaze fixed on the village as he seemed lost in thought. The jutsu you entrusted to me earlier has been successfully refined. Zhenyang appeared behind Orochimaru, a scroll in hand. Hearing this, Orochimaru turned and took the scroll, examining it carefully. As always, my exchanges with you are most refreshing. I am truly grateful for your earlier assistance. When Fugaku had pressed him earlier, Orochimaru had instructed him to hold his tongue. Under the combined influence of Orochimaru and Fugaku, the Uchiha clan had already aligned themselves with Minato's side well before the meeting, intending to play their hand strategically rather than merely perform loyalty through words. During the Third Shinobi War, Minato's performance had undoubtedly outshone Orochimaru's, earning him widespread support. Coupled with the backing of Hiruzen and others, Orochimaru was in fact at a disadvantage. Thus, Zhenyang had not allowed the situation to deteriorate further, but instead orchestrated a dignified exit for Orochimaru. In terms of merit, the gap between Orochimaru and Minato was not significant. Yet Orochimaru was undoubtedly far more uncompromising than Minato. Should he assume the Hokage position, sweeping changes would inevitably follow, and the interests of many high-ranking ninja and influential clans would suffer. In any great organization, when the top grows too dominant, the foundation beneath weakens. Looking back now, the position of Hokage holds little meaning. Falling leaves may make the flames burn brighter for a moment, but in the end they are fragile and fleeting. What I should truly pursue is eternity. With his ambition for the Hokage seat laid to rest, Orochimaru's heart now harbored only the pursuit of immortality. Once I complete my research on that technique, I shall reserve a copy for you, Zhenyang. Leaving those words behind, Orochimaru's figure vanished in a flash, hurtling into the distance. Half a month later, Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi officially announced his retirement, and Minato Namikaze, having completed the requisite procedures, succeeded him as 4th Hokage in a public ceremony before the villagers. Because Orochimaru had voluntarily yielded his claim and thrown his support behind Minato during the election, this transfer of power proceeded smoothly, without stirring any controversy. A beautiful day begins with embracing the first rays of morning sunlight, a scene Zhenyang deeply cherished. Rising from bed, he quickly washed and finished breakfast before donning the uniform of the Konoha police force and setting out from home. After the war ended, he had returned to his clan and assumed the position of deputy captain of the police force, clocking in for work each day. Walking through the clan district, the surrounding houses shared a similar architectural style, and most Uchiha clan members he passed wore the traditional attire of their clan. As a distinguished clan that had endured for a millennium, the Uchiha continued to preserve their traditions in this regard. Along the streets of the district, shops selling food, clothing, weapons, and other essentials lined both sides. Carried to this extent, this will indeed create a sense of separation from Konoha. Observing the scene, Zhenyang fell into quiet contemplation. The Uchiha district was equipped with every facility necessary to satisfy nearly all daily needs of its residents. A somewhat reclusive person could practically live their entire life without ever stepping outside. This was akin to building a village within a village, cut off from the outside world. Before long, Zhenyang arrived before a large building. The Uchiha Police Force headquarters, the seat of power controlled by the Uchiha clan. Returning to his office, Zhenyang settled in to drift through the day. In truth, his role as deputy captain was remarkably leisurely, with hardly any matters requiring his attention. The police force was the only avenue through which the Uchiha could engage with the village's power structure. Aside from the elderly elders within the clan, every Uchiha member would spend time honing themselves within its ranks. Zhenyang had chosen to serve as deputy captain primarily to interact more closely with the clan's elite ninja, gradually guiding their thinking in preparation for what lay ahead. Minato had only been in office for a few days, so any changes would not come quickly, so Zhenyang felt no urgency. The village's current distribution of power was fundamentally distorted. The Umbu, the Hokage's sharpest blade, was at this time actually under the control of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Through years of cultivation, even after his retirement, his orders remained more effective than Minato's. The two advisors controlled the village's logistics and finances. The most troublesome was Danzo's rude organization. The former two were somewhat manageable, but the latter had been cultivated into a private army, and the only solution was to find a way to dissolve it and reclaim the delegated authority. To accomplish this, Minato's first priority was to cultivate loyal subordinates as quickly as possible, strengthen his own faction, and gain influence. Only with capable subordinates could he accelerate the process of replacing personnel systematically, placing his own people into key positions. He needed a large number of powerful ninjas willing to follow his command and independent of any previous faction. In Konoha, who could meet this requirement? The answer was obvious: the Uchiha clan. In terms of combat prowess, the Uchiha were renowned throughout Konoha and even the entire ninja world. In one-on-one combat, they could overwhelm opponents. Against 2, they could still fight, and even against 3 there was a chance. Every Uchiha clan member with an awakened Sharingan was significantly stronger than ninjas at the same level. Moreover, the Uchiha had supported Minato from the beginning, so he would inevitably come to them. Vice Captain the Hokage will be visiting shortly. The clan leader asked me to invite you to return as soon as possible. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. An Uchiha clan member hurriedly knocked on the door, and upon entering delivered the news that Zhenyang had been awaiting. Very well, carry on with your duties, Yuta. Uchiha Yuta was a jonin of the Uchiha clan who during this period had become one of Zhenyang's loyal followers. Hokage-sama, this is the Uchiha clan's training ground. The younger members of the clan usually train here. Zhenyang has been overseeing the security force's duties these past few days, so he may arrive a bit later. Fugaku walked half a step behind Minato, introducing various aspects of clan affairs. Given the crowd of Uchiha clan members and Minato's entourage trailing behind, he deliberately refrained from addressing him by name. No matter. I merely came to take a look and understand the current situation. Minato was not surprised by this formality, for this visit had been impulsive on his part. From the legendary Yellow Flash, who had shaken the ninja world, to the current 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze was no longer the naive rookie he once was. He knew to some extent the darkness within the ninja world and the village. For instance, the discovery of Root's human experimentation operations had deeply shocked him. For this reason, Minato had specifically summoned Shimura Danzo the previous day, intending to hear the man's explanation. To his surprise, Danzo had shown him little respect, offering only perfunctory excuses. If the 3rd Hokage had not intervened at the end to help defuse the situation, Minato would have lost face before everyone present. Minato, who had dominated the ninja world with his legendary speed, felt a profound sense of frustration upon realizing that he as Hokage could not even command Danzo. For the first time, he truly understood that his position as Hokage seemed to hold little real power. Having been in office for too short a time, he lacked substantive influence within Konoha's core institutions, resulting in his directives being constantly undermined and failing to achieve the desired results. To gain actual authority, he needed his own people in key positions. After careful deliberation, Minato decided to approach the Uchiha clan earlier than planned. Originally, he had intended to consolidate his power first before elevating the Uchiha clan. But now it was clear that this matter could not wait. Judging from the current situation, the senior leaders were openly defying his orders, agreeing readily on the surface while doing nothing behind his back. Danzo in particular treated commands as meaningless. The retired 3rd Hokage would help defuse situations, yet he did not support Minato's proposed measures to restructure the leadership. He would say that those individuals had made great contributions to the village and could not be punished arbitrarily. Minato had always regarded becoming the Hokage as his goal, hoping to lead the village toward prosperity and development. After several setbacks, he realized that Konoha's senior leaders were the first obstacle. Therefore, Minato decided to change his approach. If they prevented him from wielding the authority he already held, he would bring in those who desired change and build a new power base. As the newly appointed Hokage, visiting village clans was perfectly reasonable, was it not? The first target was the Uchiha clan, marginalized by Konoha's leadership. This was not only reasonable, but also demonstrated his distinct attitude as Hokage. If he could even embrace the Uchiha clan, then other marginalized clans such as the Hyuga would also view him as a path to change and come to him voluntarily. The recently concluded Third Shinobi War had demonstrated the Uchiha clan's loyalty to Konoha. Fire style against water style, and the Sharingan was disrupted by the Mist Ninja's fog techniques. Even under such conditions, the Uchiha clan charged forward without hesitation, which was sufficient to demonstrate their dedication. Coupled with Fugaku Zhenyang and the fallen student Obito, Minato held a deep fondness for the Uchiha clan. Especially after witnessing the starkly different countenances of the senior leaders, he believed that the truly problematic party might not be the Uchiha clan. To be honest, although the Uchiha clan appeared difficult to get along with and bore a dark history, they were still part of Konoha, especially with the large number of jonin within the clan. The strongest clan in Konoha, yet holding no sway in the village's high command. This was indeed absurd. As members of Konoha, they should at least have a voice and a channel to express their views, even if not granted significant power. They were denied any authority in peacetime, only remembered when war came. No benefits, but endless responsibilities. Who could endure that? When Minato put himself in the Uchiha's shoes, he found it hard to accept. His stance toward the Uchiha clan had always been fairly amicable. As fellow shinobi of the same village, mutual exclusion only benefited outsiders. The third Hokage and his faction's suppression of the Uchiha, Minato honestly couldn't comprehend it. In terms of jonin numbers, the Uchiha were undoubtedly the largest and strongest clan in Konoha. Suppressing them was akin to cutting off one's own arm, especially since their mindset remained unchanged. In the Third Great Ninja War, two shinobi emerged as rising stars in Konoha. Aside from himself, there was Uchiha Zhenyang. The significance of the title, Illusion Sword Zhenyang, was enough to make most shinobi in the ninja world doubt their own existence. Under the age of 13, he mowed down enemies on the battlefield like cutting grass. People might die without even seeing his shadow. Though he didn't enjoy the same treatment as Minato, where enemies would abandon missions at the mere sight of him, he was still a powerful shinobi at the Kage level. The most critical point, however, was Zhenyang's age. Typically, shinobi of that age were called prodigies, possessing the potential to become strong. But the absurdity here was that he had already matured and still had vast room for improvement. Despite the clan boasting a Kaga-level powerhouse and numerous Jonin Hiruzen Sarutobi, and his cohorts showed no intention of changing their approach. But that was finer if not for their exclusion. Minato wouldn't have found a way to quickly cultivate personnel. After a brief tour of the Uchiha clan grounds, Fugaku led Minato to a pre-prepared meeting room, where Zhenyang had also arrived. The number of attendees was small. The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, the Uchiha clan leader Fugaku, the clan elder Uchiha Kawa, and Zhenyang the clan's pillar of strength. The two sides held a friendly meeting regarding the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan. If Zhenyang were to describe the scene, it might have gone something like this. First, the fourth Hokage highly praised the Uchiha clan's police force for its significant role in Konoha's development and actively called upon all Uchiha members to continue striving, making the village more prosperous, overcoming difficulties with unwavering determination, and submitting a satisfactory report to the village. In response, the Uchiha clan expressed that they would thoroughly study and implement the fourth Hokage's construction philosophy and carry out new era propaganda and education solidly and effectively. Clan leader Fugaku particularly emphasized that the fourth Hokage's construction philosophy was a great practice, driving Konoha's comprehensive progress and pioneering its distinctive development. To advance the cause in the new era and achieve the goal of enriching the clan and strengthening the village, it was essential to take this philosophy as the fundamental guideline and action policy. Given that Minato and Fugaku were speaking as Hokage and Uchiha clan leader respectively, the conversation was more formal and less casual than usual. After the discussion, Zhenyang understood Minato's plan. He intended to start with the village's finances. Finance, always a vital lifeline in any organization, served numerous functions, such as material security for improving villagers' lives, stabilizing the market economy, and consolidating the village's governance. With money in hand, one could rapidly expand their influence. The economic sources of the major ninja villages came from two parts: the daimyo's allocation and village taxes. Village taxes in turn came from commission missions and village commerce and industry. The funds allocated by the daimyo were limited and couldn't sustain the entire village. Moreover, this portion was mainly controlled by Hamura Midokado and Kohor Udatain and couldn't be freely used. Among the self-generated income from village taxes, commerce, and industry were physical operations. Their revenue couldn't change significantly in the short term. To quickly get money in hand, they had to focus on commission missions. For each completed mission, the village took a cut. Since shinobi were a high-paying profession, mission commissions made up the bulk of self-generated income. Chunin typically handled D-rank missions, so this portion of funds was mainly contributed by Chunin and above in the village. Generally, as long as there was some risk, a single mission reward started at 100,000 ryo. Jonin were even better at earning money for the village. An A-rank mission paid at least several 100,000 ryo, while S-rank missions could reach millions. They were essentially money-making machines. Every village wished for more Jonin to take on missions, but Konoha was an exception. Within the Uchiha clan, anyone who could awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan became a Jonin. Although the chance of awakening was not high, a large clan could still produce several dozen such individuals. Moreover, each Uchiha Jonin could be counted as two, making them a formidable force. As a result, the few individuals, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, confined them to the police force, which was a sheer waste of resources. The duty of the police force was to maintain public order within Konohagakure. Using Jonin to handle urban management duties, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were truly a pair of Wulong and Fengchu in their own right. After years of war, the number of trained shinobi was far outstripped by the losses. Compared to a few years ago, Konoha was still in a state of manpower shortage. The same was true for high-end combat power. On the surface, Konoha's strength had once again risen. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina Orochimaru, and Jiraiya of the Sannin and Uchiha Shinyo. Setting aside Tsunade, who suffered from hemophobia that made a total of 6 Kage-level powerhouses. But in reality, Minato was in an awkward position. The third had retired. Kushina could not easily leave Konoha. Orochimaru was a rival for the Hokage position, and Jiraiya was his teacher. After all calculations, no one could be commanded. They would not stand idly by when the village was in crisis, but ordering these people to carry out missions seemed like a fantasy. Jiraiya might take on a few missions for the sake of his disciple, but it could never compare to the glorious era before the Third War, when the third Hokage was in charge, and White Fang and the Sannin were active. With the influence of the Third War, victory commissions would only increase in the future. Therefore, what Minato needed to do now was to free the Uchiha clan's shinobi, allowing the village to have sufficient personnel to undertake high-level missions. At the same time, Uchiha Shinyo could fill the position left by White Fang. With a Kage-level powerhouse as a symbol, wealthy merchants and nobles would undoubtedly trust Konoha more than other ninja villages. After discussing the official matters, everyone set aside their serious expressions, and the atmosphere became relaxed. Long time no see, Shinyo. How has your injury recovery been these days? Minato, in a good mood after settling the matters, walked to a corner with Shinyo and began chatting. Not fully healed yet, but it doesn't affect me. I can handle some ordinary missions without issue. Since the Hokage has such a good suggestion, I will certainly give my full support. Shinyo replied with a teasing tone. With you here it will definitely go more smoothly. Minato first affirmed, then asked seriously. Shinyo, what are your thoughts on the village and the clan? Shinyo and Fugaku. He was the key to establishing ties with the Uchiha. Especially Shinyo, whose formidable strength gave him even more influence among the younger generation of Uchiha than the clan leader Fugaku. The two had known each other for a long time, and Minato understood his personality. But after becoming Hokage, he believed it necessary to understand Shinyo's views in detail. Mainly because Shinyo was completely different from other Uchiha members. He lacked the arrogance of the others, and possessed a rationality unlike the Uchiha clan, so he could not be judged by conventional standards. Shinyo, you know, I've always felt that you are stronger than you appear, right? Minato's words carried an inexplicable implication. Since their joint missions in the past, he had sensed a strong threat from Shinyo far beyond just stepping into the Kage level. His intuition was very accurate, helping him avoid many dangers on the battlefield. I'm a little confused, Minato. Many people know I'm strong, so why does it sound like a secret? Looking at the other's expression, Shinyo was baffled. Minato. Well, after verification, he was a genuine Uchiha. As for the relationship between the village and the clan, my view is simple: equal rights and obligations. Equally. That idea happened to coincide with his own. By the way, can you explain to me in more detail what you just said about the police force? Having just become Hokage, Minato immediately showed his workaholic tendencies. After a few words of chat, he steered the topic back to business. Well, we can make some adjustments. It's not good to let us have full control over the police force's influence. From morning until dusk, Minato left the Uchiha compound with a smile. Then the news that the fourth Hokage had visited the Uchiha clan and seemed to have reached an amicable agreement spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the major clans. The next day, Minato embarked on a visit to the Hyuga clan. While those interested in the matter were curious, a piece of information was announced among the shinobi, causing a wave of exclamations. The fourth Hokage had reached an agreement with the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, mobilizing shinobi from both clans to form squads and undertake missions, quickly mitigating the adverse effects of the war. On the day the news broke, the Hokage building held a discussion meeting on the matter, resulting in unanimous approval. In the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha's losses far exceeded those of the previous two wars, but the benefits gained were also beyond imagination. Fighting 1 against 4 not only solidified its reputation as the strongest ninja village, but also elevated its status above the other 4 great villages. With such a reputation as a foundation, clients would instinctively prioritize Konohagakure when entrusting missions. The rare unanimity of opinion was not merely about making money, but the general trend of the village. Konoha, which was originally thriving, was dragged into the war against its will. War costs money. After several years, both the shinobi below and the village itself had nearly exhausted their reserves. At this moment, anyone who opposed would be standing against the vast majority of Konoha shinobi. Therefore, even Danzo, who knew this would boost Minato's development, did not object and proactively supported the action for the first time. He was still sensible. After taking office, Minato had already expressed dissatisfaction with Root and was just waiting for an opportunity to deal with it, even disband the organization. Even though he was reluctant to let Minato develop his influence, he could only resort to petty maneuvers behind the scenes, unable to confront him directly. The Hokage was no longer Hiruzen Sarutobi, and he could no longer act with the same impunity as before. Within the Uchiha clan, to answer the call of their future leader, Fugaku mobilized all available ninja. Led by Zhenyang, they set out for the Hokage building, and the Uchiha members were visibly excited. Day after day, confined to patrolling the village, they had long yearned for the chance to get out and move. No matter what one did, one could not work in isolation. The same principle applied to training. As a ninja, how could one truly apply what they had learned without occasionally going out to cut down someone? Zhenyang, you're here already. In the office, Minato had been waiting early. This was the first major task since he took office, and cooperating with the two clans that had long been on the village's periphery, he naturally had to treat it with caution. Do you really have to personally take the mission? Having a title to publicize it should be enough. Of course, this is the first large-scale mission since the war ended. The first blow must be decisive. Zhenyang replied with a smile, though his slightly pale face betrayed that he had not fully recovered. Alright, I'll assign you an A-rank mission, just go through the motions. Seeing Zhenyang's insistence, Minato did not hinder him further. Indeed, if the first mission was taken on by a Kage-level powerhouse like Zhenyang, it would greatly benefit the progress of the mission requests. As for the mission rank, there was no need to set it too high. The main thing was to create a buzz. Even without being fully healed, completing an A-rank mission was a simple task for a Kage-level expert. Let's take this mission. Escorting a noble of the Land of Fire to the Land of Iron. Take a look first. I'll have someone bring the client over. He's quite easy to get along with. After searching for a moment, Zhenyang took the documents Minato handed him. The mission was simple: escort a Mayashu to the Land of Iron to visit relatives. The world of Naruto operated under a feudal system. A Mayashu referred to land with a name, private land. It was generally used to denote the owner of such land. A person who owned vast tracts of private land was called a daimyo. A country was composed of a union of Mayashu. Somewhat similar to the historical enfeoffment system, Mayashu enjoyed considerable independence. Daimyo typically did not interfere in the internal affairs of Mayashu. Within their own territories, Mayashu held administrative, judicial, military, and tax rights. They were absolute masters of their lands, but they owed political, military, and economic obligations to the daimyo's court. This class of people were undoubtedly premium clients for the ninja villages because they spent money without a second thought. Are these the ninja Konoha sent? Hiraki Ryoki was the Mayashu who had issued this request. From his appearance, he seemed a refined man who had read many books matching Minato's earlier description. A person who did not look like one to make unreasonable trouble. However, Hiraki Ryoki's expression was not pleasant. Although he knew Konoha was strong, wasn't this ninja far too young? This is Uchiha Zhenyang, an elite ninja of our village. Sensing the client's doubt, Minato explained before he could ask. Uchiha Zhenyang. Hearing this name, Hiraki Ryoki's face lit up with surprise. Though he was not a ninja, he had heard of the renowned ninja in the shinobi world. Uchiha, a name that alone brought peace of mind, let alone one of its finest. This is wonderful. With a young genius like Zhenyang protecting me, I can rest assured. After speaking, Hiraki Ryoki glanced regretfully at Minato. Originally, he had wanted Minato to escort him. They had cooperated once before, and he had been very satisfied. Strong in combat, optimistic in personality, pleasant in conversation. He would have been an enjoyable travel companion. Unfortunately, Minato had become Hokage and could no longer accept missions. The Uchiha clan's strength was beyond question. They were renowned throughout the ninja world, but their demeanor was somewhat. It was like hiring someone with great skills but a cold attitude throughout. The result was satisfactory, yet it dampened the mood. Especially as a Mayashu accustomed to having attendants around him, he placed great importance on such matters. Well, as long as he arrived safely, at least there would be no accidents. Knowing the Uchiha's temperament, Hiraki Ryoki consoled himself after a moment's thought. However, as soon as Zhenyang spoke, he felt his preconceptions shattered. Mr. Hiraki, I will be responsible for your safety throughout this journey. If you have any other needs, please feel free to let me know, and we can discuss the best plan together. Was this really an Uchiha? Looking at Zhenyang's smiling face, Hiraki Ryoki's eyes were filled with astonishment, followed by unexpected delight. The moment those words were spoken, the feeling immediately changed. This money was well spent. No other requirements, just get me to my destination safely. Understood. Then what is your schedule, Mr. Hiraki? The sooner the better. I need to attend a family milestone. Fine. Then we'll leave immediately. Simply informing Shumen, Zhenyang followed the client out the door. As the convoy led by Hirara Yashiki departed from the gates of my village and advanced toward the Iron Country, it marked the official commencement of Zhenyang's mission. Just as the convoy gradually disappeared into the distance, a masked ninja silently descended from a tree in the dense forest nearby, entered Mai through a barrier on the other side, and then slipped into the underground beneath Mai from a certain tree. Lord Tuanzang. After entering the Jinbu base, the ninja knelt on one knee before the one-eyed bandaged man and reported what he had observed. Uchiha Zhenyang has accepted an escort mission and has already left my village. From his condition, it appears that the injuries he sustained earlier have not yet healed. Hearing his subordinates report, Tuanzang's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. He stood up and paced back and forth in the room. Shumen's proactive approach to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans was an attempt to expand his influence and gradually seize power. But such actions would inevitably harm them. Internal strife was one thing, but when external forces joined the struggle for power, it would certainly lead to the downfall of some. Uchiha Zhenyang was also a tremendous threat. With such strength at a young age, he would only grow stronger. With his help, Shumen, as Hokage, could likely secure his position for decades. Decades? What does that mean? He could wait no longer. Tuanzang's face was filled with cold resolve. Both Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Zhenyang were too young, far from reaching their peak as ninjas. The longer he delayed, the slimmer his hopes became. He had waited decades for Hiruzen Sarutobi to become Hokage. If he waited any longer, he might forever say goodbye to that seat. He had to act. The mysterious would-release ninja who had appeared from nowhere had saddled him with a huge burden, causing Hiruzen to cut back on the Jinbu's resources, making him feel extremely aggrieved. But that fellow had done one worthwhile thing. He had wounded Uchiha Zhenyang. Now was the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. His Jinbu was well stocked, including not a few secret arts capable of forcibly controlling others. If he could seize the chance to control Uchiha Zhenyang and turn him into his asset, combined with Zhenyang's status in the Uchiha clan, Shumen's plans would be shattered directly. And Tuanzang would gain immense influence. Then by gradually wresting power from Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze, he could fully control Mai and ascend the long-coveted throne. Uchiha Zhenyang was formidable. Tuanzang was well aware of this, and past achievements only confirmed it. Moreover, with no ninja in the Jinbu capable of matching him, controlling him would be a difficult task. But no one is perfect, everyone has weaknesses. Based on the intelligence gathered over time, Tuanzang had analyzed Zhenyang's combat abilities. Zhenyang's fighting style mainly consisted of two types. First, a combination of swordsmanship, body flicker, and Jinjutsu. Second, the spirit transformation technique. Additionally, his perception was exceptionally strong. Tuanzang had long since devised countermeasures. The spirit transformation technique need not be elaborated. As a disciple of the second Hokage, he was well acquainted with this soul's secret art. Once used, the body becomes extremely fragile, utterly defenseless. In this mission, Zhenyang went alone, so that could be disregarded. Then what needed attention was his normal combat style. First, use a secret technique to block his perception. Such speed-type ninjas can be restrained by barriers, then dispatch dozens of ninjas to bombard him with jutsu in rotation. How old is Uchiha Zhenyang? His chakra reserves cannot be large. As long as they exhaust him to the brink of death, he can be successfully controlled. At that time, Uchiha Zhenyang will serve him, and the balance of power and might will tilt in his favor. After confirming the plan, Tuanzang immediately summoned the elite ninjas of the Genbu for drills, then set up an ambush along the path Zhenyang would take on his return to Mai. Zhenyang's mission this time went very smoothly. Within the land of fire, the journey encountered no incidents. Even if there were some bandits or rogue ninjas, they retreated upon seeing the ninja wearing the Mai headband. It was only after leaving the land of fire that he began to encounter some roadblocks. For these, a single great fireball technique sent the blockers fleeing in panic. A few days later, Zhenyang successfully escorted this nobleman to his destination. Taking the token handed over by Hirara Yashiki, he set out on the return journey. Sensing the spiritual imprint he had left before departure, Zhenyang smiled. As expected, they couldn't hold back. Let's see who is the prey. He had long known about the Genbu surveillance. Though the Genbu ninjas were skilled in concealment, since learning the spirit transformation technique, his perception could no longer be measured by ordinary standards. Many who had fought alongside him only knew that his perception was strong, but not to what extent. Zhenyang clasped his hands together and summoned the little toad that communicated with Shueimen. The show is about to begin, and only the audience is missing. A forest 50 miles outside my village. This was the only route back to Mai from the Thai country. Taking a detour would add 2 extra days of travel, even for a ninja's pace. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would choose the detour. In the dense forest, dozens of root ninjas surrounded Danzo, some standing on trees, observing the vicinity, others crouching on the ground, arranging unknown items. Swish, swish. Suddenly 2 root ninjas appeared before Danzo. Lord Danzo, the area has been scouted, no sign of others, everything is ready. The root ninja reported the progress in a low voice. Good, now hide well, and wait for Uchiha Zhenyang to arrive. Hearing this, Danzo began forming hand seals, and the root ninjas nearby followed suit, a strange wave spreading out. If a sensory ninja were here, they would notice that the numerous chakra fluctuations gradually disappeared, as if no one was present. A day later, Zhenyang arrived at the forest. Without ordinary people slowing him down, his return took much less time than his departure. A spiritual body appeared, and the scene of the forest ahead instantly formed in Zhenyang's mind. Seeing Danzo's figure, he did not linger, and walked slowly into the forest. Lord Danzo, the target has appeared. A sensory ninja from Root noticed the movement, and immediately reported to Danzo beside him. Uchiha Zhenyang has come. If I can control him, I will have a chance to become Hokage. Suppressing his inner excitement, Danzo waved his hand. Moved. This plan was of great importance, and Danzo, who usually stayed hidden underground, even came personally to ensure no mistakes. At the command, a large number of root ninjas suddenly appeared around Zhenyang, surrounding him. Then darkness enveloped everything in Zhenyang's view, all light vanishing, as if a dark velvet descended into a world of darkness. Zhenyang was familiar with this technique, for he also knew it. The Dark Conduct Technique. A high-level genjutsu developed by the second Hokage, and the motive for creating it was to counter the Uchiha clan. But it was not over yet. Centered on Zhenyang, rectangular barriers of purple transparent flame appeared in 4 directions: east, south, west, and north, each barrier array covered with purple flames. The 4 barriers connected seamlessly, and the top one was sealed immediately after. The 4 purple flame array. The 2 techniques cast in succession both limited Zhenyang's abilities and prevented his escape, making him a trapped beast. Watching Zhenyang trapped in the encirclement, Danzo seemed to already see the scene of himself wearing the Hokage hat. Dark Conduct Technique. Who are you? Attacking your own village's ninjas is tantamount to betraying the village. I am eliminating unstable factors for the village. The clans led by you, Uchiha, are the source of unrest affecting the village's stability. Danzo, what if it is I? Everything I do is for the village. Facing Zhenyang's anger and doubt, Danzo directly admitted. After all, in his eyes, the other was destined to become his tool. Even if he knew, what could he do? Could Uchiha Zhenyang kill the dozens of elite root ninjas present? Without much hesitation, Danzo immediately ordered his subordinates to launch ninjutsu attacks. In an instant, countless ninjutsu engulfed Zhenyang. Except for the 4 ninjas maintaining the 4 purple flame array and the sensory ninjas, the rest of the root ninjas were all inside the barrier, gathered together. This effectively prevented Uchiha Zhenyang from launching an attack, and in terms of ninjutsu offense, he could not possibly match dozens of ninjas. The massive ninjutsu attacks filled the area with smoke, making it impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. Seeing this, Danzo turned to the sensory ninja beside him, wanting to know the state of Uchiha Zhenyang, but found the sensory ninjas wearing shocked expressions mixed with a hint of fear. What's going on? He felt something was wrong for no reason. Root ninjas after training had almost all emotions erased. What could have happened to make them feel fear? After waiting so long, you finally couldn't hold back. Hearing the voice from within the barrier, Danzo's expression changed, and he looked inside in disbelief. Impossible. As the smoke from the ninjutsu bombardment gradually dispersed, a gigantic blue giant appeared in his sight. The giant had only an upper body, but it still appeared enormous, covered in chakra meridians and flesh, holding a long sword completely enveloping Zhenyang within it. Indeed, Susanu's consumption is significantly greater, sensing the drain on his ocular power and chakra. Zhenyang sighed inwardly. If an ordinary Mangekyo were to use this ability, it wouldn't take many uses before one was close to blindness. Only because he had Hashirama cells to alleviate the pressure would his eyes not be bleeding now. To block the series of ninjutsu attacks, Zhenyang revealed Susanu for the first time in front of everyone, directly using it to the second stage. His ocular power was continuously draining. Without hesitation, he immediately swung the giant sword in Susanu's hand toward the root ninjas. These were all die-hard followers thoroughly brainwashed by Danzo. Eliminating them here would prevent future troubles and avoid them becoming a ticking time bomb. Since he had already taken action, Zhenyang's principle was to eradicate the roots entirely. He wanted someone to command even after Danzo had descended to hell. How's that for being humane? Behind the massive chakra consumption of Susanu lies a power known as the Divine Might. As the ultimate power dwelling within the Sharingan, it symbolizes unparalleled destruction. A single simple sword strike immediately filled the barrier with the scent of blood. Any ninja who failed to dodge became a soul beneath the blade. This kind of power, damn it, maintain the barrier, don't let him escape. Danzo's face turned deathly pale, and as soon as he issued the command he fled into the distance. Others might not have known what this was, but as a high-ranking member of Konoha and a ninja who had existed since the village's founding, he naturally had some understanding. Mangekyo Sharingan. No wonder the other had become a Kage-level powerhouse at such a young age. The last recorded person to use this technique was Uchiha Madara, who had built the village alongside the first Hokage. This kind of power resembling a natural disaster was absolutely every opponent's nightmare. He had failed. He had devised such a meticulous plan, yet never expected Uchiha Zhenyang to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. If he had known this would happen, he would have rather continued waiting. Now he couldn't even return to Konoha. Thinking of this, Danzo's speed increased by another measure. Seeing Danzo begin to flee, Zhenyang immediately delivered another sword strike. This time, as the blade in Susanu's hand shimmered slightly, the remaining root ninja stood frozen in place. Before the remaining ninja could be slaughtered by another single strike, a spectral form pierced through the four root ninja, maintaining the barrier. Immediately after, the light faded from their eyes, and their bodies collapsed uncontrollably to the ground. The four purple flame formation vanished accordingly. Dismissing Susanu, a pale blue light appeared beneath Zhenyang's feet. His figure burst forward, sprinting in the corresponding direction. Today Danzo would die. In merely a few breaths he caught up to the fleeing Danzo and intercepted him. Lord Danzo, where exactly are you heading? I was quite looking forward to having a chat with you. Uchiha Zhenyang, don't push your luck. Oh, you brought people to ambush attacked fellow village ninja, and then... Before Zhenyang could finish his sentence, Danzo suddenly spat forth several wind-style energy waves from his mouth, aiming directly at vital points such as his heart and throat. Then wielding a kunai, he charged forward. Bang! 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 Zhenyang displayed an expression of no surprise. A skeletal frame immediately materialized around his body, effortlessly blocking the vacuum balls and kunai, while his long sword swept forward in one motion. Oh! Unable to dodge in time, Danzo's left arm was struck and reduced to nothingness beneath the massive blade. Pain immediately contorted his face. This kind of power, Danzo gritted his teeth. Compared to the pain, what filled his heart now was far more fear and despair. He was fundamentally incapable of withstanding Zhenyang's assault. Don't be so arrogant, brat. Keeping you alive would eventually become a calamity. In that case, perish together with this old man. Huh. Danzo endured the pain and began circulating his chakra, preparing to use a mutual destruction technique, when suddenly a familiar chakra fluctuation appeared in his perception. A glimmer of hope emerged in a situation that had previously offered none. He immediately turned and ran in that direction. Hiruzen, save me. The scene shifted to Konoha village. 2 hours earlier, the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato had urgently convened the Jonin within the village. It was said that a major incident had occurred outside Konoha, posing a severe threat to the village, requiring immediate response. An incident outside the village. To be honest, many Jonin found it hard to believe. Konoha had just won the Third Ninja War. Who would dare to provoke trouble at such a time, especially near the village? However, upon seeing not only the Hokage seated in the highest position, but also Orochimaru and Maraboshi Fugaku, figures who rarely appeared in public, they realized something serious must have indeed occurred. After all, the appearance of those two behind him essentially signaled that Konoha was in trouble, and not a minor one. Therefore, they quickly assembled their teams and headed toward the location where Zhenyang and the others were. Such a massive mobilization within the village meant that Hiruzen Sarutobi, who currently held actual power, naturally received the news immediately. Ever since Minato assumed the position of Hokage, this was the only instance where an order had been issued without consulting him first. To prevent any unexpected developments, he immediately gathered his own team and followed. All members of the group were skilled fighters of Konoha, and they soon arrived at the destination. At first, everyone was uncertain of what had happened, but after witnessing Danzo strike at Zhenyang, they all understood. Indeed, this was a major affair. This was far more than an incident. Konoha's fortunes might change entirely from this day forward. Observing Minato's composed demeanor and Hiruzen's grim expression, the various ninja formed their own judgments. Earlier, when Danzo had trapped Zhenyang and it appeared he was about to succeed, Hiruzen had still been able to stand his ground. But upon seeing Danzo's attack fail, and even witnessing him nearly beheaded, Hiruzen could no longer contain himself. He summoned Enma and charged forward immediately. Stop! Zhenyang acted as if he had not heard his sword's speed unceasing, even increasing slightly. Seeing that words would not suffice, Hiruzen Sarutobi wielded the golden hoop staff, transformed by Enma, which instantly grew to enormous size, blocking Susanu's sword strike. Blocked. Danzo, who had been fleeing desperately all this time, finally breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with the relief of having escaped death, as well as resentment toward Zhenyang. I may not be able to defeat you, but you have so many family members. The moment he escaped danger, he began secretly contemplating acts of revenge. Blocking Susanu's attack placed tremendous pressure on Hiruzen Sarutobi, as well, so he hastily spoke up. Zhenyang, calm down. I will handle this matter. Danzo committing such acts will surely face punishment. No need to punish him. As these words echoed, Susanu underwent another transformation. A set of armor appeared on the surface of the blue giant, and the shape of the long sword in its hand became distinct and unique, appearing far more complete. Sensing an even greater pressure, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression grew increasingly grave. He gripped the golden hoop staff and prepared for battle. However, Zhenyang showed no movement. Just as he was about to feel puzzled, a scream rang out from behind. Turning around, Hiruzen Sarutobi saw the corpse already lying on the ground. Danzo's face was twisted, his eyes wide open, a perfect portrait of a man who had died in agony. Witnessing his longtime friend's tragic death before his eyes, he wished to reproach Uchiha Zhenyang, yet the events that had just transpired, and the presence of numerous Konoha shinobi as witnesses, rendered him unable to speak. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly closed his eyes, his form suddenly becoming stooped, as if he had aged dramatically in an instant. Zhenyang, after all, he is a shinobi from our own village. This is too excessive. The third Hokage's change was not lost on Zhenyang, yet he felt not a trace of softness. Lord Third, if my perception is not mistaken, you were watching from the sidelines when I was ambushed by Danzo earlier. Where was your voice then? Faced with Zhenyang's accusation, Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his weary eyes, wishing to explain, but finding no words. For indeed, when Zhenyang was in peril, he had stood idly by. Not to mention the sordid acts Danzo committed in the past. For this very incident alone, attacking a fellow villager constitutes a clear violation of Konoha's regulations, branding him a rogue ninja. My counterattack was legitimate self-defense. Does Lord Third believe that because the offender is Danzo, the rules of Konoha and the lives of its shinobi can be cast aside? At these words, Hiruzen Sarutobi fell into silence. Even though he had stepped down, the title of former Hokage still clung to him. For a Hokage to actively shield a rogue ninja was an act unacceptable to the shinobi of Konoha, especially since he had so often preached the will of fire during his tenure. Hiruzen Sarutobi leading by example and shielding a traitor would strike Konoha's shinobi as a bitter irony. We are ready to fight to the death, yet our lord has already surrendered. The very ideology he so fervently advocated was one he himself failed to uphold, a devastating blow to Konoha. If even a deep bond could justify protecting a traitor to the village, what were the rank-and-file shinobi to think? This matter indeed, I was in the wrong. Heaving a deep sigh, Hiruzen Sarutobi admitted. Compared to Danzo, who had gone completely to extremes, he, though equally enamored with power, still retained a shred of principle. Lord Third, I understand that with age comes a tendency to cling to old ties. It is only human. But what Danzo did is utterly unforgivable. I hope you will take care of your health and rest more often in the days ahead. Understanding Zhenyang's implication, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied with an aged voice, I bear part of the responsibility for Danzo's attack on you. During my tenure, I indulged him too much, breeding ambitions that should never have been, and my personal bias kept me from stopping him. I will reflect deeply upon returning. I hope you will work closely with Minato to make Konoha prosper. In his initial panic, he had not seen it, but after some thought, he realized Danzo's death was inevitable. Even if Danzo had managed to escape from Zhenyang, the many Konoha shinobi present would never have allowed a rogue ninja to flee, especially one who had made so many enemies in the village. Thus, the immediate priority was to assuage Zhenyang's discontent. As one of the only two Kage-level powerhouses of the younger generation, he also had the backing of the Uchiha clan. If left unchecked, the village would likely face another upheaval. To that end, Hiruzen Sarutobi voluntarily relinquished his power. His earlier words marked the definitive end of his political career. From now on, he would only stay home, look after his son, and hope to hold a grandchild as soon as possible. The younger generation is truly formidable. Earlier, when Zhenyang and Minato joined forces, he had sensed he would have to cede authority sooner than expected, but he never imagined the day would come so swiftly. Given the events that unfolded today, how could Hiruzen Sarutobi not see the invisible hand of these two young men behind it all? Danzo, who had led the Root organization for decades and schemed against countless individuals, was in the end toyed with by two juniors. Yet it was his own insatiable ambition that drove him down this path. He had no one to blame but himself. Lord Third, Zhenyang, how goes the situation? At that moment, Minato Namikaze arrived with a large group of shinobi, the clan heads of the Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, Kimichi, and Yamanaka, as well as elite individual shinobi like Shinkayui. Minato cast a questioning glance at Zhenyang, and upon receiving a nod felt reassured. With his speed, he could have arrived at the scene the moment the battle erupted, but per the other's request, he had come together with the group. Lord Third came to understand the situation, and then we jointly killed Danzo. When Zhenyang had used Susanoo earlier, he deliberately struck the surroundings with chakra, raising smoke to obscure the view. Those who could see through the truth were obvious targets and dared not speak freely. This was in a way saving face for the third Hokage, preserving his image among the crowd. Allowing Hiruzen Sarutobi to retire with dignity was an agreement Zhenyang had made with Orochimaru, and he had not forgotten. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was currently reshaping their public image, so directness was ill-advised. Who among those present was a fool? They all knew more or less that Hiruzen Sarutobi had his faults. Being too blunt would only make one seem cold and unapproachable. In the world of adults who speaks of right and wrong. Minato, the future of Konoha is in your hands, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared solemnly before everyone. His gaze weighted with significance. I will lead the village to prosperity. Under the witness of all present, the true transfer of power occurred between the two Hokages. Zhenyang, your eyes. Are those the Mangekyo Sharingan? After the ceremony, Minato looked curiously at Zhenyang's eyes. Yes. Upon hearing Zhenyang's confirmation, the clan heads were all taken aback. These families had been passed down since the Warring States period, so they naturally understood the meaning of the Mangekyo Sharingan. During the Warring States period, only the Senju clan could rival the Uchiha, and in certain eras no one could even approach the glory of the Uchiha clan. Their greatest strength was the Mangekyo Sharingan. It seemed the rise of the Uchiha clan was inevitable. The same thought silently crossed everyone's mind. Uchiha Zhenyang was already formidable enough, and now this blue giant technique had turned him into a hexagonal warrior. With this matter settled, the Konoha ninja who had come here began their return to the village under Minato's leadership. Before long, only Zhenyang, Orochimaru, and Wanshin Gujiya remained. Zhenyang-kun, you specifically asked me and Gujiya-senpai to stay. Is there something else? Originally, Orochimaru had thought that Minato would need more time to secure power, at least until the Uchiha clan's ninjas had completed several missions. By then, with sufficient achievements, they could replace the loyalists of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo. But he hadn't expected them to strike at the root directly. Indeed, as decisive as ever. Here they come. Observing the vibrations on the ground, Zhenyang's Mangekyo once again began to spin. What? As the words fell, Minato appeared in an instant with Kakashi, but if one followed Zhenyang's gaze, they would realize he wasn't referring to them. After transferring his authority, Sarutobi Hiruzen had returned to the village, making clear his withdrawal, and left the matter of handling Danzo to Zhenyang and Minato. At this moment, the body that had not been brought back to the village suddenly vanished, and the next instant Danzo appeared in its place. Killing me won't be so easy. I will surely avenge. Before he could finish, Danzo looked up and saw the very people he least wanted to encounter. Danzo, how does my grandfather's eye suit you? Watching Danzo, who had just been resurrected and was already making bold claims, Zhenyang wore a mocking smile. At this point, Danzo hadn't yet transplanted the arm of Sharingan, but the eye he never revealed still held a single Sharingan. Facing death, he would inevitably use Izanagi to alter reality. For this very reason, Zhenyang had waited specifically for Danzo to revive. Having little to say to Danzo, Zhenyang immediately projected his spiritual essence into Danzo's mental world and forcibly read his memories through brutal means. After extensive development of his ninjutsu, he had now become capable of reading others' memories like the Yamanaka clan. However, since this technique was newly developed, it caused severe mental trauma to the target, leading to memory loss. But since it was Danzo, that was no concern. After finishing the memory reading, Susanoo appeared, and the long sword in its hand let out a faint roar. A demon dragon suddenly burst forth, swallowing Danzo's soul in one gulp. Futsanamatama. This was the divine weapon inherent to Zhenyang's Susanoo, the sword in its hand. It was a weapon comparable to the Kusanagi, sword housing the soul of a demon dragon that could be summoned to aid in battle. Earlier, when Danzo had died for the first time, it was the demon dragon that tore his soul apart. This time, Zhenyang again chose to end Danzo's life with Futsanamatama. The soul of the demon dragon could trap a soul within its body, constantly eroding it until it became nourishment for the dragon's power. With the soul completely annihilated, not even Edo Tensei could summon Danzo back. He was utterly and permanently erased with no possibility of resurrection. Zhenyang-kun, this is a forbidden technique that reverses reality at the cost of the Sharingan's eyesight. Danzo collapsed again, now devoid of a soul. Zhenyang answered Orochimaru's question while prying the eye from Danzo's socket and placing it into a container he had prepared. He also retrieved a scroll from Danzo's body and found the other Sharingan. Hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Orochimaru's eyes. What a powerful pair of eyes. The immense perceptive ability, the amplification of Jinjutsu, the colossal chakra giant, and the technique that brought the dead back to life. It was hard to believe all of it came from a single pair of Sharingan. Zhenyang, the matter of Danzo is settled. What should we do next? After Zhenyang had secured the eyes, Minato asked. The upheaval today had been resolved almost single-handedly by Zhenyang, while Minato and the others merely served as witnesses. But given Zhenyang's personality, he wouldn't have kept them behind just to watch a show, nor would he have specifically brought Kakashi along unless there was more to come. Minato, what are your plans for Konoha moving forward? Integrate the power of the Umbu, then disband the root, and bring all its ninja under management. Then I'll have you serve as the Umbu commander, first securing actual power, then gradually reclaiming other authority. If Senior Gujie and Senior Da Shiwan are willing to take on some positions, that would be even better. Though unaware of why Zhenyang suddenly brought up this topic, Shuaimin still voiced his thoughts, casting a hopeful glance at the two beside him. With power suddenly in his hands, the problem he faced was a shortage of personnel. In Shuaimin's view, as long as Konoha could benefit relinquishing some of his authority was entirely acceptable. Wanqing Gujie and Da Shiwan. One had been a genin for decades, the other had voluntarily given up the position of Hokage. Furthermore, both had deep ties with Zhenyang, making them the most ideal candidates. He clearly saw that Zhenyang now wielded immense influence over Mai. As a disciple of Wanqing Gujie on excellent terms with Da Shiwan, one of the three ninja, and a direct descendant of the Uchiha clan, he was also the youngest Kage-level powerhouse. The accumulation of these identities even surpassed him in some respects. However, unlike Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shuaimin chose to trust Zhenyang. From their previous conversations and the attitude of the Uchiha clan, he could sense the other's love for the village, and that was enough. The age gap between them meant there would be no room for conflict. Barring unexpected events, no one could surpass Zhenyang in the next Hokage selection. But what did that have to do with him? Shuaimin didn't care who would become the next Hokage. He didn't even have a son, yet so how could he think that far? To his disappointment, Da Shiwan and Gujie showed no change in expression, seemingly uninterested in participating. Forget about the Umbu commander position. I'm not cut out for that. Instead, why not establish a research and development department with Lord Da Shiwan as its head, and I'll assist. At this, Zhenyang also declined Shuaimin's proposal, signaling with his eyes. Unlike others who yearned for positions like Hokage or Umbu commander, Zhenyang had little interest in such things. It might look impressive, but in reality you rise earlier than the rooster, sleep later than the dog, and work harder than the donkey. Better to spend that time improving your strength. This suggestion is feasible. What do you think, Senior Da Shiwan? Hearing Zhenyang's words, Shuaimin was taken aback at first, then quickly grasped the meaning. By this it seemed Zhenyang wasn't interested in the Hokage position, but there was still plenty of time. This could be discussed later. For now, the most important thing was to bring Da Shiwan out. He was a renowned ninjutsu genius of Mai, exceptionally skilled in developing and improving ninjutsu. His self-created snake-style techniques were bizarre and unpredictable, the stuff of nightmares for countless people. In a sense, it was even more beneficial than sending him out to fight. That works too, but it depends on whether Zhenyang-kun has a promising direction. I'm not interested in ordinary research and development. Da Shiwan didn't rush to refuse, but looked at Zhenyang with keen interest. He had already guessed that the upcoming actions might be related to this. Zhenyang smiled slightly, his lips moving subtly. For a moment, aside from Kakashi, the other three all showed surprised expressions, especially Shuaimin, whose face was most complex. Guilt, surprise, and joy, a mix of emotions, surged together. Once their feelings settled, the group vanished from the spot. 2 days earlier in the Land of Water. At that time, Daitu was in the Hokage building of the Hidden Mist Village. Due to Zhenyang's influence, the fourth Mizukage had become a controlled, unfortunate soul years ahead of schedule. Hearing the sudden voice in his mind, a flicker of excitement appeared in Daitu's eyes. He stood up and slowly vanished from the office. Daitu, we've just taken control of the Mizukage. Are we immediately proceeding with the plan in mind? Goji Shirtsong is under my man Gekyo's control. There's no way he can break free. The Moon's Eye plan should be initiated as soon as possible. In front of Heiju, Daitu maintained a cold expression. Given the peculiarities of the Uchiha, he only needed to play a taciturn, expressionless mask, and he would arouse no suspicion. This was something he could handle. With their pace, the two traveled extremely fast, soon reaching a position not far from Mai. Daitu, have you sensed it again? If you truly want to hasten the Moon's Eye plan, you should retrieve your other eye. The Sharingan must be paired to unleash its full potential. Seeing Daitu raise his hand to cover his left eye, Heiju began persuading again. Paired right. This time I'll make Kimyui unleash its maximum power. Heiju glanced at Daitu in surprise, secretly delighted in his heart. This foolish child had finally come around. Though Kimyui was a powerful space-time dojutsu with only one eye, it sufficed for self-defense in the current ninja world, but it fell short when it came to disrupting the 5 great villages and collecting the tailed beasts. The fourth Hokage, Bluffing Shumin, also mastered space-time ninjutsu, and with Uchiha Zhenyang as well, it truly made him uneasy. But as long as Daitu was willing to reclaim his eye, these problems would become simple. Now he couldn't wait to witness the power of Kamui. Perhaps his obsession was too deep. Heiju felt the space around him seemed to warp. As he looked closely, his face changed drastically. The warped space instantly expanded, engulfing him without giving him any chance to react. Obito, what are you doing? Do you not wish to realize the Moon's Eye plan and bring Rin back to life? Black Zetsu's furious voice echoed through the space, and in response 7 figures gradually materialized. Zhenyang, Minato, Orochimaru, Mariboshi, Kosuke, Obito, Kakashi, and Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina, can you seal this creature? If you all restrain him first, it should be possible. Kushina observed the bizarre Black Zetsu with curiosity. Though she had never encountered such a being before, she remained confident. Such was the pride of the Uzumaki clan. After Zhenyang had revealed to Minato and the others the secrets concerning Obito Madara and Kagaya Otsutsuki, Minato, seeking utmost caution, had returned to the village to bring Uzumaki Kushina along. Lord Orochimaru, how is it? This is the mother of the Sage of 6 Paths, the manifestation of Kagaya Otsutsuki's will. It has existed in the ninja world for over a millennium, a perfect test subject. Over 1,000 years. I must say, Zhenyang, you have sparked an excitement within me that I rarely feel. Upon overhearing this exchange, Black Zetsu's mind went blank for a moment. You? Who exactly are you? Why do you know all of this? For over 1,000 years, Black Zetsu had believed his actions were utterly flawless and watertight. Yet now his deepest secrets were being laid bare before him. Who I am matters not. The issue now is that your absence is of great importance to me. Without any intention of explaining further, Zhenyang, Minato, Orochimaru, and Mariboshi Kosuka stood at 4 separate points, and 4 barrier walls shot up into the sky. The 4 Crimson Yang formation. This formidable barrier, durable enough to withstand a tailed beast ball from the 10 tails, required 4 ninja, with Kage-level chakra, reserves to perform. Due to his age, Kosuka was slightly below that standard, but with the aid of Zhenyang's spiritualization technique, his chakra proved sufficient to sustain the barrier. Kushina prepared the sealing technique, while Obito and Kakashi, both possessors of the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan, kept their eyes fixed on Black Zetsu's every move. This sequence of operations left Black Zetsu utterly dumbfounded. He had thought Obito had a change of heart, but it turned out he was planning to dispose of him. First they pulled him into the Kamui dimension to prevent escape, then immediately employed sealing techniques to restrict his movements, as if they knew him inside and out. Moreover, they even intended to use him for experiments. It was almost too late. Watching the barrier on the verge of complete closure, escape was no longer possible. His only hope lay in the contingency plan Madara had implanted within Obito. Control Obito to attack one of them, then use Kamui to escape. That was his only chance for survival. With this thought, Black Zetsu immediately sprang into action. But upon activating the technique, he realized in despair that it was gone. How could it be gone? Looking up, Black Zetsu finally noticed that Obito had returned to normal, his skin no longer that of a white Zetsu. All of this was of course Zhenyang's doing. After bringing Black Zetsu into the Kamui dimension, he had immediately erased the soul of the white Zetsu within Obito, destroyed the cursed tag in his heart, and perfectly fused Hashirama cells with Obito, restoring him to his normal appearance. At that moment, Kushina, who had been preparing for a long time, finally signaled that her sealing jutsu was complete and the barrier could be released. In a severely injured state, Kushina could seal the 9 tails without even forming hand signs. Chains erupting from behind her were enough to immobilize it. Yet this time she required several minutes of preparation, a testament to the sheer terror of this sealing technique. Countless black script seals interwove and converged outside the barrier, and the moment it vanished they surged in, ceaselessly enveloping Black Zetsu entirely, with some even burrowing into his very being. I refuse to accept this. After he bellowed those words with all his might, the ninja world's greatest schemer, the notorious filial son Black Zetsu, was sealed. Sealed within the Kamui dimension. Even if the seal were accidentally broken later due to research, Black Zetsu would have no means of escape and could only be sealed once more. A true model of sustainable development. You can only blame your own misfortune. Reflecting on Black Zetsu's life, Zhenyang couldn't help but feel a tinge of emotion. Setting everything else aside, the fact that he had strived for a millennium to save his mother already surpassed countless individuals in the world of Naruto. If he had made a spontaneous purchase back, then perhaps he might have regarded Black Zetsu differently, like perhaps treating him as a son. Shaking his head to dispel the stray thoughts, Zhenyang walked over to observe the seal, with the equally curious Orochimaru and Kosuka by his side. As for Minato and the other 2, they were engaged in earnest conversation with Obito, their faces beaming with joyful smiles. 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Konoha underwent earth-shattering transformations, flourishing several times over compared to its former state. All of this was owed to the enlightened policies of the 4th Hokage and the Uchiha clan, who had now become the backbone of the Hokage's administration. With Uchiha shinobi joining mission assignments, the finance ministry's annual revenue surged by a remarkable 50 to 60%, rapidly propelling Konoha out of the shadow of war and onto the fast track of high-speed development. On the policy front, the Hokage announced the reclamation of the significant powers held by the Council of Elders, along with several departments that had wielded substantial authority. The Konoha military police force was prominently among them. After its reform, it was no longer exclusively managed by the Uchiha. All shinobi now had the right to join its ranks. This move liberated a vast number of Uchiha personnel. While they retained control over key positions, all other roles were filled by shinobi from other clans and backgrounds. The current Uchiha could now enter other departments of Konoha based purely on merit. Even the position of deputy captain of the Yambu was held by the 4th Hokage's disciple Uchiha Obito. There was no longer any need to undertake such thankless tasks. The villagers of Konoha also came to realize that it wasn't the Uchiha who were detestable, it was the military police force that was irritating. In fact, when others took over they became even more loathsome. After all, the Uchiha were the premier noble clan of Konoha, carrying their own pride. In their past duties of maintaining village peace, the most severe actions they might take were scolding or physical confrontation. But when other shinobi took over, they not only resorted to physical force, but also engaged in petty theft and pilfering. The villagers could no longer tolerate this. You could insult me as a person, but you cannot take my money. Through these events, the Uchiha clan's reputation within Konoha gradually began to improve. Although Uchiha Shinobi's tempers were indeed not the best once on the battlefield, they became the most reassuring comrades one could have. When compared this way, a bad temper could hardly be considered a flaw. They carried you to victory. Isn't it only natural for them to have some attitude? Moreover, as interactions with Uchiha Shinobi increased, some ninja summarized a method for forging friendships with them: talk more and follow their lead. The Uchiha clan generally possessed an air of arrogance, which essentially boiled down to being overly concerned with face and lacking eloquence. As long as you communicated openly and ensured they never felt embarrassed, you could usually earn an Uchiha Shinobi's friendship. It was a similar approach to dealing with Tsundere. At that moment at Uchiha Zhenyang's home, "Brother, are you and sister Kurenai leaving today?" "Yeah, we're going out for a while." 6 years had passed, and Shursui had grown from a small child into a young man. Habitually patting the other's head, Zhenyang wrapped an arm around Shursui's neck, his gaze flickering towards the girl beside him. "While I'm away, don't spend all your time training. Remember to spend time with Izumi." "Huh. Oh, okay, got it." Indeed, Izumi, the Uchiha girl Itachi loved in the original story, thanks to Zhenyang's machinations, now already had a good relationship with Shursui. After all, among this generation of Uchiha, Izumi was the prettiest. He had saved Uchiha Itachi's entire family, allowing them to enjoy a happy life. So stealing a love interest shouldn't be a problem, right? As a brother, he truly worried too much. Shoving his emotionally somewhat dense brother towards Izumi, Zhenyang turned to look at the two faces before him. "Itachi, after I leave, if you encounter something you don't understand, you can go and ask Grandpa Koisher for advice." "All right, sensei." 8-year-old Itachi was as sensible as ever. "Kabuto, same for you. If you're interested in experiments, go and ask Lord Orochimaru for guidance." "Yes, sensei." Back when he had sealed Kagaya on a whim, Zhenyang had searched Konoha's orphanage and happened to find Yakushi Nono, who was about to leave Konoha with Kabuto. Nono was a member of the Root. The village's aggressive purge of Root operatives had driven her to contemplate fleeing. Kabuto and Nono were tragic figures in the original story as well. Given Kabuto's extraordinary talent, Zhenyang took him in as a disciple. Nono continued to serve as the orphanage director with an annual stipend provided. The trip was a plan Zhenyang had decided upon after awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Just as he had initially guessed, the further evolution of the Mangekyo Sharingan required not only spiritual energy, but also a special kind of power which resided in the Sharingan of blood relatives. After giving instructions to the children at home, Zhenyang, with Kurenai, first went to bid farewell to the elders of his family, then to the Uchiha clan head's residence, the Hokage's office, the RD department's base, and various other places to say goodbye to relatives and friends. Along the way, Zhenyang also caught sight of Naruto and Sasuke, who were already able to run. "Zhenyang, where are we heading first on this trip?" "The Land of Rain. First we'll pick something up, and then we'll follow this route for a tour." Traveling alone together, Kurenai was extremely excited. She strode forward. "Hurry up, Zhenyang." The girl stood ahead, calling him with a beaming smile. Sweeping his gaze over her, her figure was quite impressive. She had fully blossomed. Inspecting more closely, her legs were straight and slender, yet not skinny, perfectly proportioned. Not bad at all. Looking further up, her chest was remarkable, at least a C-cup at this age. A definite plus point. With a delicate face and a pair of captivating eyes resembling peach blossoms, they curved down like crescent moons when she smiled, carrying a dreamy, half-intoxicated mistiness. Even though they saw each other every day, Zhenyang still felt his heart race. "Kurenai, when we return from this trip, let's get married." "All right." The end. Writing this book has reached its conclusion. It's not an abrupt ending. When I first started this book, this was precisely the ending I envisioned for the Ninja World arc. Turning Obito, sealing Kagaya, and in the end going to the Land of Rain to obtain the Rinnegan. Madara would have no hope of resurrection whatsoever. After that, it would be peaceful daily life. By the time the Otsutsuki clan descended, the protagonist would already be essentially invincible. Let me briefly mention some of the plot lines that were omitted. In terms of power progression, Uchiha's son Mighty Guy and Orochimaru were instrumental in the protagonist's rapid growth during the early stages. According to the original plan, there would have been a deeper storyline with Orochimaru which would have made the protagonist's advancement more logical. And for a fanfiction, the crucial element is interaction with original characters. The protagonist could later reach the 6 paths level through the Kekkei Mora, or by becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. The reason for the Heavenly Soul Hand Dojutsu was to plan to achieve 6 paths level by fusing the 7 nature transformations through the Kekkei Mora. As for the female lead, the original plan wasn't for just one, hence the introduction didn't specify a single heroine. Kurama, Yakumo, Yagura Terumi, Mei Konan, and Yuzuki Yugao. All those with similar ages were considered, and I had thought out how to develop their storylines. And also Shursui, Itachi, Kabuto. There were so many stories to tell. Later, with his power increase, there was also the possibility of the Otsutsuki, but these would have required considerable length, and I ultimately decided to give it up. Currently, I simply don't have the extra energy to dedicate to the novel. After all, I still need to make a living. Initially, I wrote this book purely for my own amusement to address some regrets, and I never expected so many people to read it. Thank you for your support. I wish everyone good health and all the best.